Chapter 1. The Crescent Moon and the Three Stars Cave, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. In the depths of the night, a shadow stealthily infiltrated a small courtyard. Before long, the once resounding snores from within the house faded into silence. The following day, Shun Fei awakened from his slumber, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, only to feel a sharp pain in his neck, as if it had been brutally wrenched. Wasn't I immersed in the fourth installment of Dark Myth? How on earth did I end up here? Perplexed, Shun Fei soon grasped the gravity of his situation. He had transmigrated into a martial world, where a cloaked figure had assassinated the original owner, thereby allowing Shun Fei to usurp his life. Goodness, I merely took a leave to play a game. I couldn't defeat the big-head character, yet now I must join a sect as a mere lackey. Why must I be thrust into this predicament? Shun Fei could already envision the scene of that person discovering he was still alive and returning to finish him off. System, old man, golden finger, Shun Fei repeatedly called out, yearning for a response, yet none came. Despair settled in what could a lackey, who could only obediently toil away in a peaceful era, achieve in this tumultuous martial world? Not to mention, the original owner was a natural cripple, utterly incapable of cultivating conventional techniques. Ding! Plug-in loading complete. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow activated. Upon hearing this, Shun Fei was overwhelmed with joy, realizing that the sect was the one responding to him. Rest assured, esteemed sect, I vow here and now that should I cause any trouble in the future, I shall never implicate you. However, Shun Fei soon realized that matters were far from simple. He could currently activate only one ability. All other abilities required certain conditions to be met for activation. Sustaining an attack would enhance his defense, breathing would strengthen his physique, running would increase his speed, practicing martial techniques would amplify his damage, utilizing martial skills would boost his inner strength, and reading would enhance his comprehension. I desire infinite life. Shun Fei understood that survival was the only path to strength. Ding! Infinite life function activated successfully. He felt the pain in his neck dissipate, and his spirits lifted considerably. Nonetheless, Shun Fei noticed a slight issue. Infinite life did not grant him an endless lifespan, rather, it locked his health at a constant level. Of course, he dismissed this minor flaw, as long as he remained alive after the health lock. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the small courtyard was rapped upon. Shun Fei furrowed his brow, wondering who was so eager to find him. Upon opening the door, he discovered it was Zhang Kai, a friend of the original owner. What brings you here in such a hurry this early in the morning? Shun Fei inquired. With a tone tinged with disappointment, Zhang Kai replied, Have you forgotten? Today is the day you substitute for your father on duty. Although the position of constable is not high, it is still a decent job. Only then did Shun Fei recall that his stepfather, the constable, had been killed while pursuing a thief. According to the laws of Deqian, the descendants of public servants who sacrificed for the greater good could take their place. All right, I'll head over now. Shun Fei understood the benefits of this system, especially during this feudal era. However, upon arriving at the Gaoyang County office, he found the expressions of everyone there to be grave, indicating that something troubling had transpired. Ah, Shun Fei, my esteemed nephew, your arrival is fortuitous. We are in need of more hands. The new constable, Zhao Jie, appeared cordial, but the others were well aware of the long-standing animosity between him and Shun Fei's father, Shun Tuo. Now that Shun Tuo was deceased, Zhao Jie would naturally harbor no goodwill towards his son. Greetings, Constable Zhao. Shun Fei responded, maintaining his decorum, fully aware of the enmity between the two families. The two had once clashed over martial techniques, resulting in Zhao Jie sustaining injuries that prevented him from advancing to a postnatal martial artist. Haha, no need for such formality, just call me Uncle Zhao. Since you're new, you can patrol alongside Zhang Kai. Zhao Jie smiled, not putting Shun Fei in a difficult position. Whether this was a facade or a genuine act of reconciliation remained unclear. Nonetheless, Shun Fei felt a weight lift off his shoulders while he could not die. Being trapped in a coffin and cast into the sea would spell disaster. Understood. Shun Fei replied solemnly, taking the constable's uniform and departing the county office with Zhang Kai. However, as Zhao Jie watched Shun Fei leave, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes, mixed with confusion. He had clearly killed Shun Fei the previous night. Why was he still alive? Where had that martial technique gone? He had searched thoroughly the night before and found nothing. Could it be hidden away by Shun Fei? But wasn't this fellow a natural cripple, incapable of martial cultivation? What use was he? It seemed he would need to inquire further tonight. Meanwhile, Shun Fei strolled down the street alongside Zhang Kai, patrolling, and asked, Zhang Kai, do you know what's going on? They seem quite anxious. Brother Fei, you're unaware? Recently, a flower thief has emerged, and even the county's young lady from the Wang family fell victim. They are now offering a reward of 3,000 taels to capture that rogue. The most alarming part is that this thief has the audacity to threaten to take the county magistrate's newly acquired concubine. Thus, the magistrate has ordered us to ensure his capture. Zhang Kai recounted, overwhelmed with information. Shun Fei frowned upon hearing this. The thief was indeed brazen, but it had little to do with him. If they failed to catch him, it would be Zhao Jie's headache. By the way, do you know of any quick cultivation techniques? For instance, those that involve sacrificing health or lifespan. Zhang Kai looked at Shun Fei in astonishment and cautioned, Brother Fei, what are you planning? Even if you cannot cultivate martial arts, as long as you don't offend Zhao Jie, you should be fine. Shun Fei shook his head helplessly. The figure he had seen the previous night bore a resemblance to Zhao Jie, and given the enmity between Zhao Jie and the original owner's father, living a peaceful life would not be easy. Haha, do you truly believe Zhao Jie would let me off the hook? Zhang Kai sighed, recognizing that as Shun Fei's superior, Zhao Jie had numerous ways to make his life difficult. Brother Fei, there are forbidden arts available in the black market, such as the blood-burning technique and the blood-burning blade technique, but they come at a great cost. Upon hearing this, Shun Fei realized that these techniques suited him perfectly. After all, he had an abundance of blood to spare. He had accompanied Shun Tua to the black market before, so he didn't need Zhang Kai to guide him. After browsing around, Shun Fei and Zhang Kai arrived at a noodle stall to eat. Unexpectedly, they encountered Shun Fei's nemesis, Zhao Mingrui, a fifth-level body refinement martial artist. In the past, when Shun Tua was alive, Zhao Mingrui had dared not act recklessly. But now the balance of power had shifted. Shun Fei, I see you're filling in for your father, but alas, you're just a useless cripple who cannot cultivate martial arts. I doubt you could even defeat a farmer. I suggest you resign sooner rather than later. Zhao Mingrui sneered, his eyes filled with disdain at the sight of someone who merely hid behind his father's reputation. Shun Fei looked up at Zhao Mingrui. Remaining silent, he was not his match at present, and acting recklessly would only result in a beating. Zhang Kai was about to retort, but Shun Fei stopped him. Zhao Mingrui was taken aback by Shun Fei's restraint, intrigued to see how far he could push him. With a loud spat, he directed a thick wad of phlegm directly into Shun Fei's bowl of noodles. Shun Fei's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated such repulsive behavior. Rising to his feet, he promptly poured the bowl of noodles over Zhao Mingrui's face. Chapter 2. Blood-burning technique. Zhao Mingrui, taken aback by Shun Fei's audacity, erupted in fury and launched an attack. With a ruthless punch, he struck Shun Fei, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Shun Fei knew he was no match for Zhao Mingrui in a bare-handed confrontation, so he swiftly drew the dagger from his waist, aiming for Zhao Mingrui's neck. However, Zhao Mingrui effortlessly deflected the blow. Shun Fei, I didn't expect you to possess some spirit. I'll spare you today. There will be plenty of opportunities for you in the future. Zhao Mingrui chuckled, aware that even if he could kill Shun Fei, doing so would lead to repercussions, as Shun Fei was a constable. Killing a colleague unprovoked would not sit well with others, even with his father being the constable. This county office was not Zhao's personal domain. Watching Zhao Mingrui depart, Shun Fei sheathed his dagger, and Zhang Kai hurried over to assess his injuries. Brother Fei, are you all right? It's nothing. I won't die. I will repay this debt in due time, Shun Fei replied, his voice steady. Zhang Kai remained skeptical. Even if Shun Fei practiced forbidden techniques, he would never become a postnatal martial artist, as a natural cripple could not cultivate inner strength. Sigh, Brother Fei, perhaps you should leave Gaoyang County. With things unfolding like this, your future days won't be easy. Shun Fei shook his head. The circumstances surrounding his father's suspicious death compelled him to resolve this karmic debt, since he had taken over the original owner's body. Moreover, with his infinite life, he could practice forbidden techniques without concern, could cultivate recklessly. Seeing Shun Fei's determination, Zhang Kai ceased his attempts to dissuade him. After patrolling throughout the day, night fell, and the two parted ways. Shun Fei ventured into the black market alone, donning a ghostly mask as he navigated the shadows, seeking the techniques he desired. At last, he spotted what he sought at a small stall. "Boss, how much for these two techniques? Blood-burning technique and blood-burning blade technique?" The stall owner, wearing a goat mask, replied upon hearing Shun Fei's inquiry. "The blood-burning technique is 100 taels, and the blood-burning blade technique is 50 taels." Shun Fei shook his head slightly, countering, "They'll give you 50 taels for the blood-burning technique and 20 for the blade technique." "Deal? Young brother, once you agree, there's no turning back." The stall owner readily accepted, secretly thinking that this young lad was quite the negotiator, as he could sell the techniques for just 10 taels. It was at this moment that Shun Fei realized he had perhaps overstepped. However, he was not particularly concerned about the money, as Shin Tuo had left behind a considerable fortune. Having settled the payment, Shun Fei departed with 2 volumes of secret manuals in hand. Those who frequented such places were often not of the virtuous sort, and instances of murder and robbery were all too common. Unbeknownst to him, several individuals had taken to following him, all of whom were body-refining warriors. Upon sensing that Shun Fei was not a martial artist, yet dared to venture into the black market with such ostentation, they began to harbor nefarious intentions. Shun Fei had anticipated such a scenario and made his way to a pawn shop within the black market. "Owner, I require a room," he stated. The shopkeeper glanced up at Shun Fei with indifference and replied, "A room costs 100 taels." Without hesitation, Shun Fei placed 100 taels upon the table. The shopkeeper promptly instructed his assistant to lead Shun Fei to a secret passage, ensuring his safe exit from the black market. The individuals trailing Shun Fei were taken aback. They had not expected him to be aware of the pawn shop within the black market, where one could secure a safe departure simply by spending money. Furthermore, there were several exits, complicating any attempt to corner him. After Shun Fei's departure, he did not return home, fully aware that it was no longer a safe haven. Instead, he proceeded to a secluded courtyard, a place designated by Shun Tuo for his refuge in times of peril. This very location also housed the martial manuals obtained by Shun Tuo in his past exploits. Upon entering the courtyard, Shun Fei eagerly perused the manuals left by Shun Tuo. After a thorough examination, he discerned that the heavenly refinement technique was indeed a remarkable method, capable of refining the essence of heaven and earth to mend one's innate deficiencies. As for what constituted the essence of heaven and earth, it encompassed rare materials and the vitality of all living beings. However, Shun Fei had to temporarily set this aside and instead took out the blood-burning technique. He knew that Zhao Jie would be searching for him upon discovering his absence, and he needed to acquire formidable strength without delay. The blood-burning technique involved incinerating one's own vital essence to temper the body. Theoretically, as long as there was sufficient vital essence, one could continuously elevate their cultivation. Yet human vital essence was limited, and those who strayed into the wicked path often resorted to utilizing the essence of others. Shun Fei, possessing an infinite supply of vital essence, was unconcerned about this aspect. Seated upon the ground, he channeled the blood-burning technique with all his might, causing his body temperature to rise by 4 or 5 degrees in an instant as a substantial amount of vital essence was ignited, refining his flesh. A normal person would have succumbed to madness at such a high temperature, yet Shun Fei remained entirely unscathed. It was not until dawn that he ceased his cultivation. His martial prowess surged to the 6th level of body refinement, no longer the feeble weakling he once was. To achieve the pinnacle of the 10th level of body refinement, at least 2 more days are required, Shun Fei murmured softly. Despite possessing boundless vital essence, his innate deficiencies posed a significant hindrance to his cultivation. Resolving the issue of his innate deficiencies could only be addressed 3 days hence through the sect's breathing techniques to enhance his constitution. Upon arriving at the magistrate's office, he noticed the grim expressions of the constables. Zhang Kai approached Shun Fei, patting him on the shoulder. "Brother Fei, why weren't you at home? I've been calling for you for quite some time. I went to the black market last night and then indulged at Ichuan Tower." Shun Fei replied casually. "Alas, that flower thief struck again last night. Captain Zhao was unable to apprehend him, and he seems to be a 10th level body refining warrior. Fortunately, the concubine was not taken, otherwise we would all face reprimands." Zhang Kai expressed with a hint of trepidation, knowing that failure to protect would result in severe consequences. Before Shun Fei could respond, Zhao Jie appeared, locking his gaze onto him. "Dear nephew, you've arrived just in time. There are matters I require your assistance with. Zhao Jie stated, no longer wishing to conceal his intentions. He had suffered a significant loss of face in front of the county magistrate after being repelled by the flower thief, receiving a thorough reprimand. If he could not capture even a minor body-refining warrior, he would be informed that if Zhao Jie failed to advance to the post-heaven realm, he would no longer be fit to serve as captain. Xin Fei perceived the malice in Zhao Jie's eyes. However, the circumstances had changed. Now at the 6th level of body refinement. Even if Zhao Jie was at the 10th level, defeating him would not be an easy feat, let alone killing him. Captain Zhao, you jest. Whatever task you have, simply command your subordinate. Xin Fei replied with an air of composure. Zhao Jie, perplexed by Xin Fei's confidence, led him to his office. Upon closing the door, Zhao Jie took a seat and, with a friendly demeanor, said, Dear nephew Shun, the magistrate has given me a deadline of half a month to capture that flower thief. Yet I am merely at the 10th level of body refinement and have yet to step into the post-heaven realm. Once, I shared a good rapport with your father, who acquired a martial manual that could potentially aid me in breaking through to the post-heaven realm. I swear that if you are willing to hand it over, you shall become my godson, and no one in Gaoyang County would dare to bully you. Xin Fei could not help but laugh at this. It was clear that Zhao Jie sought to kill him for that manual. Captain Zhao, do you truly believe my father would leave behind a useless manual for me? If that technique were indeed formidable, why would my father have perished? Chapter 3. No more pretense for a moment. Zhao Jie found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he continued, Xinji, martial arts indeed have their hierarchies. Although that postnatal technique may not be renowned throughout the world, it could still assist me in attaining postnatal status. You ought to ponder carefully where your father might have concealed it. His tone brooked no dissent, yet Xin Fei remained unfazed. He shook his head defiantly and replied, Captain Zhao, you are well aware that I am a natural-born severed pulse. How could my father possibly divulge such information to me? Perhaps he has an illegitimate son hidden away somewhere. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie's demeanor shifted, his expression hardening as he fixated on Xin Fei. Coldly, he retorted, a natural-born severed pulse? Yet you now possess robust vitality, a stark contrast to yesterday. You speak with your eyes wide open. Fabricating lies. Xin Fei chuckled lightly. And what of it? Zhao Jie, I am rather curious about how my father met his demise. Why is it that you and others have survived, yet he has perished? Zhao Jie, realizing Xin Fei had cast off his pretense, felt a surge of curiosity about the young man's confidence. Could it be that he had already broken through to the postnatal stage? Such a notion was inconceivable, though we were not privy to that information, that on the day we besieged the Black Wind stronghold, he ventured alone into the den of thieves for reconnaissance and did not return until nightfall. When we arrived to investigate, the remnants of the Black Wind stronghold were reduced to ashes, and all that was found was his severed sword. Zhao Jie did not conceal this matter from Xin Fei. As others were already aware, Xin Fei had not anticipated the situation to unfold in this manner. It seemed his father's death was far from simple, or perhaps, had he truly perished, Xinji, if you surrender the technique, you may leave safely. Otherwise, do not blame your uncle for being merciless. Zhao Jie was no longer interested in idle chatter. Ascending to the postnatal realm was imperative for him to establish a foothold in this county. Without postnatal cultivation, he could not command respect. The leaders of the Wolfang Gang and Maple Leaf Martial Arts Hall were all postnatal practitioners. Previously, Xin Tua, being a late-stage postnatal warrior, had instilled fear in them. However, now that Zhao Jie had ascended, they were no longer inclined to show him any courtesy. That you wish to test your strength. Let us see if you can withstand me. Do not let others witness your defeat, for it would tarnish your reputation as captain. Xin Fei, emboldened, was confident that as a fellow body-refining martial artist, defeat was out of the question. He could at least achieve a stalemate. Zhao Jie did not buy into Xin Fei's theatrical bravado. The outcome of a fight could only be determined through combat. With a swift motion, he executed the eagle claw technique, targeting Xin Fei's wrist. Xin Fei brandished his sword, opting for an offensive strategy, focusing solely on attacking while disregarding defense. One would strike as they pleased, to see who would ultimately falter first. Faced with the blade's edge, Zhao Jie found himself in a defensive stance. And despite landing a few hits on Xin Fei during brief openings, he was bewildered to see Xin Fei unscathed. Indeed, you possess some skill, but now I shall become serious. Xin Fei ignited his vitality in an instant. unleashing the blood-burning sword technique, his speed and strength surging dramatically. It was then that Zhao Jie realized Shen Fei was fighting for his life. He had resorted to demonic techniques, recklessly igniting his vitality to enhance his power, albeit at the cost of subsequent weakness due to blood depletion. Shinji, cease at once. Such reckless behavior will only result in mutual destruction. Killing 1,000 while harming yourself 800. Let us converse amicably. Zhao Jie struggled to withstand Shen Fei's onslaught. He had no desire to be gravely injured at such a critical juncture. Even if he could slay Shen Fei, the price would be steep, worsening his own predicament. Stop. You expect me to halt merely because you say so. That would be quite embarrassing for me. Shen Fei sneered, unconcerned for his own safety. If he could eliminate Zhao Jie, so be it. That worst-case scenario, he could wander the earth, waiting for the day he could activate other abilities. What place would be beyond his reach? With that thought, he wielded his blade with increased fervor. The weapon now enveloped in a flame of blood, causing Zhao Jie to hesitate, wary of injuring himself in the process. That I am willing to offer you compensation. Is that satisfactory? What do you desire? Zhao Jie was compelled to lower his stance. Continuing the fight would surely attract others, and he, as captain, could not afford to lose face in front of his subordinates. Within the county office, there were several practitioners at the 10th level of body refining. He had initially thought he could easily subdue Shen Fei, but had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Shen Fei understood that if reinforcements arrived, the fight would become untenable. Thus, he would rather negotiate for some benefit. What could you possibly offer me? You are attempting to seize a postnatal technique from me. Shen Fei expressed his disdain. This struck a nerve with Zhao Jie, who retorted defensively, that was due to your father's injury to my foundation. Not a lack of postnatal techniques. It is said that technique can enhance one's foundation, which is why I sought it. Otherwise, how could your father, originally of low aptitude, have achieved postnatal status? Very well. I can provide you with a single blood chi pill to replenish your expended vitality. Shen Fei shook his head. At least 10. Impossible. A single blood chi pill costs 100 taels of silver. I can offer you no more than 2. Zhao Jie firmly declined. Seeing that, Shen Fei ceased to press further and nodded in agreement. After accepting the blood chi pill and stowing it away, he thought to himself that consuming it would be futile, but selling it could yield some coin. Just then, others, having heard the commotion, approached to investigate. While Shen Tuo was still present, he had been an upright man and treated his subordinates well. Thus, the other squad leaders were relatively considerate toward Shen Fei, at least until Zhao Jie had advanced to postnatal status, willing to speak favorably of him. What are you all doing gathered here? Have you caught the flower thief? Hurry and search. Zhao Jie opened the door, revealing the enscathed Shen Fei beside him, dispelling their concerns. Upon seeing this, the others dispersed, deciding not to involve themselves further. Just as Shen Fei was about to depart, Zhao Jie could not help but utter one last remark. Shinji, the county is currently in turmoil. Should you locate the technique, I am willing to offer 1,000 gold pieces in exchange for 1,000 gold pieces. Shen Fei scoffed. He cared little for such an offer, especially from a mere captain who likely possessed no such wealth. The enmity between them had long been established, and the notion that he would offer the technique was utterly laughable. As Shen Fei departed, Zhao Jie clenched his fists tightly. He had sensed the aura of Shen Fei's technique earlier. It was the demonic blood-burning technique, and no wonder a natural-born severed pulse could progress so swiftly. It was evident he was a man on the brink of death, that it was indeed a pity about that mysterious technique. That on the other side, after leaving, Shen Fei found Zhang Kai, continuing their patrol through the county town. Fei Ge, did you and Zhao Jie just get into a scuffle in there? Zhang Kai inquired with great curiosity, having heard the commotion. Everyone had assumed Shen Fei would be easily subdued, yet neither appeared injured. Ha! How could that be? If we had fought, how could I have emerged unscathed? He merely wished to inquire about a matter. Shen Fei laughed heartily. What did he ask? Zhang Kai was keenly interested. Do you truly wish to know? Shen Fei countered. Fei Ge, if you wish to speak, then speak. That if it is not for my ears, you need not share. Zhang Kai scratched his head with a silly grin, observing Zhang Kai's naive demeanor. Shen Fei recalled that Zhang Kai's father, Zhang Peng, was also a friend of his father. Otherwise, they would not have formed such a close bond. However, Zhang Kai had never displayed such curiosity before. There's nothing much to it. Merely a question regarding that mysterious technique. Unfortunately, As a natural-born severed pulse, my father did not elaborate much. Yet Zhao Jie is convinced I have concealed it, and even offered 1,000 gold pieces in exchange. Now, with my father missing in the Black Wind stronghold, I am left in the dark. Xun Fei recounted the events nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai's eyes darted, deep in thought. Chapter 4. The Flower Thief, Fei Ge. Look over there. Are those members of the Wolf Fang Gang and Water Snake Gang brawling? Zhang Kai pointed towards two factions facing off in the distance on the main street. Seeing this, Xun Fei grabbed Zhang Kai and urged, "Let us steer clear of this. There are no postnatal warriors within the county office at present. Let them tear each other apart." Zhang Kai nodded in silence, following Xun Fei's lead, wary of becoming collateral damage. However, they had not ventured far when the leader of the Wolf Fang Gang, Xiao Lang, obstructed Xun Fei's path. "Xin Xinji, it has been a while. I did not expect you to embark on the path of martial arts." Xiao Lang had previously heard that Xin Tuo was of low aptitude, only ascending to postnatal status due to a mysterious technique, yet he had never believed it. Now, seeing Xun Fei, a natural-born severed pulse, on the martial path, it seemed the rumors were not mere fabrications. Xun Fei internally scoffed. He had not anticipated so many would notice his transformation. Clearly, he needed to seek a technique to conceal his true abilities. "Master Xiao, you appear busy. We shall not intrude upon your time." Xun Fei was uninterested in entangling himself with this character, who in the underworld could be considered virtuous. "Haha, Xin Xinji, why be so cautious? I share a good rapport with your father. It is surprising that such an ordinary bandit suppression operation could lead to this. Why not join me for a few drinks?" Xiao Lang smiled, appearing affable. Yet to Xun Fei, it was clear that such kindness was merely self-serving, with ulterior motives lurking beneath. "Master Xiao, your subordinates require your guidance. I shall not take up more of your time." Xun Fei firmly declined, aware that even if he exerted all his strength, he would not be a match for a postnatal practitioner, that a gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall, and thus he would not accompany him. Seeing this, Xiao Lang could not forcefully take Xun Fei away in broad daylight, mindful of the county office's reputation. "Very well, should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Wolf Fang Gang." Xiao Lang stroked his beard and smiled. Xun Fei clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to leave, secretly pondering whether the other party was so concerned about him due to that martial arts manual. After all, as a person with severed meridians, what could he possibly offer? With nothing pressing, Xun Fei parted ways with Zhang Kai and returned to his abode, only to discover that it had been violently searched, with items carelessly strewn across the floor. Clearly, these individuals were not easily dissuaded. Although Xin Tuo had once been the foremost expert in Gaoyang County, was it really necessary to obsess over a single manual, especially since he had yet to attain the innate level? Furthermore, the cultivation technique, known as Lian Tian Xingong, was notoriously sinister, requiring the sacrifice of 9 pairs of young boys' and girls' vital energies just to enter its practice, albeit offering a slight enhancement to one's foundation. Should Xun Fei embark on this path, he could at least expand his meridians and become a normal practitioner, stepping onto the martial arts journey. Of course, possessing legendary natural treasures would eliminate the need for such bloody methods, but such treasures were exceedingly rare, while the streets were filled with mere mortals. Fortunately, as a member of a sect, he could enhance his physique simply by breathing each day. With 3 days of perseverance, he could completely resolve the issue of his severed meridians. Xun Fei murmured softly to himself, continuing to practice the burning blood technique, aiming to elevate his cultivation to the 10th level of body refinement, thus maximizing his combat prowess. As for the other sect skills, there was no rush for now. At the stroke of midnight, Xun Fei was still immersed in his training when he heard commotion outside. "Quickly, catch that flower thief!" The raucous voices startled him, prompting Xun Fei to cease his cultivation. Just as he stepped outside to assess the situation, a man clad in black and with a pale face leaped into his courtyard. Their eyes met, and Xun Fei recognized him as the flower thief wanted in the county. The thief, upon seeing Xun Fei, remained silent and struck first, launching several gold coins as projectiles. Xun Fei attempted to evade, but was still struck by one. Initially dismissive, he drew the simple blade at his waist and executed the burning blood blade technique. Striking swiftly, the flower thief, witnessing this, sneered but refrained from counterattacking, instead relying on his agile movements to deftly avoid Shun Fei's assault. It soon became apparent to Shun Fei that the gold coins were poisoned, rendering him weak and feeble. My BIF in queuing SAN is potent enough to incapacitate even postnatal practitioners. It's quite impressive that you've lasted this long, the thief chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over Shun Fei, suddenly brightening at the sight of Shun Fei's handsome features. Shun Fei steeled his will, striving to resist the effects of the poison, but it proved futile, and he collapsed to the ground. The flower thief approached Shun Fei, effortlessly hoisting him over his shoulder and vanishing into the night. Zhao Jie and his men arrived at Shun Fei's courtyard, ordering the gate to be opened. They discovered signs of a struggle but found Shun Fei missing, which filled Zhao Jie with rage that if Shun Fei had been killed, he would never locate that martial manual. Pursue him. I refuse to believe that a mere 10th-level body refiner can turn the tide. Zhao Jie fumed, while others were perplexed by his fury, given their ongoing grievances with Shun Fei. Nevertheless, they continued their search, as Zhao Jie was their superior, and the county magistrate had issued a strict order. To the south of the county, the flower thief carried Shun Fei into a small courtyard. He gently laid Shun Fei on the bed and, illuminated by dim light, admired his countenance. Not bad, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Remarkably handsome. People often only appreciate the beauty of flowers, forgetting that lush grass is equally enchanting. That it was evident that the flower thief had an affinity for attractive individuals, regardless of gender. Just as he leaned in to caress Shun Fei's face, a sharp dagger sliced through his throat. "How could you wake up?" the flower thief exclaimed in disbelief, as the BIF in queuing SAN was supposed to ensure a deep slumber for postnatal warriors. Shun Fei, merely a body-refining practitioner, should not have awakened so soon. Perhaps you should inquire with King Yama in the underworld, Shun Fei retorted, disgusted, as he kicked the thief to the ground. Fortunately, the sect had not abandoned him. His resistance to poison had steadily improved over time, allowing him to finally disregard the effects of this toxin. Otherwise, he would have likely faced disgrace as a time traveler. Without hesitation, Shun Fei scavenged the courtyard, expecting a modest gain, but found little silver. Instead, he discovered numerous intimate garments belonging to various women, clearly the thief's collection. Thankfully, he had acquired the thief's skills in agility and hidden weapons, both of which were postnatal techniques, enabling Shun Fei to save some coin, particularly the poison BIF in queuing SAN that even postnatal practitioners would fall prey to. Dragging the flower thief's corpse, Shun Fei returned to the county office. The others looked on in disbelief at Shun Fei's safe return, especially at the flower thief he had brought back. Truly remarkable, virtuous nephew, to have slain a flower thief, Zhao Jie exclaimed, pleased that the magistrate's task was complete and the manual remained intact. "Oh, just a minor feat. Nothing of note," Shun Fei replied, discarding the thief's body on the ground. The others rushed forward to examine it, astonished that Shun Fei, a person with severed meridians, had defeated a 10th-level body refiner. Could the rumors be true that the Shun family's mysterious techniques could restore one's foundation? The way they looked at Shun Fei shifted dramatically. Chapter 5. The Betrothal. I will report to the magistrate. Everyone has worked hard through the night, so please take a rest, Zhao Jie suggested, sensing the atmosphere was awry, prompting everyone to leave. Shun Fei intended to depart, but was stopped by Zhao Jie. "Virtuous nephew, news of your solo capture of the flower thief will spread throughout the county. Unless you can reach postnatal level, many will come after you." Shun Fei scoffed at this. "Captain Zhao, do you think the postnatal realm is a barrier for me? I have already advanced to the 9th level of body refinement and need only half a day to reach the 10th, but by then, the issue of my severed meridians will be resolved. I can forcibly break through the bottleneck using a significant amount of vital blood, even if it causes some harm. Once he reached the postnatal realm, what could they do, even if they attacked him together? The more they fought, the stronger his defenses would become. Haha, virtuous nephew Shun Fei possesses such spirit. It seems I have been overly concerned, Zhao Jie remarked, though he felt displeasure at Shun Fei's lack of caution. If others attacked, especially those at the postnatal level, he would gain nothing. Shun Fei turned to leave, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, that if the other party could offer a fair price, he might consider parting with the sinister technique. But they only sought to take advantage. Still, he acknowledged Zhao Jie's point. He needed to be cautious and strive to break through to the postnatal realm before dawn. Otherwise, if word spread, they would not allow him time to develop. As the sun rose high, Xin Fei, rather than attending to his duties, focused on burning his vital blood to refine his body, but he had reached the 10th level of body refinement, boasting a strength of 2,000 pounds. Yet he still lagged slightly behind in attaining the postnatal realm, as his severed meridians continued to hinder his internal energy generation, that he required additional time to enhance his physique. Knock, knock, knocked at a voice called from outside. Brother Fei, open the door quickly. Shun Fei rose and opened the door. What is it, Brother Fei? The county magistrate has heard of your capture of the flower thief and wishes to see you. Zhao Mingrui, upon noticing your absence, spoke ill of you. Zhang Kai expressed with concern, fearing for Shun Fei's punishment, that no worries. I sustained injuries yesterday, which is why I did not attend, that I will explain everything to the magistrate. Shun Fei replied nonchalantly, following Zhang Kai to the county office. After a long wait, the magistrate, upon seeing Xin Fei return, had yet to speak when Zhao Mingrui interjected angrily. Xin Fei, do you realize your crimes? Even if you captured the flower thief, how dare you neglect your duties and fail to report? Xin Fei ignored him entirely, instead bowing to the magistrate. Xin Fei, greet the magistrate. Yesterday, I unfortunately fell victim to the flower thief's poison and have been cultivating to heal, which delayed my attendance, that I humbly request your judgment. County Magistrate Zhou set down his teacup, his gaze sweeping over Xin Fei, and spoke with approval that a tiger father does not raise a dog son. Heroes emerge in youth. They say you are naturally severed, yet you have already reached the 10th level of body refinement before turning 20, that the future is bright. You captured the flower thief last night, and were injured in the process. How could I punish you? Here are 100 taels of silver as a reward, and I promote you to captain, that I hope you can advance to the postnatal realm soon and take over your father's duties. Upon hearing this, the others gazed at Shun Fei in disbelief that he had indeed reached the 10th level of body refinement. Had he been hiding his strength all along? Their petty thoughts evaporated. Zhao Mingrui, who had trained for 10 years from the age of 10 and had only reached the 7th level of body refinement, felt an intense jealousy at Shun Fei's rapid progress. Zhao Jie's expression darkened, realizing the magistrate's words were a clear indication of his inferiority to Xin Fei. Xin Fei clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, magistrate, for your generous reward. By the way, your father once arranged a marriage with me. Please visit my home after your duties. The magistrate's unexpected declaration left everyone envious. The magistrate's daughter, Zhou Rong, was renowned in the county for her beauty, and many young men from prominent families sought her hand. Yet, the magistrate had never agreed to anyone's proposal, revealing that he had long since reached an understanding with Shintuo regarding this union. However, Xin Fei grew alert at once. After all, Shintuo had never mentioned this matter, and he had scarcely met Zhou Rong more than a few times. Her intentions were undoubtedly not pure. Nevertheless, he responded, "Thank you for your kindness, magistrate." The county magistrate did not linger for long and soon departed. The others quickly gathered around, observing Xin Fei as though he were a performing monkey. They exclaimed in admiration, "Xin Fei, you have truly played your role well for an extended period. Now that you have established a connection with the county magistrate, should you ascend to greatness in the future, do not forget us." Zhao Jie coughed a few times and shouted, "What are you all doing? Have you nothing better to occupy your time?" Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed. For Zhao Jie still held the nominal position of the chief constable. The timing of Xin Fei's promotion to a post-heavenly warrior remained uncertain. Zhao Mingrui shot a fierce glare at Xin Fei before turning to leave, fully aware that the tide of fortune had shifted. Unless he could resolve matters with Xin Fei, should Xin Fei advance to the rank of post-heavenly warrior, Zhao Mingrui would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Xin Fei shook his head and addressed Zhao Jie. "Chief Zhao, I will continue my patrol." Zhao Jie wished to say more, but having missed the opportune moment, he could only watch Xin Fei depart. With the mask of civility torn away, he was left to resort to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. As darkness enveloped the sky, Xin Fei arrived at the residence of County Magistrate Zhou, eager to discern what schemes lay beneath the surface. "You must be young Master Xin. The master has instructed that I escort you directly inside upon your arrival." The gatekeeper, evidently awaiting Xin Fei, displayed an air of utmost respect. The relationship between Shun Fei and Zhou Rong had swiftly circulated among the families, and the servants understood the necessity of showing deference to their future master. Shun Fei nodded and followed the gatekeeper into the grand hall, where the opulent decor revealed that County Magistrate Zhou was of no ordinary standing, especially since he had not been rumored to engage in rampant corruption over the years. Upon seeing Shun Fei, County Magistrate Zhou greeted him with a smile. "Ah, my esteemed nephew Shun has arrived. Please take a seat." Attendant, summon the young miss. Shun Fei felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Could it be that the magistrate truly intended to forge a matrimonial alliance? "Your Excellency, there is something I am uncertain whether to express," Shun Fei stated candidly. "There is no need for such formality. Simply call me uncle. My rapport with your father is quite amicable, that I did not anticipate such developments upon my return to the capital. Do not feel overly constrained. Speak your mind freely." County Magistrate Zhou appeared remarkably magnanimous. Shun Fei continued, "Uncle Zhou, to be frank, my father has never mentioned this proposed union, and I hold no feelings for Miss Zhou. This matter is altogether unexpected." The magistrate's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained a smile. "Indeed, we only recently reached an agreement, intending to inform you upon my return that it is understandable that you are not aware. However, rest assured, I, Zhou Xian, am a man of my word. Once a promise is made, it is not to be retracted." Suddenly, a piercing female voice interjected, "I do not consent to this arrangement." Chapter 6. The Assassin. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Rong was immediately consumed by rage and stormed over without delay. She had seen Shun Fei before. His appearance was quite pleasing, yet in this world of martial prowess, strength was paramount, that Tio be born with a congenital deficiency. Would marrying him not amount to binding herself to a useless man? Shun Fei, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk. He had no interest in marrying just anyone, particularly someone with such a fiery temperament. As Zhou Rong entered the hall, she beheld Shun Fei's calm demeanor and her father's dark expression. "Father, how can you so easily dictate my future? I refuse to accept this." Shun Fei interjected placidly. "Miss Zhou, please do not be hasty. I have only just learned of this matter myself, and I too do not agree that my father has not mentioned it. So let us consider this affair concluded." Zhou Rong, somewhat incredulous, could hardly believe that Shun Fei was equally opposed to the union. With both young heirs unwilling, Zhou Xian found himself in an awkward position. Fortunately, his wife, Madame Zhou, soon arrived to offer words of comfort. "There is no need for such urgency. Let the two get to know each other first, and if they find it unsuitable, we can discuss it further." "Very well. Let it be so for now. Attendant, prepare the banquet. Tonight, I shall drink to excess with my esteemed nephew." Zhou Xian sighed deeply. Shun Fei was left puzzled. Could it be that they genuinely wished to arrange a match? However, according to the memories of his past self, Shen Tuo and the magistrate shared a rather lukewarm relationship. After a lavish feast, Shun Fei departed from the Zhou residence. Once he was a distance away, he spat in disdain at the banquet. They had incessantly pried into his father's affairs, almost accusingly questioning how his father had ascended to become a post-heavenly warrior. This led Shun Fei to realize that they were still testing him, albeit with uncertainty regarding whether the Shun family possessed a method capable of altering one's fundamental constitution. Shun Fei was no longer the helpless weakling who had once been at the mercy of others. They could not afford to employ overtly aggressive tactics against him. Now an 18-year-old warrior might very well achieve the status of an innate warrior in the future, which was precisely why Zhou Xian sought to marry his daughter to Shun Fei. If one did not assist during times of obscurity, who would take notice once they soared to greatness? Yet, as Shun Fei pondered, he remained oblivious to the presence of a post-heavenly assassin lurking nearby. In a flash, a blade glinted, leaving a gash across Shun Fei's throat. The assassin sheathed his knife, murmuring, "The killer is Han Xiang. May your journey to the underworld be swift." Shun Fei clutched his neck and collapsed, motionless. Han Xiang approached, bending down to search Shun Fei's body, reasoning that as a tempered warrior, he must have accumulated considerable wealth. However, just as he let his guard down, a sharp dagger pierced through his heart. "You are not dead," Han Xiang exclaimed in disbelief, for his blade had clearly cut through Shun Fei's throat. Shun Fei had no intention of explaining. He swiftly severed Han Xiang's throat, ensuring he had no chance to escape. After rummaging through the assassin's belongings, Shun Fei acquired a secret technique for concealing his presence, the martial skill of swift blade strikes, and an assassin's token, before unceremoniously disposing of the body in a gutter. Who else but Zhao Jie could have commissioned the elimination of the assassin? Little did he know that Shun Fei had already undergone a transformation, resolving the issues of his congenital deficiencies by burning a significant amount of vital blood to ascend as a post-heavenly warrior. Even without luring the assassin, he was more than capable of slaying him. Life, infinite; constitution, mortal; comprehension, mortal; fortune, mortal; defense, 1x; speed, 1x; strength, 1x; perception, 1x; magical power, 1x; stealth, 1x; spatial backpack, 1 square meter; acquired resources, 1x; anomaly resistance, 3x. That Shun Fei surveyed his newfound capabilities and resolved it was time to deal with the Zhao father and son. Meanwhile, the Zhao father and son awaited results at home after placing an order with the Red Robe Tower, having expended a significant sum of 1,000 taels of silver, a considerable financial strain. Should their plan fail, they would not only suffer a loss but also risk incurring Shun Fei's wrath. Once he became a post-heavenly warrior, he would surely seek retribution. Zhao Mingrue observed his father pacing restlessly and offered reassurance. "Father, there is no need for alarm. The Red Robe Tower has assured us their assassin is a post-heavenly warrior. No matter how gifted Shun Fei may be, he is destined to perish before absolute strength." The only lamentable aspect was the whereabouts of the coveted technique, which remained a mystery. Zhao Jie, seated in a chair, sighed and shook his head, but he is indeed Shin Tuo's son, when the wanted innate warrior appeared in Gaoyang County. Shin Tuo single-handedly repelled him, but if that man fails to eliminate Shun Fei, given the magistrate's support, he may very well be protected. Once Shun Fei becomes a post-heavenly warrior, it will be our doom. Zhao Mingrue, displeased by this, retorted, "Umph. Does that corrupt official know of the Shun family's affairs? Otherwise, why would he be so invested in Shun Fei, among the younger generation of the prominent families in Gaoyang? He hardly deems any worthy. Who can say?" After Shin Tuo obtained the technique, he left Gaoyang County for over a decade before returning. Many are unaware of this, yet perhaps some discerning individuals might know. Zhao Jie had initially intended to swiftly eliminate Shun Fei, discreetly obtain the technique, and ascend as a post-heavenly warrior. Yet now, he could not comprehend why, despite having seemingly broken Shun Fei's neck, he remained alive, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Listening from the rooftop, Shun Fei realized he had not misjudged their intentions. However, his own situation was precarious. Why were so many coveting his family's technique? Perhaps he should simply sell it for peace of mind. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. Such a nefarious art ought to be destroyed. Anyone who employed this method to enhance their capabilities would invariably lead to the demise of innocence. Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished, startling Zhao Jie and Zhao Mingrue. They sensed danger. However, it was too late for them to escape. Shun Fei's blade was far too swift that in a flash, Zhao Mingrue's head fell to the ground, beneath the moonlight. Zhao Jie witnessed this horrifying scene. His rage eclipsing his fear, he lunged at Shun Fei, employing the eagle claw technique, aiming for Shun Fei's vital points. Yet he soon realized that this cloaked figure was a post-heavenly warrior. His counterattack was effortlessly thwarted, and Shun Fei's blade was already poised at his throat. "That if you wish to kill me, then do so, that I will not divulge anything," Zhao Jie declared defiantly in his final moments. Shun Fei chuckled. "If you do not wish for your and your son's corpses to be devoured by wild dogs, you may choose to speak." Zhao Jie's countenance shifted. Killing was one thing, but to be devoured by dogs was another matter entirely. This man was truly a villain of the highest order. Ask what you will. Seeing Zhao Jie relent, Shun Fei promptly inquired, "Why did you commission the assassination of Shun Fei?" "Once I was friends with Shin Tuo, but we parted ways upon discovering a mysterious martial art in the mountains that time. He was merely of lowly talent, yet he achieved the pinnacle of acquired strength and managed to overpower innate warriors. After Shun Tuo's demise, I sought to find that enigmatic technique." Shun Fei nodded and inquired further, "How many people are aware of this matter?" The prominent figures in Gaoyang are all cognizant of this martial art, yet few genuinely believe in it. They merely consider it a stroke of fortune that Shun Tuo encountered during his travels. However, I understand that this technique is named the Heavenly Refinement Divine Art. capable of seizing the essence of heaven and earth to enhance one's foundation. Yet now you have transitioned from a severed lineage to an acquired warrior, and surely everyone will believe it. Zhao Jie had already recognized that the figure in black was Xun Fei. Otherwise, why would he ask such questions? Chapter 7. A forceful kill. Xun Fei's expression darkened as he severed the head of his adversary with his blade, igniting a great fire that consumed the Zhao family estate. Turning to return home, he prepared to destroy the heavenly refinement divine art that a shadow darted forth, attempting to seize the manual from Xun Fei's grasp. However, the manual vanished in an instant, causing the shadow to change countenance in an attempt to subdue Xun Fei. Yet, Xun Fei had already created distance between them. Zhou County Magistrate, I did not expect your impatience to be so great. Xun Fei regarded the figure in black, having felt the presence of a stalker along his journey, though the opponent's realm was above his own, making it impossible to ascertain their location. How do you know it is me? Zhou Xian questioned, somewhat incredulous. Xun Fei chuckled lightly. I deceived you, but your suspicion is indeed the strongest. I initially thought you possessed some patience, yet it only took the appearance of a fake manual to draw you out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian's expression shifted. This old fox had been outwitted by a mere novice. Indeed, you possess a semblance of your father's demeanor. Alas, you have only just stepped into the realm of acquired strength. Xun Fei, my dear nephew, I advise you to hand over that manual. Otherwise, I fear you shall not survive the night. Zhou Xian had already seen the manual in Xun Fei's possession and brimmed with confidence. Xun Fei smirked, tossing a book into the air. Zhou Xian caught it and, upon inspection, found the title Heavenly Refinement Divine Art emblazoned on the cover. Eagerly, he flipped to the first page, only to read, to practice this art, one must first undergo castration. Zhou Darren, do you still wish to learn this technique? Do you have the courage to part with those 2 tails of flesh? Xun Fei laughed heartily. This book was a deliberate forgery, its content a blend of truth and falsehood, with the crucial detail altering the practitioner into a sacrifice akin to cattle or sheep. The words on the first page were also a product of Xun Fei's wicked sense of humor. What if the other truly believed it? Zhou Xian continued to read in disbelief, yet found himself compelled to accept the words on the first page. Only by cutting away 2 tails of flesh can one achieve the harmony of yin and yang, and cultivate the body of a transcendent being. So, Shin Tuo was a eunuch, and you are as well. Zhou Xian couldn't help but laugh aloud. No, I have not practiced this technique. After all, I have yet to produce heirs. I am simply gifted, Xun Fei replied, not wishing to become a eunuch. Since the manual is now in hand, dear nephew, I request you assist me once more, for I would rather not have my status as a eunuch disclosed. Zhou Xian no longer concealed his intentions. Drawing his sword, he unleashed the internal power of an acquired peak warrior and swiftly appeared before Xun Fei. The sword pierced directly through Xun Fei's heart. Yet, Xun Fei did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, locking Zhou Xian's body in a fierce embrace. Channeling the blood-burning technique and the blood-burning blade technique, he ignited himself. Zhou Xian was taken aback by Xun Fei's ruthlessness. Even with his heart pierced, he did not perish, and instead unleashed a dark magical technique. Let go! Zhou Xian exclaimed in horror, yet failed to realize how ludicrous his words were, having thrust a sword into another's heart. He still expected release. Xun Fei tightened his grip around Zhou Xian's form, refusing to relent regardless of the other's assaults. The fiery blood consumed Zhou Xian's body, the searing heat inflicting torment upon him. He could not fathom why Xun Fei could disregard the flames, using his essence so recklessly. Was his essence truly boundless? Xun Fei, release me, and I shall let bygones be bygones, that I can even arrange for my daughter to wed you. Zhou Xian, now fearful, felt his body grievously wounded by the blood flames. If this continued, he was doomed. Old rogue, do you think I would believe your words? Only death is the ultimate resolution. Xun Fei recognized that this old man was not benevolent. He was ruthless and cunning, that if you kill me, the court will surely send someone to investigate. The do you think you can escape? In the Great Qian, there is no place for you. Zhou Xian continued to threaten. Xun Fei ceased his chatter. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain was out of the question. Minutes later, Zhou Xian fell silent, for he had become a charred corpse. Only then did Xun Fei release his grip. Casting the body aside, he secretly rejoiced in his decisiveness. astonished by the vast disparity between the early and peak stages of acquired strength. Despite the sex enhancement, speed and power were simply not on par. Of course, this was also due to the inferiority of the technique Shun Fei practiced, limited solely to a blood-burning technique, with little advancement in body movement or swordplay. Time was of the essence, and Shun Fei could only hasten his cultivation to bridge the gap with others. Now that Zhao the constable was dead and the county magistrate gone, trouble was surely brewing. However, it was not insurmountable. Although the blood-burning technique was not particularly potent, its efficacy was commendable. One could break through realms simply by consuming essence blood. With the sect's assistance, it would take the court several days to send personnel to investigate. By then, he would surely achieve innate warrior status. His abilities would also experience tremendous growth, and even if he could not win, he could easily evade pursuit. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Shun Fei arrived early at the county office to take his post. "Zhang Kai, you have arrived at the perfect time. Assist me in honing my body." Upon seeing Zhang Kai, Shun Fei seized him as a training partner, for as the captain, he could avoid patrols unless significant events occurred. Zhang Kai, bemused, inquired, "Fei Gu, are you planning to practice horizontal training techniques?" "So I purchased a copy of the Iron Cloth Shirt technique from the Martial Academy to enhance my physical defenses." Shun Fei felt that his defenses were still insufficient and resolved to bolster them. After enduring Zhou Xian's fierce assault yesterday, his defensive capability had tripled, yet human skin was not inherently resilient. Thus, he needed to practice horizontal training techniques to maximize the effects. Zhang Kai, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless produced a wooden stick to assist Shun Fei in striking his body. As the sun reached its zenith, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Why had Constable Zhao and his son not reported for duty? Moreover, the subordinates of County Magistrate Zhou were also searching for him. This forced Shun Fei to suspend his training and join the others in seeking their whereabouts. However, Shun Fei was already aware of their fate, meandering through the city of Gaoyang alone while practicing his movement techniques and enhancing his speed. As dusk approached, Shun Fei returned to the county office. "Fei Gu, you have finally returned. The Zhao father and son have been murdered, their home set ablaze, and the county magistrate is also missing. Currently, County Assistant Wu is acting in the magistrate's stead, and discussions abound regarding the next constable." Zhang Kai relayed the news immediately upon Shun Fei's return. The others turned their attention to Shun Fei. After all, he had concealed his cultivation for years. And now that he was revealing his prowess, many believed Shun Fei to be the prime candidate for constable. Yet, County Assistant Wu emerged from the hall, flanked by Qian the constable, who had achieved the 10th stage of body refinement. "Everyone, with the county magistrate vanished and Constable Zhao's family slain, I am temporarily assuming the role of magistrate. The position of constable will be filled by Constable Qian until the court dispatches personnel to deliberate on further plans. If anyone has differing opinions, they are welcome to voice them." Wu County Magistrate surveyed his surroundings, keen to identify any potential troublemakers. With the sudden demise of County Magistrate Zhou, an opportunity presented itself. If orchestrated skillfully, he could ascend to the position of County Magistrate of Gaoyang. Naturally, he sought to secure the allegiance of the constables under his command. Chapter 8. The Silver Medal Constable of the Six Doors. All eyes turned towards Shun Fei, initially expecting the young man to step forward with bravado. However, Shun Fei remained silent, as the position of constable held little value for him, as long as Qian, the constable, understood his place and did not disturb him. He would be content, present. Shun Fei's foremost desire was to enhance his strength in preparation for future challenges. The Wu County Magistrate had heard of Shun Fei, yet given the substantial sum provided by Qian, who was eager to pledge loyalty, he felt inclined to offer some advantages in return. Noticing Shun Fei's reticence, Qian breathed a sigh of relief, surprised that he had become the constable. Thus, the matter was settled. Wu County Magistrate instructed Qian to investigate the case involving the Zhao family and the disappearance of the county magistrate, a newly appointed official. Qian was determined to make a mark, urging everyone to commence work. However, he dared not neglect Shun Fei, recognizing that they were both practitioners at the 10th level of body refinement, with Shun Fei possessing far greater potential. Consequently, Shun Fei was assigned less demanding tasks. Grateful for the opportunity, Shun Fei began training in the martial arts hall within the county office. Zhang Kai was also retained to assist him in enhancing his defenses in the blink of an eye. 3 days passed and Shun Fei's progress became apparent. Cultivation level, Mid-stage acquired realm. Life. Infinite. Physique. Mortal. Breathing can enhance, 330 days. Insight. Excellent. Reading can enhance, 50,100 knowledge points. Fortune. Excellent. Slaying those with fortune can enhance, 10,100 fortune points. Defense. 5 times. Suffering damage can enhance, 200,1000 damage points. Speed. 5 times. Continuous running can enhance, 1,000 meters, 50 kilometers. Strength. 3 times. Cultivating martial arts can enhance, 100,300 martial points. Perception. 3 times. Meditating can enhance, 50,300 meditation points. Mana. 3 times. Casting martial techniques can enhance, 100,300 energy points. Stealth. 3 times. Vanishing from the sight of sentient beings can enhance, 100,300 stealth points. Spatial backpack. 6 square meters. Eating can enhance space, 130 culinary points. Resource duplication. 2 times. Acquiring high-value items can enhance, 210 value points. Anomalous resistance. 10 times. Experiencing abnormal states can enhance, 151,000 anomaly points. Though his strength had increased significantly, the blood-burning technique seemed incomplete. Comprised solely of the body refinement section, his boundless blood allowed him to expend it freely, enabling his advancement to the acquired realm. Shun Fei felt somewhat dissatisfied with his progress during body refinement. His enhancement speed was rapid. Perhaps it was time to explore the black market for the subsequent techniques of blood burning. Before Shun Fei could embark on his journey, the innate silver metal constable of the 6 doors had already arrived in Gaoyang County. Fei Gu, gather quickly. The higher-ups have arrived, and I hear it's a silver metal constable. Zhang Kai hurriedly found Shun Fei at home, anxious not to offend an official. Shun Fei was somewhat taken aback. Typically, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for such figures to reach this place. Their premature arrival disrupted Shun Fei's plans. He had hoped to break through to the innate realm within that time frame. Soon, the two arrived at the county office and stood among the crowd. At the head of the hall sat a woman clad in black, her gaze fixed intently on Shun Fei, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. An 18-year-old practitioner of the acquired realm. Such a feat was typically achievable only by the scions of prominent families. Yet, he was merely the son of the former constable, rumored to be cursed with a congenital disability. A plight for which his father had sought numerous renowned physicians. Since everyone is present, I shall not waste words that I am Zhao Fian, the silver metal constable of the 6 doors, that I was initially here to apprehend a criminal innate practitioner. However, given the recent murder of a court official, I cannot remain idle. You will each take turns to share what you know. Zhao Fian operated with remarkable efficiency, foregoing any welcome banquet and proceeding directly with her investigation. This left Shun Fei feeling apprehensive about what she might uncover. Practitioners of the acquired realm had begun their life transitions, while innate practitioners had advanced from acquired to innate, greatly enhancing their power. Their internal energy transformed into true qi, rendering Shun Fei's current capabilities insignificant in comparison. However, in a life-or-death struggle, she would find herself at a disadvantage against Shun Fei. Should he manage to elevate himself to the mid-stage of the acquired realm, he would possess the skills necessary to contend with her. Before long, Zhao Fian had heard the testimonies of over 30 individuals in less than an hour. Only Shun Fei remained at I in the room. Zhao Fian said solemnly, "Shun Fei, it is said that Zhao Jie and his father had a feud with your father. Did you kill the Zhao family? There indeed exists a grievance between us. But it hardly qualifies as a mortal enmity. When my father was alive, they lived quite well. Why would I kill them?" Shun Fei recognized that this woman had deliberately placed him last, clearly harboring ill intentions, and prepared to strike. Yet I have heard that you concealed your cultivation until your father perished at Black Wind Stronghold. What was your aim? Zhao Fian directly targeted Shun Fei's vulnerabilities. Yet Shun Fei remained unfazed. Why should I not hide? The taller the tree, the stronger the wind. Surely, Constable Zhao understands this principle, that a hint of surprise crossed Zhao Fian's face, that a wise saying indeed, that I shall let you pass this time. Who do you believe killed the Zhao family? And why has County Magistrate Zhou gone missing? I am not familiar with them. Their murder is of no concern to me. However, County Magistrate Zhou's disappearance is rather unexpected, especially since he was quite eager for me to become his son-in-law. Shun Fei was careful not to appear too ignorant, ensuring he revealed a morsel of useful information. Zhao Fian's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and she pressed for further details. Shun Fei recounted the events in detail, after which Zhao Fian appeared contemplative. Rising, she declared, "The matter of the county magistrate takes precedence. You will continue with Constable Qian to search for clues regarding the Zhao family's deaths. I shall visit the Zhou residence first." As Zhao Fian departed the interrogation room, it became clear to Shun Fei that the deaths of the Zhao family were of little consequence. The constable at the county level held no true authority, merely a bureaucratic role. However, Zhou Xian was different. He was not only a court official, but also a scion of one of the 5 major families of the Great Qian dynasty. Though a junior branch, he still warranted a response. With her departure, Shun Fei felt a sense of relief. Having successfully navigated the situation, he turned and made his way towards the black market, eager to acquire the subsequent techniques of blood burning, which would bolster his confidence in facing future crises. In the black market, recalling his memory, Shun Fei sought out the stall that once sold demonic techniques, but found it utterly deserted. This prompted a sigh of disappointment. At that moment, a man wearing a tiger head mask approached him. "Little brother, what troubles you? Is there truly nothing of value in this black market?" "Not quite. I merely seek a particular item, but regrettably, the vendor is absent." Shun Fei replied, shaking his head. Then your troubles are easily resolved. You see the all request shop over there. As long as you can pay the price, you can procure anything you desire, the masked man suggested with a sly grin. "Thank you for the information," Shun Fei replied, cupping his hands in gratitude. He was relieved to have received this guidance. Otherwise, he would have made a fruitless trip and no need for thanks. A mere 10 taels of silver will suffice. The masked man extended his hand, clearly attempting to take advantage of Shun Fei. Shun Fei's lips twitched, but he dismissed the small sum with a flick of his wrist, tossing 10 taels to the man, silently vowing to avoid any future encounters with this character. The masked man pocketed the silver and turned to leave, chuckling to himself, feeling as though he had encountered another Na'vi fool. Upon reaching the all-request shop, the shopkeeper approached him. "Esteemed guest, what do you wish to purchase? Our prices here are 50% higher than those outside, but I assure you we can find what you seek. I require the subsequent techniques of blood burning. Do you have them?" Shun Fei stated outright. The shopkeeper, taken aback, looked at Shun Fei incredulously, unable to believe that the young man had actually cultivated blood burning to the 10th level of body refinement. "Esteemed guest, the subsequent techniques of blood burning are found within the demonic sect, and the total cost is likely beyond your means. Even for the acquired realm techniques, you would need 1,000 taels of silver." Shun Fei's brow furrowed. The techniques for the body refinement stage were priced at less than 100 taels, yet the acquired realm techniques demanded 1,000. What would the innate techniques cost? Surely they would exceed 10,000. The acquired techniques outside were valued at merely 300 to 400 taels. However, given Shun Fei's urgent need to rapidly enhance his strength and the formidable reputation of the all-request shop, he understood that attempting to seize the techniques would not be an easy endeavor. "Very well. Here is 1,000 taels in silver notes. Please provide me with the acquired realm techniques for blood burning," he stated decisively, handing over the money. The shopkeeper examined the silver notes, confirming their authenticity before instructing someone to retrieve the subsequent techniques of blood burning for Shun Fei. "Little brother, once the transaction is complete, we bear no further responsibility," the shopkeeper warned. Shun Fei opened the manual for the acquired realm blood-burning techniques, scrutinizing it closely. After running through it internally and finding no issues, he nodded. "The techniques are sound. May I inquire about the cost of the innate techniques for blood burning?" The shopkeeper stroked his beard and chuckled. "Young man, it appears you are quite determined to delve into the art of flame blood technique. The price is fixed at 20,000 taels of silver. 20,000 taels is not exorbitant. Shun Fei merely needs to rob the wealthy to aid the impoverished to acquire it." Grateful for the shopkeeper's information, Shun Fei promptly departed from the black market, his mind set on returning home to cultivate the flame blood technique. Not far along his path, the man in the tiger mask awaited him near the entrance of the black market. "Kid, you've finally emerged. We've been waiting for quite some time. Those who can disregard the price to enter a shop where all wishes are fulfilled are prime targets, especially since you emerged from the entrance. Clearly a novice, waiting for me? How intriguing." Shun Fei chuckled, producing several money darts in his hand and casually tossing them, one striking the man in the tiger mask and another hitting his copper-plated forehead. The onlookers, who had been watching from the shadows, instantly realized that Shun Fei was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Shun Fei proceeded to search them and discovered they were quite affluent, possessing a surprising 1,000 taels of silver, thus recouping the funds needed for his technique. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Murder and arson yield golden belts. However, Shun Fei's joy was short-lived. Upon returning home, he found someone waiting for him. "Officer Shun, you seem rather pleased?" Zhao Fian, lounging with her legs crossed, regarded Shun Fei with evident amusement. "Indeed, I acquired what I desired, and on my way, someone even gifted me money. Shouldn't I be happy?" Shun Fei suspected that the other party had visited the Zhou residence and uncovered something of significance. "Indeed, it is a joyful occasion. However, I discovered something intriguing at the Zhou estate that I hope Officer Shun can enlighten me about." Zhao Fian spoke candidly, revealing that after conversing with Zhou Rong and the Zhou family, she found Zhou Xian's behavior to be quite peculiar, prompting her to search his quarters. She uncovered books left behind by Zhou Xian, which indicated his suspicion that Shun Tuo was, in fact, an innate martial artist concealing his prowess for many years. Furthermore, Zhou Tuo's ascension to innate status was attributed to a mysterious technique, which piqued Zhao Fian's interest immensely. Shun Fei nodded. "Officer Zhao, feel free to inquire. I shall speak freely." "Excellent. I wish to know what this mysterious technique is that has captivated the Zhou family's disciples." Shun Fei had not anticipated that Zhao Fian had already dug this deep. He was uncertain whether she was aware of Zhou Xian's demise at his hands. "Officer Zhao, this is a family secret. I cannot divulge it." Shun Fei resolutely declined, knowing that should she take action, he would fight back. Having cultivated the flame blood technique, he had made considerable progress, now only one step away from the late stage of postnatal cultivation. What a firm refusal. "But what if I insist on knowing?" Zhao Fian's interest was piqued. A mere technique from Gaoyang County could hardly be extraordinary. "Then you may take it from my corpse." Shun Fei unsheathed his crude blade. Zhao Fian was taken aback by Shun Fei's audacity. Even in the face of an innate martial artist, he showed no fear. Was he foolish or simply confident in his abilities? "You possess considerable courage." "Very well. I am not one to resort to coercion. If you choose not to speak, I shall take my leave as night falls." With that, Zhao Fian stood and departed, leaving Shun Fei with a sense of bewilderment. The fact that she had not attacked was, in itself, fortunate, granting him additional time to develop. After leaving the Shin household, Zhao Fian's lips curled into a slight smile as she began to piece together the events that it appeared that Zhou Xian had been slain by Shun Fei, who sought to usurp the Shun family's technique, but was instead killed by Shun Fei in return. Zhou Xian, a peak postnatal martial artist of notable strength, had been bested by this young upstart, revealing Shun Fei not only as a martial talent, but also as a formidable combatant. This realization ignited a desire in Zhao Fian to nurture talent. Upon returning to her residence, she took out a carrier pigeon to relay the information to her master, one of the four great captains, Iron Fist, to determine how to handle Shun Fei. Meanwhile, Shun Fei remained under the impression that Zhao Fian was unaware of Zhou Xian's demise, that he returned to his chamber to continue refining the flame blood technique. A night passed, and Shun Fei successfully broke through to the late stage of postnatal cultivation. At this pace, in just 2 more days, he could reach the peak of postnatal cultivation, allowing him to break through the constraints and ascend to innate status using his vital blood. Meanwhile, Zhao Fian sensed a significant increase in Shun Fei's aura, but could not discern his exact level, only knowing he was roughly at the postnatal stage. Shun Fei, upon catching Zhao Fian's gaze, realized that his method of concealing his presence was merely a rudimentary technique. Its effects were minimal. "Everyone, let us temporarily set aside the matters involving the Zhao family and the county magistrate Zhou. The innate martial artist we were hunting has struck again in Gaoyang County. You are to search for his whereabouts. Should you encounter him, do not engage directly, but report to me immediately." Zhao Fian's words relieved them momentarily, but then tightened their nerves. An innate-level fugitive would be a death sentence for them, should they confront him. It would be wiser to continue searching for Magistrate Zhou. However, they dared not disobey their superior's command and could only loiter around the streets. Shun Fei, however, was unperturbed. As a late-stage postnatal martial artist, he now had the confidence to confront early-stage innate martial artists. Zhang Kai continued to accompany Shun Fei on patrol, and after leaving the county office. He remarked, "Brother Fei, you don't think we'll be so unfortunate as to encounter that innate martial artist, do you? Honestly, I can't comprehend how someone so powerful could become a fugitive that I doubt I could even reach the postnatal level in my lifetime, let alone the innate." Shun Fei shook his head. "What of innate martial artists? Above them are masters, grandmasters, and unparalleled warriors. The path of martial arts is boundless as long as someone is stronger than you. They can impose their will upon you that you're right. Young am and that I end this world. Only strength matters that if I were a grandmaster, would I be reduced to a mere stray?" A low, hoarse voice emerged from behind them, startling Zhang Kai. They turned to see a man clad in a conical hat and plain garments, his bloodshot eyes fixed upon them. "Young friend, I see your vitality is robust. Why not lend me a hand to elevate my prowess?" Without hesitation, Lin Chong lunged at Shun Fei, intent on draining his energy. "Did I end this remote county? Postnatal martial artists were scarce, and after last night's encounter with the Water Snake Gang leader, he had only regained a fraction of his strength. If he could absorb the vitality from this individual, he would recover significantly, ensuring that the woman he despised would meet her end at his hands." Zhang Kai stood frozen in shock, while Shun Fei swiftly unsheathed his crude blade to counter Lin Chong's iron-like palm. The clash of metal echoed as Shun Fei, faced with the onslaught of an innate martial artist, found himself compelled to retreat repeatedly, having underestimated the disparity in their strengths. Yet, Lin Chong too found it challenging to gain the upper hand. "Zhang Kai, go find Officer Zhao immediately. I will keep him occupied," Shun Fei shouted, rousing the dazed Zhang Kai, who then dashed toward the county office. Lin Chong's expression darkened. He had anticipated an easy kill. But Shun Fei proved elusive, moving with an unpredictable grace and surprising strength. Although he was merely a postnatal martial artist, Lin Chong felt as though he were battling an innate good lad. "You possess some skill that it seems I must unleash my ultimate techniques." Lin Chong, disregarding his injuries, resolved to eliminate Shun Fei. Otherwise, should that woman arrive, he would surely perish, his sword infused with true energy, sliced through the air with blinding speed. Leaving Shun Fei momentarily disoriented, to end that critical moment, Lin Chong's sword thrust forward, aimed directly at Shun Fei's heart, that if you were indeed at the innate level, I would stand no chance against you. Alas, there are no ifs in reality. Farewell, for your killer shall be blood sword Lin Chong. Confidently, Lin Chong retracted his sword and turned, not glancing back at Shun Fei's collapsing form, that he had intended to capture him and drain his vital essence slowly. But now he would have to settle for a quick death, wasting a precious source of vitality. However, in the next instant, Lin Chong felt a chill creep into his neck, the world around him spinning. Only when he beheld his own headless corpse did he realize he had met his end. Upon her arrival, Zhao Fian had expected to find Shun Fei dead, but to her astonishment, he had managed to kill Lin Chong even after being pierced through the heart. Chapter 10. Joining the six doors, Zhao Fian rushed to assess Shun Fei's injuries, but he raised a hand to stop her. "Then my heart is on the right side. I'm fine. Please attend to the aftermath of this innate martial artist." Seeing this, Zhao Fian produced a vial of healing elixir and handed it to Shun Fei. "This is a blood recovery pill. It will expedite your healing. That I never imagined this man would perish at your hands. I will report this accurately to my superiors." Shun Fei accepted the elixir without hesitation, knowing he could at least replicate it twice for financial gain. Zhang Kai arrived beside Shun Fei, incredulous. "Brother Fei, you are truly remarkable. This was an innate martial artist. You haven't somehow advanced to innate status, have you? You must help your brother out." Shun Fei shook his head with a light chuckle. "If only I were at the innate level. Had it not been for his injuries and arrogance, he would not have fallen to my hand." Zhao Fian addressed the subsequent matters and permitted Shun Fei to return home for a respite. Shun Fei was more than delighted to head back, though the notion of true rest was utterly unattainable. As long as he drew breath, he would persist in his training, ignite the blood-burning technique. Let it blaze! After a night of fermentation, the tale of Shun Fei single-handedly vanquishing an innate martial artist spread rapidly throughout Gaoyang County. Even though the adversary was gravely injured, people could not help but exclaim, "A tiger begets no dog." It was a memory of Shin Tua, who had once repelled innate martial artists alone, a feat remembered by many to this day. However, this also led Zhou Xian's daughter, Zhou Rong, to begin to suspect whether Xun Fei was the one responsible for her father's demise. Although there was no tangible evidence, a woman's intuition suggested that her father's unusual behavior must have a cause. Why, when Xin Tuo was alive, had there been no union between the two families? Yet, following Xin Tuo's death, her father sought to forcibly arrange a match between them. Zhao Fian had already taken away Zhou Xian's diary, leaving Zhou Rong without any useful evidence. When Xin Fei arrived at the county office, everyone rushed forward to offer their congratulations. They believed that Xin Fei would need several years to break through to the postnatal martial artist level. But it now appeared he had already achieved that status in Gaoyang County. He had become a notable figure. Xun Fei responded to the crowd with indifference, his gaze fixed on Zhao Fian, who sat in the main seat. Well, the matter of the innate martial artist is settled. As for those two cases, let South temporarily close them as unresolved. Xin Fei, come with me, Zhao Fian said, not fixating on any single case. Last night, she had received a reply from her master, and it was imperative to bring Xun Fei back to the Six Doors. Such a prodigy could not be allowed to squander his life in this remote place. Others, witnessing the situation, were astonished that even the Silver Badge captain could not resolve the matter, yet many such incidents bore no resolution. After all, martial artists often transgress the law, and this was universally understood. Without strength, one could hardly reason with others. Xin Fei found it curious what the other party intended to do, yet he still followed her into her office. Xin Fei, don't be nervous. Take a seat. Zhao Fian smiled, her previously icy demeanor warming momentarily. Xin Fei felt somewhat perplexed but complied and sat down. Captain Zhao, if there is anything you need me to do, please speak plainly. Xin Fei, you are not yet 18 this year. Are you? Zhao Fian initiated casual conversation. Indeed, I will turn 18 in a few days, Xin Fei replied honestly. Would you be willing to join the Six Doors? Once you do, you will become my junior brother. Any difficulties you face, my master can assist you. Zhao Fian, disliking obfuscation, directly invited Xin Fei to join the Six Doors, or more precisely, to join her faction. Xin Fei understood that she had discerned his involvement in recent events. Yet it was his martial talent that prompted her invitation. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Fei weighed the pros and cons. He needed time to develop, alongside access to superior techniques and training resources. A sect's capabilities, when combined with martial arts, could sweep through opponents of the same rank, even challenging those above. However, with benefits came risks. After all, one could know a person's face, but not their heart. Who could tell whether Zhao Fian sought merely to delay him, thinking him too insignificant to capture alone, intending instead to seize him once he reached the Six Doors headquarters? Fortune favors the bold. Xin Fei resolved to accept her offer. Then I shall trouble you, sister. Zhao Fian, pleased by Xin Fei's response, nodded in satisfaction. Xin Junior brother, since you are willing to accompany me, you can now share with me the techniques passed down in your family. I am quite curious. Xin Fei resolutely shook his head. Sister, I am afraid I cannot disclose that. Zhao Fian frowned. What could this technique be that he guarded it so jealously, with a touch of arrogance? She snorted, Humph, the Six Doors possess unparalleled techniques. What could you possibly have to hide? Very well, if you choose not to tell me, so be it. Tomorrow we depart. Tonight prepare your belongings. Xin Fei was taken aback by her urgency. Yet it mattered little. He had nothing to arrange. Being all alone with his belongings stored in a spatial bag, he could leave at any moment. However, this was fortuitous. That night, Xin Fei could reach the pinnacle of the postnatal realm and then attempt to break through to the innate level. Zhao Fian watched as Xin Fei left with such haste, feeling somewhat irritated. This person truly lacked a sense of humor. She had thought to tease her younger brother, but he was far too mature for that. Others, observing Xin Fei exit the room, inquired, Xin Fei, have you risen in status, joining the Six Doors? Xin Fei was puzzled. How do you know? Haha, isn't it normal? Many capable individuals join the Six Doors. Your father was once invited, but he declined, saying he needed to take care of you. Several elder captains explained. This dispelled Xin Fei's doubts. So this was how the Six Doors recruited members. Indeed, I depart tomorrow. I wish you all a bright future. Xin Fei cupped his hands in farewell, not intending to partake in any farewell meal, as he needed every moment to practice the blood-burning technique. There was no time or energy for socializing. Others, aware of his indifference, understood that Xin Fei looked down upon them entirely. Yet, what could they do? Shun Fei was destined to soar, while they would remain in this place for their entire lives. Shun Fei had initially thought to purchase the blood-burning technique's innate level method in the black market. But alas, his purse was light, holding less than 3,000 taels. Even if he doubled that through copying, it would barely amount to 9,000 taels. With plans to join the Six Doors, he could not afford to act as a thief, that he resolved to focus on enhancing his cultivation to the innate level first. After all, postnatal techniques were not unusable, just less efficient. Just as Shun Fei was practicing, a mysterious elder stealthily arrived at the Shun family courtyard. His gaze swept over Shun Fei, and upon noticing that he was cultivating the blood-burning technique, his eyes widened in horror. "Young man, halt at once. You are exhausting your life and potential." Shun Fei was in the midst of a critical moment in his attempt to break through to the innate level when he was abruptly interrupted. And his anger flared. Chapter 11. The exposure of the technique. Shun Fei had intended to strike down the intruder who had disturbed his ascension, but upon closer inspection, he realized the man possessed unfathomable martial prowess, rendering any hope of defeating him utterly futile. Thus, he solemnly inquired, "May I ask who you are, and why you interrupted my breakthrough to the innate level?" The elder, seeing Shun Fei's anger, smiled and explained, "Young one, you are practicing demonic techniques. Postnatal is your limit, that if you recklessly pursue the innate level without understanding, you will need to slaughter cities to collect the blood of dozens. For relying solely on your own blood to enhance your cultivation is nothing but a fool's dream." Shun Fei scoffed. Did the elder not realize he possessed an abundance of pure blood, all at the postnatal martial artist level? The blood of ordinary people would only introduce impurities, destabilizing his foundation. "Senior, each person has their own aspirations. We are not acquainted, and I have not absorbed anyone's blood with this demonic technique, so why must you meddle in my affairs?" The elder laughed heartily. "Young one, it is not that I am meddling. I cannot bear to see such talent squandered. You must understand, the blood-burning technique is merely a master-level technique. If you persist in this way, your life will be forever limited. Should you be willing to take me as your master and switch techniques, your future would be boundless." Shun Fei felt inclined to roll his eyes. After all this talk, the elder simply wished to take him as a disciple. "Senior, if you knew I was merely of common bone structure, you would not entertain such thoughts." Shun Fei's words left the elder momentarily speechless. "You possess innate talent and have achieved the pinnacle of postnatal. Even the blood-burning technique cannot elevate you to such heights. It merely allows for body refinement to the 10th level. Do not deceive me, young man." The elder then swiftly approached Shun Fei, grasping his arm to examine his bones. Upon discovering that Shun Fei's claims were true, he was filled with even more confusion. Achieving the peak of postnatal with common bone structure was immensely difficult unless one utilized a vast amount of blood from others. Yet he had clearly seen Shun Fei using only his own blood. Strange. "You are truly the first person to confound me like this," the elder remarked in astonishment. "You may know this now, and moreover, I have already agreed to join the Six Doors. How could I become your disciple?" Shun Fei had no desire to be whisked away for research on a whim. Having the Six Doors as a backing was far more prudent. "In that case, old man has inadvertently interfered with your good fortune. Speak your desires. As long as I can fulfill them, I will certainly oblige." The elder did not take his leave arrogantly, but rather offered to compensate Shun Fei. Shun Fei quickly pondered and then replied, "I seek a superior method for concealing my presence that I ask at all. After all, I, Liang Tongshin, am a renowned grandmaster that I happen to possess a technique I acquired in my youth. I shall gift it to you as well." The old man abruptly tossed two manuals to Shun Fei, one titled Turtle Breathing Technique and the other Flying Crane Body Technique, before turning on his heel and departing. He had initially hoped to encounter a genius worthy of passing on his legacy, only to realize he had misjudged the situation. He could only wonder how far this young man could go, hoping he would not become a formidable figure in the demonic path. Once the old man had truly left, Shun Fei began to sense his surroundings and resumed his efforts to break through to the innate realm. After an hour, through the utilization of substantial vitality, he transformed his internal energy into true qi. With this momentum, Shun Fei shattered the barriers and achieved the status of an innate martial artist. An innate martial artist transcends the mortal realm. One could indeed describe the transformation as akin to shedding one's old skin. His lifespan extended by 50 years, and his senses sharpened, along with significant enhancements to his strength, blood volume, and speed. Particularly, with the support of his sex abilities, Shun Fei felt as if he could easily defeat his previous self, who had reached the pinnacle of the acquired stage in the martial world. An innate martial artist is already a significant figure. After all, in the present day of the Great Qian, terrestrial immortals had not appeared for centuries, and peerless warriors were exceedingly rare. Subsequently, Shun Fei examined his own changes: cultivation, early innate, lifespan, infinite physique, mortal comprehension, excellent fortune, excellent defense, 6 times speed, 6 times strength, 10 times perception, 6 times magical power, 5 times stealth, 5 times spatial, backpack, 8 square meters, resource duplication, 2 times anomaly resistance, 10 times moreover. Upon reaching a 10-fold increase in strength, he discovered an additional trait, penetration, enabling damage to bypass armor and directly affect flesh and internal organs. What a powerful attribute! Could this be considered true damage? He pondered whether other abilities would also gain traits upon reaching a 10-fold increase. Shun Fei felt as though he had unlocked a new realm of possibilities and yearned to elevate his other abilities. Unfortunately, dawn was already breaking on the horizon, and he would soon have to depart from Gaoyang County. Without taking a moment's rest, Shun Fei retrieved the 2 manuals he had just acquired and scrutinized them meticulously. Not only to conceal his prowess, but also to enhance his knowledge and thereby increase his comprehension, that he then began to practice the turtle breathing technique, which was fortunately not too challenging. By dawn, Shun Fei had successfully grasped the basics, concealing his innate martial artist aura and presenting himself as merely an early acquired stage practitioner. After having breakfast, Shun Fei arrived at the county office, where Zhao Fian awaited him, ready for departure. "Mount up," she said with an expressionless demeanor. Shun Fei uttered no further words, simply mounted his horse and followed Zhao Fian as they rode away. Throughout the journey, Zhao Fian remained silent, while Shun Fei divided his attention between riding and engaging in meditation, gently circulating his techniques. However, after leaving the county town for a short distance, Shun Fei sensed something amiss. The surroundings were eerily quiet. There were no travelers entering or exiting the city, and the stillness was palpable. Even the chirping of birds was absent, that a sense of foreboding settled in Shun Fei's heart. It seemed he had placed too much trust in Zhao Fian. Fortunately, having advanced to the innate realm, even if he could not defeat them, he could still retreat unscathed. "Shun Fei, I am curious to know. Despite being born with a severed meridian, how were you able to ascend to an acquired martial artist?" Zhao Fian inquired suddenly, her confusion evident. Shun Fei tightened his grip on the reins, slowing his pace as he replied in a deep voice. "Captain Zhao, you must be quite eager to uncover the truth behind my family's techniques. What if I told you that my father obtained a red fruit that altered my constitution? Would you believe that?" "A red fruit?" Zhao Fian scoffed internally, doubtful of such a fabricated tale. Last night, the Zhou family had mobilized their influence and uncovered remnants of clues amidst the ruins of the deceased Zhao family. This revelation compelled Zhao Fian to reconsider her stance. The heavenly refining technique was a martial art devised by the heavenly demon sovereign 500 years ago. The heavenly demon sovereign, born with a severed meridian, had perused martial arts from around the world and created the heavenly refining technique, achieving the status of a terrestrial immortal that he slaughtered countless beings in the Central Plains solely to reach a higher realm, causing a complete disruption in the martial arts landscape. Ultimately, the heavenly demon sovereign transcended the heavenly tribulation and vanished into the void, bringing an end to that calamity. Chapter 12. Encirclement. Shun Fei. Surrender the heavenly refining technique. You have succumbed to the demonic path, and if you take your own life now, you may at least preserve your body intact. Zhao Fian spoke with a hint of reluctance. Having initially believed Shun Fei to be a prodigy, only to discover he had ascended to the acquired stage through the malevolent practice of the heavenly refining technique, Shun Fei chuckled, almost amused by the situation. Yet, from a conventional perspective, his transition from a severed meridian to an acquired martial artist could easily be attributed to his study of the heavenly refining technique. However, how could Shun Fei explain that he had actually joined a sect and was employing blood-burning techniques? In that case, let those hiding in the shadows reveal themselves and strike together. I wish to see the prowess of the 6 gates. Shun Fei scanned his surroundings, his formidable perception having detected the positions of 4 innate martial artists. Unsure if there were even stronger opponents lurking nearby, the 4 concealed figures stepped into view, their gazes fixed intently on Shun Fei. They believed Zhao Fian had overreacted. After all, he was merely an acquired martial artist. What was the harm in killing a severely injured one? Why had 5 innate martial artists been summoned? Dismounting, Shun Fei patted his horse's rear, sending it off to a distance, intending to mount it again after he had dealt with them. You boy, practicing the heavenly demon technique and harming the common folk, today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. A silver metal captain from the 6 gates was the first to strike, swiftly closing the distance and unleashing a powerful palm strike aimed at Shun Fei. Without even drawing his blade, Shun Fei countered with a palm strike of his own, resulting in a thunderous clash of true qi. The onlookers were astonished at Shun Fei's apparent carelessness. Lu Ye's iron palm could effortlessly shatter boulders, and even they would not dare to receive it head-on. Yet, it was Lu Yi who emitted a pained cry. Shun Fei's tenfold strength a tribute penetrated through, leaving Lu Ye's entire right arm incapacitated. Bones and flesh unable to withstand such force, shattering entirely. Lu Yi sought to flee, but Shun Fei would not let him escape. He swiftly pursued, transforming his palm into a blade that severed Lu Ye's torso in 2. The others stood in disbelief. Lu Yi was an innate mid-stage martial artist, yet he had been so easily slain by Shun Fei, a sight that was hard for them to accept. Everyone, attack together. He has already stepped into the innate realm, and it is said that those who practice the heavenly demon technique possess strength far beyond their peers. We cannot afford to be careless. Zhao Fian shouted, and naturally, no one dared to contradict her, especially in light of Lu Ye's recent demise. Facing the onslaught of 4 opponents, Shun Fei could no longer afford to hesitate, that he ignited the blood-burning blade technique, enveloping his entire being in flames while coating his blade with blood fire. Shun Fei then disregarded the attacks of others, focusing intently on the weakest among them, a pale-faced scholar, with all his might. He executed his lightness technique, amplified by 6-fold speed, leaving the others momentarily blinded by a flash of crimson. The pale-faced scholar, upon realizing Shun Fei was pursuing him, was instantly struck by panic and attempted to flee. This individual, whose true qi had transformed into flames, clearly practiced the demonic technique of the blood-burning blade technique, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities, but at the cost of burning his own vitality. A temporary boost that would inevitably lead to his demise. Thus, the pale-faced scholar sought to outlast Shun Fei, but he had grossly underestimated Shun Fei's speed. Within less than a minute, Shun Fei was upon him. The scholar could only respond in a state of frantic defense, but Shun Fei's fiery aura was akin to that of a hedgehog, making it difficult to engage. His blood blade was equally troublesome, forcing the scholar into a defensive stance. However, Shun Fei's assaults grew increasingly rapid, the blood flames enveloping the scholar's long sword, the intense heat rendering him unable to grasp the hilt securely in a fleeting moment of distraction. Shun Fei seized the opportunity and severed the scholar's right hand. Without letting up, he swung again, and the scholar, filled with terror, sought to call for help, but the blade was already upon him, cleaving him in 2. The remaining 3, witnessing this, were taken aback, with Zhao Fian exclaiming, "How is this person so powerful? We cannot allow him to find an opportunity. If he does, we will surely perish, but we must buy time. His vitality will eventually deplete." Understanding their intentions to wear him down, Shun Fei realized they planned to exhaust him. However, with his infinite blood vitality, they would find it an interminable endeavor. Of course, Shun Fei had no intention of wasting time in a futile contest of endurance. His gaze once again settled on the weakest among them, a swordsman. The moment the swordsman felt Shun Fei's scrutiny, his heart raced as if he were being targeted by a terrifying predator. Thus he shouted, "Let us strike together. Do not waste our energy." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fian and the remaining individuals had no choice but to strike together, attacking from 3 different angles simultaneously in an effort to distract Shun Fei. Yet, Shun Fei completely disregarded their assaults as they closed in on him. He detonated himself in an instant, unleashing the blood explosion technique from the postnatal phase of the blood ignition skill. This technique involved the self-detonation of his vital essence, a desperate measure that ensured mutual destruction. Moreover, Shun Fei was merely a nascent martial artist. Yet with tenfold strength, the explosions might approach that of a full-force strike from a master at the initial stage. The trio, caught off guard, was engulfed by the overwhelming blast, their bodies flung to the ground, their fates uncertain. Shunfei seized the opportunity to deliver the final blows, severing the heads of all three before he began to search their corpses. Aside from 30,000 taels in silver, he found only some trivial items and no martial techniques on their persons. This left Shunfei somewhat disheartened. Unlearned techniques could have enhanced his comprehension points, accelerating his learning speed and potentially allowing him to surpass the original techniques, creating even more powerful ones. Ever since the old man informed him last night that the blood ignition skill was limited to master-level techniques, Shunfei had resolved to elevate his comprehension to forge a superior version of the blood ignition skill. After all, his vital essence was boundless, and his training speed was extraordinarily rapid, while he had dealt with them. The news of his possession of the celestial refinement technique had already spread, indicating that his future days would not be easy. Shunfei envisioned the scenario of being pursued by various powerful factions. But there was little he could do. The notoriety of the celestial refinement technique was simply too immense, defying fate, invincible across the land. These 4 words struck a chord with countless individuals, even those reclusive. Unparalleled martial artists and terrestrial immortals could hardly remain indifferent. Well then, one step at a time, he mused, I should at least acquire the nascent blood ignition technique first. The blood explosion technique, derived from the postnatal skill, is formidable. I wonder what unique secret arts the nascent technique possesses, he murmured as he tidied the battlefield around him. After disguising himself, he made his way back to Gaoyang County. Meanwhile, upon receiving a letter from Zhou Rong, the Zhou family dispatched individuals to Gaoyang County to investigate that as they passed by the battlefield of the earlier skirmish. They quickly sensed something was amiss, leading them to trace the clues to the recently disturbed earth. Upon excavation, they were astounded to discover the bodies of 5 silver badge captains from the 6 gates. They could hardly believe that someone had the audacity to slay the silver badge captains. Little did they know that the head of the 6 gates, Zhuge Wentian, was an unparalleled martial artist, on the verge of transcending into the realm of terrestrial immortality, especially since Zhuge Wentian was known for his protective nature towards his subordinates. Thus, the Zhou family promptly reported the matter to the 6 gates. Upon receiving the news, Iron Fist, one of the 4 divine captains, was immediately incensed. How could Shunfei act with such ruthless ferocity? He must pay. Chapter 13. Transformation of Vital Essence into True Qi. However, Iron Fist chose not to disseminate the information regarding Shunfei's possession of the celestial refinement technique, as he himself was intrigued. For 10 years, he had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, yearning for advancement, even if it meant pursuing a demonic technique. Thus, he set aside his affairs, deciding to venture alone in search of Shunfei. Intent on seizing the celestial refinement technique for himself, as he could not trust anyone else. Who knew what ulterior motives they might harbor? At this moment, Shunfei, seizing the cover of night, once again entered the black market. The shop of wishes fulfilled. Boss, I seek a nascent blood ignition technique. The shopkeeper, recognizing Shunfei's familiar ghostly mask, recalled their encounter from a few days prior to It's you again. Are you truly intent on pursuing the blood ignition technique? To be honest, there are countless demonic techniques available. There's no need to be so obstinate. The upper limit is merely at the master level. You might consider the white bone technique, as long as there are enough corpses. Even grandmasters are not beyond reach, the shopkeeper suggested. However, Shunfei resolutely shook his head that I only want the blood ignition technique. How much for the master-level version? Seeing his determination, the shopkeeper ceased his persuasion and presented the nascent blood ignition technique. 20,000 taels that I have no master-level techniques here. Even if I did, it would cost 100,000 taels. However, I can sell you a piece of information for 5,000 taels that if you possess the ability, you can claim it yourself. Shunfei's lips twitched at the exorbitant price of a mere piece of information, but he understood that the blood ignition technique was most compatible with him. Once his comprehension reached its peak, he would no longer need to purchase techniques. Placing 25,000 taels on the table, the shopkeeper scrutinized the notes, nodded, and smiled. In the vicinity of Gaoyang County, there is a wanted innate martial artist named Liu Yang, a disciple of the demonic sect, who possesses the complete set of blood ignition techniques. You might be lucky enough to encounter him. Upon hearing this, Shunfei's interest was piqued. but if it were an innate warrior. He was confident he could defeat him. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Shinfei cupped his hands in gratitude and turned to leave. Watching Shinfei depart, the shopkeeper stroked his goatee, his eyes narrowing. Interesting, quite interesting. This individual, who only days ago acquired the first volume of the blood ignition technique, is now an innate martial artist. Could it be that he has absorbed a considerable amount of martial artist vital essence daily? Yet, upon further reflection, he found the notion puzzling that if one possessed such capability, why would they stubbornly pursue the blood ignition technique? Nonetheless, his curiosity was subdued by his complacency. What does it matter? I'm getting old. I should simply live out my remaining days here. After leaving the black market, Shinfei remained unaware of how close he had come to exposing his secret. Not wanting to linger in Gaoyang County any longer, he utilized his lightness skill to leap over the city walls. Knowing that the 6 gates would undoubtedly investigate the deaths of the 5 silver badge captains swiftly, he could very well face a master-level pursuer. So Shinfei dared not delay, propelling himself towards Black Mountain City with all his might. When he finally reached the city gate of Black Mountain City, Shinfei slowed his pace that it was now just before dawn, and he decided against scaling the walls, opting instead to wait until daylight to enter through the gate. Subsequently, he reviewed the nascent blood ignition technique, discovering that it had an additional function. It could directly convert vital essence into true qi. For others, this might not hold significant value, as a person's vital essence is limited. And how much true qi could one convert during combat? Yet for Shinfei, whose life force was boundless, the amount of vital essence equated to an effectively inexhaustible supply of true qi. However, this method had its drawbacks. The conversion required time, and Shinfei's true qi had a ceiling. Its explosive power was capped, meaning that its damage potential was also limited. Nevertheless, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. Greatly enhancing Shinfei's strength an hour later, as dawn broke, the gates of Black Mountain City opened, and many citizens began to bustle about. Shinfei ceased his practice of the blood ignition technique and disguised himself as a farmer. Entering the city, shortly after, he spotted a wanted poster for Liu Yang on a bulletin board not far from the gates. Liu Yang, a disciple of the demonic sect, innate martial artist, responsible for the massacre of 300 people in Water Village to practice forbidden arts. Extremely dangerous, at a reward of 10 taels for information and 3,000 taels for his capture. Shinfei murmured softly, gazing at the somewhat abstract depiction. A pockmarked face with a protruding chin, quite ugly indeed. Without lingering, Shinfei made his way to an inn, ordered a private room, and indulged in a spread of fine food and drink to satiate his hunger. However, he had scarcely settled down when he overheard whispers from the adjacent table. "Brother, I must tell you, in Gaoyang County, just outside the city gates, 5 silver badge captains from the 6 gates were slain, and it appears to have been the work of a single individual." The speaker's conviction led the others to believe him. Yet there were those who relished contradiction, retorting, nonsense. The 6 gates are on a considerable rise, with Zhuge Wentian at the helm. Even seasoned disciples from established sects would have to tread carefully. Who would dare kill 5 innate captains? Don't even think about refuting me today, did I assure you. This is first-hand information I've obtained, as for how I came by it. That's none of your concern. In a day's time, the wanted notice will surely reach us, and then you can see for yourself whether I speak the truth. The individual raised his voice, evidently irked by the frequent contradictions he faced. Fine, I shall await to see who possesses such audacity to simultaneously slay 5 silver captains. Another chimed in, though he too was limited in his response. Shinfei continued to eat in silence, pondering that once he acquired the complete blood ignition techniques, he might need to conceal himself for a while. Otherwise, if the 6 gates launched a full-scale hunt for him, it would indeed become a significant inconvenience. Perhaps he could retreat to a volcano for a soak or swim in the deep sea, honing his skills in solitude for a few years. When he emerged as a terrestrial immortal, who could withstand him? Of course, these were but fleeting thoughts. He had already joined a sect and had no need to be excessively cautious. At most, he would simply refrain from acting ostentatiously. After his meal, Shinfei intended to retire to his room for a good rest, but as a man passed by his side, he felt a jolt of awareness that he keenly detected that the individual was also practicing the blood ignition technique. The unique scent of fresh blood was exceedingly difficult to mask, unless one had never utilized another's vital essence during their training. However, the man's visage did not match that of the wanted poster at the city gate. Better safe than sorry. He would not let any potential threat slip through his fingers. Shun Fei promptly followed suit, hoping to uncover some clues. Half an hour passed, and he noticed that the other party was merely circling the city. Displaying no intention of stopping whatsoever, it was not until they arrived at a secluded courtyard that the individual finally halted, scanning the surroundings. Upon confirming that no one was present, he pushed open the large gate and entered. "Master, I have returned. Your wanted notice can even be seen on the streets. It is likely that the 6 gates will arrive shortly, so you respectfully address the man before placing the prepared meal on the table." It matters not. They would never suspect that I have remained in Heishan City. Once they depart, we shall act, LV Yang remarked, exuding a complete lack of fear regarding the 6 gates. Those inept fools would not linger here without leads to the true culprit. Chapter 14. The mantis stalks the cicada. Shun Fei concealed his presence, observing discreetly, and discovered that LV Yang's cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the innate realm, easing his concerns considerably. Had it been the peak of the innate realm, dealing with him would have been quite troublesome, as the commotion would be considerable and easily expose his whereabouts. After Suyu bowed and exited, LV Yang retrieved silver needles to test the meal, only indulging in it once he confirmed its safety. Despite being his own disciple, one must always guard against potential treachery, for as a practitioner of the demonic sect, he was a target for all. Seeing LV Yang let his guard down, Shun Fei employed his lightness skill, appearing behind LV Yang like a wraith, preparing to strike him unconscious with a swift blow from behind. To his astonishment, LV Yang countered with a palm strike of his own, a small needle made of refined iron hidden within, both sturdy and laced with potent poison. After their palms met, Shun Fei felt a sharp pain in his hand and staggered back several steps. LV Yang turned to face him, laughing heartily. "Kid, your stealth is commendable, but alas, I have a keen nose and can detect the foul stench emanating from you." Shun Fei attempted to respond, but his vision blurred, and his consciousness began to wane. Did he not even think of struggling? "This is my meticulously concocted 9 insect poison, derived from 9 different venomous creatures. Just a drop can bring death to any innate warrior. Its only drawback is its scarcity, as it contaminates the blood, preventing me from absorbing yours." That LV Yang, unfamiliar with Shun Fei, concluded he was likely a bounty hunter rather than a head of the 6 gates. Intent on hunting the wanted individuals that this moment, Shun Fei collapsed to the ground, and LV Yang, seeing this, dragged his body into the small courtyard. He produced a vial of bone-dissolving water, dripping it onto Shun Fei's form. In an instant, Shun Fei's body began to corrode under the liquid's influence, while LV Yang returned to the hall, resuming his meal, oblivious to the fact that Shun Fei's body was regenerating as the bone-dissolving water was fully consumed. Shortly after, Shun Fei's unusual resistance, stimulated by the 9 insect poison, began to rise. Soon, he reopened his eyes, only to find his garments missing, as if corroded by some substance. Shun Fei dismissed this triviality and focused on LV Yang, still dining in the hall. This time he would not be so careless. With a surge of speed, he unleashed a swift strike, taking advantage of LV Yang's momentary lapse in vigilance, and severed his right arm in one decisive blow. "Ah!" LV Yang screamed in disbelief, staring at Shun Fei, exclaiming, "How are you not dead? Want to know? Hand over the entire set of the burning blood technique, and I might graciously enlighten you." Shun Fei replied with a cold smirk, swiftly incapacitating his tendons. "Impossible. If the demonic sect finds out, I will not escape punishment," LV Yang shouted, fearing the consequences of divulging his techniques. "Ridiculous. The burning blood technique is commonplace. Why fear its revelation? You truly won't shed tears until you see the coffin," Shun Fei retorted, understanding that the burning blood technique was merely an intermediate technique. Had it not been for the aid of external substances, no one would bother learning it. Seeing he could not deceive Shun Fei, LV Yang resorted to pleading, "If I surrender it, will you spare me?" Shun Fei chuckled softly, "I can grant you a swift end." Realizing Shun Fei was unwilling to relent, LV Yang felt a surge of unwillingness. He had just poisoned Shun Fei. If he had directly severed his head, he would not have given him a chance to turn the tables. After all the lives he had taken to become an innate warrior, he had yet to truly enjoy life. How could he simply perish? Thus, he steeled himself, declaring, Unless you let me go, I will not part with the technique that I in response. Shun Fei ceased his chatter and directly severed LV Yang's limbs. Subsequently searching him for the technique manuals, that LV Yang let out a series of pained cries, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Even if he survived, his life was essentially ruined. However, upon seeing Shun Fei find nothing, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. You won't find it. The techniques are all in my mind, but if you have the ability, probe my soul. Otherwise, you are destined for failure. Yet, Shun Fei remained unfazed by his taunts, scanning the surroundings for any hidden compartments. Suddenly, he glanced at the beam above, noticing LV Yang's eyes widen. Observing this change, Shun Fei leaped onto the beam and discovered a small box. He swiftly retrieved it and landed on the ground, scrutinizing it carefully. Having learned from his previous encounter with LV Yang, he suspected it might contain hidden weapons. Thus, he placed the box on the table, picked up a stone from the ground, and accurately struck the box, causing it to open. Instantly, 3 poison needles shot out, embedding themselves into the wall. That LV Yang had believed he could use this to his advantage. But he was taken aback by Shun Fei's newfound caution. Ignoring LV Yang's disappointed expression, Shun Fei retrieved chopsticks to sift through the box's contents. That it contained various treasures of gold and silver. And as he emptied everything out, he discovered the hidden complete manual of the burning blood technique at the bottom. Just as he was about to claim it, several silver needles shot towards him. In a moment of urgency, Shun Fei raised his hand to defend himself. The needles pierced his arm, causing his skin to quickly turn a deep purple. Another poison needle. Shun Fei felt somewhat numb to the situation. Fortunately, this poison was weaker than the 9 insect poison and posed little threat. That a man and a woman emerged from the shadows. Dear sister, this man has already been struck by our poison needles. His time is short. Today is indeed our lucky day. Not only have we found LV Yang, but we also gain another innate warrior's treasures. The frail man with a face smeared in white powder said to the muscular woman beside him. The muscular woman affectionately replied, Brother Yang is right. This way, we can enjoy ourselves for a long time. Upon seeing the two, Shun Fei felt a wave of disgust and summoned his internal energy to expel the poison needles. With a cold glint in his eyes, he gripped his knife tightly and charged at them in an instant. This took the other two by surprise. Shun Fei, undeterred by the poison needles, was channeling his true energy. Both were at the early stage of the innate realm. Unwilling to be careless, one wielded a soft sword while the other brandished a heavy sword, both ready to counter Shun Fei's assault. In the ensuing clash of strength and finesse, Shun Fei found himself momentarily unable to gain the upper hand. Frowning slightly, Shun Fei realized that the techniques employed by these two were far from ordinary, and he would need to exchange injury for injury. Thus, his attacks grew increasingly ferocious, forcefully striking the frail man's soft sword. The immense force nearly severed the man's shoulder. Seeing this, the muscular woman's eyes turned red with rage. The once slow and forceful swing of her heavy sword suddenly doubled in speed. Shun Fei, unyielding, abandoned all defenses and matched her in strength and speed. Initially, he had the advantage, pushing her back relentlessly. But with a sharp crack, his knife broke. Chapter 15. Pinnacle of the Master. Shun Fei's expression darkened. This knife was merely an ordinary blade, and it had held up well against the relentless strikes of the heavy sword for this long. He had intended to use the encounter to study their techniques and enhance his own understanding. Since that was no longer feasible, he resolved to act decisively. Concentrating his essence blood into his palm, he unleashed a powerful strike, causing a tremendous explosion. The muscular woman was struck by the overwhelming force and flew back against the wall, crashing through it and losing consciousness. The frail man, witnessing this, sought to flee. It was his first encounter with such a powerful opponent in his prolonged training away from the sect. Shun Fei, however, would not allow him to escape. Should a disciple of the sect evade capture, he would only find himself in more trouble. Employing his lightness skill, the frail man felt a gust of wind as Shun Fei appeared beside him. Spare me. I am a disciple of the Two Instruments sect. My ancestor is a peerless powerhouse that if you kill us, you shall not have a good end, he shouted desperately. Shun Fei, uninterested in his pleas, seized him and detonated his essence blood, reducing him to mere fragments. Do you think I would let you go? only to have your ancestor hunt me down upon your return to the two-instrument sect. At this moment, Xin Fei has eliminated his adversaries. Realizing that by the time they uncover his identity, it may be an eternity, approaching the formidable woman before him, he forcefully crushed her skull beneath his foot, leaving no escape for his enemies. Lying on the ground, Lu Yong perceived Xun Fei's resolute decisiveness and understood that his fate was sealed. Even if he survived, he would be rendered utterly powerless. Xin Fei, however, chose not to prolong Lu Yang's suffering. Granting him a swift end, after tidying up the surroundings, Xun Fei departed the scene and returned to the inn. Upon mastering the final stage of his blood ignition skill, he resumed his cultivation, yearning for an early ascendance to the Master Realm. Meanwhile, in Gaoyang County, the atmosphere was abuzz with activity, particularly following the news of Xun Fei's slaying of 6 innate silver-caped captains, which was eagerly disseminated by those with ulterior motives. After all, Zhao Fian had left with Xun Fei, leaving his whereabouts a mystery. Thus, suspicions naturally fell upon Xin Fei. The county office hastily implicated the Zhao family and Magistrate Zhou in crimes attributed to Xin Fei, conveniently shifting the burden of blame that in response to inquiries from higher authorities, the county's officers hurriedly distanced themselves from Xin Fei, fearing severe repercussions. Zhang Kai, who had a favorable rapport with Xin Fei, was pushed forward, but they were unprepared for the revelation that Zhang Kai was no ordinary individual, having been taken away by a mysterious master. In secrecy, Iron Fist arrived in Gaoyang County to investigate, yet found nothing amiss. It was as if Xun Fei had vanished from the mortal realm. The only solace Iron Fist found was that the Zhou family remained ignorant of Xun Fei's significance. They merely confirmed that Xun Fei was the one responsible for Magistrate Zhou Xian's demise and issued a wanted notice without much concern. Consequently, the typically unyielding Iron Fist allowed himself a moment of leniency, exercising his authority to ensure that any discovery of Xin Fei's whereabouts would be promptly reported to him. His subordinates, eager to curry favor, readily complied, dedicating substantial manpower to locating Xun Fei. 10 days later, Xin Fei had remained in the inn, even donning disguises when venturing out to dine, ensuring that his true identity remained concealed, thus evading detection. After a period of focused cultivation, Xin Fei's strength surged remarkably, advancing from the initial stage of innate mastery to the pinnacle of the Master Realm. However, lacking the subsequent techniques necessary to challenge the Grand Master level, he recognized that he would require a few more days to break through his bottleneck. Simultaneously, his sect's capabilities had also seen considerable enhancement. Cultivation level: Pinnacle Master, Life, Infinite, Constitution, Mortal, Comprehension, Superior, Fortune, Excellent, Defense, 10x, Speed, 10x, Strength, 15x, Perception, 10x, Mana, 10x, Stealth, 10x, Spatial Backpack, 20 square meters, Resource Duplication, 2x, Anomaly Resistance, 20x, Defense tenfold trait, Rebound. Rebound reflects the opponent's force, causing them to experience temporary paralysis. Speed tenfold trait, Instantaneous movement. Instantaneous movement allows for instant relocation within 10 meters, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Perception tenfold trait, X-ray vision. X-ray vision can see through objects up to 1 meter thick. Mana tenfold trait, Aftershock. Aftershock inflicts 50 damage on surrounding enemies after executing a martial technique. Stealth tenfold trait, Invisibility. Invisibility can conceal the body for 1 minute. With such abilities at his disposal, where in this vast world could he not go? Xin Fei had already tested that both instantaneous movement and invisibility could be employed simultaneously, as long as he wished to escape. No one could capture him. Even if he were momentarily apprehended, with instantaneous movement, he could evade capture regardless of the restraints placed upon him. It could be said that it was virtually impossible to confine Xin Fei. Nevertheless, Xin Fei did not intend to depart immediately. He would wait until he elevated his realm to Grand Master. After all, the higher the realm, the more exhilarating the experience. He certainly could not flee upon encountering a few late-stage Grand Masters. Xin Fei entered a private room at the inn, requesting the waiter to serve a selection of fine wines and dishes. The waiter, well acquainted with Xun Fei's preferences, understood that this generous patron must be catered to with utmost care. Soon, a spread of 6 dishes and a soup was presented at the table. Xun Fei, unpretentious, picked up his chopsticks and relished his meal. After a while, the peep of music from the adjacent room abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of shattered plates and then the sound of weeping. Shunfei furrowed his brow, realizing that the unfortunate singing girl had once again fallen victim to mistreatment. Little beauty. Why persist in such folly? What good is singing in an inn? Would it not be better to return home with me as a concubine? Sneered the corpulent Qian Yuanwei as he approached the singing girl, tilting her chin up and questioning her with wide eyes. The girl stubbornly turned her head away, only serving to stoke Qian Yuanwei's desire for conquest. Seizing her collar with both hands, he attempted to tear her garment. Seeing this, the girl fled, with Qian Yuanwei hot on her heels, initially indifferent to the situation. After all, this world was rife with suffering, and he could not intervene in every instance. Shunfei found himself unexpectedly drawn into the fray when the girl fortuitously dashed into his private chamber and implored, "Hero, please lend a hand and save me." Shunfei silently set down his chopsticks, directing his gaze toward the singing girl. Though she possessed a modicum of charm, she hardly warranted such desperation from a man of wealth. Upon noticing the girl hiding behind Shunfei, Qin Yuanwei quickly exclaimed, "Boy, hand over the woman behind you, or you shall reap the consequences." Shunfei crossed his arms, responding coldly, "This is my private room. You two barged in and disrupted my meal, and yet you dare to speak so brazenly? I have no interest in your affairs, but you must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, do not expect to leave unscathed." With that, Shunfei seized a chopstick and deftly threw it, embedding it into a wooden pillar. Realizing that this man was no ordinary hero, at the very least, he was a postnatal martial artist. Qian Yuanwei's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Hero, I apologize, and I shall treat you to this meal," he said with a humble tone. Upon witnessing this, Shunfei found no reason to prolong the encounter and waved him off. However, when Qian Yuanwei departed, the singing girl did not leave. "Why do you linger? What purpose do you serve by remaining here?" Shunfei asked coldly. The girl, in a hushed voice, replied with tears, "Hero, having received your assistance, I have no way to repay you. If you do not mind, I would be willing to serve you as a maid. Such a minor favor. There is no need for gratitude," Shunfei replied. His perceptive gaze revealed that the girl harbored a substantial amount of true energy within her dantian, indicating that she was at least an innate martial artist. Were it not for the fact that he had seen a grand master watching him from another room, he might have dealt with her more decisively. After 10 days of tranquility, Shunfei was reluctant to reveal his identity and continue evading capture. Particularly in such a public setting, defeating a Grand Master would necessitate the use of his blood ignition technique, which would inevitably expose his secret of immortality, an unworthy risk. Yet the girl persisted, "Hero, at the very least, let me know your name, so I may play a tune for you that no need. Our meeting is fleeting, and I have already dined. Should fate allow, we may meet again," Shunfei declared. Opting for a tactical retreat, he would change inns, confident that she would not follow him. Of course, should she prove obstinate, he would not hesitate to act with severity. Watching Shunfei depart, the girl yearned to pursue him, but ultimately remained rooted in place. "Saintess, why complicate matters? Let me capture him and administer punishment," an elderly woman whispered, appearing behind the girl, the enigmatic cold Qingran. The Saintess of the Demon Sect merely huffed, "This is far more intriguing. He is fascinating. Cultivating the blood ignition technique without needing to absorb the blood of others, he has ascended from the innate realm to the master level. If it were not for the limitations of his technique, he might truly become an unparalleled powerhouse." The elderly woman shook her head. "Saintess, what shall we do next? Liu Yang perished here, and the entirety of the blood ignition technique has been lost. Surely he was responsible." Cold Qingran pondered for a moment before confidently asserting, "Liu Yang's death is inconsequential. However, this man can be invited into our holy sect that I shall seek him out tonight. I am certain he will acquiesce." Yet Shunfei would not afford her the opportunity to discover his whereabouts. That very day, Shunfei donned a new outfit and departed from Heishan City, heading toward the renowned Duanjian Villa. Rumors within the martial world suggested that Duanjian Villa had acquired a piece of celestial meteorite, intending to forge a weapon of legendary fame. It is said that beauty complements the hero, and only those of strength may claim such treasures, ensuring their renown. Thus, Duanjian Villa widely issued invitations, calling upon righteous individuals from the martial world, Whoever emerged victorious would be granted this exceptional weapon. Naturally, restrictions applied to the competition, permitting only those under 30 years of age and not classified as extraordinary martial artists to participate, thus aiming to bestow the treasure upon the younger generation of warriors. After all, extraordinary martial artists rarely lack for such weapons. Shun Fei, exerting himself to the fullest, had no constraints on his true energy that in under 100 miles. He arrived at Duanjian City, situated not far from Duanjian Villa. Before nightfall, unbeknownst to Cold Qingran, while she had hidden behind Shun Fei, she had surreptitiously applied a unique fragrance to his clothing, one that would linger indefinitely. This scent could be detected by a specially bred white-furred rat, allowing her to track his location. However, when Cold Qingran discovered Shun Fei's discarded clothing in a gutter, she realized her scheme had been uncovered. How amusing. Could it be that he was aware of my performance from the outset? Ling Qingran felt somewhat despondent. She had believed her plan to be foolproof, yet it had ended in failure. Now, with the other party vanished without a trace, she pondered where she might begin her search. Had she known it would come to this, she would have heeded Granny Wang's advice and simply captured him, subjecting him to severe interrogation. Wang Lao, witnessing her distress, could only offer words of comfort. Saintess. He cannot escape that MY Sect's information network extends throughout the entire Deqian. As long as he has not hidden himself deep within the mountains, we will find him. Ling Qingran nodded reluctantly, but then a whimsical thought crossed her mind. Granny Wang, I've heard that there are intriguing events happening not far from here at the Forging Sword Manor. Shall we go and take a look? Granny Wang momentarily faltered, for the Forging Sword tournament was no trivial matter. The younger generation from various sects and noble families sought to showcase their prowess. Most were around 27 or 28 years old, possessing mastery at the Grandmaster level, with only a few reaching the peak. Although the Saintess was gifted, being only 18 and already at the mid-level of innate martial arts, she would still struggle against them. Saintess, you may observe, but you must not participate. Ling Qingran pouted, and seeing Granny Wang's serious demeanor, she relented. Very well, if I cannot participate, then so be it. Granny Wang sighed in relief. Had the Saintess insisted on joining, she would have had no choice but to forcibly return her to the Holy Sect's headquarters. Otherwise, if Shun Fei were exposed and attacked by numerous Grandmasters, it would spell trouble. Shun Fei arrived at Forging Sword City and donned a new disguise as a burly man with a thick beard, wielding a hefty iron rod that made him appear formidable. With 3 days remaining until the tournament, Shun Fei was not in a hurry to break through his bottleneck and attain the Grand Master level. However, after surveying Forging Sword City, he found all the inns fully booked to acquire a courtyard. He would need to visit a pawn shop, which required identification. Nevertheless, where there is a will, there is a way. Shun Fei approached a seemingly honest noodle vendor named Wang Hai. Here is 100 taels. Help me purchase a secluded courtyard. The surplus is yours, and after I leave, the courtyard will also belong to you. After Wang Hai finished closing his stall, Shun Fei intercepted him and handed over the silver. Wang Hai stared at the gleaming coins, swallowing hard. He pondered how many bowls of noodles he would need to sell to earn 100 taels for a small courtyard. Though the man appeared intimidating, Wang Hai hesitated only briefly before agreeing. Sir, I assure you I will handle this matter well. Wang Hai accepted the silver, exhilarated. He had never before held so much money. Shun Fei followed Wang Hai home, where he discovered that despite Wang Hai's short and unattractive appearance, his house concealed a wife of considerable beauty. That my dear, you have returned. You must be exhausted. Wang Hai's wife opened the door upon hearing his voice, only to find a tall, fierce-looking man beside her husband. Wang Hai quickly explained, My lady, this is my friend who needs my help with something. Please entertain him while I step out for a moment. With that, Wang Hai left for the pawn shop. Wang Hai's wife watched her husband depart, feeling uneasy beside the imposing stranger. What if he harbored ill intentions? Chapter 17. Jailbreak. Shun Fei observed the anxious woman wringing her hands, but paid her no mind, gesturing for her to prepare a meal to ease her discomfort. However, after more than an hour had passed, he began to feel something was amiss. As a constable, he knew that visiting the pawn shop should not take too long. Just as he contemplated stepping outside, an elderly woman rushed to Wang Hai's home, exclaiming, Wang Hai's wife, your husband has been taken to the county office. In the kitchen, Wang Hai's wife was instantly struck with alarm. The old woman, noticing the unfamiliar man in the house, eyed Shun Fei suspiciously. Old lady, I am a friend of Wang Hai's. What has happened to him? Shun Fei inquired. The elderly woman, sensing the urgency, abandoned her suspicions and replied, I do not know where Wang Hai procured the silver to buy a courtyard, but he was targeted by a group of ruffians who accused him of stealing their money. This escalated to the authorities. And the county magistrate, bribed by the thugs, not only seized the money but also imprisoned him. Shun Fei's anger surged upon hearing this. They dare to rob my money. They are truly asking for death. He turned to the now fainted Wang Hai's wife and promised, Do not worry. I will bring Wang Hai back. Those scoundrels will surely face justice. Wang Hai's wife nodded, her eyes devoid of hope. She found it hard to believe Shun Fei's words. After all, it was the county office. Poor folk like them would be lucky to survive the ordeal, let alone emerge unscathed, ignoring Wang Hai's wife. Shun Fei made his way directly to the county office. That moment. Wang Hai lamented in the dimly lit dungeon, regretting his greed for the small courtyard. Alas, the Wang family has been passed down for 3 generations. Yet I have left no legacy, that he could only sigh in despair within the gloomy cell. Hey lad, what brings you to this place? An old man in the adjacent cell, intrigued by the arrival of a new companion, inquired. Leaning against the wall, Wang Hai replied despondently, I was merely helping someone buy a house, but a group of ruffians falsely accused me of stealing their money, and the magistrate chose to believe them. Helping someone? Perhaps he will come to rescue you, though it is uncertain if he is trustworthy. Sadly, I am all alone and condemned to remain here for life. The old man lay on the ground, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the solitary beam of light, seemingly reminiscing about his youthful aspirations. Wang Hai felt a flicker of hope ignited by the old man's words, wondering if that valiant figure would indeed intervene. As time crawled by and darkness enveloped the dungeon, the jailer arrived with some stale bread and spoiled soup. Wang Hai, having waited in vain, felt a profound disappointment and a surge of anxiety about his wife's safety, considering her remarkable beauty. Meanwhile, Shun Fei had traced the audacious thug who dared to rob him. The perpetrator was Zheng Ping, the brother of the county magistrate's concubine, a man of leisure who, emboldened by his sister's favor with the magistrate, would bully the common folk without hesitation. Armed with the stolen 100 taels, Zheng Ping entered a gambling den. Although he invariably lost, he relished the thrill, after hours of gambling away all his money. He left the establishment in a huff, knowing he could not afford to offend the powerful family that owned it. Alas, just 100 taels. It wasn't enough fun, Zheng Ping lamented, pondering how he might acquire more funds. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Fei was right beside him. Feeling a sudden sharp pain in his shoulder, Zheng Ping turned to see Shun Fei. Who are you? Let go of me, or you won't leave Forging Sword City alive. Shun Fei scoffed, tightening his grip. The money you stole today belongs to me. Do not worry. Your protector will soon join you in your predicament. Zheng Ping panicked, realizing that this seemingly ordinary noodle vendor was a martial artist without qualms. Please spare me. I can repay you, and I'll even free your friend. But Shun Fei had no intention of letting him off lightly. He merely saw this as a delay tactic, dragging him into a secluded corner. Shun Fei swiftly snapped his neck and discarded him into a filthy drain. After dealing with the thug, Shun Fei stealthily made his way to the county office to check on Wang Hai. Upon finding Wang Hai battered but alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had not perished, which would have made it difficult to explain to his wife. Shun Fei then dispatched the guards on duty one by one and arrived at Wang Hai's cell. Forcefully kicking open the door, the commotion drew the attention of other prisoners. Hero, we are innocent. Please help us escape, they cried, hoping to appeal to Shun Fei's compassion. Shun Fei dismissed their pleas, focusing solely on Wang Hai. Brother Wang Hai, come with me. This predicament arose because of me, and I will ensure your escape from Forging Sword City. Wang Hai was astonished that Shun Fei had dared to enter the dungeon, and he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Let us leave at once. As they made their way out, other prisoners shouted, Hero, please save us too. Shun Fei surveyed the surroundings and decided that rather than rescuing just one, he would free them all to provide cover for Wang Hai. Consequently, he destroyed all the cell doors with a single stroke, prompting the inmates to rush towards the exit in a frenzy, eager not to be left behind. However, upon emerging, they discovered that all the guards had already been slain. Soon, Shun Fei led Wang Hai back home, where they found Wang Hai's wife had fainted from distress. Evoking sympathy from all who beheld her, The My lady awaken. I have returned, Wang Hai called out urgently. Hearing the familiar voice, she looked up in disbelief, realizing it was indeed her husband. Is it really you, my dear? It is I who owe my freedom to the gallant Shun, who rescued me from the depths of the dungeon. Without his intervention, I feared I might never return. Wang Hai spoke with palpable excitement. However, Shun Fei interrupted their nostalgic exchange, stating, "Let us set aside reminiscences for now. While they are still unprepared, I shall escort you both out of the city and to safer grounds, aware of the precarious situation." The two men complied with Shun Fei's suggestion, hastily gathering their belongings to leave Forged Sword City. After leading them out of the city, Shun Fei generously provided them with a substantial sum of silver, enabling them to start anew elsewhere and sever the ties of this ordeal. As for the county magistrate, Shun Fei refrained from executing him immediately, while the deaths of insignificant figures mattered little. The demise of the magistrate would certainly draw the attention of the Six Doors, potentially prompting the arrival of formidable captains. Especially with the Forged Sword tournament approaching, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 18. The grand selection for the tournament, yet Shun Fei was not one to let the matter rest. He made a note of it for future reckoning, planning to settle the score after the tournament concluded. Although he did not acquire a residence, he found temporary lodging at Wang Hai's home, as it provided a suitable environment for his focused training in the blood ignition technique, regardless of its modest conditions. The following day, news of the mysterious jailbreak at Forged Sword City's prison spread, leaving the county magistrate in a state of distress, with a multitude of martial artists converging in the city. Including several innate masters, attempting to apprehend anyone became a delicate task, fraught with the risk of inciting enmity. The magistrate, whose own best fighters were merely innate warriors, dared not provoke such formidable individuals. Consequently, he reported the incident and chose to refrain from further involvement. This episode became fodder for gossip among ordinary folk, who speculated on the audacity of the perpetrators. Only a handful noted that Wang Hai, the one who had been captured, was now replaced by others in his home. However, such matters were of little concern to the common citizens. As the tournament drew near, the number of martial artists in Forged Sword City swelled, bringing to light various law and order issues. Many martial practitioners, emboldened by their strength, would ruthlessly assault commoners without hesitation, while the authorities remained largely silent. Only a few righteous martial heroes, newly emerged from their training, would intervene, resulting in an escalation of conflicts. This chaos persisted until the appearance of the Six Doors' formidable enforcer, Iron Fist. It seemed that Forged Sword Villa had anticipated such disturbances and had invited personnel from the Six Doors to assist in maintaining order. Iron Fist, seeking to enhance his own reputation, agreed, perhaps hoping that Shun Fei would also make an appearance, given the rarity of meteoric treasures. However, the odds were slim. After all, Shun Fei was merely an innate warrior, and aspiring to claim the top spot was a fanciful notion. While dining at a tavern, Shun Fei caught sight of Iron Fist subduing the unruly martial artists, his surprise evident at the sight of such a peak master enforcer. Zhao Fian's master was none other than Iron Fist, who would undoubtedly recognize Shun Fei's possession of the celestial refinement technique. It appeared imperative for Shun Fei to ascend to the level of a great master within the next few days. Otherwise, facing someone of such caliber could prove problematic. Shun Fei had no intention of remaining in hiding. The conflict with Iron Fist had long since escalated to one of life and death, and it was only natural to confront him if he possessed the strength to do so. As he finished his meal and prepared to depart, a young lady approached him with a touch of arrogance, exclaiming, "Are you simply going to run away? You've made it quite difficult for me to find you." A mere glance was all it took for Shun Fei to identify her, realizing she was a persistent presence. However, he had no desire to engage in conversation, especially under the watchful gaze of a great master. In an instant, Shun Fei vanished from sight, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Lung Qingran. How did he disappear? Granny Wang. Did you see what happened? Granny Wang, equally astonished, had believed she had locked on a Shun Fei's aura, yet he vanished without a trace. Saintus, I could not comprehend it. His presence has completely dissipated. Lung Qingran produced a compass, fiddling with it until the needle spun chaotically. Never mind that if I can find him once, I can find him again and again. The next time, I will capture him. Learning from her missteps, Lung Qingran had initially thought victory was assured. only to be taken aback by Shun Fei's mysterious abilities. Meanwhile, the now invisible Shun Fei returned to his modest abode, pouring his energy into breaking through the great master's bottleneck, that as the moon hung high in the sky. Shun Fei, seated in meditation upon his mat, suddenly opened his eyes, his internal energy coalescing in a formidable Q. At last, he had attained the status of a great master. With a sigh of relief, Shun Fei acknowledged the advantages of being a great master. Capable of manifesting qi externally and momentarily, suspending in midair, fearless even in the face of thousands of armored soldiers. Moreover, the title of Great Master was typically held by leaders of numerous prominent families and sects. While true paragons were exceedingly rare, often belonging to illustrious clans or sacred grounds, legends of earthly immortals were largely relegated to folklore. The aura of Shun Fei's ascension as a great master attracted the attention of other great masters, who converged upon Wang Hai's residence, eager to witness his prowess, only to find nothing amiss. Clearly, the newly ascended great master had departed, wishing to keep his identity concealed. Only Lung Qingran and Granny Wang bore expressions of distress, as they recognized the signature aura of the blood ignition technique, that he truly succeeded in advancing through a master technique. This is astonishing that if he survives, he may very well achieve the status of an earthly immortal. Lung Qingran found it hard to accept. Offending an earthly immortal was a perilous matter. Saintus, do not panic that we share no enmity with him, that if he rises to prominence, we can simply offer an apology later. Granny Wang remained unfazed. Upon reflection, Lung Qingran concurred, opting to dismiss her concerns and turning to leave. The other great masters, having failed to locate Shun Fei, did not linger. If he wished to remain hidden, there was no reason to intrude further. Only Iron Fist lingered, gazing at the small dwelling with an inexplicable sense of unease, as if he were entwined in a personal vendetta. The tides of fate were not mere happenstance. Over the years, he had accumulated numerous adversaries, yet he had survived them all. Even if Shun Fei became a great master, what of it? There existed disparities among great masters. Iron Fist's unparalleled martial prowess rendered him a formidable opponent. Unless Shun Fei possessed equal strength, which was unlikely in truth, Shun Fei's skills were an eclectic assembly of innate techniques, with his highest level blood ignition technique merely a master-level skill. Shun Fei paid little heed to such matters. While the blood burst technique was a product of acquired abilities, its effectiveness was remarkable that a great master in the early stages could unleash an attack comparable to that of a peak great master. Moreover, Shun Fei could utilize the blood burst technique indefinitely, allowing him to dominate among great masters. Naturally, he would not forsake the pursuit of even more formidable martial arts. The following day, the Forged Sword tournament officially commenced. Forged Sword Villa was not inclined to allow unrestricted access, thus initiating a selection process within Forged Sword City. The first criterion was 1's cultivation level, requiring participants to be at least innate warriors, which eliminated the majority of onlookers. Many could not even muster internal energy, let alone qualify as innate warriors. The second criterion involved a spar with a warrior from Forged Sword Villa. Only those who could endure 10 strikes would pass. This effectively filtered out the less competent innate warriors, as it was well understood that the primary competitors would be master-level practitioners. However, among the innate warriors, there were those of exceptional talent who could contend with masters and even triumph against them. The third criterion was a clean background. While this was not strictly enforced, being absent from the wanted list sufficed. Thus, Shun Fei submitted his affiliation with Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, Xiaoyu Xing Cave, and Feng Lingyuing Sect. Chapter 19. Sect Background. Feng Lingyuing Sect. I have never heard of it. Such an obscure sect dares to participate in the Forged Sword tournament? Others jeered at his claim. Shun Fei, disinterested in their jibes, merely exuded a hint of his great master aura, sending them retreating in fear, leaving them hesitant to continue their registration. This display also piqued the interest of other great masters, who noted that his aura lacked the robustness characteristic of seasoned great masters. Could he be the one who ascended just the night before? He appeared quite youthful. The representatives from Forged Sword Villa were similarly incredulous. It was unusual for a great master to compete in such a tournament. However, Shun Fei's age did meet the requirements, and they could not refuse him. The remaining contestants felt a chill in their hearts upon witnessing a great master's participation. They had anticipated a contest primarily among masters, but now the stakes were significantly raised. Xin Fei, unfazed by the opinions of others, accepted his identification badge and sought refuge beneath a large tree to escape the scorching sun. As he retrieved some sunflower seeds from his spatial pouch, he observed the chaos around him as competitors fought fiercely for entry, honing their martial skills in the process, with the blood ignition technique. He would have to rely on his own innovation going forward. However, as he settled in to enjoy the spectacle, someone approached him to strike up a conversation. "Young Master Sun, you have proven quite elusive. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. Why must you keep me at arm's length?" In a tone imbued with tea essence, Lung Qingran addressed Xin Fei, leaving him somewhat nauseated. Just moments earlier, Xin Fei had adopted the alias Sun Xingzhe to participate in the sword forging grand competition. "Miss, please conduct yourself with dignity. I harbor no interest in you whatsoever." Xin Fei was unwilling to become entangled with her. Had it not been for the throngs of people surrounding them, he would have swiftly dealt with her and her accompanying guardian. This was the first time Lung Qingran encountered someone of this nature, that in the sacred sect. She was a beloved saintess, cherished by many, and despite her current disguise, her true essence still shone through. "Young Master Sun, you jest that I merely wish to repay a kindness. My feelings toward you are devoid of any romantic inclination, that I am aware that your cultivation technique is merely that of a master. Yet I possess the Grand Master variant of it. Should you be intrigued, you may visit me tonight for a discussion." Lung Qingran unveiled her trump card, that it was common knowledge that the blood-burning technique only reached the level of master. Yet there were always those who ventured down unconventional paths, dedicating their lives to developing a more powerful variant. The demon sect was home to such an individual, who had managed to create a semi-finished product. Upon hearing this, Xin Fei's eyes brightened with interest. How intriguing that the blood-burning technique had further advancements. Having a ready-made solution was certainly preferable to creating one from scratch, although the current blood-burning technique could still enhance his strength. The progress would be considerably slower, that it would take at least a month to reach the pinnacle of Grandmaster, followed by an additional 10 days to break through the bottleneck of becoming a peerless powerhouse. The higher the realm, the greater the time required. Watching her depart, Xin Fei resolved to explore the depths of danger that evening. After all, what was the worst that could happen but a battle? With Lung Qingran no longer a distraction, he turned his attention back to the sword-forging villa's martial artist, testing the applicants in that moment. His comprehension surged, elevating his understanding from the upper echelons to that of a rare genius. Iron Fist had initially intended to approach Xin Fei, recognizing that such a prodigy must possess a remarkable background. Barely 20 years of age, he had already attained the status of Grandmaster, and his future undoubtedly held the potential to reach the pinnacle of power. However, observing Xin Fei's intense focus on the competition, he refrained from interrupting. Eventually, the Grand Master of the sword-forging villa concluded the preliminary tests for the participants. With fewer than 3 individuals qualifying at the innate level, one of whom was Lung Qingran. Each of them hailed from extraordinary backgrounds, with the least among them being disciples of sacred martial arts sanctuaries. The Grand Master of the sword-forging villa bellowed from the stage. "We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all martial arts compatriots for attending the sword forging grand competition, which will officially commence tomorrow at the sword forging villa. We welcome everyone to witness the event. All successful candidates, please proceed to the villa for the evening banquet." Xin Fei stepped forward, intending to board the sword forging villa's carriage for departure, that a glance around revealed that fewer than 50 individuals were eligible for the grand contest, and he, as a grandmaster, stood out conspicuously among them. Others hesitated to approach him, let alone share the same carriage. Xin Fei relished the solitude, yet Lung Qingran was reluctant to join the others. So she sought Xin Fei once more. "Would you mind if I joined you?" she inquired with a smile, recognizing his burgeoning interest in her proposal. "Not at all." Xin Fei closed his eyes, entering a meditative state to enhance his perceptive abilities. "Aren't you curious about the continuation of that technique?" Lung Qingran attempted to tease him, observing his closed eyes. Upon hearing her mention it, Xin Fei opened his eyes to regard her. "Speak if you wish. If not, I can deduce it myself that he was determined not to fall into her rhythm. How intriguing it is that you wish to deduce the technique with your intellect, that I must say, you possess considerable courage. However, this endeavor demands great time. Do you have the patience for it?" If you fulfill a modest request of mine, I can show you how, she proposed, noting his nonchalant demeanor that a modest request. How interesting did Dio share? But I advise you to think carefully before speaking, Shun Fei replied, for he was no paragon of virtue. If necessary, he would resort to force. Lung Qingran, with her cleverness and audacity, was not intimidated. She boldly stated, Stingy. I initially wished to understand how you could cultivate without the blood essence of others, but now I am more curious about the origins of your sect. Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, Xie San Xing Cave, Feng Ling Yuing Sect. These names are unfamiliar to me. Shun Fei chuckled inwardly, then began his fabrications. Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain is a celestial isle beyond the seas. Visible only to the fated. Xie San Xing Cave is a natural marvel, situated atop Fong Siyuan Mountain, only accessible to those of great resolve. Feng Ling Yuing Sect is an ancient celestial sect, sought by only those of extraordinary fortune. That My Master is a person of destiny, possessing knowledge of the universe, the yin and yang, and sharing a lifespan with the heavens. Initially, Lung Qingran found his tale somewhat captivating. But as he continued, it became increasingly evident that he was spinning a yarn. Even the legendary immortals could scarcely live 300 years, let alone attain eternal life. You need not deceive me so. I am not a child of three. Moreover, if your master is truly so formidable, why are you so obsessed with perfecting the blood-burning technique? Because I have not yet reached Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain. Instead, I encountered a wandering ancestor who accepted me as a registered disciple. Shun Fei continued his ruse. Observing Shun Fei's impassive face, Lung Qingran started to doubt whether he spoke the truth, especially given the instantaneous disappearance of his presence she had witnessed. Very well. Let us assume your words are genuine, that if you wish to obtain the continuation of the blood-burning technique, you must accompany me to the sacred sect headquarters after the sword-forging grand competition concludes, where you may peruse the text that you have the courage to go, the sacred sect headquarters. Shun Fei momentarily struggled to recall which power that belonged to. However, it soon dawned on him that she was affiliated with the demon sect. No wonder she had discovered him twice. It was likely due to the blood-burning technique, as they had specific methods for seeking out demon sect techniques that I certainly have the courage to visit the demon sect headquarters. But if you deceive me again, even the immortals of the demon sect cannot save you. Shun Fei fixed his gaze upon her, but Lung Qingran met his stare without flinching. Ultimately, he closed his eyes once more to meditate. In the other carriages, several Grand Masters were discussing strategies to defeat Shun Fei. Ladies and gentlemen, we ought to compete on the arena stage. However, here we have a Grand Master shamelessly participating in the competition. I have heard that in the first round, 10 individuals will compete in a free-for-all, with only one victor advancing to the finals, that if we are drawn into the same group, we must unite against him to ensure he is eliminated, thereby tarnishing his reputation in the martial world. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, voicing their support. Indeed, we shall eject him first, and then settle our own scores. Yet some found their words amusing. How could a Grand Master, who had risen to such heights at a young age, be barred from participation? Moreover, even if they united, defeating Shun Fei would be highly improbable, as the greater the realm, the wider the chasm between them, especially given the substantial difference in their levels. Not long after, dozens of individuals arrived at the sword-forging villa. As Shun Fei disembarked from the carriage, he was astounded by the immense stone sword towering 30 to 40 meters high before him. Inscribed with the 4 characters of the sword-forging villa, the sword's essence compelled those who gazed upon it to instinctively step back. Yet Shun Fei found profound understanding within it, his comprehension points soaring. However, as the others observed Shun Fei seemingly entering a state of enlightenment, jealousy began to brew among them. Seizing the moment, one individual produced a copper coin and swiftly launched it at Shun Fei's forehead. The others halted, eager to witness the spectacle that in an instant, Shun Fei's right hand caught the coin, and with a deft motion, he sent it flying back, striking the assailant squarely in the dantian, rendering him a martial arts cripple. A hush fell over the air. None had anticipated Shun Fei's mercilessness in severing another's martial path. Yet, such opportunities for enlightenment were rare, with many spending their lives without encountering one, especially for a Grand Master. The sword intent inscribed upon that colossal sword had been etched by an immortal 3 centuries prior for a friend of the sword-forging villa, should one truly grasp its essence. They could become a peerless powerhouse. Sun Xingzhe, you are ruthless. You have crippled my martial abilities. The Sea Whale Gang will not let this slide, shouted Jiang Fiyang, the young master of the Sea Whale Gang. Clutching his abdomen in agony, Shun Fei approached Jiang Fiyang, towering over him as he declared, I have spared your life out of respect for the sword-forging villa that a mere Sea Whale Gang does not even warrant my attention. The Sea Whale Gang was merely propped up by a late-stage grandmaster. They lacked any true peerless powerhouses, yet they dared to threaten Shun Fei. How utterly laughable. You. Jiang Fiyang forcefully struck the floor. Realizing that relying solely on the Sea Whale Gang would not suffice to resolve the situation, he could only turn away. Shun Fei, disinterested in further discourse, continued to observe the sword intent within the colossal sword. The individuals from the sword-forging manor did not hold Shun Fei accountable for the events, as obstructing one's path to enlightenment was akin to slaying one's parents. Jiang Feiyang's survival was indeed a grace they afforded him. They escorted Jiang Feiyang away from the sword-forging manor and resumed their festivities. That be why the time night fell. Shun Fei had gleaned a fragment of sword intent from the stone sword, though he had yet to apply it in practice. However, the seed had been sown, and in the future, Shun Fei would undoubtedly grasp his own martial will. Upon entering the banquet, the maidens, upon seeing Shun Fei, hastily led him to the seat of honor. The sword-forging manor had significantly declined from its former glory. This generation lacked any unparalleled masters to preside over it. Were it not for the manor's respectable reputation in the martial world and its favorable relations with various factions, it would have been swallowed by others long ago. Sun Xiaoyu, truly a hero, emerges from youth. Not yet 20 and already at the grandmaster level. It leaves me feeling rather ashamed. Even disciples from the sacred lands pale in comparison to you. Praised by Yuan, the manor's master, without reservation. Indeed, this was the truth. The youngest disciple from the martial sanctuary had only achieved grandmaster status at the age of 23. Shun Fei humbly replied, Master Bai, you overrate me. It is merely luck. Modesty suits you well. In the future, should you desire to forge any weapons, feel free to come to my sword-forging manor. I am curious, from which lineage do you hail? Bai Yuan expressed keen interest in Shun Fei's origins, wondering which divine being could nurture such talent. My sect hails from the distant Ling Tai Fong, Siwen Mountain overseas. I am merely a named disciple under my master. Shun Fei deflected the inquiry with a similar pretext. This prompted a nod from Bai Yuan, as he realized Shun Fei was from a celestial mountain overseas that he recalled hearing from his ancestors that terrestrial immortals were not the pinnacle of martial arts. To ascend further, one must venture overseas in search of breakthrough methods. Young friend, you are truly blessed. We must maintain our connections in the future, Bai Yuan remarked, convinced that with the backing of mysterious overseas forces, Shun Fei's rise to prominence was inevitable. Shun Fei chuckled softly, perplexed by the sudden warmth in Bai Yuan's demeanor. Could it be that the overseas realm was indeed extraordinary? Meanwhile, Tai Quan, who had been invited, also approached. Sun Xiaoyu, we should exchange insights on martial arts when time permits, Tai Quan expressed, having grown disillusioned with Shun Fei's previous absence, hoping that perhaps Shun Fei possessed a means to assist him in ascending to unparalleled strength. Shun Fei was taken aback that the notoriously stern and unsmiling Tai Quan would initiate conversation, and could only respond with a smile. Certainly, certainly. The others, observing the amiable exchange among the three, could not help but murmur to themselves, wondering if one might, as well, gift him a meteorite from beyond the heavens, for there seemed no need for such formality. The following day, the grand tournament of the sword-forging manor officially commenced. The participants gathered at the designated arena, a spacious ground specifically created for the event, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators. Those without qualifications to compete took their places at the viewing platform. Among them, numerous esteemed figures from the martial world. Thank you to all martial friends for attending the Sword Forging Grand Tournament. This time, we have 49 contestants, divided into 5 groups, A, B, C, D, and E, engaging in free-for-all battles, with only one victor advancing to the finals. Bai Yuan explained the competition rules and announced the group allocations. Shun Fei glanced at the list and found himself placed in Group D. While Lung Qingren was assigned to Group A, upon arriving at the preparation area, Shun Fei discovered several individuals from Group D huddled together, devising strategies to counter him. With his keen hearing, he overheard their plans and chuckled softly. Their strategy was merely to join forces and attack him simultaneously. Notably, one among them concealed his cultivation level, a grandmaster in the early stages at 29 years old. This individual had nearly met the entry requirements, and his alliance with the others could pose a challenge, given that Shun Fei's martial techniques were not particularly formidable. The competition in Group A commenced swiftly, with Lung Qingran, as a practitioner at the innate stage, deemed the weakest among them. Many dismissed her as inconsequential. After all, they were all grandmasters, and what was a mere innate practitioner to them? Consequently, Lung Qingran was not immediately targeted, instead maneuvering among the various grandmasters until they determined the final victor. Little girl, will you concede willingly, or shall I render you half dead? Su Zheng, the eldest disciple of the Five Mountains sect, would not unleash his full might against a woman, hoping she would recognize her predicament. Lung Qingran shrugged, replying helplessly, I concede. Even if I reached the finals, I wouldn't stand a chance against Shun Fei. What's the point? It's the participation that counts. Having watched the matches, Shun Fei found the situation somewhat tedious. After all, she was a member of the demonic sect, possessing extraordinary techniques. Why would she choose to concede? After Lung Qingran concluded her battle, she approached Shun Fei, who gave her a significant eye roll to what's wrong. Is there something on me? Lung Qingran inquired, puzzled to know. I merely believe you possess the strength to defeat your opponent despite the odds. Why surrender so hastily? Shun Fei queried, perplexed that is that so? I simply wish to avoid revealing my identity. Even if I were fortunate enough to secure first place, do you think I could safely depart after exposing myself? Lung Qingran replied, somewhat exasperated. The meteorite was not worth the risk. Shun Fei understood then that she was not as overconfident as she appeared. Before long, the victors from Groups A, B, and C emerged, and it was time for Shun Fei's Group D. As Shun Fei stepped onto the stage, he immediately captured the attention of all present. After all, he was the young grandmaster openly competing. Were it not for his lack of notable achievements, the Tianji Pavilion would surely have inscribed his name, Sun Xingzhe, on the hidden dragon list that in the arena. The remaining 9 participants banded together, confronting Shun Fei as a united front. This caused the spectators to waver in their thoughts. 9 grandmasters collaborating were not without a chance to defeat a single grandmaster, especially since they were all esteemed disciples of renowned sects, while Shun Fei's origins remained enigmatic. Shun Fei remained calm, his grandmaster's protective aura enveloping him. As long as this shield held, they could not harm him. The leader of the Tianshan sect, Han Chang, noticing Shun Fei's inaction, promptly commanded, stick to the plan, attack from different angles to disrupt his rhythm. Do not be greedy, simply exhaust his aura. The 9 immediately surrounded Shun Fei, and at Han Chang's signal, they launched their assault. Shun Fei activated his protective aura, exerting his full strength, and with a powerful stomp, unleashed a shockwave that sent them reeling in that moment of imbalance. Shun Fei locked onto a weaker grandmaster and swiftly drew his blade, striking down with precision. The others attempted to intervene, but found Shun Fei's speed overwhelming. With a single strike, he incapacitated that individual, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Yet Shun Fei did not cease his onslaught, swiftly pursuing the others in an instant. The previously united group scattered, employing their lightness skills to flee, fearing they would be the next to fall. Han Chang realized that concealing his grandmaster-level cultivation was no longer feasible. Thus, he revealed his strength and, seizing the opportunity while Shun Fei engaged the others, unleashed the Tianshan sect's ultimate technique, Heavenly Snowfall. Countless icy sword lights erupted, sealing off all of Shun Fei's escape routes. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Han Chang has actually broken through to Grandmaster. The Tianshan sect has a bright future ahead. This technique, Heavenly Snowfall, was an unparalleled martial skill, unavoidable and requiring fortitude to endure. Sun Xingzhe was in peril. Those seasoned in the martial world could not fathom how Shun Fei might evade this assault, left only to witness how he would respond. However, Shun Fei faced this challenge unperturbed. He had long anticipated the concealment of his opponent's strength and had remained vigilant. Han Chang was brimming with confidence, believing Shun Fei's defeat was inevitable. Yet in the next moment, Shun Fei vanished from his sight without a trace, as if he had teleported. Bai Yuan and Tai Quan, both Grandmaster-level experts, were equally astonished. When Shun Fei reappeared, He was already behind Han Chong, delivering a ferocious strike of his Grandmaster's aura. Han Chong spat a mouthful of blood, barely managing to remain upright. You are strong, I concede. Han Chong had no choice but to accept this reality. Having expended half of his aura on the heavenly snowfall, he saw that Shun Fei had effortlessly defeated several opponents with seemingly no strain. The remaining participants, witnessing Han Chong's surrender, followed suit, relinquishing their struggle. Thus, Shun Fei secured his place in the finals. However, discussions about how he had evaded Han Chong's heavenly snowfall erupted, particularly among Bai Yuan and Tai Quan. Both, at the pinnacle of Grandmaster strength, found it incomprehensible that even with Shun Fei's extraordinary techniques, they could not even perceive a trace of his movements. It was as if he had vanished into thin air and reappeared behind Han Chong. Upon seeing Shun Fei return, Lung Qingran teased, I suddenly think the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect truly resembles an overseas celestial sect. Why don't you take on disciples in place of your master, and let me join your sect? Shun Fei replied casually, You lack the fortune for that. It's best for you to remain a disciple of the demonic sect. Humph, how dull. Lung Qingran was aware that this was no easy feat. Joining other sects invariably required trials. After the conclusion of Group D's competition, the match for Group E began. Due to the defeat of the eldest son of the Haijing gang by Shun Fei, they were left with only 9 participants. Shun Fei had anticipated that this round would be as tedious as the previous ones. However, he was surprised to discover that the ultimate victor turned out to be an innate martial artist. Do you know this Long Tianqing? Shun Fei inquired with curiosity. Faced with 8 mid-level masters, it was astonishing that he, as a peak innate martial artist, managed to prevail, even if they did not engage simultaneously. Lung Qingran nodded and replied, I have heard of him. He is the saint son of the Longhu sacred land. It is said that he possesses the body of a dragon and tiger. And on the day of his birth, the delivery room echoed with the sounds of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. Now merely 16, he is likely to ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals in the future. Chapter 22. A wager the saint son of the Longhu sacred land is indeed intriguing. Shun Fei, utilizing his ability to see through, discerned a formidable power within Long Tianqing, though the latter was unable to wield it entirely. The rumors regarding his dragon-tiger physique appear to be true. What? Do you really think that you, a grandmaster, cannot triumph over him? Lung Qingran observed Shun Fei's serious expression with mild perplexity. Haha, losing is out of the question. I merely see that he truly possesses the dragon-tiger body, and a future terrestrial immortal is indeed plausible. Shun Fei exuded confidence. Even if his opponent were a grand master, it mattered little. Watch me obliterate him with my infinite blood burst technique. Lung Qingran nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the dragon-tiger physique belonged to the original founder of the Longhu sacred land, a legendary figure who shattered the void and departed this moment. Bai Yuan also stepped onto the stage. Esteemed guests, the 5 finalists have been chosen. They will draw lots to determine their matchups, with one person receiving a BYE. Bai Yuan understood that the forthcoming matches would undoubtedly be thrilling, and thus, he would not allow a free-for-all to ensue. Shun Fei casually drew a lot, only to find that his opponent was Su Zheng from the 5 Mountain sect in Group A. Meanwhile, Long Tianqing was fortunate enough to receive a bye. Shun Fei furrowed his brow. Was this the result of Bai Yuan's manipulation, or was it mere luck for Long Tianqing? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought as his duel with Su Zheng commenced. Greetings, I am Su Zheng from the 5 Mountain sect. I look forward to your guidance. That Su Zheng, nearing 30 and at the pinnacle of the master realm, realized he had no chance of victory upon facing Shun Fei in the finals. However, he could not display any signs of cowardice, for that would tarnish his sect's reputation. Shun Fei, of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. Shun Fei replied nonchalantly, recognizing that his opponent was merely at the master level, given the vast difference in their realms. He felt no apprehension. After their brief exchange, Su Zheng eagerly unleashed the 5 Mountain sect's 10,000 sword technique. The sword shadows danced, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which moves were genuine and which were mere illusions. Shun Fei remained unfazed, surrounding himself with a protective aura that rendered Su Zheng's attacks utterly harmless. Meanwhile, Shun Fei observed Su Zheng's 10,000 sword technique, noting that he had already executed at least a dozen different sword styles. Rumored to be enhanced by the practitioner's mastery of various sword techniques, The power of the 10,000 sword technique escalated with the depth of 1's cultivation, coupled with the profound inner strength derived from the Zixia divine skill. It positioned the Five Mountain sect as a top-tier faction, second only to the Sacred Lands. Seeing that Xun Fei entirely disregarded his assaults, Su Jing's expression soured. Even his master uncle, a grand master, would not dare to adopt such a purely defensive stance. 10,000 swords, arise! Su Jing shouted, summoning numerous phantoms that simultaneously executed various sword techniques. The clanging of swords resounded continuously. Su Jing initially believed that this maneuver would shatter Xun Fei's protective aura. Yet to his disbelief, it caused not the slightest disturbance. This was the Five Mountain sect's unrivaled technique, renowned for its formidable offensive power, enabling practitioners to combat opponents of higher realms. Onlookers assumed Su Jing's display was already awe-inspiring. Yet Xun Fei stood like an unyielding mountain, impervious to the tidal waves of assault. After executing his technique, Su Jing observed Xun Fei remaining unharmed, and he could not help but smile wryly. Realizing he had underestimated his adversary, he pondered whether he could defeat Xun Fei if they were of the same realm. But Xun Fei noted that Su Jing's vital energy was nearly depleted. He struck out with a palm, sending him flying off the stage. The victor is Sun Wukong. The spectators found the outcome reasonable, yet felt a tinge of regret for Su Jing, who had faced the monstrous Xun Fei. Otherwise, with the 10,000 swords technique, he might have contended for second place. As Xun Fei departed the stage, he contemplated Su Jing's techniques that if his opponent had been a grand master, his protective aura might not have held up. The infinite blood burst could convert into protective energy, but there was a limit. The shield's defense functioned similarly, and once the damage exceeded that limit, it would shatter. However, as long as it could withstand the assault, Xun Fei could continuously restore his protective aura. The next match was between the Saint Son of the Xianming Sacred Land and the senior brother of the Qingyun sect. Both were late-stage masters, aged around 27 or 28. Young Master Sun, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Lung Qingran inquired with curiosity about Xun Fei's thoughts. I asked that even a question? Naturally, it will be the Saint Son of the Xianming Sacred Land. If he loses, it would be a disgrace to the Sacred Land, Xun Fei remarked, observing that the Saint Son of the Xianming Sacred Land had pure, vital energy. What if we place a bet? I have a strong feeling that the senior brother of the Qingyun sect will win, Lung Qingran asserted with unwavering confidence. Intrigued, Xun Fei recognized that Lung Qingran held a significant position within the demon sect, especially with a Grand Master Protector at her side, signifying her status as a core disciple. Very well. If I win, you shall bring me the Grand Master-level blood-burning technique from the demon sect. Xun Fei wished to keep his secrets concealed and preferred to avoid any dealings with the demon sect. Agreed, but if I win, you must reveal to me how you can practice the blood-burning technique without any side effects. Lung Qingran, having observed Xun Fei's 2 matches, noticed that he did not exhibit the bloodthirstiness typical of practitioners of the blood-burning technique. Instead, his vital energy appeared boundless and without any hesitation in its use. Deal, Xun Fei readily agreed, reasoning that even if he lost, he could simply concoct another tale that on the stage, the Saint Son of the Xianming Sacred Land, Zhang Haoran, unleashed the Xianming Ice and Fire Divine Palm, utilizing both ice and fire energies to subject his opponent to fluctuating temperatures. Zhang Bufan of the Qingyun sect found himself on the defensive, struggling to counter the relentless assault of the dual energies and clearly falling behind. This led the audience to believe that victory was already assured. Zhang Bufan was destined to lose. However, as time progressed, Xun Fei detected something amiss. Zhang Haoran's offensive had waned from its initial ferocity, and he appeared somewhat winded, while Zhang Bufan deftly evaded the attacks. Something is amiss. Xun Fei's gaze fixated on the burning stick in Zhang Bufan's hand, a remarkable implement that absorbed the opposing ice and fire energies, rendering them nearly ineffective against him. Zhang Haoran also sensed the anomaly. He could not comprehend how Zhang Bufan managed to endure. Typically, opponents could not withstand the ice and fire energies and would succumb swiftly. Realizing that a prolonged battle was unsuitable for him, Zhang Haoran resolved to go all out. Losing would bring disgrace to the sacred land that in an instant, 2 dragon-shaped energies of ice and fire manifested in Zhang Haoran's hands, enveloping Zhang Bufan. The latter's complexion oscillated between red and white, caught in the extremes of temperature. Observers from the Qingyan sect contemplated conceding on Zhang Bufan's behalf. Ice and fire, once unleashed, could potentially freeze and incinerate his meridians, jeopardizing his martial path and even threatening his life. Just as everyone believed Zhang Howren's victory was assured, Zhang Bufan raised his burning stick, channeling all his vital energy into it, rotating it a few times, and astonishingly broke through the ice and fire dragons. Subsequently, with a single strike, he hit the exhausted Zhang Howren, sending him hurtling off the stage. The Xianming Sacred Land's members turned pale, rushing to assess the Saint Sun's injuries, only to find that his meridians were severed, rendering him almost incapacitated. Chapter 23. The Power of the Dragon and Tiger. Zhang Bufan, how dare you strike without mercy, leaving our Saint Sun's meridians shattered? This debt shall be remembered by the Xianming Sacred Land. The members of the Xianming Sacred Land glared at Zhang Bufan with hostility. Zhang Bufan himself had not anticipated that a single, all-out strike would be too much for Zhang Howren to endure. Had he not possessed the burning stick to aid him, he would have undoubtedly become a cripple. The Qingyan sect members quickly stepped forward to retort. In the arena, there are no rules against strikes. Your Saint Sun also attacked without reservation. Can you not accept defeat? The Xianming Sacred Land's members snorted derisively. It seemed that the Qingyan sect had grown increasingly audacious, daring to challenge the Sacred Land's authority. Humph, we shall take our leave. The Grand Master leading the Xianming Sacred Land promptly departed with the Saint Sun. With the finest medicines, he would likely recover. The reason the Sacred Land was revered was due to the presence of at least one terrestrial immortal ancestor safeguarding it. However, the Xianming Sacred Land's terrestrial immortal ancestor was nearing the end of his 3-century lifespan, and some individuals had begun to entertain unworthy thoughts. Shun Fei could hardly believe that he had lost the bet. The Xianming Sacred Land was surprisingly weak. Nonetheless, the weapon in Zhang Bufan's hand intrigued him. It could absorb the opposing ice and fire attributes and retaliate effectively. A bet is a bet. Now, do tell me why you can practice the blood-burning technique without any side effects. The cold and aloof Lung Qingran could only speculate. She was uncertain whether Zhang Bufan could truly vanquish Zhang Howren. Shun Fei, with a resigned gesture, resorted to persuasion. Have you ever heard of the legendary primordial deity, the old ancestor of the Nether River? He reigns over the blood sea of the Netherworld, renowned for the eternal flow of his blood and the immortality of his river. The Azura he created is a formidable race, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and I happen to possess the bloodline of an Azura. Cultivating the blood ignition technique merely awakens the latent power within my veins. Listening to Shun Fei, Lung Qingran felt as though he were reciting a tale spun from divine lore, her expression betraying disbelief as she pondered whether he was jesting. Even celestial beings are not invincible. Faced with an army of hundreds of thousands clad in iron armor, they too would succumb to the depletion of their inner strength. Well, even if you are indeed an Azura, I have yet to encounter another of your kind. Resolving to observe him closely, she refrained from further inquiries. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan ascended the stage once more. Only 3 contenders remained in the semifinals: Shun Fei, Zhang Bufan, and Long Tianqing. Long Tianqing, you received a bye in the previous round. This time, you must compete. You may select one of them to challenge. Long Tianqing's gaze swept between Shun Fei and Zhang Bufan, contemplating briefly before settling on Shun Fei. Master Sun, I wish to challenge you. Zhang Bufan has just fought and has yet to recuperate. I do not wish to take advantage of his weakness. Upon hearing this, Shun Fei smiled faintly, internally acknowledging that Long Tianqing seemed to believe that even a weary Zhang Bufan surpassed him in strength. Or perhaps he truly considered himself assured of victory. Shun Fei, however, doubted the sincerity of Long Tianqing's straightforwardness. After all, if he were to lose, what purpose would there be in battling Zhang Bufan afterward? It seemed evident that he was confident in his ability to defeat Shun Fei before facing Zhang Bufan. Very well, Shun Fei replied, naturally unable to decline, for he was a grandmaster. To refuse a challenge from a primordial warrior would only invite ridicule. He leapt onto the stage, and Long Tianqing faced the young grandmaster without a hint of trepidation. Although his realm was merely at the peak of the primordial stage, he could, if he so desired, break through to the grandmaster level, drawing upon the power of the dragon and tiger to engage in combat beyond his current capacity. Master Sun, I possess a single technique. should you be able to withstand it. I shall concede defeat regardless of the outcome, Long Tianqing declared confidently, believing Xin Fei would acquiesce. Xin Fei recognized this as a blatant ploy, leveraging his lower realm to coerce him into accepting Long Tianqing's full-powered strike. Should he refuse, it would suggest that a grandmaster feared a mere primordial warrior. Very well, I am eager to witness the prowess of the holy son of the dragon and tiger's sacred land. Xin Fei replied unperturbed, for he possessed an inexhaustible vitality. Could he truly be defeated in an instant? Surrounded by an aura of defensive energy, with tenfold protection, even a peak grandmaster would find it challenging to breach his defenses. Long Tianqing was aware that Xin Fei would not decline. Such schemes were designed to render refusal nearly impossible, but he closed his eyes, channeling the power of the dragon and tiger within. While it is common knowledge that this power surpasses mere physical strength, few realize that it also harbors formidable mental assault capabilities, particularly since this power was a legacy of the ancient dragon and tiger patriarch. Given a moment, Long Tianqing could unleash the mental prowess of a terrestrial immortal. Xin Fei's keen vision perceived the once dormant power of the dragon and tiger suddenly stir to life, revealing the source of Long Tianqing's confidence. This was nothing more than reliance on external forces. A mere ruse that I end the next moment. Long Tianqing opened his eyes, his dark pupils transforming into a brilliant gold, the energies of the dragon and tiger converging within that I in a realm invisible to others. A dragon and a tiger manifested, racing toward Xin Fei to execute a mental assault. Xin Fei felt his consciousness being violently shattered, reduced to a mere formless mass, leaving him momentarily stunned. Observers saw the two standing still, bewildered by the lack of action. Only those who had reached the Grandmaster level comprehended the magnitude of Long Tianqing's recent maneuver, an assault of the mind, a power only terrestrial immortals could wield. Executed by a primordial warrior. Should Long Tianqing remain unscathed, it was evident that the dragon and tiger sacred land would surely birth a terrestrial immortal. Xin Fei's defeat seemed inevitable, yet it was unfortunate that this prodigy would become a stepping stone for another. After hearing Granny Wang's explanation, Lung Qingran gazed at Xin Fei, who remained motionless, his aura the sole protector. Miss, what a pity for this son Xingxia. Having suffered a mental attack, he may well become a fool. Granny Wang lamented, the fall of such talent truly regrettable. Yet Lung Qingran remained unconvinced. Had Xin Fei not claimed to be an Azura, Long Tianqing, observing Xin Fei's vacant eyes, could not help but feel a swell of arrogance. What did it matter if he was a grandmaster? He could not rival his dragon and tiger power. Just as Bai Yuan prepared to announce the outcome, confirming Xin Fei's confusion and loss of consciousness, Xin Fei's eyes suddenly regained clarity. Long Tianqing, if this is all the strength you possess, then you should concede. His cool voice drew the attention of all present, the gathered grandmasters unable to fathom how Xin Fei could endure the mental assault of a terrestrial immortal. Long Tianqing's face flushed crimson. He had invoked the power of a terrestrial immortal, yet failed to vanquish his opponent. This led him to doubt his own dragon and tiger ability, compounded by the fact that he had boasted of victory. If he could not defeat Xin Fei with one strike, he would have to concede. Chapter 24. The Battle for the Meteorite. What's wrong? You dare not stand by your words? No matter. I too would prefer not to see you concede so easily. After all, enduring a strike from you is quite unsatisfactory. Therefore, if you possess the courage, let us continue the fight. Xin Fei laughed heartily, relishing the prospect of turning the tables on Long Tianqing's ploy that a person capable of wielding the techniques of a terrestrial immortal would require no restraint. Long Tianqing, who had always been held in high regard, had never been provoked in such a manner, retorting coldly, "Very well, let me witness your capabilities." However, as he spoke, a glimmer of blade light flashed before him, rendering him unable to evade. Was he truly to perish here today? In the next instant, Xin Fei's blade was seized by the hand of a peerless expert. Youth harboring such a murderous intent is ill-advised. I shall concede on behalf of Tianqing, Dragon Rahai, the extraordinary figure from the dragon and tiger's sacred land, uttered softly, his tone laced with disdain. Yet in light of Xin Fei's mysterious origins and the watchful eyes of the martial community, he refrained from making a move against him. Long Tianqing, still grappling with the fear of having narrowly escaped death, was led down from the stage by Dragon Rahai. Tianqing, do not let him intimidate you. There is an inherent gap between grandmasters and primordials, and victory or defeat is part of the martial way. Dragon Rahai counseled. He is destined to be the future leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect. How could you lose your composure over a single defeat? Besides, your ascension to terrestrial immortal is a daunting challenge. While you are sure to become a terrestrial immortal, leading our Dragon and Tiger sacred land to greater heights. After hearing this, Long Tianqing regained his composure, realizing the disparity in potential between them. Nevertheless, he spoke up. That meteorite contains something of immense significance. I must obtain it. Dragon Rahai furrowed his brow, inquiring further, how significant? It will enable me to better harness the power of the dragon and tiger. Long Tianqing stated plainly that if the meteorite were merely a forging material, I wouldn't have traveled such a great distance to reach this place. It is the blood of the Azure Dragon contained within that is of utmost importance to As Dragon Rahai prepared to leave. He found himself compelled to remain and observe. Shun Fei watched them with a smirk. The Dragon and Tiger sacred land had already charted its path to destruction at this juncture. Bai Yuan turned to Shun Fei and asked, Master Sun, do you require a moment to rest, or shall we continue the contest? I do not need to rest. Let him come forth, Shun Fei declared, eager to seize victory and claim the meteorite that he had long sought the celestial treasure to refine the divine technique he had acquired. Zhang Bufan stepped onto the stage. Truth be told, after witnessing their battle and learning from his master that Shun Fei had withstood the mental assault of a terrestrial immortal unscathed, he understood his chances of victory were slim. Nonetheless, the makeshift weapon in his hand reminded him of the necessity to obtain that meteorite. The blood of the Azure Dragon within could grant him the power of the Azure Dragon, enhance his physique, and elevate his potential. Thus, he was compelled to exert every ounce of effort and make an attempt. Qingyun sect, Zhang Bufan, I seek your guidance. Zhang Bufan clasped his hands in greeting. Subsequently, he struck decisively, his firewood stick colliding with Shun Fei's protective aura. Initially, Shun Fei paid little heed, making no attempt to evade, allowing his opponent to make the first move. However, it soon became apparent to Shun Fei that something was amiss. The firewood stick seemed extraordinary, as it disregarded his protective aura, aiming directly for his flesh. Shun Fei swiftly retaliated with his blade, pushing Zhang Bufan back, yet the formidable force failed to perturb him. Instead, he grew increasingly emboldened in the fray. With keen insight, Shun Fei quickly discerned that the firewood stick possessed the ability to bypass protective auras, absorb a warrior's energy, and negate their strength. That it was indeed a remarkable treasure. While Shun Fei, as a member of a sect, wielded only a long knife forged from ordinary iron, which felt rather inadequate. Nevertheless, Shun Fei soon identified his adversary's weakness. The absorption of aura could not be limitless. Thus, he unleashed a torrent of blade energy, incorporating the nascent martial intent of destruction gleaned from the colossal sword statue. Faced with the relentless onslaught of blade energy, Zhang Bufan could do little but defend with his firewood stick. The consciousness within the stick continually absorbed aura, straining to cope, for the energy of a master was not so easily consumed. Young man, if you cannot endure, then concede at worst, you may trade other treasures for the meteorite. Surely, the Qingyun sect would be willing to assist you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bufan was taken aback, realizing that even the senior had a day when they felt overwhelmed, despite his continuous onslaught of inner strength failing to fill the void. Aware that without the firewood stick's aid, facing Shun Fei alone would be tantamount to certain defeat, he reluctantly declared, I concede. This was the first time Shun Fei wielded his blade with such unrestrained vigor. Wishing to continue the fight, only to find his opponent had surrendered, which struck him as rather dull, Bai Yuan then ascended the stage, proclaiming loudly, in the sword-forging competition, the ultimate victor is Shun Fei. The spectators witnessing this quietly mused that this competition had been worthwhile as the younger generation of heroes emerged. Long Tianqing, Zhang Bufan, and Shun Fei, all possessing formidable strength and backing. The members of the Tianji Pavilion diligently recorded the results of the duel, preparing for the new generation's rankings of the Qianlong Gang to be announced to the martial world. Shun Fei intended to claim the meteorite prize from Bai Yuan, but Zhang Bufan interjected. Brother Sun, I have a request that I hope you will trade the meteorite with me. I am willing to exchange it for corresponding treasures. This proposal incited an uproar among the onlookers, particularly Long Tianqing, who had initially desired for his master, Long Ruhai, to seize the meteorite en route, only to find the Qingyun sect intervening. Xun Fei's origins were obscure, and as long as he exercised caution, no one would be the wiser. However, the Qingyun sect's involvement was a different matter, given their possession of unparalleled experts. Should this become public knowledge, the reputation of the Longhu sacred land would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, disregarding his reservations, Long Tianqing promptly declared, "Brother Sun, I too am willing to trade treasures with you." Instantly, the attention of the crowd was drawn to the meteorite, while weapons forged from it were impressive. It seemed rather unreasonable for two disciples of major factions to engage in such a bidding war. That wasn't this sword-forging competition merely a display of prowess. The prize was merely an inconsequential bonus. Yet, as the two engaged in their rivalry, suspicions arose regarding the true value of the meteorite. Xun Fei cast a scrutinizing gaze upon it, probing its interior, discovering indeed that it harbored a mysterious energy capable of being drawn upon by warriors. At that moment, Bai Yuan was left in a daze. He had possessed the meteorite for several days, yet had failed to perceive any extraordinary qualities. Was it possible that he had unwittingly grasped a treasure without realizing it? But now, the meteorite rightfully belonged to Xun Fei. Should he retract his offer, the reputation of the Jianjian villa would be tarnished. The martial world was not solely defined by battles, but also by human relationships and social intricacies. Xun Fei, unperturbed by such concerns, seized the meteorite from the platter held by Bai Yuan, instantly duplicating it twice and stowing the copies within his spatial backpack. Chapter 25, a dual advantage for Xun Fei. Possessing the ability to duplicate treasures naturally meant maximizing his benefits. A trade with Zhang Bufan was inevitable. "Gentlemen, since both of you desire this meteorite, yet there is only one, I shall entertain offers. Whosoever presents a satisfactory price shall be granted the trade." Upon hearing this, both Long Tianqing and Zhang Bufan recognized Xun Fei's intent to drive up the price. However, spurred by the allure of the Azure Dragon's blood, they opted to bid, as both had compelling reasons to do so. Long Tianqing was the first to speak. "I am willing to offer 1,000,000 taels of gold for it." Xun Fei shook his head in response. "Gold is of no interest to me. I desire rare materials and potent martial arts techniques instead." Zhang Bufan initially assumed Xun Fei would acquiesce to the 1,000,000 taels, as he himself could not muster such wealth. Yet, should it be a trade of items, he felt he still had a chance. "Brother Sun, I am willing to offer you a peerless martial technique in exchange." The notion of a peerless martial technique piqued Xun Fei's interest. After all, he lacked a grandmaster-level technique, and even a somewhat obscure martial art would be acceptable. Seeing Xun Fei's willingness to engage, Long Tianqing hastily added, "Brother Sun, I would grant you access to the Longhu Sacred Land Scripture Pavilion for 3 days. Aside from the core techniques, you may study anything else." The assembly gasped in disbelief. Was the meteorite truly so valuable? The Scripture Pavilion of the Longhu Sacred Land contained numerous techniques, including some of unparalleled caliber. Xun Fei was taken aback by Long Tianqing's generosity. Yet he needed to consider a critical question. Could he trust the other party to uphold their end of the bargain, given their existing enmity? If Long Tianqing were to act treacherously, would he not be walking into a trap? Long Tianqing seemed to sense Xun Fei's apprehension and continued to sweeten the deal. "Rest assured, Brother Sun, I can guarantee my reputation from the Longhu Sacred Land. I would never harm you, or else the martial community would hunt me down." Understanding that he would at least be safe during the 3 days of study, Xun Fei resolved to seize the opportunity. Recalling the adage that fortune favors the bold, Zhang Bufan, "Unless you present a better offer, I am left with no choice but to trade with Long Tianqing." Zhang Bufan sighed, realizing he could not match Long Tianqing's financial prowess. "I have no better terms to propose." That he shook his head in resignation, silently apologizing to the consciousness within the firewood stick. Long Tianqing, feeling relieved, acknowledged that Zhang Bufan's unexpected rise and the remarkable firewood stick posed a potential threat. Had Zhang Bufan presented something of worth, he would have found himself in a predicament. "Very well, I shall trade with Long Tianqing that I will visit the Longhu Sacred Land in 3 days." Xun Fei had no desire to return alongside Long Tianqing, as it felt cumbersome. Long Tianqing, somewhat awkward, had anticipated acquiring the meteorite immediately, but would now have to wait. Others present harbored various thoughts, yet upon beholding Shun Fei's grandmaster-level prowess, they swiftly dismissed their ambitions. Unless an unparalleled expert intervened, who could hope to best Shun Fei? Yet, would such experts even covet the Longhu Sacred Land Scripture Pavilion? The Longhu Sacred Land would not permit easy access to its peerless techniques. By the time Shun Fei arrived, they would ensure that any exceptional martial arts were hidden away, leaving him with only a couple of incomplete techniques that posed risks that the sword forging competition concluded. Shun Fei had outshone the disciples of various sacred lands, and news of his prowess spread throughout the martial world, elevating the reputation of the Feng Ling Yuing sect. Shun Fei was even ranked second among the younger generation by the Tianji Pavilion. While the first was none other than Shun, the disciple of the Qinhua Sacred Land, a 29-year-old prodigy, born with an extraordinary intellect and possessing the Arhut golden body. He was destined to become a terrestrial immortal and was highly likely to transcend the void. That night, Shun Fei covertly sought out Zhang Bufan. Zhang Bufan, initially lamenting his inability to obtain the meteorite, had intended to meditate in his chamber, but was interrupted when the consciousness within the firewood stick suddenly spoke. "Young man, someone seeks you out." Zhang Bufan immediately opened his eyes, discovering Shun Fei had appeared before him unbeknownst to him. "Brother Sun, what brings you here?" "I merely wish to propose a trade." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bufan's interest was piqued. Regardless of Shun Fei's intentions, acquiring the meteorite would be a significant boon. What trade? You have already agreed to terms with Long Tianxing. Do you intend to breach that agreement? Shun Fei shook his head, clarifying, "Not at all. I understand that his true desire lies not in the meteorite itself, but in the treasure contained within it. However, my agreement with him pertains solely to the meteorite." "Do you comprehend, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Bufan grasped the implication. This was clearly a scheme to ensnare Long Tianxing. Yet it was of no concern to him. He was indifferent to the repercussions Shun Fei might face. "I understand, Brother Sunday. This is a peerless martial technique I obtained through my travels in the martial world, known as the Biming Divine Art. Once mastered, your inner strength will be many times greater than that of others, and you will be able to absorb the inner strength of others for your own use." Shun Fei, intrigued, considered the Biming Divine Art. However, he knew that every benefit came with a cost, though Zhang Bufan did not elaborate, leaving Shun Fei to decide for himself. "Very well, I shall grant you the meteorite for one night. Tomorrow, I will return to collect it." Shun Fei decisively engaged in a transaction with the other party, reasoning that since everything was derived from copies, retaining just one for himself sufficed. Zhang Bufan accepted the meteorite from the heavens, feeling the blood of the azure dragon within it, and was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet he restrained his emotions and presented the North Underworld Divine Art to Shun Fei. Both were quite satisfied with this exchange. Upon returning to his chamber, Shun Fei began to peruse the North Underworld Divine Art. After a single reading, he couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of its creator. The inner energy cultivated through the North Underworld Divine Art was extraordinarily pure, and its capacity for qi was immensely vast. Indeed, it allowed the practitioner to absorb others' inner energy and convert it into their own. However, it was not without flaws. The cultivation process was arduous, requiring a significant investment of time and elixirs to fill the qi sea with genuine energy. Even when absorbing another's inner energy, the differing attributes necessitated purification, leading to suboptimal results. Nevertheless, Shun Fei felt that the North Underworld Divine Art was remarkably suited to him. His boundless vitality transformed into genuine energy through the blood-burning technique, rendered his true energy virtually infinite. Yet instead of directly cultivating the North Underworld Divine Art, Shun Fei merely drew upon its strengths, merging the merits of both to create a Grandmaster-level blood-burning technique. "Indeed, I am a genius," he mused. "Perhaps after I have perused the scripture repository of the Dragon and Tiger Sacred Land, I could forge an unparalleled technique in blood-burning." Shun Fei never anticipated that a single extraordinary technique would resolve the limitations that had long plagued his blood-burning practice. After a night of cultivation, both the quality and quantity of his protective energy doubled, and he estimated that it could potentially increase up to 20-fold, synergizing with the sect's abilities. That it could be said that the amount of protective energy he possessed was unparalleled, even among the most formidable of warriors. When dawn broke, Shun Fei sought out Zhang Bufan once more, and upon seeing him, it was evident that he radiated brilliance, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Clearly, the blood of the Azure Dragon had conferred upon him immense benefits. "Brother Sun, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance," Zhang Bufan expressed, aware of the considerable elevation in his own innate capabilities, comprehension, and physique. Though a transaction, he was well aware of the pitfalls associated with the North Underworld divine art. It was notoriously difficult for the average practitioner, posing an even greater challenge for breakthroughs to unparalleled strength. Shun Fei waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence, as he too had reaped rewards from the deal. After taking the meteorite, he departed. The consciousness within the fire stick remarked, "Youngster, I can sense that the quality and quantity of his protective energy have significantly increased. Should you face him again, the outcome would remain unchanged." Zhang Bufan, upon hearing this, was filled with disbelief that I have refined my essence and undergone a metamorphosis. How can I still lack the upper hand? Senior, how can this be possible? Nothing is impossible. I can sense he is on the brink of breaking through to the mid-stage of Grandmaster, having only recently attained Grandmaster status. If this continues, he may soon ascend to unparalleled strength. Zhang Bufan reflected on the remarkable talents emerging in the martial world. Long Tianxing, the monk Liao Chun, and others, and he resolved not to let pride cloud his judgment. For he must find a way to avenge his parents. 3 days later, at the Dragon and Tiger's sacred land, Shun Fei made his way toward this hallowed ground of martial arts. Over the 3 days, his strength had once again grown substantially. Realm, mid-stage Grandmaster, life, infinite, physique, inferior, comprehension, exceptional, fortune, superior, defense, 20 times, speed, 12 times, strength, 20 times, perception, 12 times, magic power, 12 times, stealth, 12 times, space backpack, 25 square meters. Resource duplication, 3 times, anomaly resistance, 25 times. His fortune had risen from commendable to superior, owing to the defeat of numerous talented individuals from various sects, thereby acquiring a portion of their fortunes. However, as he had not slain them, the increase was not substantial. Quite satisfactory, though it is regrettable that my abilities have not garnered any new traits at the 20-fold enhancement. Perhaps I must reach 100-fold to unlock further potential. Shun Fei conjectured. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. For as long as he persisted in his cultivation, he was certain to achieve it. "Stop there. May I inquire as to who you are and the purpose of your visit to the Dragon and Tiger's sacred land?" One of the gatekeepers called out, recognizing Shun Fei as someone extraordinary. "Sun Wukong, here to keep an appointment," Shun Fei replied solemnly. The disciples were taken aback, realizing that this was the famed Sun Wukong of the martial world. So young, yet already a Grandmaster. "Ah, it is the esteemed Grandmaster Sun. The Holy Sun has instructed us to inform him of your arrival immediately. Please, follow us," the gatekeeper disciple said with utmost respect, fearing to offend Shun Fei, for it was a matter of direct instruction from the Holy Sun, and failing to comply could lead to severe punishment. Following them, Shun Fei was soon brought into the heart of the Dragon and Tiger's sacred land, where others, witnessing the usually arrogant gatekeepers behaving so obsequiously toward an outsider, were left in disbelief. What astonished them further was the Holy Sun, who typically kept his distance, rushing toward Shun Fei without regard for appearances. "Sun Wukong, you have finally arrived," Long Tianxing exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. For 3 days, he had been anxious that Shun Fei might not dare to come, risking the loss of the Azure Dragon's blood. Fortunately, Shun Fei had indeed shown the courage to confront the challenge of the Dragon and Tiger's sacred land. "Enough with the pleasantries. I know what you seek. Take me to the scripture repository, and in 3 days, I shall provide you with a meteorite from the heavens." Shun Fei aimed to instill some caution in him, as offering an opportunity for retraction would only increase the likelihood of it. Long Tianxing felt a surge of impatience. 3 days seemed like an eternity. "Could you not give it to me first?" "Impossible. This is your territory. You must allow me some sense of security, or I could simply leave right now," Shun Fei asserted, exuding confidence and clearly having the upper hand. Long Tianxing inhaled deeply, suppressing his ire. "Very well. I shall wait another 3 days. Patience is essential for the greater scheme, especially for the Azure Dragon's blood." He led Shun Fei to the scripture repository of the Dragon and Tiger's sacred land. where they had already removed most of the extraordinary techniques, leaving only a couple of flawed masterpieces that if Shun Fei still wished to cultivate them, that would be his own affair. Upon entering the repository, Shun Fei immediately sensed the gaze of someone powerful observing him. However, he remained unconcerned, as he was there to gather resources, first to copy, and then to consider his next steps. Thus, he began to peruse the texts, starting with the post-heaven techniques, glancing at each one before discarding it, which puzzled the observer. Yet, as Shun Fei was not violating any rules, they could only watch patiently that in a mere day, Shun Fei abstained from food and drink. Thoroughly examining all 3,600 martial texts in the repository, only two exceptional techniques remained. Point 1 was called the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, a demonic art that, when executed, could exponentially amplify one's power for a brief period, but would inevitably result in shattered meridians, rendering the practitioner a cripple. The other was the Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Technique, which utilized celestial lightning to refine oneself, granting both a formidable physique and lightning-like speed. Its sole drawback was the necessity of being struck by lightning, with a high probability of death. Marvelous! Such formidable techniques are left for me. Should I annihilate the dragon and tiger sacred land? I might feel a twinge of guilt for a fleeting moment. Shun Fei mused inwardly, but he then pretended to study the two remaining extraordinary techniques over the next 2 days while secretly merging them into his blood-burning technique, ultimately crafting a unique, unparalleled technique suited solely for himself, the Undying Scripture. This new scripture absorbed the strengths of both the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique and the Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Technique, allowing for a tenfold increase in combat effectiveness during disintegration and the capacity to absorb lightning during body refinement to enhance his life limit and foundational defenses that as the 3 days elapsed. Long Tianqing eagerly approached the scripture repository, demanding the meteorite from the heavens. Sun Wukong, I have allowed you to peruse the texts. Now the meteorite is due, is it not? He urged, fearful that Shun Fei might retract his promise. Seeing Long Tianqing's anxious demeanor, Shun Fei tossed the meteorite to him nonchalantly. Take it that I must take my leave now, that I hope that when next we meet, you will have attained Grandmaster status. Otherwise, our encounters may become rather tedious. Before departing, Shun Fei did not forget to tease his counterpart. Long Tianqing let out a cold snort, resolutely thinking to himself that he would surely catch up to you. Do not let yourself be hindered by the formidable barrier of a peerless powerhouse. As for ambushing Shun Fei midway, Long Tianqing deemed such actions unnecessary. A person of his caliber need not rely on the hands of others. Shun Fei left safely, initially believing that the Longhu sacred land would covertly take action against him. But to his surprise, they honored their promise. In truth, the master of the Longhu sacred land merely wished to utilize Shun Fei as an excellent whetstone. A swift demise would render the endeavor devoid of meaning. In the ensuing days, Shun Fei arrived at a desolate mountain, excavating a cave where he diligently perused the volumes of texts he had painstakingly copied from the Sutra Pavilion of Longhu Mountain. One by one, his comprehension surged dramatically, and Shun Fei estimated that upon finishing all the texts, his understanding could very well ascend to the realm of a prodigy, unrivaled by 100,000. 10 days later, Shun Fei set down the final volume of martial arts techniques, his comprehension reaching the pinnacle of genius that he integrated these 3,600 volumes of martial literature into his undying scripture, evolving it into a method that could lead to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Simultaneously, Shun Fei's martial prowess did not stagnate. The undying scripture operated automatically, albeit with lesser efficiency than if he had focused intently. Yet it still elevated his realm to the latter stages of the Grand Master level. Stepping out of the cave, Shun Fei gazed at the overcast sky, thunder rumbling in the distance, his heart brimming with joy. He hurried to the summit of the mountain and bellowed to the heavens. Heaven, assist me. Let the thunder descend. With a resounding boom, it seemed the heavens were drawn to Shun Fei, and a thunderbolt the size of a fist arced directly towards him. Shun Fei felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and a plume of black smoke escaped his mouth, realizing that the lightning was rather formidable. Nonetheless, he paid it no mind. Instead, he activated the undying scripture and swiftly absorbed the power of the lightning within him, refining his body. Seeing that Shun Fei had not perished, the heavens unleashed a barrage of lightning, Onlookers in the distance were astonished to see the continuous strikes hitting the same spot, pondering whether some treasure had emerged. And they hastened to investigate. At this moment, Shenfei had been reduced to a charred figure, yet his heart continued to beat, and the lightning energy coursing through his meridians was being refined. His life force and defensive capabilities were ceaselessly enhanced, while similarly, his sect's abilities grew amidst the tempest, particularly in defensive multipliers and resistance to anomalies. An hour passed, and the dark clouds dispersed. The heavens had no choice but to concede that this fellow was no coward, but a true man. He would gather more lightning power next time for a contest of 300 rounds. As Shenfei observed the clearing skies, he concluded his practice. His life force had at least tripled, and his defensive strength rivaled that of tempered steel. Even without activating his protective aura, a grandmaster wielding a weapon could not harm him. Just as Shenfei prepared to leave, he heard voices nearby. "Quick, there must be treasures above. If they survive the heavenly thunder, they must be artifacts of great value." Shenfei exchanged his attire from his spatial backpack and, looking down from his elevated position, inquired, "Where are the treasures you speak of? I have been struck by lightning up here for so long, yet I see nothing." The crowd gasped in shock, realizing that a senior was present, and hastily declared, "We did not realize it was you cultivating here. We have intruded. Please forgive us." However, one individual, upon seeing Shenfei, could not help but exclaim, "You are Sun Xingzhe, the demon who slaughtered the entire family of the Southern King." At this revelation, the expressions of the others changed dramatically, and they turned to flee in a panic. Shenfei felt utterly bewildered. He had been cultivating here for 10 days. How had he become branded a demon? Observing the others fleeing, Shenfei bellowed, "Stop right there! Explain to me how I have become a demon." The onlookers were intimidated by Shenfei's formidable presence, no longer daring to run, fearing they would be the first to perish. They turned their gazes towards the one who had spoken. Wang Wu, left with no choice, explained, "We are unaware of the specifics, but we know that 10 days ago, you appeared in the southern region. The Southern King invited you to a banquet, and you supposedly took a liking to his wife and daughter, forcefully violating them due to your power to cover up the incident. You slaughtered their entire family. Had it not been for a survivor hiding in a well, this matter would have become a mystery." Upon hearing this, Shenfei snickered coldly and asked, "Do you truly believe I am the sort of person who would violate others?" They quickly waved their hands in denial, trembling with fear. "How could you be? You are clearly a person of great virtue. That individual must have disguised themselves as you, leading to the Southern King's misunderstanding." Shenfei nodded, agreeing. "Indeed, that must be the case. It seems there are still discerning individuals in this world. You possess a modicum of wisdom to see through this. Just how beautiful must the Southern King's wife and daughter be to catch the eye of a talent such as myself?" Wang Wu gulped nervously, then, "Esteemed sir, may we take our leave?" Shenfei waved his hand dismissively. "Go on. I wish to see who dares to slander me." The crowd immediately fled, fearing Shenfei might change his mind. Once they could no longer see Shenfei, one of Wang Wu's companions spoke up. "Wang Wu, did you forget to inform him that the entire martial world is currently seeking him? Even the Emperor has ordered the 6 doors to capture him and bring him to justice." Wang Wu retorted, "Run quickly. Do you think now is the time to remind him? Regardless of whether he is guilty or not, he must first be captured. Whether he is convicted or not will be a matter he can decide later." The case has been taken up by Zhuge Wentian of the 6 doors. An unparalleled powerhouse is involved, while Shenfei is merely a grandmaster. Unless he continuously evades capture, he will undoubtedly be apprehended. Unbeknownst to them, Shenfei had been following closely behind, instantly comprehending that this was undoubtedly a conspiracy aimed at him, even going so far as to slaughter the family of the Southern King to frame him. Who could possibly possess the capability and intent to orchestrate such a deceit against him? The first individuals who came to Shenfei's mind were those from the Longhu's sacred land, as they openly harbored the deepest grievances against him. Yet, Shenfei could not fathom that Long Tianqing would resort to such underhanded tactics. That would be an affront to him. Thus, Shenfei began to suspect that perhaps his true identity had been exposed, and they sought to use this method to bring him down, thereby obtaining the celestial refinement technique. Therefore, Shenfei resolved to continue hiding and cultivating for the time being. After all, the unparalleled powerhouse involved was Zhuge Wentian, a being of absolute peak strength, just a step away from becoming a terrestrial immortal. There were even rumors that he had already attained such a status. What could Shun Fei do? Confrontation was out of the question. Nonetheless, the undying scripture was indeed a method that could guide one to the realm of terrestrial immortals. With his life force significantly enhanced and his cultivation speed notably increased, it was not impossible that with a couple of months of silent training, he could ascend to the status of a terrestrial immortal in the southern region. Zhuge Wentian personally arrived at the southern king's residence, surveying the charred remnants of the estate, feeling that something was amiss. Regarding the survivor's account, Zhuge Wentian harbored doubts. After all, he was merely a servant and could not ascertain whether the individual was indeed Sun Xingxia. Over the past few days, Zhuge Wentian had interrogated the nearby inhabitants, who claimed the man bore a striking resemblance. Yet he understood that disguise was an easy feat. Sun Xingxia's origins were enigmatic. He had achieved the Grand Master level at a young age, and even withstood the power of Long Tianxing's Dragon Tiger might. The Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect he spoke of was no ordinary sect. If handled improperly, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet now, everyone was convinced it was indeed Sun Xingxia who was responsible, including the Emperor, but if they could locate Sun Xingxia, the situation might simplify. My lord, we have received word that Sun Xingxia has been spotted in a desolate mountain not far from the Longhu sacred land. According to witnesses, dozens of lightning bolts struck him, yet he appeared unscathed, one of his subordinates reported. Zhuge Wentian's eyes lit up. He had finally made an appearance. However, just as Zhuge Wentian was dispatching more personnel to contact Shun Fei, he discovered that Shun Fei had vanished once more. Shun Fei was well aware of the formidable intelligence network of the Six Doors and naturally would not remain in one place for long. After traversing hundreds of miles, Shun Fei took refuge in a dilapidated temple nestled within a mountain. Shun Fei retrieved the celestial refinement technique he had acquired long ago. This method contained both easy and difficult aspects. The simpler parts were akin to blood-burning techniques, while the more challenging elements transcended even the finest of techniques that in the past. Shun Fei found these sections rather obscure, but with his newfound genius, he increasingly believed that the creator of the celestial refinement technique possessed an extraordinary intellect. After a night of cultivation, Shun Fei successfully assimilated the refining capabilities of the celestial refinement technique into the undying scripture. The celestial refinement master had designed this technique specifically for himself, and many of its concepts and methods were not suitable for Shun Fei. Hence, he would not adopt it in its entirety, but instead would selectively integrate the strengths of both. Now I can also utilize the blood of the Azure Dragon. Shun Fei has possessed the blood of the Azure Dragon for many days, and lacking an effective method of utilization, he naturally refrained from consuming it directly. After mastering the fundamentals of the celestial refinement technique, Shun Fei was able to seamlessly integrate the Azure Dragon's blood. He retrieved the meteorite from beyond the heavens, slicing it open to reveal a single drop of golden blood within. Shun Fei's essence blood soared from his hand, making contact with the Azure Dragon's blood. The golden blood vehemently resisted the red blood, continuously striving to expel it. Initially, the red blood seemed to be at a disadvantage. Yet it flowed ceaselessly, and ultimately, the golden blood was forced to be refined and absorbed into Shun Fei's body by the relentless red blood. Consequently, Shun Fei acquired a fragment of the Azure Dragon's incomplete inheritance. And as a result of the blood fusion, he began to exhibit partial draconic traits. However, Shun Fei did not wish to become a half-dragon and promptly suppressed the draconic transformation, reverting to his human form. After the fusion, Shun Fei examined his changes: cultivation level, late Grandmaster, life, infinite, physique, Dragon Man, comprehension, 1 in 1,000, fortune, superior, defense, 30 times, speed, 15 times, strength, 30 times, perception, 15 times, magical power, 15 times, stealth, 15 times, spatial backpack, 25 square meters, resource replication, 3 times, anomaly resistance, 40 times. Indeed, the enhancement brought by the Azure Dragon's blood was monumental. Shun Fei felt the transformation within his body. He couldn't help but express his astonishment. His life force ceiling had increased 5-fold, and his base defense had tripled, especially with his physique now transformed into that of a dragon man, far surpassing that of an ordinary martial arts prodigy. He even gained the ability to soar through the skies, rising with the wind. As long as his stamina permitted, he could fly indefinitely. This made Shun Fei feel that if he were to encounter a peerless expert in their early to mid stages, he could potentially slay them despite the disparity in realms. Particularly now, with his martial arts being of unprecedented caliber, the gap in techniques was rendered negligible. Gurgle, gurgle, the sound of Shun Fei's stomach echoed. He retrieved a roast chicken and fine wine from his spatial storage and began to feast. Unexpectedly, the aroma of the roast chicken attracted an old beggar. "Young man, that roast chicken smells delightful. Could you spare me a taste of the chicken's backside?" The old beggar wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Shun Fei glanced at him and was taken aback to see the man's robust energy reservoir. How had such a formidable expert ended up in this desolate place? "Old man, if you're not afraid of poison, you can have this roast chicken," Shun Fei said, tossing another plump roast chicken to him. The old beggar caught it with both hands and chuckled. "I'm not afraid. You seem like a good person. So how could you poison me?" He immediately began to gnaw on the roast chicken, his mouth slathered in grease. Soon, the chicken was reduced to nothing but bones. Yet he sighed in regret. "Alas, I have good chicken, but no good wine." Just as he finished speaking, the old beggar clutched his stomach, looking at Shun Fei in astonishment. "You little rascal, you really did poison it." Shun Fei chuckled. "Indeed, but I assure you it wasn't intentional. I was merely training to be immune to all poisons. And this roast chicken contains toxins as well." Shun Fei had often been incapacitated by poisons and had gone to great lengths to procure potent toxins to enhance his anomaly resistance, thereby achieving immunity. The old beggar, upon hearing this, quickly sat down to expel the poison from his body. Shun Fei observed him with amusement as the old beggar, utilizing his vigorous internal energy, forced out all the food from his stomach. However, some of the toxins still took effect, leaving his complexion pale. Fortunately, he ultimately survived. "What kind of poison is this? It actually works on me." The old beggar, a peerless expert, had a naturally high resistance to toxins, rendering ordinary poisons ineffective against him. Shun Fei explained, "This is merely a concoction of various poisons I've blended together. There's no antidote." The old beggar sighed in resignation. "What a pity to waste such a delicious roast chicken. I had intended to impart some techniques to you, that it seems fate has other plans." "Haha, old man. You are quite amusing. Do you think I need your techniques?" Shun Fei, now less eager for peerless martial arts, having developed his own immortality technique, regarded other exceptional skills as mere references. "You seem rather confident. How about we have a spar? If you lose, you must prepare 100 roast chickens just like this one, and they must be free of poison." The old beggar, clearly a glutton, was still fixated on the roast chicken. Shun Fei saw this as an excellent opportunity to practice his skills. "All right, but what if I win? Then I shall impart everything I know to you." Although the old beggar could not discern Shun Fei's true strength, he sensed that the young man was not yet a peerless expert. Shun Fei smiled. At the very least, there was some benefit to be gained. Suddenly, a copious amount of red blood seeped from beneath Shun Fei's feet, spreading across the ground of the dilapidated temple. This was the manifestation of the blood-burning technique, a skill of the Grandmaster stage, originally designed to launch concentrated blood as a concealed weapon and manipulate its trajectory from afar. However, Shun Fei had transformed it into a rudimentary version of a blood sea of corpses, utilizing his boundless essence blood combined with his refining abilities. Everything within this blood sea would gradually be refined. The old beggar, witnessing the spectacle, was utterly astounded. The young man appeared so bright and cheerful, yet his methods were profoundly sinister. Soon, the old beggar noticed that the blood seemed to possess a life of its own, beginning to cling to his body. Realizing the danger, he immediately leapt to the roof of the dilapidated temple. With both hands, he wielded his internal energy, summoning a golden dragon that charged towards Shun Fei. Unfazed, Shun Fei remained calm. A Grandmaster could already manifest their chi outside their body, while a peerless expert could even shape their chi into forms of immense power that a massive sword, crudely fashioned from celestial meteorite, materialized in his hand as he swung it at the golden dragon, cleaving it asunder. The old beggar's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if he had held back, this single strike shattered the dragon, demonstrating extraordinary strength. "Then I shall not hold back any further." With the emergence of 18 dragon roars, 18 golden dragons surged forth simultaneously toward Shun Fei, exuding a fierce and imposing aura. The old beggar warned, "Young man, it's not too late to surrender now. If I unleash my full power, your life may be at stake. Shen Fei, however, laughed heartily. Old man, let me show you my prowess, with a firm stance on the ground. The blood sea erupted, igniting from below and surging upwards. The golden dragons surrounding Shen Fei were instantly struck, dissipating amidst their wails. The old beggar, caught within the blood sea's eruption, found it impossible to leap away. As the height of the explosion reached 100 meters, far beyond his leaping capabilities, he collapsed, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, gazing at Shen Fei from a distance, and couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. You are impressive. This is the dragon seizing 18 palms of my beggar sect. Take it. Shen Fei accepted the manual, discovering that it was indeed a peerless technique. He was quite fond of the idea of transforming Qi into dragon form, especially given his dragon man physique, which provided significant enhancements. Old man, you are true to your word. Here is a roast chicken without poison, along with a bottle of fine wine. Shen Fei held a favorable impression of him. It was a trivial matter to provide a bit of food. The old beggar, clutching the roast chicken in one hand and the fine wine in the other, showed no signs of distress at being bested by a younger generation, that he even harbored no suspicions of Shen Fei's poisoning. Good wine, good food. You are quite the remarkable young man. That is a pity you likely look down upon my beggar sect. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider passing it on to you. The old beggar, feeling the effects of the wine, unwittingly revealed his innermost thoughts. Ha, old man, do you even know who I am? You wish to pass the beggar sect to me? Shen Fei laughed heartily. If you knew my identity, you might want to distance yourself from me. The old beggar's interest was piqued, and he squinted, asking, Oh, I, Zhou Tong, would very much like to know who you are. Your martial prowess is evidently not from any orthodox school, nor does it belong to the demonic sect. Could it be that you hail from overseas? Shen Fei shook his head and nodded at the same time. I am Shen Fei, currently wanted under the alias Sun Xingxia. Are you interested in reporting me to the 6 doors for a bounty? As for my martial arts, they are a synthesis of various schools, combining strengths and compensating for weaknesses. Hence they differ from others, incorporating both demonic and orthodox elements. Shen Fei had no reason to conceal this. It was unnecessary to hide his identity intentionally. Only when faced with a land-bound immortal did Shen Fei feel the need to tread carefully, not due to a lack of ability, but to avoid wasting time engaging in a protracted contest. Sun Xingxia, so it is you causing such a stir in the martial world that I can see that you have been wronged. The old beggar, Zhou Tong, instantly discerned that Shen Fei was not responsible for the murder of the prince of Southern Town. Shen Fei was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the old beggar to trust him so readily. Though the old are wise, how did you come to this conclusion? The old beggar laughed heartily. Because I was at the scene. Everyone was slain by blades, yet your methods are entirely different upon hearing this. Shen Fei felt there was some merit to it. Yet in reality, mastering these techniques was merely a recent endeavor. During the swordsmith tournament, the technique he employed most frequently was indeed his knife skills, which could hardly be deemed exquisite. The sole principle was swiftness and ferocity. However, after perusing the knife technique manual from the Dragon and Tiger Sacred Grounds, Shen Fei's knife skills had reached a grandmaster level. In truth, I have never ventured to the southern region. Ever since leaving the Dragon and Tiger Sacred Grounds, I have devoted myself to cultivation. Alas, I am now being pursued by the Deqian Empire, with various sects in the martial world denouncing me. Yet, this is not a grave concern. Once I achieve the pinnacle of power, I shall seek their counsel. Shen Fei remained indifferent to doctrines. Strength was the ultimate truth. The old beggar nodded in approval, saying, You are correct. You are still young and need not seek fleeting fame. Regrettably, I lacked such enlightenment in my youth that it seemed this old beggar harbored many regrets from his earlier years. Shen Fei, however, was disinclined to pry into others' private matters. After a few more casual exchanges, he retrieved the manual for the 18 dragon-subduing palms to study. After all, it was an unparalleled skill that could elevate his palm techniques to a legendary tier. The old beggar expected Shen Fei would consult him, but to his surprise, Shen Fei spent less than an hour studying before commencing his training. The old beggar grew increasingly astonished, while there were similarities to his 18 dragon-subduing palms. Shen Fei's technique was distinctly different. The blood-chi dragon he conjured was more domineering, and his palm techniques were bold and expansive, prioritizing power over versatility. Nonetheless, Imperfections did not overshadow brilliance. Xun Fei had seamlessly integrated the 18 dragon-subduing palms into his martial arts system. What is a genius? This is a genius. The old beggar couldn't help but exclaim, if I possessed such insight, it would be a disgrace to the heavens if I did not transcend the void. In the days that followed, the old beggar continued to linger in the dilapidated temple, enjoying food and drink. Although he could not fathom how Xun Fei consistently conjured roasted chicken and fine wine from thin air, he refrained from questioning. In return, the old beggar frequently sparred with Xun Fei while imparting wisdom on breaking through to the pinnacle of martial prowess. To achieve such a breakthrough, one must possess a resolute martial will. Only with a formidable will can one harness immense physical strength. Many, due to their weak martial will, often succumb to madness during their breakthroughs, leading to chaotic energy flow and eventual self-destruction. Although Xun Fei could forcibly surpass the pinnacle of martial power without a strong will, as he was not in danger of death, he desired not to be a mere pawn of strength. Mastery over oneself, mastery over power. Thus, Xun Fei deliberately slowed his pace towards breaking through to the pinnacle of martial prowess, opting instead for meditation to enhance his perception and, in turn, his spiritual strength, while also taking the time to rectify his undying scripture. Then one day, the disciple from the beggar clan sought out the old beggar. Old leader, Trouble Brews, the newly appointed leader, Qiao Zhong, has been ambushed and slain by the demonic sect in the wild boar forest, and now the entire beggar clan is in disarray. That we must implore you to return to action. The disciple of the beggar clan spoke hastily. The old beggar's expression changed dramatically. Qiao Zhong was his prized disciple, and at the time of his abdication, Qiao Zhong was already at the late Grandmaster stage. Furthermore, the demonic sect and the beggar clan had always maintained a non-aggression policy. Why would they suddenly strike? What on earth transpired? The old beggar demanded, his voice stern, causing the disciple to tremble slightly. Old leader, we are also unclear. We must consult the elders for specifics. The disciple lowered his head, unable to meet the old beggar's gaze. The old beggar shook his head, moving behind the dilapidated temple to address Xun Fei. Young friend Xun Fei, significant events have unfolded within the beggar clan. I must take my leave for now. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I hope you will visit our beggar clan. Xun Fei's perceptive abilities had greatly increased in recent days. He had already overheard their conversation. Having spent the past few days diligently training, he felt a growing restlessness and thus spoke up. There is no time like the present. Shall I accompany you back to the beggar clan? Chapter 30. The crisis of the beggar clan. If you are willing, that would be splendid. The old beggar understood that Xun Fei's breakthrough to the pinnacle of martial prowess was merely a matter of thought. He was currently focused on solidifying his martial will. Moreover, Xun Fei could already match him in strength at the Grandmaster level. Once he broke through, he would undoubtedly stand out among the greats. Thus, the two made their way to the headquarters of the beggar clan. Upon arrival, Xun Fei noticed the somber expressions on the faces of the people, clearly distressed by the news of their leader's demise. Upon seeing the old leader's return, the crowd erupted in joy, exclaiming, "Old leader, you have finally returned." A cacophony of voices clamored to be heard. The old beggar took his seat at the head, shedding his earlier casual demeanor, his expression grave as he raised a hand to silence them. "Elder, please elucidate the situation." The elder sighed in resignation. "It is a tragic tale. Leader Qiao Zhong inexplicably fell in love with a female disciple of the demonic sect, fervently wishing to rescue her from their clutches. However, the demonic sect discovered his intentions, abducted the woman, and sent him alone to the wild boar forest, where he met his ENDS for how they learned of this. Qiao Zhong anticipated his perilous journey and penned a farewell letter before departing. Upon hearing this, the old beggar felt his blood pressure rise. He had nurtured Qiao Zhong for so long, pouring in countless efforts. He asked for nothing more than for him to lead the beggar clan to greater heights, at the very least to maintain its standing. Yet he was beguiled by a woman's allure, abandoning the clan, ultimately leading to his demise, leaving the old beggar to manage the aftermath. That I understand. Since the demonic sect dares to act against our beggar clan, they shall not escape retribution. The MY beggar clan's disciples are spread throughout the Deqian Empire. We are already aware of their hiding places. Had they not attacked, we might have sought to remain neutral. Now that they have shown their malevolence, we need not hesitate that we shall contact the prominent righteous sects and annihilate the demonic sect. The old beggar knew that the demonic sect had its share of unparalleled masters. The beggar clan alone could not contend with them, and only by allying with other forces could they succeed. After all, the demonic sect was universally reviled. Their destruction would incur no backlash and yield both honor and profit. However, as Shun Fei sat listening, he sensed that the matter was far from simple. Could the demonic sect truly be so foolish? They could have secretly allied with the beggar clan. Why resort to such a deadly conflict when no direct interests clashed? Therefore, Shun Fei surmised that the demonic sect, much like himself, might be a victim of framing and deception. The old beggar, well aware of this possibility, understood that to maintain stability within the beggar clan and prevent dissent, he had to make a decisive statement. After calming the crowd, he dismissed most of the disciples, leaving only a few elders. "This is my friend, Shun Fei. He can be trusted. Please speak candidly with me. Was it truly the demonic sect behind this?" Despite his anger, the old beggar needed to uncover the truth. If someone impersonated the demonic sect, inciting enmity between the two groups, the beggar clan would suffer significant losses without avenging their leader, ultimately becoming a pawn. The elder sighed. "In truth, our information is limited. The farewell letter was indeed written by Leader Qiao, but we know not what transpired in the wild boar forest, only that Xiao Zhong's body lies lifeless. He did indeed have dealings with a woman during his life, but the disciples of the clan dared not investigate, and her identity remains unverified." After hearing this, the old beggar felt as though unseen hands were orchestrating everything. However, this matter was not insurmountable, that as long as they discreetly inquired with the demonic sect, they would uncover the truth. The only dilemma was deciding who should approach them, that if the envoy were too weak, they would be disregarded. If too strong, they would risk falling into a trap if the demonic sect were indeed the culprits. Reluctantly, the old beggar's gaze fell upon Shun Fei, though he quickly averted his eyes. Shun Fei was not a member of the beggar clan and had no obligation to assist him. Thus, he turned his attention back to the elders, asking in a low voice, "Which elder is willing to pay a visit to the demonic sect? Should you succeed, I shall endorse you as the next leader." For a moment, the elders fell silent, the prospect of such a journey fraught with peril that if the demonic sect had the audacity to slay their leader, what fate awaited an elder, and how would they claim the leadership position thereafter? What of the adage, "Do not slay the messenger"? Who in the martial world abides by such a rule? Seeing the elders' reluctance, the old beggar sighed. They had once been spirited men in their youth, yet now they seemed to cling to life in fear. The other disciples lacked the requisite strength. With a heavy heart, the old beggar reluctantly turned to Shun Fei. "Young friend, might you lend me your assistance? As long as my beggar clan possesses it, you may have it." The old beggar, seeing the others' unwillingness, sought to entice Shun Fei as a catalyst to spur the others into action. Shun Fei, intrigued, inquired, "Does the beggar clan have a repository of scriptures?" The old beggar replied with a smile, "If you wish to see it, you are welcome to explore the martial arts within our repository." The elders immediately voiced their discontent. The repository was a sacred space of the beggar clan, not to be perused by anyone. "Old leader, this is unacceptable," the elder urged, but the old beggar retorted, "Then are you willing to visit the demonic sect?" The elder fell silent, realizing that the demonic sect was a force of significant standing, led by an immortal ancestor. This was why the demonic sect had not been entirely eradicated. Sending someone there would be perilous. The others, witnessing the elder's predicament, fell into silence as well. With no opposition remaining, the old beggar sighed. "Then I must trouble you, young friend. Should you succeed, the repository of scriptures within the beggar clan shall be at your disposal." The aged beggar was acutely aware of Shun Fei's extraordinary prowess. Unless a celestial being descended upon the land, it would be an impossibility to detain Shun Fei. Otherwise, the beggar would find himself too embarrassed to request such a task of him. "Very well. Provide me with a token of the beggar's sect, and I shall make my way to the demon sect," he declared. Shun Fei understood that the beggar's sect had experienced its share of fluctuations within the martial world. Yet its profound heritage remained undeniable. The tomes housed within the scripture pavilion were sufficient to elevate Shun Fei's comprehension to new heights. The old beggar acted swiftly, bestowing upon Shun Fei a token of the beggar's sect. With that, Shun Fei unleashed his lightness skill, setting forth towards the sacred grounds of the demon sect at Wudong Cliff. A day later, having traversed 1,000 miles, Shun Fei arrived at Wudong City. Situated near Wutong Cliff, this city, operated by the demon sect, served primarily as a hub for commerce and communication with other factions. Upon entering Wudong City, Xin Fei stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. The inhabitants appeared to lead relatively prosperous lives, and there were no extortionists demanding protection fees on the streets. Everything seemed orderly, contrary to his expectations of chaos under the management of the demon sect. However, Xin Fei had little time to ponder these observations as he inquired for directions to the Lord's manor and presented a letter of introduction. Surprised to see a member of the Beggar's Sect, the Lord of Wudong City hesitated, pondering why the Beggar's Sect, known to maintain a non-interfering stance with the demon sect, would send someone. After careful consideration, he allowed Xin Fei to enter. Upon meeting Xin Fei, who appeared remarkably youthful, the Lord initially regarded him with disdain. Yet, sensing Xin Fei's peak grandmaster strength, the Lord, at 50 years of age, found himself unable to surpass this threshold. He quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. "Might I inquire about your purpose in Wudong City, esteemed guest?" Chapter 31. The Sacred Grounds of the Demon Sect commissioned by the old leader of the Beggar's Sect. Xin Fei sought an audience with the demon sect's master, but he spoke candidly, yet his forthrightness posed a conundrum for the Lord of Wudong City. "What is your standing that you believe you can request an audience with the master?" Even the leader of the Beggar's Sect would only possess a modicum of qualification for such a meeting. "Who are you within the Beggar's Sect? The master is often preoccupied and may not have the time to meet with you." The Lord was unwilling to permit an unknown individual into Wutong Cliff, fearing that any disturbance to the master would result in dire consequences for himself. That my friend, the leader of the Beggar's Sect, has entrusted me with this matter, which bears significant weight that if mishandled, it could lead to tremendous losses for both parties, Xin Fei elucidated. "Haha, you are overthinking, esteemed guest. The demon sect has never held any grievances against the Beggar's Sect. Why would it be otherwise?" The Lord of Wudong City remained skeptical, as he knew the two factions had never had any animosity. Seeing the Lord's disbelief, Xin Fei directly stated, "Members of your demon sect have slain the leader of the Beggar's Sect. How do you view this matter?" The Lord was taken aback, incredulous that he had heard nothing of such news. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the situation, he surmised that Xin Fei would not come unprepared if the allegations were indeed true. "Very well. I can report this, but I cannot guarantee that the master will meet with you," he conceded. Xin Fei nodded. "I appreciate your assistance, but my time is limited. I can only wait for 2 days. Should the master remain indifferent, I shall express my regrets." The Lord understood the urgency. Although the Beggar's Sect lacked celestial beings, its intelligence network was extensive, providing ample information about the demon sect if they allied with other factions. While the demon sect might not suffer severe repercussions, it would still be quite discomforting. Should this indeed be the demon sect's doing, it could be manageable, but if orchestrated by other malicious entities, the repercussions could be grave. Without delay, the Lord transmitted the message upward. Within the sacred grounds of the demon sect, Lung Qingran had returned to seclusion following the swordsmith tournament, striving to catch up with Xin Fei, who was but a year her junior. However, his strength surpassed hers by a considerable margin, inciting a sense of rivalry within her. Just as she concluded her training and prepared for a leisurely stroll to clear her mind, she noticed a hurried scout from the demon sect rushing into the hall. "Halt! Why the haste? What has transpired?" Lung Qingran called out. Upon recognizing her, the scout bowed his head. "Your Highness, a member of the Beggar's Sect seeks an audience with the master in Wudong City." "For what purpose?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The letter states that the leader of the Beggar's Sect was murdered by members of the demon sect and seeks confirmation of its veracity." Lung Qingran furrowed her brow, realizing that the other party harbored uncertainties, but the news of the leader's death would not remain concealed for long. Should the matter spread widely, even if the Beggar's Sect wished to avoid conflict with the demon sect, they would be compelled to act under pressure. Most critically, as the saintess, she had never heard of any plans targeting the Beggar's Sect. "Where is he? I must meet him." "You report to the master." She commanded. "He awaits at the Lord's manor," the scout replied. Without hesitation, Lung Qingran descended the mountain. The Lord of Wudong City, upon witnessing the saintess's personal visit, mused whether the demon sect truly bore no responsibility. Meanwhile, Xin Fei remained in the Lord's manor, meditating peacefully until he noticed the Lord hastily approaching, indicating a response had been received. To his surprise, the individual sent to escort him was none other than a familiar face. You a member of the beggar's sect? Lung Qingran exclaimed, astonished to encounter Xun Fei there. Not precisely. I am merely here on behalf of another, Xun Fei clarified. Upon seeing Xun Fei again, Lung Qingran couldn't help but notice his increased strength. Rendering her utterly defenseless before him, that a tinge of jealousy crept into her voice as she remarked, "You have grown stronger once again. I wonder how you train. Come with me. There are matters beyond my control." Xun Fei nodded, grateful for the opportunity to meet the master. "Thank you. With your presence, matters will progress more smoothly." "Ah, no need for thanks that if it is indeed the demon sect's doing, and the master desires to keep you. I will not intercede on your behalf," she replied with a smile. Xun Fei remained confident, declaring, "No matter. My decision to come here means I possess the means to extricate myself. That is reassuring. I hold high hopes for you. To become another who breaks through the void in a century. However, I am curious. Did you have any involvement in the tragedy at the Southern King's Manor? Having met Shen, the saint son of the 1,000 Buddha's sacred land, who, despite his strength, fell short of Xun Fei, Lung Qingran's interest was piqued. Xun Fei promptly shook his head in denial that no, that was a fabrication. At the time, I was engrossed in my training and never set foot in the southern border. Why not clarify your position? Your reputation in the martial world is scarcely better than that of the demon sect, she remarked, intrigued by Xun Fei's apparent disregard for his reputation. Haha, why should I entangle myself in self-justification? If I am weak, they can easily accuse me. If strong, what does it matter if I truly committed the act? Xun Fei laughed heartily, dismissing the notion of concern over fleeting fame. Xun Fei, you possess a remarkable nonchalance. Were it not for your affiliation with Feng Lingyuang's sect, I would consider bringing you into the saint sect as a saint's son, she confessed, feeling a certain allure towards him, particularly in contrast to the current saint's son, who was utterly engrossed in carnal pleasures despite his considerable innate talent, yet remained inferior to her in strength. Throughout their journey, Lung Qingran refrained from delving into specifics, for she understood that this matter bore little relevance to the demon sect. It merely required the master's confirmation. With Lung Qingran's assistance, Xun Fei navigated unimpeded to the conference hall within the sacred grounds of the demon sect. "I am Xun Fei, here on behalf of the beggar's sect to discuss a matter with the master," he stated solemnly, neither servile nor arrogant, casting his gaze over the master, who sported a goatee and appeared to have been quite handsome in his youth. Most notably, Xun Fei discerned that the master's strength considerably surpassed that of the old leader of the beggar's sect. Particularly striking were the two elders at the master's side, both of whom were unparalleled powerhouses, the as for the others present. "Xun Fei, you possess audacity. Speak plainly. I have never ordered anyone to take action against the leader of the beggar's sect." "There must be a misunderstanding at play," the master stated. Thus, Xun Fei recounted the entirety of what he knew. "I see that I shall have someone investigate this matter immediately. You may take your rest for now." The master, having grasped the situation, furrowed his brow and instructed his subordinates to ascertain whether there had been any unauthorized actions against the leader of the beggar's sect. Lung Qingran led Xun Fei to a guest chamber to await the outcome. Unbeknownst to them, the saint's son, observing their departure, felt a surge of resentment. How could this woman treat a stranger with such cordiality while he, despite his efforts, garnered no regard? The saint's son resolved that this individual must perish. Soon, the master received the news, yet the findings left him in a state of considerable dilemma. Chapter 32, Boundless Sea of Blood. It appeared that this matter indeed bore some relation to the demon sect. It was common knowledge that the demon sect's techniques were malevolent in nature, capable of absorbing the lifeblood, vitality, and internal energy of their foes. Consequently, some individuals, in their pursuit of rapid advancement, would not hesitate to strike against members of the righteous sections. The master of the demon sect turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder, solemnly inquiring, "Grand Elder, do you have anything to say regarding this matter?" The Grand Elder was not particularly clear about the matter at hand. Noticing the Lord's troubled expression, he promptly accepted the intelligence presented to him. Upon reading it, he discovered that it was indeed the doing of his own son, Han Xiao. Han Xiao had employed the charms of a woman from the demon sect to deceive the leader of the beggar gang, Xiao Zhong, into a romantic entanglement, resulting in her becoming pregnant with Xiao Zhong's child, that he had then lured her to the wild boar forest, where he murdered her and absorbed Xiao Zhong's internal energy and essence. The Grand Elder quickly regained his composure. While the incident was significant, it was not insurmountable. The beggar gang was a first-rate force, yet it was not a superpower by any means. Moreover, their only formidable member was an aging, unparalleled expert. Once the old leader perished, the beggar gang would merely be a scattered entity. Lord, since this matter stems from my son's actions, allow me to address it, the Grand Elder stated solemnly, displaying little concern. For as long as the court and the major sacred lands were uninvolved, the demon sect would not flinch. The lord of the demon sect nodded in agreement. The strength of the Grand Elder's lineage was considerable enough to handle the beggar gang. Initially intending to dismiss everyone, the son spoke up, Lord, how shall we deal with the messenger? Should we not eliminate him directly? This way, we can strike the beggar gang first and seize the initiative. He harbored an unvoiced thought. If he could absorb the internal energy of that person, his own cultivation would rapidly advance. The Lord waved his hand dismissively, replying casually, You may handle it as you see fit. He is merely a nameless figure in the martial world. His death matters little. Otherwise, engaging with the beggar gang would require additional effort. At that moment, Shenfei remained blissfully unaware of the demon sect's complete disregard for martial ethics, as he was engrossed in a game of chess with Lung Qingran to pass the time. Just as the match was nearing its conclusion, the Grand Elder and the son, accompanied by their subordinates, burst into the courtyard. Upon witnessing their imposing demeanor, Shenfei instantly understood that the demon sect was indeed behind this, that it was no wonder those individuals dared not confront the demon sect. They were truly willing to act. However, what did it matter? Shenfei had long been sharpening his blades. It was time for a bloody rampage. Lung Qingran, uncertain of what to do, recognized that the Grand Elder's arrival signified the Lord's approval. Grand Elder, what is the purpose of your visit with such a retinue? She inquired. The Grand Elder smiled. Saint Maiden, this individual is a spy sent by the beggar gang. The Lord has commanded me to eliminate him on the spot. Despite being a Saint Maiden of the demon sect, she felt helpless in the presence of an unparalleled expert. All she could do was offer one last word of caution. Shenfei is a disciple of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect from overseas, not one of the beggar gang. I urge the Grand Elder to proceed with caution. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect, is that not the sect associated with the recently renowned Sun Wukong? The son continued to incite. Laughing heartily, the disciple accused and forced into hiding. What is there to fear? I have never heard of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. Perhaps it is merely a decrepit sect. The Grand Elder acknowledged this perspective. Having lived so long, he had yet to encounter the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. Even among hidden sections, Saint Maiden, I implore you to leave swiftly. This individual is far too dangerous, lest you fall victim to collateral damage. Seeing her pleas fall on deaf ears, Lung Qingran shook her head and vacated the courtyard, feeling she had done all she could. Shenfei did not stop her departure. Her intercession had secured her life for the moment. As for the others, he could only chuckle. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and soon everyone realized something was amiss. Shenfei regarded them coldly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, as he stood with hands clasped behind his back, a pool of blood seeping beneath him. The disciples of the demon sect, having never encountered such a spectacle, thought to themselves, will he not perish from losing such a volume of blood? The Grand Elder, however, was unconcerned, bellowing, You brat, stop your theatrics. Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm that separates an unparalleled expert from a grandmaster. He raised his hand, unleashing a powerful palm strike that effortlessly obliterated the surrounding vegetation. Yet, Shenfei casually countered with the palm of his own, easily absorbing the blow. An unparalleled expert. Is this all you have? He mocked. If this is your only skill, then you shall remain forever ensnared in this sea of blood. The Grand Elder's expression darkened. Something was awry. This youth, clearly only a grandmaster, should not have been able to easily withstand his strike, as he himself was in the mid-stage of unparalleled mastery, just a step away from advancing to the late stage. You dare to boast after merely withstanding one of my strikes. I shall send you to the afterlife. The Grand Elder roared, feeling humiliated in front of his disciples. Swift as a phantom, he attempted to close the distance and deliver a lethal blow to Shenfei. Yet, Shenfei effortlessly evaded all of the Grand Elder's attempts, perceiving an abundance of flaws in his attacks. The speed was lacking, and the force insufficient. You are far too weak, Shenfei taunted, that I had anticipated a thrilling battle. But if this is the extent of your abilities, do not blame me for the ensuing bloodshed that will engulf the demon sect. After extensive training, Xinfei had reached a stage where he could combat beyond his limits. Should he break through to unparalleled mastery, only a terrestrial immortal could hope to stand against him. Who among the demon sect could possibly stop him? The Grand Elder's frustration grew, and with it, a flicker of fear ignited within him, that in a moment of desperation, he feigned an attack, creating distance before producing a hidden weapon from his sleeve, the lurking immortal stab. This weapon could easily pierce through the protective chi of an unparalleled expert. Even a terrestrial immortal might be wounded if caught off guard. With added venom, it was said to have the potential to kill even a terrestrial immortal, hence its fearsome reputation that the Grand Elder anticipated. The lurking immortal stab pierced through Xinfei's protective chi, striking his flesh. Yet, the sound it made as it fell to the ground was akin to a needle striking iron that an unparalleled expert. The Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment that in this era, encountering someone who had achieved such mastery was exceedingly rare, even more so than a terrestrial immortal. However, Xinfei merely shook his head. No, I am but a grandmaster. As for how I can rival an unparalleled expert, that is knowledge you need not possess. The demon sect indeed engaged in all manner of dubious practices. It was utterly disgraceful for an unparalleled expert to resort to hidden weapons against a grandmaster. But fret not. All who witness this today shall meet their demise at that moment. The courtyard was drenched in blood, the crimson liquid even spreading beyond its confines, creating a sticky, scorching surface reminiscent of volcanic lava beneath their feet. The blood continued to creep upward, threatening to envelop them entirely. The others soon recognized the perilous nature of their situation and hastily sought to flee. Remaining any longer would mean being consumed by this sea of blood. Xinfei raised a hand, his voice low and commanding. The sea of blood knows no bounds. Turn back now, and you may yet find safety. In an instant, the blood sea surged violently, and the demon sect disciples found, to their horror, that the blood was absorbing their internal energy and refining their flesh. They dared not linger in the sanguine depths, leaping to the walls in a desperate bid to escape. However, as they stood atop the walls and surveyed their surroundings, they realized that the vast expanse of the demon sect's sacred ground had already been claimed by the blood yet at the current rate of absorption and refinement. Remaining in the blood sea for even a short while would ensure they were forever trapped. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, engaged in combat with Xinfei, also recognized the precariousness of his situation, that he sought a temporary retreat, hoping to regroup with others to confront Xinfei. Surely, 3 unparalleled experts would suffice to eliminate this FOE. As he turned to employ his lightness skill to escape, Xinfei manipulated the blood sea, causing numerous scarlet chains to emerge and ensnare his body. The Grand Elder, feeling the chains wrap around him, did not underestimate the situation and exerted all his strength to break free. Xinfei understood that these chains were not meant to bind him indefinitely. They merely served to stall him long enough for Xinfei to reach the Grand Elder. With a forceful strike from the formidable dragon's subduing palm, he shattered the Grand Elder's protective chi and sent him hurtling into the blood sea. As the Grand Elder's body was submerged in the blood sea, he immediately sensed the peril it posed and attempted to rise. Yet, Xinfei placed a foot upon his head, pressing him down into the sanguine depths, relentlessly absorbing the Grand Elder's internal energy and refining his flesh. The Grand Elder felt his internal chi being forcibly drawn away. He who had always absorbed others' energy now found himself reduced to a mere victim. I surrender. Xinfei, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, the demon sect will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Xinfei chuckled at the absurdity of the Grand Elder's words. Have you lost your wits? The moment you struck, my fate became intertwined with the demon sects. Do you truly believe I would let you go and escape unscathed? Spare me such jest. The Grand Elder, however, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, proclaiming loudly, our demon sect's ancestor is a terrestrial immortal. Even if you can battle an unparalleled expert, you cannot hope to contend with a terrestrial immortal. Release me, and I shall plead for your cause before the ancestor. Xinfei merely scoffed, no longer wishing to waste words on a fool, that he rained down heavy punches upon the Grand Elder, who could only muster all his strength to defend himself. Yet it was evident to any observer that his defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, A number of quick-footed demon sect disciples rushed to the council hall to report the unfolding events to the Lord. Upon hearing that even the Grand Elder was no match for Shun Fei, the Lord could hardly believe it but swiftly made his way to the scene, that if the mid-stage unparalleled expert fell short, then he, being at the pinnacle of unparalleled mastery, would surely have a chance to confront Shun Fei. As he approached, however, the sight of the blood sea spread across the ground sent chills down his spine. Could this truly be the work of a mere grandmaster? The majority of the sacred land of the demon sect has been engulfed. Even an earthly immortal would find it beyond their capabilities. Consequently, the lord of the sect began to doubt the correctness of his decision, pondering whether the adversary should be killed or spared, and what difference it would make if he chose the latter. Yet at this point, both sides were already embroiled in battle, and persuading the other to cease hostilities would prove to be a formidable challenge. Soon, the lord of the sect utilized his lightness skill to arrive at the location where Shun Fei was engaged in combat with the Grand Elder. There, he witnessed the Grand Elder lying helplessly in a sea of blood, being continuously devoured and refined, with only a ghastly white skeleton protruding from the crimson depths. Upon seeing the Lord approach, the one remaining eye of the Grand Elder conveyed a desperate plea for salvation. However, the Lord hesitated to act. Despite having taken countless lives before, the bizarre scene before him left him astonished. When Shun Fei encountered the Lord of the sect once more, he did not relent. Instead, he delivered a decisive blow that crushed the Grand Elder's life entirely. Subsequently, he cast a taunting glance at the Lord, signaling him to take action. Shun Fei, my young friend, I am unaware of the circumstances here. Please cease your actions. We can discuss this matter amicably. The lord of the sect felt that Shun Fei was far from the simplistic fade he presented, given the boundless sea of blood. Who could possibly contend with such a foe? Lord of the sect, why are you so petty? You dare to act but not to bear the consequences. Today, I have slain hundreds of disciples from the demon sect, along with the Grand Elder. Do you truly believe there is any possibility for reconciliation between us? Even if you are willing, I do not wish to have a powerful faction perpetually watching over me. Only the dead demon sect is a good demon sect, Shun Fei retorted coldly, and with that he melded into the sea of blood, vanishing from sight. Realizing the dire situation, the lord of the sect inwardly lamented. It seemed only one side would survive this day. Young master, go to the ancestral grounds in the back mountains and summon the ancestor. This individual possesses methods that are exceedingly strange, and I fear irreversible consequences may arise. The young master nodded in acknowledgement and departed promptly, mindful of the Lord's words. Initially, he had thought the Grand Elder could easily subdue the adversary, but with the unfolding events, it appeared only the ancestor could hope to contain him. The lord of the sect concentrated all his senses to track Shun Fei's movements, understanding that his sudden disappearance was not a retreat, but rather an indication of something brewing. Indeed, Shun Fei had submerged himself within the sea of blood, merely seeking a moment to transcend into an unparalleled powerhouse. Achieving the pinnacle of such strength was not something Shun Fei could accomplish in haste, rather than becoming entangled in a drawn-out struggle. It would be wiser to directly break through. This would significantly diminish the gap between them. Moreover, the demon sect had an ancestor who was an earthly immortal, which promised a fierce confrontation that a quarter of an hour swiftly passed, during which none dared to tread upon the ground. Opting instead to take refuge upon the rooftops, as for fleeing, the presence of the lord of the sect deterred them. Should they attempt to escape and be discovered, they would undoubtedly be slain first. The lord of the sect struck at the sea of blood with all his might, attempting to disperse it, yet his efforts were futile, merely creating a few ripples. Soon he conceived a plan to employ the blood ignition technique and see if he could absorb the blood. That he seized an inner sect disciple of the mastery realm and commanded, use the blood ignition technique and attempt to absorb this blood. The captured disciple hesitated. He had previously traversed this blood, and within a mere quarter hour, his internal energy had been absorbing the blood into his body would surely lead to his demise. Nevertheless, the lord of the sect merely raised an eyebrow, compelling the inner disciple to comply. To his astonishment, upon absorbing the blood, he felt no discomfort. Rather, it enhanced his strength, allowing the long stagnant realm to begin loosening. He immediately intensified his absorption of the blood, eager to elevate his cultivation level. The lord of the sect, observing the inner disciple's transformation, thought to himself that the blood could not possibly be harmless. It might even assist in enhancing one's cultivation. This thought stirred a flicker of temptation within him, especially since he had been stuck at the pinnacle of unmatchable strength for a decade, unable to break through to the realm of earthly immortals. Chapter 34. The Heart of the Celestial Demon in Turmoil. Others, witnessing the inner disciple absorb the blood with no ill effects while even experiencing an elevation in their realms, felt an insatiable desire. The lord of the sect shook his head, dismissing the dangerous thoughts that he was not a child. He would not recklessly absorb the blood of an enemy unless Xinfei was dead. He had no intention of taking such risks. Noticing that the Lord had not intervened, the inner disciple continued to absorb the vital essence, determined to break through to the Grand Master realm today. Within the sea of blood, Xinfei sensed someone foolishly absorbing the blood. Chuckling to himself, was this not a path to death? Once these individuals absorbed the blood, he could manipulate their very essence, and should they take in too much, they would become his blood slaves. Subject to his will over life and death that I in the next moment, the sea of blood began to boil, and with a resounding bang, an individual shot forth from its depths. The Lord's face darkened. He could sense that Xinfei had indeed broken through to become an unparalleled powerhouse, and trouble was imminent. However, the Lord would not flee in the face of danger, regardless of how peculiar Xinfei was. He remained merely at the initial stage of unmatched power. While the sea of blood may hinder the weak, its efficacy against a powerhouse was limited. Unless Xinfei was forcibly submerged in the blood, escape would still be within reach. Drawing his magic sword, the Lord's hand was pricked by the sword's hilt, which greedily drank in his blood and internal energy. In that moment, the magic sword doubled his strength. And he charged toward Xinfei, conjuring numerous phantoms that simultaneously struck at him, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the real from the illusions. Yet Xinfei did not need to differentiate. Several blood dragons coiled around him, blocking all incoming assaults. The lord of the sect was taken aback. These blood dragons were indestructible, and even if severed, they would heal instantaneously. That he realized that within this sea of blood, if he could not defeat Xinfei with a single blow, the latter would remain invulnerable. Thus, the Lord tightened his grip on the magic sword, channeling a significant amount of internal energy and vital essence into it, executing the Celestial Demon Slash from the Celestial Demon Great Technique. The disciples of the demon sect gasped in awe as a towering demonic figure appeared behind the Lord, striking down toward Xinfei in unison. Surely this will end him. This technique can only be mastered by the Lord of the sect and the Ancestor. It is a legendary move, especially when augmented by the magic sword. With this strike, demolishing cities and mountains is but child's play. Xinfei recognized the extraordinary nature of the attack, but he remained unfazed. 18 blood dragons surged forth to counter the Celestial Demon Slash. The clash of immense sword energy and blood dragons erupted in chaos. The blood dragons howled as torrents of blood rained down. The droplets fell upon the disciples of the demon sect, easily piercing through their protective auras, corroding their garments and flesh. Clearly, as Xinfei broke through to unmatched power, the potency of the sea of blood had intensified, rendering the disciples beneath the Grand Master realm utterly defenseless. They were compelled to evade. Truly, it was a case of celestial beings clashing while mortals suffered the consequences. Meanwhile, the lord of the sect fixed his gaze on Xinfei, eager to discern whether he had perished. Yet as the blood rain subsided, Xinfei stood unscathed atop the sea of blood, prompting the Lord to furrow his brow. The adversary was indeed a genius capable of battling beyond his tier. Even those at the pinnacle of unmatched power from other sacred lands would not dare to withstand such a blow. What exactly is Xinfei's background? Is the Fenglingyuing sect truly this formidable? Lord of the sect, you cannot possibly rely on such paltry skills that if that is the extent of your capabilities. Do not blame me for cleansing the demon sect with blood. Though Xinfei had been struck by the Celestial Demon Slash, his body, hardened through the Thunder Refinement technique, coupled with a significant enhancement in defense, allowed him to endure the attack without issue. The Lord of the sect mused to himself that it seemed imperative to summon the Ancestor. However, before that, he had one more trick up his sleeve. Boy, do not become too complacent. Your physical form may be robust, but what of your soul? Upon hearing this, Shun Fei instantly grasped the Lord's intentions. He aimed to employ a soul attack, reminiscent of Long Tianxing's approach. Alas, it would prove futile. The Lord of the sect sheathed his magic sword and produced a white bone flute. Placing it to his lips, he blew a melodious yet piercing tune that resonated throughout the surroundings. Shun Fei found himself disoriented, the scenery transforming into a lavish banquet of wine and meat, dazzlingly vibrant and overwhelming. Who could withstand such a test? Shun Fei chuckled softly, focusing his willpower to forcibly dispel the illusion. Yet in the next moment, the illusion morphed again, this time into mountains of gold and silver, adorned with jewels and treasures. Shun Fei shook his head as the illusion shifted once more, now depicting him seated upon a dragon throne, surrounded by ministers bowing and chanting praises. Did he truly lack the capability to achieve such a reality? Did he yearn to remain trapped in this mirage? Disdain filled Shun Fei's heart. However, the following illusion unleashed a pure and potent mental assault that surged through his mind, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. The Lord of the sect, witnessing Shun Fei's stillness, burst into laughter. Boy, no matter how formidable your physique, you are destined to perish against an unpredictable mental assault. Yet, even as the Lord approached Shun Fei's side, the sea of blood showed no signs of change. Leaving him perplexed, he hastened to unsheathe his magic sword again, aiming a strike at Shun Fei's head. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and a faint crimson line appeared upon Shun Fei's neck. The Lord exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth is this? Why is your body so resilient?" He then delivered a kick, attempting to topple Shun Fei. Lord of the sect, not a bad move. What do you call this technique? It certainly packs quite a punch. With one hand gripping the opponent's calf, Shun Fei looked up at the Holy Master and revealed a smile. The Holy Master was taken aback. This was the Heavenly Demon disruption from the Heavenly Demon Great Method. The opponent had clearly fallen victim, yet how could he regain his wits? Who exactly are you? Blades and swords cannot harm you, and even spiritual techniques are rendered useless. Shun Fei tightened his grip on the opponent's calf and sneered, "What good is knowing so much? Today, your demonic sect has provoked me, and you have kicked a steel plate." With that, Shun Fei unleashed his full might as 18 blood dragons crashed into the Holy Master. Simultaneously, Shun Fei engaged in close combat, preventing any chance of escape for his adversary. The Holy Master was forced to retreat repeatedly. Though he was merely at the early stage of the unparalleled realm, his strength seemed to surpass that of the Holy Master at the pinnacle stage. If he and Shun Fei were the same realm, would he not be slain with a single strike? Realizing this, the Holy Master dared not linger in battle and shouted, "Second Elder, Third Elder, come swiftly and assist me in subduing this thief." Witnessing the Holy Master fall into a disadvantage, the others silently cursed their misfortune. A figure at the pinnacle of the unparalleled realm was indeed a formidable presence in the martial world. Even the Emperor of Deqian would treat him with courtesy, never daring to force him into a bow of submission. The Second Elder and Third Elder, unwilling to shirk their duty, understood that the Holy Son had gone to seek the Ancestor, and they now needed to buy time. Once the Ancestor arrived, he would undoubtedly annihilate this individual that if Shun Fei were to perish, the vast amount of blood might even aid them in advancing to a higher realm. Chapter 35. Annihilation of the Demon Sect. Facing the assault of the other two, Shun Fei remained unruffled, responding to their combined efforts with composure. From beginning to end, he had not exerted his full strength. There are not many unparalleled powerhouses in the world, and opportunities for such a straightforward battle are even rarer. However, since they dared to engage, they must bear the corresponding cost. Shun Fei dispatched 2 blood dragons to intercept them, causing the 2 elders to stagger backward, finally grasping why the Holy Master had called for their aid. Each blood dragon was comparable to a figure at the late stage of the unparalleled realm. Had it not been for the blood dragon's limited intelligence and Shun Fei's focus solely on the Holy Master, they would likely have been unable to withstand even a single encounter. The Holy Master, seeing this, inwardly scorned their ineptitude. 2 mid-stage, unparalleled elders proved utterly useless, having only alleviated a fraction of the pressure from the blood dragons. Yet he understood that if this continued, his demise was inevitable. Shun Fei wielded 18 blood dragons, appearing to have an inexhaustible reservoir of inner strength. Meanwhile, The Holy Master's own energy had dwindled to less than a third. Enduring for merely a few more minutes would be his limit. The Holy Master also realized that surrender was out of the question. The opponent was resolute in extinguishing the demon sect, leaving only the hope of waiting for the ancestor to emerge. At that moment, in the rear mountain, the Holy Sun had arrived at the location where the ancestor was in seclusion. "Ancestor, your unworthy descendant Fong, Hui comes to beseech you to emerge," the Holy Sun called out loudly. However, as each moment passed, the ancestor offered no response, causing Fong Hui's heart to leap into his throat. Could it be that the ancestor had passed? Reluctantly, he shouted several more times, yet still received no answer. Seeing this, Fong Hui, disregarding everything, forcefully intruded into the ancestor's cave. He discovered the ancestor seated upon a mat, eyes closed, devoid of breath, with a box before him. Fong Hui was taken aback to find that the ancestor had indeed departed from this world. What was to be done now? Why had the ancestor left without a word? Ordinarily, he should have informed the Holy Master and the elders before his passing. Now, with the great threat emerging, the ancestor was gone. Who would save the demon sect? Fong Hui's heart raced with turmoil as he opened the box in front of the ancestor, revealing a hastily written letter, a tome, and a pearl that "To my dearest holy son, I, due to being consumed by my cultivation, have exhausted my lifespan, that I hope you can break through to the terrestrial immortal realm and lead the demon sect to glory." Fong Hui quickly perused the letter, skipping over a multitude of trivialities, and finally grasped that the pearl was the heavenly demon pearl, a treasure passed down through generations within the demon sect, containing the concentrated inner strength of numerous terrestrial immortals since the sect's inception. Ha ha ha! The heavenly demon pearl and the heavenly demon great method. Armed with these two treasures, I might yet become a terrestrial immortal. Fong Hui, having achieved the position of Holy Sun, possessed exceptional talent. Now, with the demon sect facing a crisis, he wondered if the Holy Master could withstand the pressure. Perhaps I should take a look. If the Holy Master defeats Xin Fei, I will present these items to him, that if he is to lose, I shall make my escape, and after 10 years, I will seek vengeance for the demon sect. With resolve, Fong Hui hastened back to the battlefield, only to witness the Holy Master and the two elders being overwhelmed by Xin Fei. His heart sank in despair. He could not comprehend how a minor incident had escalated to this magnitude, that he dared not reveal himself, turning away as if having made a solemn decision that at this moment, the only thought sustaining the Holy Master in his struggle was the ancestor. Yet, after such a long time, Fong Hui should have located the ancestor by now. Why had he not yet appeared? I can barely hold on any longer. Xin Fei, observing that the opponent was nearly depleted of inner strength, struck the Holy Master back with a palm, leaving a black-red imprint upon his chest. Simultaneously, the penetrating force of the attack harmed the Holy Master's internal organs, causing him to expel a mouthful of dark blood, leaving him weakened and disheartened. The other two elders and disciples were rendered speechless in shock. The Holy Master had been defeated, that it was unclear who shouted "Run." In an instant, the disciples of the demon sect turned and fled, that it was not that they did not wish to fight alongside the Holy Master, but the very presence of the Blood Sea compelled them to seek refuge upon walls and rooftops. To descend would mean being consumed by the Blood Sea, leaving nothing but bones, as the Grand Elder had already exemplified. Numbers held no significance to Xin Fei, that he felt exhilarated. The Holy Master was indeed formidable, yet it was a pity he could not withstand the 300 strikes Xin Fei had refrained from delivering. Since your ancestor has yet to arrive, do not blame me. The 18 blood dragons roared in unison, poised to slay the Holy Master. Unfazed by the encroaching Blood Sea, Lung Qingran approached her father, beseeching Xin Fei. "Xin Fei, I implore you to spare my father's life. I am willing to do anything." Xin Fei had not anticipated that these two were father and daughter, but what of it? Was their relationship so significant? "I could arrange for you both to be buried together." Xin Fei struck without mercy, leaving no room for future troubles. Had it not been for the orders from the other party, such events would not have transpired. Xin Fei had merely come to deliver a message. Lung Qingran forced a bitter smile, wishing to say more, but was seized by the Holy Master, who, with his last ounce of strength, hurled her away. "Xin Fei, this is merely our grudge. Spare her." In his final moments, the Holy Master's only concern was for his daughter. Shen Fei spread his hands in resignation, stating, in truth, had she not stepped forward, I would not have known your relationship. I never intended to kill her. After all, we are acquainted. With that, Shen Fei gazed at the fleeing disciples of the demon sect and ceased his words. The dragon's roar reverberated across Wudong Cliff. Thus, the generation's holy master of the demon sect fell. Naturally, Shen Fei would not spare the other disciples of the demon sect. The blood sea erupted, and those caught within were obliterated by the force of the explosion. The holy son Feng Hui, who had fled the edge of the blood sea, turned to see the blood sea erupting behind him, blood soaring into the sky that he had come perilously close to perishing within. It was terrifying. Even terrestrial immortals could not match such might. Could it be that he was a killing god descended to the mortal realm? Should I still seek vengeance? Feng Hui, now thoroughly frightened, realized that Shen Fei was younger than himself. It was impossible to believe he could not break through to the terrestrial immortal realm. Enough, enough. Let the enmity of the demon sect be as it may. Shen Fei is undoubtedly a being capable of transcending realms that I must find a place to hide, awaiting the day he leaves this world to rebuild the demon sect. Feng Hui utterly lost the courage to confront Shen Fei and turned to plunge into the depths of the mountains. In the sacred grounds of the demon sect, Shen Fei strolled leisurely, seeking the scripture repository and treasure vault. With such a formidable power, its collection must be considerable. A day later, Shen Fei meticulously selected and carried away all the valuable tomes from the scripture repository and precious artifacts from the treasure vault. When the disciples of the demon sect returned from their errands, they discovered that the once mighty sect was now deserted, bearing only the scars of battle. The news of the demon sect's annihilation spread like wildfire through the martial world and the imperial court. Chapter 36. The Blood Sea Demon Lord as the instigator. Shen Fei was now leisurely riding back to the beggar gang, for the demon sect had been destroyed, so there was no rush. The old beggar and the others received the news of the demon sect's demise with incredulity. After all, the sect was protected by an earthly immortal and the treacherous Wudong Cliff. Even if the imperial court dispatched an army of 400,000 to 500,000, it would be a formidable challenge to conquer it, and other sacred grounds would not dare to strike unless absolutely necessary. The earthly immortal could easily escape. If not killed, the other sacred grounds would have to remain ever vigilant, living in unrest. However, after verification from the Tianji Pavilion, the beggar gang sent people to investigate, confirming that the demon sect had indeed become a ruin. Many martial artists, emboldened by the news, ventured forth to seek treasures, finding quite a few valuable items. After all, Shen Fei had limited space and could only take high-value items, leaving behind those of lesser worth. Yet what Shen Fei deemed worthless did not mean it lacked value to others. Thus, the demon sect became more lively than ever. Old gang leader, since the demon sect has been destroyed, we need not continue our dealings with them. Perhaps it is time to select a new leader? Proposed the grand elder of the beggar gang. After all, the old leader was aging, and it was prudent to arrange this promptly. Otherwise, if the old leader were to pass, the ensuing power struggle would be even more troublesome. Very well. Whom do you wish to recommend for the new leader? The old beggar, upon hearing this, agreed, yet harbored concerns for Shen Fei. With the demon sect destroyed, he wondered if Shen Fei would be implicated. If that were the case, he would truly be the cause of his harm. However, the old beggar never considered that Shen Fei was the one who had obliterated the demon sect, upon hearing the old leader's acquiescence. Several elders hastily recommended the talents from their own factions. Yet, the old beggar found their suggestions lacking, realizing that the beggar gang was in a state of decline, with no successors in sight. How wonderful it would be if Shen Fei were alive and willing to join the beggar gang. Just as the elders were embroiled in heated discussions over the leadership position, Shen Fei entered the meeting hall of the beggar gang. Old beggar, it seems quite lively here. The old beggar, astonished to see Shen Fei alive and having transcended to an unparalleled strength, exclaimed, "Good lad, I knew you wouldn't perish. Pray, tell me, what transpired with the demon sect?" The others also paused their arguments, eager to learn about the situation with the demon sect. Shen Fei, not one to withhold information, replied candidly, "Indeed, the demon sect was the instigator behind the assassination of Chief Chiao. They, lacking any martial ethics, even attempted to kill me. Their envoy that I in a fit of rage, I annihilated the demon sect. The others exchange incredulous glances, questioning, "Are you certain that in your wrath, a mere youth in his early 20s could obliterate the formidable demon sect?" It seemed utterly ludicrous. The Grand Elder of the beggar gang laughed heartily. "Young lad, I acknowledge your courage, but that does not justify your tale that I suspect you never even arrived at the demon sect. Rather, you stumbled upon its ruins on your way back to the beggar gang, hoping to leech off our collection." The other elders shared this sentiment, knowing that even they might not survive a visit to the demon sect, let alone Shun Fei. Shun Fei cast a glance at them, then turned to the old beggar, casually inquiring, "Old beggar, you don't think the same way, do you?" The old beggar shook his head decisively, his expression serious as he asserted, "I believe your words that as per our agreement. I shall take you to the scripture repository." That he then addressed the other elders, while others at such a young age have already reached unparalleled strength. "You, who are in your 50s or 60s, still linger at the Grandmaster level, and yet you question him? Truly shameful. You may continue debating the next leader." Seeing the old beggar's stance, the others wished to argue, but recognized the gravity of his demeanor. They understood that should they provoke Shun Fei, their lives might be at stake, for even the old leader would not come to their aid if they incurred his wrath. Noticing their restraint, Shun Fei ceased his banter and followed the old beggar to the scripture repository of the beggar gang. Its scale, while slightly inferior to that of the demon sect and the dragon tiger's sacred grounds, still housed numerous tomes. Shun Fei spent half a day meticulously copying the texts. Subsequently, he perused the scriptures of both the demon sect and the beggar gang in the guest quarters, entirely indifferent to the turmoil outside. 3 days later, the truth behind the destruction of the demon sect was revealed by survivors, yet few believed it due to its sheer incredibility. How could such a formidable sect be extinguished by an unknown, unparalleled expert? The sect's leader, Lung Ayahan, was a peak powerhouse, among the rarest in the world, fortified by several ultimate techniques. They would rather believe the demon sect perished due to a meteor strike than accept this rumor. However, when the Tianji Pavilion confirmed the events, the extraordinary nature of Shun Fei became evident. Of course, many considered Shun Fei merely fortunate to have encountered the fall of the demon sect's ancestor. Otherwise, how could he have displayed such prowess? Regardless, the moniker of the Blood Sea Demon Lord spread throughout the martial world, with tales suggesting that the boundless Blood Sea was a horrific domain formed from Shun Fei's slaughter of countless lives. Should an ordinary person inadvertently step within its confines, they would be reduced to a puddle of blood within mere minutes, meeting their demise. The elders of the beggar gang felt a shiver of dread. It was fortunate they had not spoken too recklessly, or they would have sealed their fates. They resolved to avoid provoking Shun Fei in the future. Simultaneously, the reputation of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect also proliferated throughout the martial world, especially since Shun Fei hailed from that sect. Recently, Sun Xingzhe had triumphed in the sword forging competition, leading many to speculate that they might be one and the same, though no concrete evidence substantiated this claim. Within the 6 doors, the divine detective Tai Quan paced restlessly in his study, pondering how that young man managed to surpass a lifetime of his own efforts in less than a few months. Was the heavenly refining technique truly so potent? Yet, even the former heavenly demon lord did not possess such abnormal capabilities. It was not until his 50s that he achieved the status of an earthly immortal, dominating the martial world for over 60 years before ultimately vanishing into the void. Shun Fei, being Sun Xingzhe, was initially presumed to be young and impetuous. Surely he would rise to clarify any slander against him. Tai Quan had anticipated seizing the moment to capture him and probe into the heavenly refining technique, yet he was surprised by the young man's composure. Now that Shun Fei had ascended to unparalleled strength and slain the peak powerhouse Lung Ayahan, who could contend with him if the earthly immortals chose not to intervene? Tai Quan realized that Shun Fei would undoubtedly investigate the affairs of the southern town Prince's Manor, and unless the court offered him unwavering protection, his fate was sealed. However, Tai Quan understood that such a scenario was improbable. Although Shun Fei was known as the Blood Sea Demon Lord, he bore no enmity with the court and had no reason to make an enemy of Shun Fei for his own sake. Tai Quan's reasoning proved accurate, as the court swiftly retracted all wanted notices against Shun Fei and even publicly clarified that he was not responsible for the incident at the southern town Prince's Manor. Chapter 37. The Leak of the Divine Technique. Yet, Tai Quan was not without countermeasures. His initial audacity stemmed from erasing his traces, unafraid of Shun Fei, seeking him out regarding the southern town prince's manor. I fear not death, but the ruin of my reputation. It seems this secret must be revealed, letting those ancient earthly immortals dispute it among themselves. Tai Quan departed from the 6 doors, disguising himself before arriving at the Tianji Pavilion branch in the capital of Deqian. Before the attendants could speak, Tai Quan asserted, I possess critical information. Take me to your hall master. Seeing Tai Quan's formidable presence, the Tianji Pavilion staff promptly escorted him to the 2nd floor. What significant news do you bear? Speak freely. I can offer you a satisfactory price. The hall master of the Tianji Pavilion, accustomed to encountering powerful figures, initially regarded Tai Quan, a peak grandmaster, with indifference, intending to handle matters routinely. However, the next moment, upon hearing Tai Quan utter 4 words, the hall master sprang to his feet. You claim to know the whereabouts of the heavenly refining technique. You cannot be deceiving me. That is a long-lost divine technique. Even an ordinary person acquiring it could have a chance to become an earthly immortal. Indeed, it is true, yet it is currently in the hands of an unparalleled expert. Ordinary individuals have no opportunity to obtain it. How much do you think this information is worth? Tai Quan piqued his interest. The hall master paced back and forth, contemplating. He had just considered eliminating Tai Quan to monopolize the news, but given their comparable strengths, he lacked confidence in overpowering him that if the matter were exposed, the Tianji Pavilion would be the first to take action against him. After a moment's deliberation, the hall master extended 5 fingers, proposing 50,000 taels of silver. How does that sound? Deal. Iron Fist's sole intent was to disseminate information. The pursuit of profit held little significance. After 10 days, Shun Fei had thoroughly perused over 5,000 tomes from the demon sect and the beggar gang. Elevating his understanding to another echelon, a prodigy of martial arts, the other sects also saw considerable advancements in their abilities. Cultivation, unparalleled mid-stage, life, infinite, physique, dragonkin, comprehension, a rare genius, fortune, extraordinary, defense, 45 times, speed, 20 times, strength, 45 times, perception, 20 times, mana, 20 times, stealth, 20 times, spatial backpack, 50 square meters, resource duplication, 20 times, anomaly resistance, 50 times. The demon sect was indeed affluent, granting him a wealth of value points. With the duplication rate soaring from 3 to 20 times, and the poisons concealed by the sect had also significantly bolstered his resistance to anomalies at present, Shun Fei had yet to refine those treasures. Yet he remained unperturbed, for the supreme techniques of the demon sect and the beggar gang had not yet been integrated into the undying canon. The demon sect possessed the shadowless steps, the great demon technique and the soul-capturing technique, while the beggar gang wielded the dog-driving stick technique. Feeling hunger pangs, he resolved to first satiate his appetite. Shun Fei stored the techniques in his spatial backpack and hummed a little tune as he departed from the courtyard. Since his breakthrough to unmatched prowess, Shun Fei had relaxed considerably, shedding the urgency that had accompanied his arrival in this world. However, as he opened the courtyard door, he sensed numerous formidable auras converging towards his abode. The weakest among them were at the threshold of unparalleled strength. Furrowing his brow, Shun Fei mused, "Whom have I offended this time?" In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Within a minute, over a dozen unparalleled experts arrived simultaneously at the empty courtyard. Visibly disgruntled by its desolation, the lord of the sacred land of the dragon and tiger, Long Ryu, cast a scrutinizing glance at the old beggar, inquiring, "Old beggar, you haven't tipped him off, have you?" The old beggar shook his head in resignation, offering a bitter smile. "Ha, with you all keeping such a close watch on me, how could I possibly inform him? To be frank, is it truly worth it for you lords of the sacred lands to mobilize so extensively over a single technique?" The Lord of the Thousand Buddhas, Jing Kong, feigned a benevolent demeanor as he explained, "The heavenly demon technique cannot be allowed to exist in this world. The actions of the heavenly demon sovereign in years past are beyond measure. We have come solely to eradicate this technique, lest it bring endless calamities." The old beggar couldn't be bothered to argue, recognizing that even a child would find such claims hard to believe. "I know precisely what you are all thinking. Eradication is impossible. It will merely be renamed and slightly altered to become your sacred land's legacy technique. Shun Fei has only just departed. Let us search separately." I refuse to believe that he can evade us with so many of us on the hunt. Once we locate him, signal immediately. Do not think of capturing him alone. Ling Aohan has already perished at his hands. So weigh your options carefully. Long Ryu surveyed the surroundings coldly, prompting the others to disperse in search of Shun Fei's whereabouts. They were willing to share in the refinement of the heavenly demon technique. For despite its might, without ample resources, even the most skilled craftsman cannot work with insufficient materials. The old beggar sighed, remaining in the courtyard as he quietly took to drinking from his gourd. He felt a deep sense of guilt for not being able to assist Shun Fei, who had aided the beggar gang. Old beggar, tell me, what on earth has transpired? Shun Fei, having observed the crowd's disappearance, revealed himself, utilizing his stealth technique which, enhanced by a tenfold concealment attribute, allowed him to remain hidden for an extended duration. With a 20-fold concealment, Shun Fei could remain undetected for a full 10 minutes. Upon seeing Shun Fei suddenly appear, the old beggar was astonished and quickly urged, "Why are you still here? You must leave at once." Not only are they present, but there are also terrestrial immortals watching from the shadows. Those ancient beings, even on the brink of death, will act if they believe the heavenly demon technique can help them break their bottlenecks and prolong their lives, even allowing them to escape this world. It matters not. Even if they are terrestrial immortals, they cannot hold me. Shun Fei was not merely boasting. As long as he was willing to expend time, terrestrial immortals would find themselves worn out and defeated after days of combat. Alas, during your 10 days of seclusion, someone in the martial world has spread the word of your possession of the heavenly demon technique. Consequently, various factions have commenced their search for you. That I must apologize for this. The news of your presence here originated from within the beggar gang. The old beggar felt a twinge of shame, knowing that had it not been for the beggar gang, Shun Fei would not have been discovered so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Shun Fei grasped the situation. Few were aware of his possession of the heavenly demon technique. With only the Iron Fist from the Six Doors having learned of it appeared they realized that seizing the technique was futile. And being no match for Shun Fei, they resorted to such underhanded tactics against him. Old beggar, I shall not lay too heavy a burden upon you. Just ensure that the informant is dealt with, and I will settle the score with the others. Chapter 38. The transaction. Now that others had come knocking, Shun Fei would not pretend to be oblivious. However, given that the old beggar had warned him of these unparalleled experts, being merely the visible threat while terrestrial immortals lurked in secrecy, Shun Fei decided to practice his techniques and elevate his strength first. As he turned to leave, he remained unaware of an elderly figure observing him from a distant high tower. What a clever lad. Playing in the shadows. This time, I shall surely catch up to you. The elder chuckled ominously as he watched Shun Fei depart. Outside the city, amidst the desolate mountains, Shun Fei halted, turning to address the elderly man who had been trailing him. Old man, after following me for so long, what is it you desire? An elderly gentleman, adorned in luxurious robes and leaning on a jeweled cane, emerged from behind a large tree, responding feebly, "Young one, I am but a dying man seeking to make a trade with you." Shun Fei initially suspected the man might harbor malicious intent, but to his surprise, the elder sought a business arrangement. Business sounds splendid. Bloodshed brings only suffering. That I wonder what you wish to trade, provided the exchange is fair. Shun Fei was curious to see what treasures a terrestrial immortal might possess, considering that the heavenly demon technique had lost its relevance for him. The future would see him shatter the void, rendering the consequences inconsequential. My young friend, I desire the heavenly demon technique. Pray tell, what is it that you seek in return? The elder, equally eager to strike a deal, had gathered information about Shun Fei prior to their encounter. His combat prowess was formidable, having dispatched peak-level masters, and now, within a fortnight, his strength had ascended further. There are many things I desire, yet it hinges on your identity and what you can offer me. Shun Fei adopted a discerning approach, prepared to take full advantage should the elder be affluent. I am Wuxin, the ancient ancestor of the Sword Sect, that I can provide you with access to the Sword Sect's treasury, its tomes, and even any 5 treasures of your choosing. Wuxin was quite generous, granting Shun Fei considerable autonomy. Let us set aside the matter of beauties. I wish to peruse all the tomes within your sect's collection and select any 5 treasures from your treasury. What say you? Shun Fei outlined his terms, which appeared substantial, though they were not overly burdensome for the elder. Wuxin stroked his beard, contemplating briefly before consenting that he was too old, his vitality waning, and while he could still contend with peak-level masters, he was unwilling to gamble his life for such trivial gains. Very well, since you are amenable to a transaction, let us change our appearances and proceed discreetly. The fewer who know of this matter, the better. Wuxin clearly wished to avoid becoming the target of scrutiny, preferring to conclude the transaction quietly and without incident. Xunfei promptly altered his appearance, following Wuxin to the sword sect's sacred ground. Although he understood the potential for betrayal, the rewards were too great to ignore. Once successful, Xunfei stood to gain immensely. Not only would he acquire the sword sect's tomes, but anything he touched within the treasury could be duplicated at 20 times the rate, ensuring a significant profit that a day later. The duo arrived at the sword sect's sacred ground. Meanwhile, the sect leader was still out searching for Xunfei, oblivious to the fact that his own ancestor had already brought Xunfei back to the sect. As they entered the sword sect, the disciples couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as they beheld Xunfei alongside Wuxin. The ancestor seldom made appearances, having long ceased to take disciples. Yet now he had returned with a young man. Could he be a prodigy of martial arts? Yet, none dared to approach and inquire. Wuxin jested with Xunfei. "Young lad, during our journey, have you spotted any maidens to your liking? Speak up, and I could promise you even a saintess." Clearly, Wuxin regarded Xunfei's talents highly, believing that forging a good rapport would be advantageous. The heavenly demon technique was shrouded in mystery, yet it might not be sufficient for him to shatter the void. Ultimately, the future belonged to the youth. Xunfei shook his head. While some of the maidens were indeed admirable, he had no interest in relationships built on ulterior motives. The women of your sect are certainly remarkable, but I am solely focused on reaching the pinnacle of martial arts for the time being. With an indifferent nod, Wuxin acknowledged the young man before him that if he could safeguard the Yuanyang, it would present a greater opportunity to transcend to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Soon, Wuxin led Xunfei to the scripture repository of the sword sect. Upon seeing Wuxin, the elder guarding the repository immediately approached with great respect, saying, "I pay my respects to the ancestor. May I inquire about your purpose in visiting the scripture repository?" Wuxin casually explained, "This is my guest, and he will be researching texts here for the next few days. So please extend your hospitality to him." He appeared somewhat impatient, which left the elder perplexed. Nevertheless, as it was a personal arrangement by the ancestor, he could only comply. "Very well, ancestor, I shall ensure he is well taken care of. Young friend, please follow me." The elder personally guided Xunfei into the repository, introducing him to its various sections. Xunfei was already eager to delve into the texts. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Beggars sect in Shangfeng Prefecture, a dozen extraordinary powerhouses were still in pursuit of Xunfei's whereabouts. However, their efforts proved fruitless, leaving them exasperated. They had anticipated a successful encirclement, but had not even caught a glimpse of Xunfei. After 3 days, they were compelled to abandon the search as leaders of major factions. They had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Coordinating their efforts to besiege Xunfei had already been a formidable task. The people in the martial world had expected to witness a clash between the Blood Sea Demon Lord and the Master of the Sacred Ground, only to be left disappointed. Yet, many felt relieved that a confrontation had not occurred. For the Shangfeng Prefecture housed hundreds of thousands of souls, and the carnage would have been unimaginable. In the 6 doors, Iron Fist, upon hearing this news, slammed his palm down, shattering the desk before him. How could such a meticulously planned ambush allow the target to escape? Those inept individuals were truly a disgrace. This realization clarified why Xunfei had consistently evaded the pursuits of 6 doors and the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. His evasion tactics were exceptionally formidable. Despite the multitude of pursuers, they remained unable to capture him. As time passed, Xunfei's strength continued to grow, yet he remained unable to breach the threshold of extraordinary power. Perhaps, Iron Fist pondered, it was time to consider an escape route. The notion of faking his own death and fleeing overseas crossed his mind, a strategy that would not only shield him from Xunfei's vengeance, but also preserve his reputation. Knock, knock, knocked at a commotion outside interrupted his thoughts as a 6 doors constable approached, bearing an order issued by Zhuge Wentian. Iron Fist, Lord Zhuge has summoned you to the Northern Barbarians to investigate a case of arms smuggling. Iron Fist nodded, accepting the decree. inwardly rejoicing at this stroke of fortune. Chapter 39. The terrestrial immortal emerges to slay monsters at the sacred ground of the Sword Sect. The sect leader, Meng Zi, had just returned to the sect, only to find his ancestor bidding farewell to an unfamiliar man at the entrance. The two appear to be engaged in a lively conversation, piquing Meng Zi's curiosity. His ancestor had long been in seclusion. When had he emerged, he was completely unaware of the developments approaching them. Meng Zi respectfully clasped his hands and greeted Wuxin. "I pay my respects to the ancestor. May I inquire who this gentleman is?" Wuxin's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to seriousness, admonishing, "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Since you have returned, come with me to the forbidden grounds of the back mountain." However, he turned to Xin Fei with a friendly countenance, saying, "Young friend, may we meet again when fate allows." This left Meng Zi speechless, contemplating whether the stranger might be the ancestor's illegitimate son, though the manner of address did not seem to fit. Once Xin Fei vanished from view, Meng Zi finally spoke up, "Ancestor. Who is he?" Wuxin smirked, a hint of pride in his voice. "How could you not recognize him? Have you not been searching for him these past few days?" Meng Zi was incredulous. He had never anticipated that his ancestor would locate Xin Fei and bring him to the sect. It was evident that they had shared some clandestine secret. With growing anxiety, Meng Zi inquired, "Ancestor, what about that item? Let us discuss this in the forbidden grounds," Wuxin replied, turning to leave. Meng Zi noticed that the matter was evidently settled, and he eagerly followed Wuxin to the back mountain's forbidden area. "Zi, I watched you grow up. My lifespan is dwindling, and the sect will rely on you in the future. In order to obtain the heavenly refinement technique, I allowed him to view the scriptures in the repository and the 5 treasures within the vault." Wuxin recounted the events truthfully. Meng Zi winced at the mention of Xin Fei taking treasures like the deep-sea iron and the millennium ginseng, though he was less concerned about the scriptures since the unparalleled techniques were stored elsewhere. "Rest assured, ancestor, I will lead the Sword Sect to become the mightiest sect," he declared. However, he couldn't help but worry. Will letting him go lead to future troubles? Meng Zi pondered that if Xin Fei could trade with the Sword Sect, he might also engage with other factions, thereby diminishing their advantage. "What do you understand? I alone cannot hinder him. I end the battle against the demon sect. He penetrated through the blood sea, and sending other disciples and elders would only lead to their demise. The cost would be too great. Even if we obtained the heavenly refinement technique, how could we withstand the onslaught of other sects?" Wuxin patiently analyzed the pros and cons for Meng Zi, emphasizing that he had already comprehended the heavenly refinement technique and discovered a means to extend his own lifespan. Although only by 10 years, it provided him with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the world beyond the shattered void could grant him eternal life. Meng Zi suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Xin Fei's accomplishments were hard-earned. Otherwise, why would so many powerful factions unite against him? A conflict within the Sword Sect would yield catastrophic consequences. That Wuxin's admonition resonated. Even if others acquired the same techniques, he did not believe they could surpass his own. Meng Zi was filled with confidence regarding this matter. "However, I have an idea. I wonder how the ancestor feels about it." Upon hearing this, Wuxin recognized the ruthlessness of Meng Zi's proposal. Over the course of 3 days, Xin Fei completed the replication of the Sword Sect scriptures in half a day. The remaining time was devoted to integrating the techniques he had acquired into the undying scripture, be it body techniques, internal skills, external skills, breath concealment, mental acuity, or martial arts employing fists, legs, blades, and spears. He had reached an unparalleled zenith. Within a month's time, Xin Fei could harness the boundless blood essence of extraordinary powerhouses to effortlessly break through to the realm of terrestrial immortals, while others required elixirs and rare treasures. Xin Fei deemed such items unnecessary, relying solely on an abundance of blood essence to perform miracles. However, should he acquire rare treasures, he would not refuse. The millennium ginseng could enhance his lifespan, while the deep-sea iron could bolster his foundational defense. With elevated base attributes, augmented by the sect's enhancements, he would grow even more formidable. How could he procure more rare treasures? He had already refined those from the demon sect and sword sect's vaults, resulting in a twofold increase in his base attributes. His physical strength was now such that even terrestrial immortals wielding divine weapons might struggle to breach his defenses. Shen Fei felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his physical prowess. Yet the absence of rare treasures made future enhancements challenging. Merely refining ordinary materials was far too inefficient. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Fei. Since everyone sought the heavenly refinement technique, why not visit each faction to negotiate trades? After all, the core of the heavenly refinement technique had already been integrated into the undying scripture, rendering the original manual obsolete for Shen Fei. What could others achieve by learning it? Could they truly refine him? What Shen Fei remained unaware of was that someone had already anticipated his actions. While Shen Fei secluded himself in the desolate mountains to enhance his cultivation, the members of the Sword Sect covertly took action against the powers that had once conspired to encircle him. Numerous disciples of various sects were slaughtered, leaving behind nothing but pools of blood and discarded garments. Simultaneously, several villages were ruthlessly exterminated, with no survivors left to bear witness. The atrocities committed by the Blood Sea Demon Lord were widely disseminated by those with ulterior motives. And the truth of the matter was never investigated. Consequently, the blame was laid squarely on Shen Fei's shoulders that in an instant, public opinion intensified, and the people's wrath boiled over. Some formidable forces, seizing the opportunity, branded Shen Fei as a great demon and united to form the Demon Extermination Alliance. Once they discovered Shen Fei's whereabouts, they would share information and join forces to eliminate him swiftly. Shen Fei remained oblivious to all of this, and, even if he had known, he would have cared little. He felt no sense of belonging in this world, and at present, regarded it merely as a game. He intended to exhaust the world's resources before shattering the void to depart for the next realm. Thus, these great powers were unaware of the monstrous entity they had provoked, one known as the Undying Chaotic Evil Player. The fourth calamity, in an unprecedented move, the Sword Sect declared a mountain closure, prompting speculation among various factions about what had transpired within the sect. Could it be that the unintentional ancestor had fallen? However, no one paid much attention to the Sword Sect's affairs. Their primary focus was on unearthing Shen Fei. It seemed as though Shen Fei had evaporated from existence. Despite the combined efforts of the intelligence networks of various factions, Tianji Pavilion, the Beggars Gang Wind and Rain Tower, the Azure Dragon Society, the Imperial Courts Jinyui, and the Six Doors, Shen Fei's location remained elusive. People began to wonder if Shen Fei had fled in fear, escaping overseas and vowing never to step foot into Qin again. After all, Shen Fei's sect originated from overseas, and it was entirely reasonable for him to flee in the face of the combined onslaught from the sacred grounds and the Imperial Court. A month later, interest in Shen Fei waned, and the Sword Sect hesitated to take further action, fearing exposure. The eyes of the major factions were now keenly aware, and even the slightest disturbance would capture their attention. On a desolate mountain, Shen Fei sat cross-legged, facing the newly risen sun, and exhaled deeply. At last, he had become an earthly immortal, ready to venture forth and vanquish foes. Chapter 40. Blood of the White Tiger. Shen Fei employed his lightness skill, leisurely traversing the wild mountains and forests. After breaking through to the earthly immortal stage, he felt an absence of pressure. The vast world was his playground. Thus, he savored the splendor of these unspoiled lands, free from industrial pollution. However, before he could venture too far, he heard the resounding roar of a tiger echoing through the mountains, accompanied by cries for help. Shen Fei had little interest in rescuing anyone. He merely wished to indulge in a drink made from tiger bones and whiskers to enhance his own abilities. With so many good days ahead, it was essential to maintain his health. Not far off, a massive white tiger was toying with 8 hunters. Despite their steel blades and hunting bows, they posed little threat to the white tiger, and several hunters had already succumbed. They scattered in a desperate bid for survival. Their fate now hanging by a thread, an elderly hunter shouted that it was impossible for them all to escape. The white tiger's speed and strength were overwhelming, and even in their frantic flight, several would undoubtedly perish. Yet it was better than dying here en masse. Thus, the remaining few turned and fled, resolute in their decision. The white tiger, witnessing this, displayed a human-like grin and let out a long howl. A fierce wind surged around them, transforming into blades of wind that pursued the fleeing hunters. When Shen Fei arrived, he witnessed this bizarre scene. The ability to command the wind to kill indicated that this white tiger was no ordinary beast. Shen Fei took decisive action, and the white tiger felt the world spin as an immense force twisted its body into a helpless coil that in its final moments, the white tiger attempted to use its innate abilities to resist. The forest erupted with howling winds, and countless blades of wind sliced through the air. Alas, Xun Fei was far too powerful, and all its struggles were in vain. Even the tiger's defenses could not breach Xun Fei's might. After the white tiger fell, Xun Fei skinned it, eager to uncover any extraordinary substance within its body that could grant it such abilities. Upon investigation, he discovered that the heart's blood of the white tiger bore a striking resemblance to the dragon blood extracted from the meteorite he had obtained during the sword refining competition. Could this be the blood of the white tiger? Xun Fei pondered, wondering if there were other sacred beast bloodlines in this world, or perhaps if actual sacred beasts still existed. Without further hesitation, he refined the blood of the white tiger. Once integrated into his body, the dragon physique was enhanced to that of a dragon-tiger form. The dragon moves with the clouds, the tiger commands the winds. Xun Fei gained the ability to manipulate the wind, and his ground speed doubled. Previously, while he could fly, his speed was unremarkable, lacking a point of propulsion. Now, he could harness the power of the wind, achieving speeds in the air comparable to his running on land. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that one hunter had taken refuge behind a large rock, having narrowly escaped death. Xun Fei addressed him. "Young man, the white tiger is dead. You may bury your companions." "Thank you for saving my life, my lord," the hunter exclaimed, bowing deeply, though terror gripped his heart. Xun Fei, uninterested in further pleasantries, turned to leave. However, not long after Xun Fei departed, the hunter disregarded the bodies of his fallen comrades, that he had just witnessed Xun Fei transform the white tiger into a pool of blood, a feat synonymous with the infamous Blood Sea Demon Lord. If he reported Xun Fei's location, he could earn a reward of 100 taels of silver. Such a sum was too tempting to ignore. As for the fact that Xun Fei had saved him, he was merely ridding the world of a great menace. This was a matter of justice, not ingratitude. Xun Fei made his way to the nearby Tiansa mansion, specifically to the renowned restaurant. The first restaurant under heaven, reputed to be the finest in Deqian, with branches in every prefecture. He had seldom indulged in luxury, and the wealth in his spatial bag was on the verge of spoiling. "Please wait, esteemed guest. Our restaurant has a rule. The minimum consumption is 10 taels of silver." That a gatekeeper blocked Xun Fei's path, clearly judging him by his disheveled appearance, which suggested he was a destitute traveler likely unable to afford a meal. Xun Fei silently cursed the man's narrow-mindedness and was about to produce a stack of banknotes to prove him wrong when a dapper young man holding a fan interjected, "Haha, today, I, young Master Zhao, shall cover his expenses." Upon recognizing young Master Zhao, the gatekeeper immediately adopted a humble demeanor, saying, "Ah, young Master Zhao, I see this gentleman is your friend, that I apologize for my lack of discernment." Xun Fei chuckled. "No need for such flattery. I can afford my own expenses." He pulled out a 10,000 tael silver note, leaving the gatekeeper utterly stunned, realizing he had misjudged Xun Fei. The gatekeeper quickly smiled obsequiously. "Please, esteemed guest, enter." Young Master Zhao was momentarily taken aback. It was rare to see someone wielding such a large denomination. Even he typically used notes of 100 taels. 10,000 tael notes were reserved for transactions between major commercial guilds, and most establishments would struggle to provide change for such sums. Xun Fei entered a private room and promptly ordered a feast. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, and braised pork. "Bring me a full set." The waiter, salivating at the list of dishes, could only lament, "Esteemed guest, I'm afraid those dishes are not on our menu." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xun Fei retorted, "This is the first restaurant under heaven. Surely you have some renowned dishes to serve?" "Please wait a moment," the waiter replied, recognizing Xun Fei's appetite and rushing to the kitchen to prepare something special to avoid being criticized. Young Master Zhao, uninvited, took a seat opposite Xun Fei and clasped his hands, saying, "Young hero, I am Zhao Yingjie from the Zhao family of Tian, some mansion. I perceive your extraordinary demeanor and would like to befriend you. May I, a wild man from the mountains, a drifter of the mundane world, is unworthy of your esteemed attention." Xun Fei replied, uninterested in engaging with a man who appeared rather peculiar, that he refrained from striking him down, as he wished to avoid bloodshed that would disrupt his culinary enjoyment. Seeing this, one of Zhao's guards quickly stepped forward, saying, Young Master Zhao considers you a privilege. You should realize how many people in Tian some mansion aspire to befriend him, but lack the qualification. Do not be ungrateful. And no sooner had the guard spoken than he was sent crashing into the wall with tremendous force. Shen Fei coldly remarked, Young Master Zhao, I trust you won't mind if I discipline this presumptuous lackey on your behalf. Zhao Yingjia's expression shifted dramatically. He had completely failed to perceive Shen Fei's swift action, despite being a master-level practitioner himself. Shen Fei appeared even younger than him, yet his strength surpassed Zhao's expectations. Even the Grand Master secretly protecting Zhao urged him to flee. Not at all. Such a lackey deserves to be taught a lesson that I take full responsibility for this matter. And today, I shall cover your expenses as an apology. Young Master Zhao hurriedly departed, fearing that Shen Fei might erupt and take his life. Chapter 41. Your fate lies in my hands. Not in heaven. That it was not until he left the renowned Tianxia First Tower that he heaved a sigh of relief. His garments thoroughly soaked with cold sweat. However, once he regained his composure, Zhao Yingjie came to a startling realization. Young, immensely powerful, and of unknown origin, was this not the very essence of the infamous Blood Seed Demon Lord? Zhao Lao, could this individual be the notorious Blood Seed Demon Lord? Upon hearing Zhao Yingjie's analysis, Zhao Lao felt it was highly plausible. Better to err on the side of caution than to let him go unchallenged. He decided to report to the family head before formulating a plan, instructing someone to keep watch over the place. Shen Fei had not anticipated that merely dining would draw unwanted attention. Meanwhile, the hunter had sold the information to the Tianji Pavilion, which promptly began covertly searching for Shen Fei within the Tianxia mansion. This led the Zhao family members to firmly believe that the one dining in the Tianxia First Tower was indeed the Blood Sea Demon Lord. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Shen Fei took residence in the highest and most expensive room, Room 1, at the Tianxia First Tower, which cost 1,000 taels of silver for a single night. The room was adorned with unparalleled opulence and attended by dedicated maidservants. Reclining on the long couch, Shen Fei could survey the entire Tianxia mansion, while nearby, a dancer swayed passionately and a singer played the flute with her head bowed. As maidservants provided intimate massages that ended such indulgent revelry, one could easily lose track of time. Shen Fei could not help but reflect on how this extravagant and decadent lifestyle had finally come to him. However, not long after, Shen Fei set down his wine cup and raised his hand, signaling for them to cease. You must leave this place at once, or you may find yourselves in mortal peril. The maidservants, puzzled yet obedient, exited the room. However, leaving the Tianxia First Tower was out of the question without the innkeeper's command. Shen Fei rose, casting a stern gaze around, hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. You wretched beings truly relish disturbing the peace. It seems I must eliminate you entirely, lest your incessant buzzing continue to plague my mind. Shen Fei spoke softly, yet his words drifted on the wind, reaching the ears of all nearby. The 5 extraordinary powerhouses lying in ambush, including a terrestrial immortal, no longer concealed themselves, springing forth to perch atop the surrounding rooftops, completely encircling Shen Fei's escape route. Blood Sea Old Demon, you have finally revealed yourself. Over 10,000 souls from various factions and villages have fallen victim to your merciless slaughter. Today marks your demise. The leading elder of the Longhu Sacred Land, Long Tianxi, reproached sternly, as if Shen Fei were already a turtle caught in a jar, certain to meet his end. Shen Fei glanced at him, noting that the Longhu Sacred Land was indeed situated within the Tianxia mansion, deeming their appearance here reasonable. With a dismissive tone, Shen Fei retorted, Just you alone. You think you can detain me with a few mutts? I cannot discern whether you are merely arrogant or profoundly ignorant. The extraordinary beings present bristled at the comparison to dogs, their faces flushed with indignation, itching to strike. The Longhu elder laughed heartily, for although he could not perceive Shen Fei's exact cultivation level, he reasoned that within a month, it was implausible for Shen Fei to ascend from a novice to a terrestrial immortal. And no matter how formidable Shen Fei might be, bridging a vast realm gap was sheer folly. Why should a dying man bark so fiercely? Surrender the refining heaven divine art, and I may grant you a complete corpse. The Longhu elder believed himself to be exceedingly merciful. How could one such as Shen Fei, a great demon, be treated with anything less than 1,000 cuts, in deference to the countless innocent lives lost. Shun Fei chose not to waste more words, since his adversary had sought death. He would oblige. Extending his hand, a drop of blood fell from his fingertip onto the ground. With a soft plop, an endless sea of blood surged forth, enveloping the entirety of the Tianxia First Tower. The blood sea was boundless. Turned back to the shore, and once one entered this sea, their fate lay in my hands, not in heaven, as several individuals became ensnared in the blood sea, even those atop the rooftops. Untouched by the blood, felt their inner strength being siphoned away, their skin prickling as if something were gnawing at them. They quickly activated their protective auras, believing they could stave off this mysterious harm. Yet, their inner strength dissipated at an alarming rate. The Longhu elder cried out, "Act swiftly. This child is unfathomably strange. Seize him at once, or the nearby populace shall surely perish." The crowd surged toward Shun Fei. Sensing the ominous shift in the atmosphere, they had encountered terrestrial immortals before, yet none possessed the ability to affect such a wide area. With a wave of his hand, from the depths of the blood sea, 18 blood dragons surged forth, their roars echoing throughout the city. Upon contact, the onlookers were filled with dread, realizing that these blood dragons effortlessly shattered their protective auras. Armed with divine weapons and employing their most formidable techniques, they found themselves utterly incapable of harming the blood dragons in the slightest. It was at this moment they comprehended that Shun Fei was indeed a prodigy. He had already attained the realm of a terrestrial immortal. And this blood sea was their tomb. With a gentle clench of his hand, the blood dragons no longer held back, ensnaring several extraordinary powerhouses and dragging them into the blood sea, never to be seen again. Only the Longhu sacred land elder remained, desperately clinging to life, bewildered as to how Shun Fei had reached the realm of a terrestrial immortal in less than a year. There must be a monumental secret behind this. If he could escape, he would undoubtedly gather a mightier force to confront Shun Fei next time. But would he have the chance? The Longhu elder struck his chest with a fierce punch, activating the Longhu secret technique, his feet propelling him skyward like a monkey leaping to the heavens. The building beneath him collapsed under the immense force, sinking into the blood sea. Attempting to flee? Shun Fei harnessed the power of the Longhu body and soared into the air. The Longhu elder glided above, the biting wind striking his face, causing him considerable discomfort. This technique had nearly exhausted all his inner strength. But its effect was potent, allowing him to traverse at least 10 li in an instant, effectively evading Shun Fei. As he glanced back at the Tianxia mansion receding from view, Shun Fei did not pursue, granting him a moment's respite, believing he had finally escaped. Just as he relaxed, a foot suddenly descended, crashing onto his head from above, too swiftly for him to react by the time he registered what had happened. His head was already buried deep within the earth, reduced to a puddle of muck. I am not a villain, so why am I compelled to commit such cruel deeds? Shun Fei lamented, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing up at the moonlight in contemplation. Yet all are deserving of death. To kill is to kill. I in the Tianxia First Tower, amidst the boundless blood sea. Onlookers could only flee in terror as the blood sea spread relentlessly. Should anyone fall within, they would dissolve at an observable pace. Even some structures were corroded and collapsed. Those who did not flee immediately, relying on high ground for sanctuary, could only await their demise. The various factions realized they had grossly underestimated the legendary Blood Sea Demon Lord. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of a god of slaughter. Shun Fei returned to the Tianxia mansion, casually retracting the Blood Sea. Upon witnessing Shun Fei's return, the members of various factions dared not linger, and Shun Fei could not be bothered to pursue them. However, he did send a message through his inner strength. Relay to your masters that 10 days hence, on the night of the full moon, atop the purple forbidden city, we shall settle our fates. Chapter 42. The night of the full moon, atop the purple forbidden city, crack, within the grand court of the Qin dynasty. Emperor Qianlong hurled the memorial in his hand to the floor in a fit of rage. That a mere demonic martial artist dares to challenge me to a duel in the heart of the purple forbidden city. Utterly disregarding the authority of the court, the minister struck by the memorial dared not stir, fearful of incurring the emperor's wrath. The chancellor spoke up to offer reassurance, Your Majesty, since he has the audacity to come. Let us ensure he remains here permanently, allowing those unruly ruffians of the Jianghu to witness that this realm still belongs to our Deqian. This sentiment resonated deeply with the emperor. And beside him, Grand Eunuch Wei confidently declared, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall mobilize the forces of the Six Doors, the Imperial Guards, the Eastern and Western factories, and the royal retainers to ensure he meets his bitter end here." The Deqian Emperor nodded. "Excellent. Let this matter be entrusted to you, my loyal minister." Zhuge Wentian, as the chief of the Six Gates, wished to voice his thoughts, yet the emperor had already made his decision. Leaving him with no choice but to remain silent, that moment, Xun Fei appeared like a shooting star. During the battle at the Tianxi Mansion, he effortlessly slew the ancestral figure of the Longhu sacred land. Turning the sea of blood into a crucible for all things, that it would be best for the court to avoid conflict with the opposing faction, yet he could not urge his majesty to endure in silence. Xun Fei had boldly declared his intent to confront martial artists from all over the realm in the Forbidden City. Should the court retreat, it would only invite scorn from the world. The Great Qian possessed formidable forces like the Land Immortals, the Longhu Sacred Land, the Thousand Buddha Sacred Land, the Tianji Pavilion, the Qinglong Society, and the Wendazong. Except for the Sword Sect, which remained secluded, all other visible sacred factions dispatched a multitude of elite disciples and elders. With the Land Immortals emerging in full force, they found themselves in a precarious position. If Xun Fei remained alive, their own legacies would surely face obliteration. The Damo Golden Buddha Temple, the Northern Mang Chongqing Heaven, and the Southern Barbarian Gu God sect bore no grievances with Xun Fei, yet they still made their way to the imperial capital of Great Qian, as if to witness a grand spectacle. This was a man bold enough to challenge the martial world of Great Qian and arrange duels with the major martial sacred lands. Historical legends of martial arts, though powerful, had never taken such audacious actions. Even the Land Immortals could exhaust their internal energy and physical strength, let alone facing multiple opponents of equal standing simultaneously. Even if Xun Fei were to be defeated in the end, he would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on the annals of martial arts history in no time. A throng of martial artists flocked to the imperial capital, eagerly anticipating the impending clash. Yet they overlooked a crucial truth. Battles leave aftershocks, and spectating carries risks. Within the Tianji Pavilion in the capital, Xun Fei, in disguise, arrived at a branch that in recent days he had come to understand why he had become a target of public ire. It was evident that someone had smeared his reputation. Isolated and without allies to speak on his behalf, Xun Fei had retreated into the mountains to cultivate, leading to a one-sided narrative where all believed him to be the perpetrator. However, this time, Xun Fei found himself puzzled. Who could be investing such effort to frame him? The slaying of inner disciples and true inheritors of various factions, the massacre of several villages. This was not something a minor force could accomplish. "Are you here to buy information or sell it?" Xun Fei inquired. "I wish for you to investigate which faction was responsible for the deaths of these individuals." He instructed the Tianji Pavilion to probe into the causes of certain deaths. The personnel at the pavilion exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. These were all slain by the Blood Sea Demon Lord. Why continue to investigate? These individuals were killed by the Blood Sea Demon Lord. Why do you persist in questioning? Clearly, the staff of Tianji Pavilion were reluctant to waste time on further inquiries. State your price. Xun Fei, pressed for time and unwilling to let this faction slip away unscathed, prompted them to take action. Seeing his determination, they replied, "Very well. Since you insist, a deposit of 10,000 taels, and we will expedite the investigation to provide you with an answer." Xun Fei placed a note of 10,000 taels on the table. As he departed, the Tianji Pavilion staff couldn't help but speculate. Was he attempting to clear his name? Yet, what good would it do now, as he had become the public enemy of the martial world? Nevertheless, they proceeded to post the task. A fool does not refuse to earn money. After leaving the Tianji Pavilion branch, Xun Fei made his way to the headquarters of the Tianxia First Building. He fondly recalled the excellent food and service from his last visit. However, this time he did not enter, but instead headed to a nearby tavern. Upon entering, he was met with a cacophony of voices. "Hey, guess who I saw at the city gate today? Don't keep us in suspense, just say it." Even those reclusive Land Immortals have shown themselves recently. I wouldn't be surprised by anyone. But you'll definitely be interested in this. The Saintess of Wendazong, Su Wenxin, and the former Saintess of the Demon Sect, Lung Qingran, are known as the unrivaled duo of the martial world. Unfortunately, the demon sect has been exterminated, and we don't even know if Lung Qingran is alive. That as the mention of women piqued their interest, they eagerly inquired about Su Wenxin's appearance and figure, as well as any scandalous tales. Shun Fei shook his head. How could they be so fixated on women while disregarding the potential consequences of the impending battle? Thus he interjected, I've heard that the Blood Sea Demon Lord's Blood Sea is quite sinister, having devastated the Tianxi mansion for several miles. Aren't you concerned? Yet, one of them scoffed, what is there to fear? If the sky falls, there are tall men to hold it up. Besides, with so many land immortals and unparalleled experts, how could one Shun Fei pose a threat? Seeing this, Shun Fei chose not to argue further. It is futile to advise the damned. However, the vastness of the Forbidden City meant that if they relished the spectacle, it was their fate to perish. Just as Shun Fei prepared to leave, he witnessed the very person who had been mocking the saintess of Wendazong being pierced through by a sword. Pinned to the wall, that a cold voice rang out. Humph, such insolence deserves death. The crowd fell silent, shocked to see someone from Wendazong here. Shun Fei turned to look. This woman was no less stunning than Lung Qingran. Yet her demeanor was more aloof, lacking Lung Qingran's quirkiness. What a pity that such a beauty had aligned herself as an enemy of Wendazong. As an adversary, she must perish. Su Wenxin felt a fleeting yet overwhelming killing intent wash over her, instilling fear and rendering her momentarily frozen. Wenxin, what is wrong? Are you all right? A fellow disciple patted her shoulder. Coming back to her senses, Su Wenxin wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and hurriedly urged her companion to leave. The killing intent was too potent. Had that person struck, she believed she would have met her end today. In the days that followed, Shun Fei disguised himself as an ordinary person, encountering numerous core disciples from powerful factions, including a few land immortals. However, he was somewhat surprised that the Sword Sect, as one of the sacred lands, had not made an appearance. Could it be that they wished to avoid confrontation? After all, they had already obtained what they desired and had no need to wade through such murky waters. Chapter 43. The final showdown within the Sword Sect's sacred grounds. The sect master Meng Zi sat opposite the ancestor Wu Xin. Meng Zi wore a triumphant expression. I never imagined my scheme would be so successful. Shun Fei is truly audacious, provoking the martial world. He is doomed to die. With this, the heavenly refining divine art will belong exclusively to our sword sect. Wu Xin nodded in approval. I too did not foresee Shun Fei's aggressive and domineering approach, seemingly unperturbed by the slander, confronting them head-on. Such is the nature of youth. However, his strength was also beyond our expectations. He even killed the ancestral figure of the Longhu sacred land, that if his opponent were to emerge victorious, it would indeed spell trouble. Wu Xin naturally harbored concerns, for Shun Fei was shrouded in mystery. Thus far, only he had made an appearance from the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. Impossible! There have been numerous instances of land immortals being singularly slain. This merely attests to Shun Fei's commendable prowess among the land immortals. After all, that Longhu ancestor is far older than you, and his strength has long since diminished. Meng Zi perceived Shun Fei as merely relying on his youth, certain that he would regret entering the Forbidden City, which would be his grave. Wu Xin conceded that Meng Zi's reasoning held merit. Indeed, throughout history, no martial legend had emerged unscathed without shedding the blood of land immortals. Such victories were hard-earned. Nonetheless, it was prudent to prepare for contingencies. Should Shun Fei triumph, a portion of the Sword Sect's disciples must conceal themselves. Even if we executed our plans flawlessly, we could not guarantee that no traces would remain. Regardless, we must prepare for the possibility of loss. The other super factions were equally cautious, for if Shun Fei truly exceeded expectations and emerged victorious in this battle, they would have no choice but to preserve their sect's legacy. Yet, they believed themselves to be worrying unnecessarily. On the night of the full moon, atop the Forbidden City, as the battle drew near, Shun Fei shared hearty drinks with the old beggar at the Tianxiao First Building. The old beggar gazed at the throngs surrounding the palace. Within, the court awaited with bated breath. Concern gnawed at the old beggar's heart. Yet seeing Shun Fei's unwavering confidence, he found himself unable to voice his concerns, merely draining his cup of fine wine. The time has come, old beggar. I must take my leave. Do not worry. They are not worthy of my demise, Shun Fei declared. vanishing from the old beggar's sight in an instant. Within the Forbidden City, Eunuch Wei led a multitude of personnel awaiting Xun Fei's arrival. However, as time passed, their anticipation turned to confusion. Would Xun Fei truly not come? Just then, the moon emerged from behind the clouds, revealing Xun Fei, who had mysteriously appeared atop the palace roof. "Look, Xun Fei has arrived," someone shouted, instantly igniting a combat-ready fervor among the crowd. Eunuch Wei, gesturing with his fingers, bellowed at Xun Fei, "Ah, the Blood Sea Demon Lord. You are indeed handsome, but you should never have provoked the court." The headquarters of the Six Gates, the Imperial Guards, and the Royal Offerings, all land immortals, not to mention the martial artists outside the palace gates, numbering no fewer than 10. "You chose to come tonight. There will be no return." Xun Fei, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the multitude with disdain and replied coolly, "A mere assembly of rabble dares to claim I shall have no return." They had not anticipated Xun Fei's stubbornness. Soon, they would learn the price of their arrogance. Grand Eunuch Wei waved his hand grandly and shouted, "Charge! Slay him with a flurry of blades." The several terrestrial immortals from the court joined forces, convinced that Xun Fei could not possibly survive. Yet, with a mere eruption of ordinary vital energy, Xun Fei repelled them all. "It seemed I had overestimated your capabilities. Perhaps I should have sought you out at the pinnacle of my prowess." Xun Fei felt the chasm between their strengths was insurmountable. Even a late-stage royal patron of the terrestrial immortals paled in comparison to the immense augmentation of power within Xun Fei's sect. The expressions of the crowd turned grim. A single tentative strike revealed the unfathomable depth of Xun Fei's strength. The recoil from their attempts sent their blood surging, leaving them in discomfort. He was merely an early-stage terrestrial immortal. If given a bit more time to grow, he would become invincible. That we must go all out, or we will perish here. No matter how strong he is, his inner strength cannot be infinite, Grand Eunuch Wei shouted, having recognized Xun Fei's might. However, they still held the advantage in numbers. The palace was home to 10,000 Imperial Guards, and through attrition, they could wear him down. The onlookers from various factions outside were equally astonished. The abbot of Qinfua Temple bellowed towards Grand Eunuch Wei, "Why not let us join forces to slay this rogue?" Grand Eunuch Wei's countenance shifted. The court and the martial world were not allies but rivals. He had hoped to use this opportunity to eliminate Xun Fei and deliver a stern warning to the martial factions. How could he permit them to intervene? Would that not imply the court could not deal with a mere martial artist? "No need for your assistance. A mere terrestrial immortal is something our court can handle," he declared. Yet as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them that in the blink of an eye, the Forbidden City was engulfed in a sea of blood. The Imperial Guards and soldiers could barely withstand even a minute before being dissolved by the Crimson Tide. Beneath the terrestrial immortals, even an unparalleled peak like Zhuge Wentian found it difficult to resist the encroaching blood sea. And this was still under the condition that Xun Fei had done nothing. The blood sea was boundless. Turning back was the only salvation. Xun Fei's voice resonated throughout the Forbidden City, even reaching the Emperor, who was frolicking with his concubines in the inner palace. The Emperor of Deqian was startled by the sound, his body trembling as he weakened. "What are they doing? Why haven't they eliminated that bandit yet?" A nearby concubine quickly chided, "Your Majesty, with Grand Eunuch Wei and the others here, there is no need to worry." Yet before she could finish, a eunuch hurriedly burst through the door, kneeling and exclaiming, "Your Majesty, we must leave at once. The blood sea is spreading." The Emperor of Deqian was still somewhat dazed, furiously retorting, "What are you all doing? Can't you deal with him?" Before the eunuch could explain, the blood sea surged forward. The eunuch could only scoop up the Emperor, carrying him on his shoulder as they fled the Forbidden City. Meanwhile, the concubine watched them leave, crying out, "Your Majesty, don't leave me behind." The Emperor wished to have the eunuch rescue her. She was well aware of his affections. But within mere seconds, the blood sea had already engulfed the concubine, her ordinary self instantly transforming into a puddle of blood, merging with the sea. This left the Emperor of Deqian aghast, urgently instructing the eunuch, "Run." Simultaneously, the palace maids and eunuchs, along with the concubines, exerted every ounce of strength to escape, fearful of being caught by the blood sea. Chapter 44. Divine thunder descends within the blood sea. A dozen terrestrial immortals simultaneously launched their attacks on Xun Fei. In an instant, blades flashed and fists flew toward him. They had realized that remaining in this blood sea for too long would lead to their demise. Just like the ordinary disciples, Shun Fei pointed skyward, and countless blood swords spiraled upwards from the blood sea, blocking their strikes. Subsequently, the blood swords surged toward them, effortlessly demolishing the structures in their path as the terrestrial immortals desperately channeled their vital energy to defend. Yet, they had underestimated the power of the blood swords. The endless onslaught shattered their protective vital energy, submerging them within the blood sea. Once engulfed, they sensed their inner strength rapidly depleting and could only break free from the sea. Without hesitation, they turned to flee the battlefield, realizing in that moment that Shun Fei was not of the same ilk as them. Engaging him was undoubtedly the most foolish decision of their lives. As Shun Fei observed their retreat, a smirk crept upon his lips. "Did you think you could come and go as you please?" The roar of dragons reverberated through the capital as 18 blood dragons erupted from the blood sea, blocking their escape. "That if you wish to leave, have you sought my permission?" Shun Fei's cold voice echoed all around. "You old fools, dying here today is merely just desserts. As for your sects, rest assured, I will ensure they vanish from this world." The denizens of the desert, Baimin and Nanjing, cried out, "Blood Demon Sovereign, we are mere spectators, harboring no intention of opposing you. Please allow us to depart." Little did they know that watching a spectacle would cost them dearly. Shun Fei's blood sea enveloped a radius of over 10 miles around the Forbidden City, leaving them no time to evade. Not to mention the onlookers from the martial world, most of whom had been transformed into blood water, contributing to the blood sea. "Since you are here, why leave? Let us indulge in this blood sea together. What joy it would be." Shun Fei understood their presence was not merely for entertainment. Had he faltered, they would have surely struck him down. The venerable of 10,000 laws from Baimin threatened. "Shun Fei, if you slay us, are you not afraid of the Baimin army descending upon you, bringing devastation?" Shun Fei regarded him with a look of incredulity. "I, Shun Fei, blood sea demon sovereign, the greatest fiend in the world, what concern do I have for the suffering of mortals? The Baimin army, are you certain they are not merely delivering their heads to me? If they dare come, my blood sea shall welcome them." The others realized that this venerable had become accustomed to flattery and had long forgotten how to humbly plead for mercy. The Gu master from Nanjing, however, displayed more acumen. Lowering his stance, "Blood Sea Sovereign, I am willing to lead the Gu God sect under your command, to serve you." Shun Fei chuckled. "You are quite willing. In that case, sparing your life is not out of the question. After all, should you renege, I can always return to Nanjing to find your Gu God sect." The representatives from the desert and Baimin could not lower their pride to submit, even in death. They could not allow the hard-won power of their ancestors to fall into another's hands. Their forces were not located in Deqian, and Shun Fei had no reason to venture far from Deqian to pursue them. Meanwhile, the survivors within the blood sea struggled desperately to avoid being dissolved, yet they knew Shun Fei possessed the power to kill them. The sole reason he refrained from doing so was to allow them to perish in despair. On the rooftop of the palace in the Forbidden City, Shun Fei took out a flute and began to play a tune for himself. "Blood Sea Old Demon, do not become too pleased with yourself. Today, as you rampage through the martial world, I may die, but there are countless prodigies who will surely bring about your demise." The abbot of Qianfua Temple bellowed, even as he unleashed the Arhut golden body. Unable to force his way through the blockade of blood dragons, this was his final declaration before death. Shun Fei merely cast a glance at him, casually replying, "Very well, I shall be the first to visit Qianfua Temple. I assure you they will not have to wait long." The abbot's face darkened, regretting his earlier bravado. Shun Fei then projected his voice with inner strength. "Everyone, the road of the martial world is long. Travel safely. I end your next life. Remember to act within your means, lest you be played for fools again." Shun Fei raised his hand, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic eruption of the blood sea, burying all present within. The ancestral elder of the Wendazong chanted incantations. Raising a seal above his head, I summoned the demon-slaying ancestor to descend and vanquish the evil. In an instant, the skies darkened, the full moon shrouded in clouds, and thunder roared. Amidst the thunder, a formidable I seemed to survey the ground below, locking on a Shun Fei before a colossal bolt of lightning struck his position with precision. the small area of the blood sea was momentarily emptied, and a massive plume of blood mist descended. All gazes were drawn to this unexpected turn. They had not anticipated that the Wendazong would unleash such a powerful move in a time of crisis. The elder lamented internally, realizing he had resorted to the sect's trump card. Was this the end for the demon? The elder of Wendazong gazed at the cracked seal in his hand, feeling a pang of regret. Yet, Shenfei was the most formidable demon he had ever encountered. Using it on him was not a waste. This seal had been left by the founding ancestor of Wendazong, capable of communicating with the heavens and calling down divine retribution. Even a terrestrial immortal would find it challenging to withstand the might of heaven and earth. However, the blood sea continued to erode their bodies, and after a moment of astonishment, the blood dragons resumed their encirclement of the crowd. How intriguing! Someone can wield the power of heaven and earth. Alas, you still cannot kill me. Shenfei reappeared, appearing unscathed despite having been struck by the divine thunder. How is this possible? You are still alive. The elder of Wendazong was incredulous that I apologize. I practiced the heavenly thunder body refinement technique. It is merely a bolt of lightning. Hardly the first time I've been struck, Shenfei kindly explained. Now, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If not, it's time to say goodnight. Since the other party is merely employing a one-time tactic, there is little to be concerned about. Although my body has just been shattered, it will soon be restored to its entirety. No, let us converse amicably. We are not bound to a life-or-death struggle. Should you be willing, I, as the leader of the Qinglong Society, would gladly submit to you. The president of the Qinglong Society does not concern himself with such trivial matters. Emerging from humble beginnings, he has traversed a legendary path to become a terrestrial immortal, and he does not wish to meet his demise here. Shenfei gazed at the middle-aged man, resolved to grant him an opportunity. I apologize, but I have no need for subordinates. Rather, I am in search of a dog that can bite. The expression on the Qinglong Society president's face darkened, and without hesitation, he barked a few times. What a man willing to cast aside his dignity. Others were taken aback, as the leader of the rapidly rising Qinglong Society was actually willing to become someone else's dog to survive. Honored one, what do you think of this old dog of mine? All members of the Qinglong Society are willing to become your most loyal hounds. The president's astonishing words momentarily stunned Shenfei. What a remarkable display of restraint. Very well. You are indeed an interesting individual. Did I end that case? I shall spare your life. Shenfei swiftly let a drop of his blood fly into the man's forehead, establishing control over him, should he contemplate any rebellious act. His blood would surge forth and bring about his demise. Thank you, Master, for your mercy. The Qinglong Society president, Chen Luo, humbly bowed, realizing that a formidable power resided within him. Should he harbor any treacherous thoughts, he would undoubtedly perish. Initially believing he could endure humiliation for the sake of survival, it became clear that unless the other party was dead, he could never escape his grasp. The others, witnessing Chen Luo's submission, were momentarily uncertain whether to admire or disdain him. After all, they feared not death, but the potential retribution Shenfei could unleash upon their sect, rendering them sinners within their own ranks. Yet, they found themselves devoid of any opportunity, that an endless sea of blood erupted, transforming into countless blood rains. Marking the conclusion of this monumental battle, the entire Forbidden City lay in ruins, aside from the Gu God and the president of the Qinglong Society. No one survived. The following day, news of the battle atop the Forbidden City swiftly spread throughout Deqian, reaching neighboring nations as well. The Blood Sea Master gained immense renown, unquestionably becoming a martial arts legend of the age, even bringing the court to its knees. Although the Deqian emperor had not perished, the dignity of the court had been thoroughly tarnished. The emperor dared not dispatch a great army to hunt Shenfei. Anyone who had witnessed the Blood Sea knew better than to harbor fantasies about tactics composed of mere mortals. Such an endeavor would be tantamount to seeking death. Inside the world's foremost tavern, the old beggar was astonished to learn that Shenfei had indeed triumphed. But he could not help but exclaim, Shenfei, you are truly unparalleled, both in the past and the future. What do you intend to do next? Shenfei reveled in the ethereal service of two exquisite beauties, gifted by the tavern's proprietor. Nonchalantly, he replied, Of course, I shall repay kindness with kindness and vendetta with vengeance. Xin Fei planned to visit each individual in turn, while also indulging in a bit of travel. However, he was aware that once the news spread, those individuals would have long since fled with their sect's scriptures and treasures, vanishing into the deep mountains or even seeking refuge overseas, fleeing into the northern wasteland. Xin Fei felt a sense of helplessness regarding this. Yet if someone remained obstinate and chose not to flee, it would simply be their misfortune. Indeed, they have likely all escaped by now. Abandoning their hard-fought territories and fleeing has cost them dearly. Returning to Deqian will only be possible once you've shattered the void and departed. The old beggar jested. Once you leave, it may take quite a while. Terrestrial immortals live for 300 years, and you, Xin Fei, will likely remain for at least a century. That a century from now, Deqian would have undergone significant transformation. Beside him, Chen Luo, the president of the Qinglong Society, understood that once those powerful factions exited Deqian, a vast power vacuum would undoubtedly ensue. He proposed, Master, after they depart, a substantial amount of territory will be yours that we must ensure that no insignificant character sees it. This old servant is willing to lead the Qinglong Society to bring them all under your banner. Xin Fei cast a glance at Chen Luo, comprehending his ambitions. He sought to unify the martial world under Xin Fei's name. In such a scenario, Xin Fei would merely hold the title of martial arts leader, while his subordinates would all be members of the Qinglong Society, secretly undermining his authority and becoming the de facto leader of the martial realm. How intriguing! Since you wish to pursue this, then by all means, do so. Xin Fei was unconcerned about having ambitious subordinates. After unifying the martial world, he could amass a vast power, collecting martial arts knowledge and rare treasures. As long as he could acquire what he desired, what harm was there in others obtaining some benefits? This world was merely a starting point for Xin Fei, a brief journey in life. Chen Luo was astonished that Xin Fei would so readily acquiesce to him, but he soon understood the reason. His life was firmly in Xin Fei's grasp. Any discontent could lead to his demise at any moment. He promptly knelt, respectfully stating, Thank you, Master. This old servant will devote himself wholeheartedly, pledging my loyalty to you unto death. Xin Fei waved his hand. Do well, and you shall not be without reward. Keep a keen eye out for extraordinary martial arts and rare treasures. I have great use for them. The old beggar observed Chen Luo, leaving with utmost reverence. Recognizing him as a formidable figure among terrestrial immortals, that he felt a tinge of melancholy, reflecting on how swiftly Xin Fei had ascended to a level he could scarcely reach. Yet, Xin Fei still graciously dined with this old man, exhibiting no signs of arrogance, only deepening the beggar's sense of guilt. Xin Fei, should you not abandon me, I am willing to lead the beggar's sect in loyalty to you. The old beggar stated earnestly. However, Xin Fei shook his head. There is no need for that. Should I leave, your beggar sect would inevitably become a target. The old beggar immediately grasped that Xin Fei would not linger in this world for long. Such a prodigy, in pursuit of a higher martial path, could hardly be easily restrained, but he promptly dismissed the thought. Before long, the president of the Qinglong Society returned. Master, the Deqian Emperor, Qianlong, seeks an audience outside. Chen Luo had aimed to realize his ambition of unifying the martial world, but found himself confronted by the Deqian Emperor. Dressed in common attire, it was evident that the man was terrified. The court's terrestrial immortals had all been slain by Xin Fei, and should Xin Fei desire to topple the dynasty, it would merely take a thought. Thus, Qianlong was compelled to approach Xin Fei at dawn, accompanied by his remaining subordinates. Let him in. Xin Fei was curious to see what the Deqian Emperor intended. Upon entering, Qianlong immediately knelt before Xin Fei, proclaiming, Sinner Qianlong pays respects to the Blood Sea Master. Fully aware of his grave transgressions and seeking to atone, Xin Fei was momentarily taken aback, realizing this man was quite formidable. As an emperor, he had relinquished all dignity to kneel before him. Very well, you are indeed a worthy emperor, possessing great spirit. I grant you a chance to live, provided you can offer me a reason to spare you. Alone, Xin Fei sought to accomplish many things, which would be inconvenient. If the emperor proved perceptive, sparing his life was not out of the question. After all, as the leader of a nation, the resources he controlled were vast. Qianlong quickly understood Xin Fei's implication. As long as he could survive, the Deqian dynasty would retain its name, and everything would still hold potential. Qianlong is willing to acknowledge the master as my adoptive father and revere you as the supreme emperor. Should you have any commands, do not hesitate to issue them. I shall spare no effort. Qianlong's proposal left Chen Luo, the Qinglong Society president, utterly astounded. Good heavens, you are even more sycophantic than I. You, a man nearing 60, are willing to recognize a youth not yet 20 as your adoptive father. Xun Fei was equally surprised, thinking to himself that it seemed Qianlong was on the verge of changing his surname to match his. Very well, with a son such as you, what troubles could possibly remain? Xun Fei laughed heartily, knowing that Qianlong was merely seeking to preserve himself. Yet so what? After enjoying his fill, he would depart this world. Daring the ensuing floodwaters. Chapter 46. The Xuanwu Turtle Shell. Hearing Xun Fei's words, Qianlong knew he had won his gamble. Although it was humiliating, it was far better than being a king of a fallen nation. Adoptive father, please accept this bow from your son. Qianlong bowed deeply once more. Suddenly, a drop of blood from Xun Fei's hand entered Qianlong's body. This is a token of our first meeting, allowing you to maintain your youth and prolong your life. Naturally, Xun Fei intended to leave him with a means of control. Qianlong felt a significant enhancement in his body, but understood this was merely Xun Fei's sugar-coated bullet, a means to govern him. Thank you, adoptive father. Regardless, Qianlong felt compelled to express his gratitude, not daring to harbor the slightest dissatisfaction. Enough, since you have come. Lead me to the imperial treasury and the library. I trust the treasures within will not disappoint me. Xun Fei had initially intended to visit these places, so since Qianlong had come forth, he would take him there. Qianlong wore a beaming smile, internally rejoicing, and forced a cheerful demeanor, saying, Adoptive father, please follow me. The treasures within the treasury will surely satisfy you. Upon entering the royal treasury, Xun Fei was struck by its grandeur, with mountains of gold and silver and jewels of jade carelessly piled about. Yet, after merely replicating these treasures, he cast them aside and turned his attention to seeking items of personal utility, perhaps drawn by the blood of dragons and tigers coursing through his veins. Xun Fei found himself before a treasure chest. Upon opening it, he discovered a shattered tortoise shell. Qianlong, perceiving Xun Fei's interest, promptly elucidated. Adoptive father, this is a tortoise shell presented to the great Qian from a small nation in the Eastern Sea. Wearing it aids in calming the mind and spirit. Xun Fei nodded, taking the shell with him. Though it contained only a scant essence of the sacred beast Xuanwu's blood, a quantity too minuscule for practical use, it was sufficient for Xun Fei to refine into the innate abilities of Xuanwu after amplification. Subsequently, Xun Fei perused other items, but most were mundane, lacking any extraordinary properties. After enhancing his replication capabilities, he departed the royal treasury. Qianlong, observing Xun Fei's meager acquisition of merely a tortoise shell after such a treasure trove, found it peculiar. Was that shell truly of such significance? Arriving at the royal library, Xun Fei discovered an extensive collection of texts encompassing not only martial arts but also astronomy, geography, Buddhist scriptures, Taoist texts, and a plethora of miscellaneous works. He seated himself within the library, perusing the volumes one by one, content to let Qianlong and Chen Luo manage external affairs, freeing him from such concerns. While Xun Fei immersed himself in study, the outside world descended into chaos. The Qinglong Society seized this opportunity to expand its influence, while the court dispatched troops to seal off various sections. News of Xun Fei being regarded as an adoptive father by the emperor reached other nations, sparking ridicule. They viewed the great Qian as in decline, the vast court reduced to a mere tool of a martial figure. Utterly ludicrous. The battle at the Forbidden City had claimed numerous celestial beings from the great Qian, and many factions set their sights on the fertile and resource-rich Central Plains, dispatching forces to prepare for takeover. Concurrently, the desert, northern tribes, southern barbarians, and pirates mobilized their armies, intent on carving up the great Qian. This left the ambitious leader of the Qinglong Society, Chen Luo, greatly disheartened, as the emergence of numerous celestial beings from beyond the great Qian proved a significant trial. Emperor Qianlong was equally troubled, besieged on all sides by powerful armies, and his most trusted Jinyui had suffered the loss of key personnel. Those armies, aware of Qianlong's actions, held him in contempt, while other princes discreetly conspired to undermine his reign. When Xin Fei finally emerged from the library 10 days later, he felt his mind brimming with knowledge. His demeanor transformed from shadowy gloom to that of a refined gentleman. Chen Luo and Qian Long awaited his appearance anxiously, hesitant to intrude upon his solitude. Although the situation was dire, it had not spiraled out of control, observing the furrowed brows and grim expressions of the two men. Xin Fei inquired, "What troubles you?" Chen Luo spoke first. "Master, external forces from beyond the Great Qian have aggressively encroached, and the Qinglong society has suffered significant losses." Qianlong chimed in, "The Great Qian is besieged on all fronts, with several nations mobilizing to divide its territory, and the military forces at my disposal have been swayed by other princes, leaving me with fewer than 100,000 troops to command." Upon hearing this, Xin Fei could only think how utterly useless they were. He had believed they possessed some utility, yet they had proven incompetent, requiring him to clean up their mess. It dawned on him why Qianlong had so readily knelt to acknowledge him as an adoptive father. His throne was unstable, and he sought to fortify it through Xin Fei's strength. As for Chen Luo, it was evident he was ambitious, yet lacked the requisite power and foundation, easily toppled by a single maneuver. "Qianlong, issue a decree in my name, commanding the warmongers to withdraw within 3 days. Those who do not comply shall face annihilation. Let the usurpers present themselves in the capital to confess their treason. Those who defy this shall bring ruin upon their entire clan. Chen Luo, issue a command to the martial world, ordering them to return whence they came, or I shall personally seek them out to address this matter." Xin Fei's solution was straightforward: eliminate the sources of the problems. The two men realized that Xin Fei intended to confront these individuals head-on, showing no sign of compromise. However, they also recognized that he indeed possessed the strength to do so. Soon, the Great Qian court disseminated an edict, while the Qinglong society simultaneously issued a martial directive that in an instant, those eyeing the Great Qian found themselves in a precarious position, caught between advance and retreat. The most distressed were the princes and families plotting rebellion. "What right do you have, Xin Fei, to demand our presence in the capital, to willingly present ourselves for execution? We are merely planning until we act. How can you prove our treachery?" 3 days after the proclamation, apart from the southern barbarians who withdrew under the persuasion of the Gushan sect, the desert tribes, northern factions, and pirates not only refused to retreat, but also bolstered their forces by an additional 100,000 troops, clearly intent on opposing Xin Fei. The terrestrial celestial beings were formidable, yet they were not invincible. With 100,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry, even if they grew weary, they would seek to exhaust Xin Fei. Conversely, the martial factions grew significantly more cautious, momentarily withdrawing from the Great Qian, seemingly awaiting to see if Xin Fei could resolve the military threats posed by those nations that in the illustrious building known as the First Tower of the World. Xin Fei examined the intelligence in his hands, inwardly musing how obstinate these individuals were. He had yet to address the sects, and now they seemed eager to place their heads upon his blade. If they sought death, he would gladly fulfill their desire. Chapter 47. Northern Mang. To the north of the Great Qian, Northern Mang had long cast its covetous gaze upon the realm, yet the 30,000 elite cavalry of the Northern Liang King had thus far thwarted their advances. However, following the battle at the Forbidden City, Emperor Qianlong's recognition of a usurper had bred discontent among the Northern Liang populace, and the Northern Liang King was equally displeased. Yet, with the Northern Mang army poised at the border, even if he wished to refrain from serving the Great Qian court, he felt compelled to defend the countless citizens of Northern Liang to his last breath. While Qianlong may have forsaken his reputation, Northern Liang King Su Feng was unwilling to bear the disgrace. Beyond the border, hundreds of thousands of troops stood poised for confrontation. Northern Mang's General Tuo Bashan urged Su Feng to surrender, proclaiming, "Northern Liang King, the Great Qian Emperor has lost the hearts of the people. Why not abandon the shadows and embrace the light? Northern Liang still belongs to your Su family." Su Feng chuckled. "You wish for my surrender only to seize my possessions. What have I gained? Such a move would only bring me infamy. Tuo Bashan, if you have the means, then breach the city gates. Surrender is utterly out of the question." "What? Do you think you can sway me with empty promises?" Tuo Bashan, either feigning ignorance or genuinely believing in Su Feng's integrity, shouted, "Very well. Since you are so obstinate in your loyalty to that despicable emperor, do not blame Northern Mang for its ruthlessness. Su Feng recognized that the enemy was determined and that the earlier exchange had merely been for show. However, an inexplicable sense of dread stirred within him. Had he overlooked something? As the northern Mang army commenced its siege, Su Feng soon discerned something amiss. The soldiers stationed at the gates had inexplicably opened them, allowing northern Mang's soldiers to flood into the city. Su Feng's heart sank. The soldier guarding the gate was none other than his adoptive son, the famed white-clad warrior Su Bai. He had never entertained the thought that Su Bai would betray him. After all, Su Bai had fought against northern Mang for over 20 years, claiming countless lives, including that of a prince. Moreover, Su Feng had wed his daughter to him, placing immense trust in him. Why would he turn against his own? Yet, there was no time for such musings that he bellowed, "Hold the gates!" and rushed to the city entrance, determined to repel the northern Mang forces pouring in. Adoptive father, cease this madness. That wretched emperor is unworthy of our loyalty. Over the years, countless sons of northern Liang have perished for the great Qian. Yet that vile emperor remains suspicious of us, withholding military pay and secretly harming our families. That shouldn't he be punished? Su Bai cried out, unleashing the humiliation and suffering he had endured over the years. The northern Mang king has promised that they will enter the city without bloodshed, and northern Liang shall remain intact. Su Feng listened to Su Bai's words, incredulous. Did he truly believe such promises? Who would leave a ticking time bomb in their midst? Once the great Qian fell, northern Liang would find itself besieged from all sides. White-clad, I see now. You speak so grandly, yet it is all a ruse to usurp the Su family. I have treated you well, only to raise a wolf in sheep's clothing. Su Feng sought to label Su Bai as a traitor to maintain the morale of his troops. However, all of Su Feng's efforts proved futile. As the gates swung open, the unparalleled warriors of northern Mang surged in, overwhelming the stronghold. Coupled with the defection of some northern Liang troops, Su Feng found himself in a retreating position. Ultimately, he was besieged by the northern Mang army. Tuo Bashan, seeing Su Feng clad in blood-soaked armor, laughed mockingly. Su Feng, you find yourself in quite the predicament, don't you? Do not blame me for not granting you a chance. Su Bai interjected gravely. Adoptive father, surrendered at the very least. I can spare your life, and the Su family will not perish today. Su Feng gazed at the few remaining loyal guards by his side. Despair flooding his heart. With a bitter expression etched on his face, he exclaimed, "Ha ha! It is all my fault for being blind, nurturing a treacherous wolf. But do not take pride in this, for though I may perish today, I am still the king of Beiliang." With that, he raised his treasured sword, preparing to take his own life. The onlookers were deeply moved, realizing that the illustrious king of Beiliang was about to fall here. Yet in the next moment, a formidable force intervened, halting the king's self-termination. That a man clad in resplendent black and gold garments stood atop a height, surveying the crowd below. Prior to my arrival, Qian Long informed me that the king of Beiliang commanded a formidable army and was likely to conspire with Bei Mang in rebellion. I never anticipated that he would possess such integrity, preferring death to surrender. Truly a model for our kind. His voice was not loud, yet every ear present heard him distinctly. That he boldly invoked the name of the great Qian emperor, indicating his significant status. The crowd turned toward Shun Fei, their pupils dilating in shock. Was this not the legendary blood-sea old demon? How could he be here, when the capital was at least 1,000 miles from Beiliang? Arriving so swiftly, the people below fell into a heavy silence, fearful of being singled out by Shun Fei. Why the silence, my friends? Have you all become mute? The general of Bei Mang and the war god of Beiliang conspiring together. Quite the scheme. However, alas, today you shall all meet your end. Shun Fei wasted no further words. Since Bei Mang had foolishly sent troops to assault the city, they would naturally face the dire consequences at this moment. Tuo Bashan felt an overwhelming fear surge through his mind. Yet he remained composed, commanding, "Stop him. Mobilize 300,000 troops. I refuse to believe he can escape death." Although the soldiers trembled with fear, they nonetheless grasped their weapons and charged forward, while archers in the distance readied their bows. Simultaneously, powerful martial artists seized the opportunity to attack. The king of Beiliang possessed considerable strength. Though he was not an immortal, he was indeed an extraordinary warrior, faced with a multitude of soldiers closing in. Coupled with sneak attacks from unmatched fighters, he found it nearly impossible to fend them off. Moreover, with an army of 300,000, unless Xin Fei fled, he would surely be overwhelmed. Yet Su Feng had gravely underestimated Xin Fei's prowess. The soldiers at the forefront, upon making contact with the Blood Sea, were instantly dissolved, their armor offering no protection. This horrifying scene sent shockwaves of terror through the remaining soldiers, causing them to panic. To die on the battlefield might leave a body behind, but to perish in the Blood Sea would leave no trace. They turned to flee, but how could Xin Fei allow them to escape? The Blood Sea rapidly expanded, soon engulfing the entire battlefield. Some discarded their armor to hasten their retreat, yet they could not escape. The martial artists among the army fared no better. They could leap onto rooftops for temporary refuge. But Xin Fei's blood sword had already locked onto them, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The earth and sky alike blazed with a frightening crimson hue. After consolidating his forces, King Su Feng of Beiliang humbly followed behind Xin Fei. Reporting, Respected One, the Beimang army has been completely annihilated, and the traitors within the Beiliang forces have been eliminated. Xin Fei nodded and replied solemnly, "Well done. You shall continue to guard Beiliang, while I venture to Beimang." Su Feng understood that Xin Fei intended to take on Beimang alone. However, the latter indeed possessed the strength to obliterate 300,000 soldiers without batting an eye. Yet Su Feng still cautioned, "Respected One, might it not be prudent for us to accompany you with our forces? Should Beimang fall, Su Feng could seize the opportunity to take control of it, having gained Xin Fei's trust. Now was the time to act boldly." Chapter 48. Abandoning the general to preserve the chariot, Xin Fei turned to regard him, his gaze piercing. "Ha! You possess courage, yet you speak wisely. The royal family of Beimang is indeed vulnerable. But if there is no one to take charge thereafter, Beimang will inevitably rise again. That's Su Feng. It is admirable to harbor ambition. Yet if one lacks the capability, like Chen Luo and Qian Long, I shall still be obliged to step in to stabilize matters. At that time, I shall not spare you." Su Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Respected One, I am willing to pledge an oath to suppress Beimang, ensuring no disturbances arise." Seeing this, Xin Fei responded, "Very well. Since you are willing, then lead your troops to follow closely behind. That a disordered Beimang would pose a dilemma. If Su Feng could indeed suppress Beimang, it would be a boon that I in the royal palace of Beimang. The great king Tuoba Hui received the news of the 300,000 troops being effortlessly obliterated by Xin Fei, his expression darkening considerably. Beimang, being a nomadic nation, was grievously injured by the loss of such a vast army. "Everyone, speak up. What strategies do you propose?" Tuoba Hui surveyed the ministers below. His brother, Tuoba Shan, had been slain, and Xin Fei would undoubtedly not depart without addressing the Beimang royal family. Faced with such a formidable foe, the combined efforts of terrestrial immortals would be futile. Even the encirclement of 300,000 soldiers would prove ineffectual. Could it be that this man is truly a god of slaughter, sent to doom Beimang? The ministers listened to the king's words, yet remained silent, for Xin Fei's strength was terrifying, far beyond their capacity to contend. Although they had once together decided to launch an assault on Great Qian, they now found themselves in a position of abandoning the general to save the chariot. The only course of action was to pull down the king at the top, offering him as a sacrifice to preserve the interests of the various tribes of Beimang. Tuoba Hui let out a cold laugh, instantly grasping their intentions. Pointing at them, he guffawed, "Surely you do not believe that if I perish, he will spare you. Only through unity can we withstand a powerful adversary." The Chancellor Murong Xian no longer concealed his intentions, speaking candidly, "Great King, given the circumstances, why struggle? The Blood Sea, Respected One, can accommodate the Emperor of Great Qian, the President of the Azure Dragon Society, and the Lord of the Gu God sect. How could he not tolerate the prominent families of Beimang? As long as you are willing to bind your own hands and feet in admission of guilt, we may still preserve a shred of the Tuoba lineage." Other ministers also rose in support, pressing Tuoba Hui to abdicate, rather than allow Tuoba Hui to learn from Qian Long's example of adopting a foster father. It would be wiser to take decisive action and subdue him first. "You traitorous scoundrels, if you wish to annihilate my Tuoba family, then you shall perish first. Great offering. Seize them all." Tuoba Hui commanded the most powerful great offering of Beimang to take action. However, the great offering closed his eyes in meditation, clearly unwilling to heed Tuoba Hui's orders. Tuoba Hui felt utterly abandoned, realizing that, though they were the instigators, he alone bore the brunt of the situation. Great king, cease your resistance. We shall take good care of your harem. Murong Xian had already privately conspired with others. Once the Tuoba family was eradicated, the Murong family would assume his position. Haha. You excellent lot. It seems today I must indeed meet my end. Tuoba Hui rose, his countenance grim. Nonetheless, a sovereign has a sovereign's way of dying. I shall take matters into my own hands, but do not presume you can escape easily. Drawing a sword from beside him, Tuoba Hui swiftly took his own life in front of the assembly. Clap, clap, clap. Resounding applause echoed from outside the door. The crowd turned to see a youthful figure. Indeed, dying by your own hand is preferable to falling by my sword. I commend your spirit, Shun Fei remarked approvingly. The others, upon seeing Shun Fei, instinctively stepped back. This was the slaughterer of 300,000 soldiers. However, Murong Xian remained remarkably composed, bowing deeply to Shun Fei. I pay my respects to the Blood Sea respected one. The others followed suit, bowing in deference. Even the great offering descended from his platform, clasping his hands in respect. There exists a distinction among terrestrial immortals. Shun Fei was evidently someone they could not provoke. Shun Fei nonchalantly approached the throne, unceremoniously kicking Tuoba Hui's corpse aside, and took a seat upon the dragon chair. His gaze swept across the assembly, a formidable pressure sending chills down their spines. Yet Shun Fei remained silent, leaving them to endure a torturous wait. After a prolonged silence, Shun Fei finally spoke. Everyone, Tuoba Hui has paid the price for his transgressions. What shall you do next? At this, the hearts of the assembly finally eased. At least they would not meet death today, as long as there was something to discuss. It was merely a matter of how much flesh they would have to sacrifice. Murong Xian was the first to respond. As long as the respected one desires anything, we are willing to offer it all. That we too. As long as the respected one spares our lives, we will gladly fulfill your demands. Even at the cost of our fortunes, the others echoed in agreement. As long as their lives and territories remained intact, nothing else mattered. Shun Fei observed their empty promises with a faint smile. Since you are all so cooperative, I shall grant you an opportunity. The 30 tribes of Beimang shall hold a treasure offering conference 3 days hence. The top 15 tribes will be designated as esteemed tribes, while the bottom 15 will be relegated to the status of slave tribes. Upon hearing this, some among the tribes displayed signs of joy, while others wore grim expressions. Clearly, Shun Fei was brazenly attempting to divide them into 2 factions. Although some may not wish to be esteemed tribes, none would want to be classified as slave tribes. They dared not refuse, for this path still offered them a chance at survival, particularly for the larger tribes, which possessed considerable treasures. Noting that none dared to step forward to seek their own demise, Shun Fei signaled Su Feng to step forward and continued, "Surely you all recognize this man beside me. The king of Baoyang, Su Feng. With Tuoba Hui deceased, Beimang cannot be without a king. He shall be your new monarch henceforth. Who is in favor, and who is against?" Shun Fei naturally could not allow this group to remain united. So he introduced Su Feng as a disruptive force, encouraging them to engage in a fierce struggle. Mo Rongshin's expression changed dramatically. He never anticipated that Shun Fei would actually consider making Su Feng the king of Beimang. This meant that all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. However, if he opposed this now, not only would he be at risk, but his entire family could face annihilation. That it would be wiser to remain in hiding for the time being. Shun Fei would not always focus on Beimang. Eventually, although Su Feng might hold the title of king, they could easily undermine his authority if they united. Thus, while others hesitated, Mu Rongshin directly expressed his agreement. "I support the esteemed one's proposal. Beimang lacks proper guidance, which has led to such provocations against the esteemed one that the grand offering of Beimang was taken aback. Not expecting Mu Rongshin to submit so quickly, that wasn't it he who aspired to be the king? How easily he cowered at the first sign of adversity. Nevertheless, the grand offering of Beimang also voiced his support. Seeing this, the others naturally did not oppose, as any king would suffice, provided their own interests were not compromised. Su Feng had anticipated a fierce battle of words, but to his surprise, the process was remarkably smooth. Yet he understood that this was merely a nominal kingship. Truly subduing them would require considerable effort. Chapter 49. City slaughter. The news of Shun Fei single-handedly annihilating 300,000 troops in the Battle of Baimang swiftly reached the desert and the battlefield against the Wokou. The recently victorious forces, having captured several cities into Qian, were momentarily elated, but upon receiving this news, their expressions changed dramatically. They found themselves in a quandary, uncertain of their next move, that if they continued their assault. What would happen if the Blood-Sea Old Demon appeared on the battlefield? Yet, if they retreated, who could ascertain the veracity of the news? Not everyone could easily abandon the benefits they had just secured. Moreover, having committed to their actions, a complete withdrawal was out of the question. The lords who had hastily submitted their surrender letters immediately recalled those who delivered them, fearful of exposure. After 3 anxious days, they noticed that Shun Fei had not appeared on the battlefield, seemingly vanished without a trace. In Donghai City, the Wokou had taken over the lord's residence. General Lu Xingchuani had struggled to secure such a prime location and was unwilling to relinquish it. Betting on the news being false, he was proven correct. 3 days passed without Shun Fei making an appearance. The desert reported no news either. This must be a false narrative spread by De Qian to thwart our war. Lu Xingchuani exclaimed in anger, immediately ordering his subordinates to gather. Follow me. After we capture the coastal city, I permit you to pillage it for 3 days. Lu Xingchuani had already received the coastal lord's letter of surrender. But upon hearing the news, the lord had reneged. This left him feeling foolishly elated, and now that Shun Fei was missing, he would not hesitate to strike ruthlessly. The Wokou soldiers, hearing Lu Xingchuani's words, instantly felt invigorated. After capturing Donghai City, they had been ordered not to pillage, and even visits to the pleasure quarters required payment, which irked them. Now, the prospect of unrestrained slaughter was precisely what they desired. On the walls of the coastal city, the lord gazed at the encroaching Wokou army, feeling uneasy. Wasn't he had said that Shun Fei single-handedly defeated 300,000 troops? Why had there been no word for days? He feared that Shun Fei might have perished, lamenting his own fears about being discovered for submitting to the Wokou. Faced with the impending assault, the lord called out from the battlements, General Lu Sheng, I am willing to surrender. I only ask that you spare the city. Lu Xingchuani smirked disdainfully, but deceitfully reassured the coastal lord. Those who recognize the times are wise. I accept your surrender. Now, quickly, open the gates and let us enter. He then turned to his men, saying, Once we are inside, we will proceed to pillage the city. Those who mock us shall pay with their lives. The soldiers initially thought the general had changed his mind. But upon hearing this, they became fervently excited, swearing unwavering loyalty to their general. The coastal lord, hearing Lu Xingchuani's words, assumed they were merely a warning to his subordinates not to act recklessly once inside. He failed to notice the madness and perversion reflected in the soldiers' eyes. The lord ordered his men to open the gates, welcoming the Wokou soldiers into the city. Lu Xingchuani effortlessly rode into the city, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. The coastal lord immediately approached him, bowing respectfully. General, please follow me that I have prepared a splendid feast for you. Lu Xingchuani replied with a cold laugh. Very well. Let me see how splendid your feast is. I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. The coastal lord awkwardly smiled, sensing something was amiss. However, with the soldiers already inside, he could not retract his invitation. Yet, he had not walked far when he noticed that all the soldiers had entered the city, and they immediately turned on the defending soldiers. The coastal lord gasped in horror. My lord, what is happening? You promised me you would not pillage the city. Lu Xingchuani waved his hand, smiling as he explained. My men are merely taking a few lives. I assure you, there will be no widespread slaughter. Upon hearing this, the coastal lord thought to himself, Are you certain it's just a few lives? If that is the case, it might be acceptable that as long as I am spared, for I only said that to placate the city guards and prevent them from revolting, that as long as you are happy, I believe they will feel honored to die at the hands of your esteemed soldiers. Lu Xingchuani regarded the coastal lord, recognizing that such words indicated a certain ruthlessness within him. You are quite interesting that I have changed my mind. It would be too regrettable to eliminate someone like you. Lu Xingchuani no longer concealed his intentions of slaughtering the city. The coastal lord was struck with shock. He truly intended to pillage the city. If you do not spare me, what will happen to my family and my reserves? You have deceived me. Lu Shengchuni laughed heartily. Fool, you actually believed I would honor my word? Once you are all dead, who will know I broke my promise? After all, the dead cannot speak. Lu Shengchuni mocked him, thinking he could escape unscathed while plotting against him. The coastal lord fell silent, frozen in place, unable to comprehend why the inhabitants of previous cities had survived while his own would face annihilation. Regaining his senses, he shouted vehemently, Lu Shengchuni, if you slaughter the city today, you shall surely meet a grim fate in the future. Lu Shengchuni scoffed. How well the ancients put it. Good men do not live long. Calamities last for 1,000 years. As a great villain, I shall at least live to a ripe old age. He laughed heartily while the soldiers, having dispatched the defending troops, turned their weapons on the nearby innocent civilians. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a steady voice interjected, You make a valid point. I do not consider myself a good person. Simultaneously, the Woka soldiers who were in the midst of slaughtering were effortlessly felled by blood-red blades. Lu Shengchuni's smile vanished abruptly. He had seen the image of the blood sea master countless times, and now the man himself stood before him, but he was left speechless, feeling his blood run cold. Suppressing his fear, he pleaded with Shun Fei, Master, spare my life. I am of great use. I can even acknowledge you as my adoptive father, that we Woku possess vast treasures and beauties for your enjoyment. Shun Fei scoffed at his words. If your nation truly harbors such wealth, why then do you tread upon the soil of the Qian? Moreover, you have compelling reasons to meet your end. Shun Fei showed no mercy. Allowing a drop of blood to enter Lu Shengchuni's body in an instant, his veins erupted and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony. The endless torment made him yearn for a swift death. Yet Shun Fei was intent on ensuring he endured such suffering. Beside him, the coastal lord felt as though he had narrowly escaped a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's lair. The heavens truly offered him no respite. Yet he was unwilling to die, trembling as he pleaded, Master, could you spare me? Chapter 50. The Three Blades of Abhij. I have always despised traitors to their nation. Had I not arrived today, the entire city's populace would have been slaughtered, all because you opened the gates to surrender. Shun Fei's gaze was icy as he spoke coldly. The coastal lord wished to say more, but Shun Fei's blade swiftly severed his head. In less than half an hour, the 5,000 to 6,000 Woku soldiers were all slain by Shun Fei's blood sword. Shun Fei quietly reflected on how fortunate it was that he did not linger after the treasure offering conference and directly proceeded to the Donghai battlefield. Speaking of the treasure offering conference, Shun Fei had indeed acquired numerous valuable items. Some minor tribes presented their treasured heirlooms, astonishing Shun Fei, ultimately earning him a higher ranking than many major tribes. Consequently, several large tribes were reduced to servitude, and they naturally resisted, thus prompting Shun Fei to enforce strict measures. This exacerbated the internal conflicts within Beimang, ensuring that for the foreseeable future, they would not unite as one and stir up further chaos. The situation in Binhai City was swiftly brought under control. Upon witnessing the lord's demise, the deputy lord approached respectfully. Master, you executed him well. I have long held a disdain for him. Unfortunately, his family is the largest in Binhai City, and even if I wished to resist, I could not. Shun Fei understood the deputy's intentions, clearly deflecting blame onto another. How intriguing. Now that he is dead, you shall stabilize the situation, perform well, and your culpability shall be lessened. Should chaos arise, I will show no mercy. The deputy city lord hastily nodded in agreement, then inquired, Respected one, I shall certainly not fail in my mission, but the pirates have already occupied 5 cities in the East China Sea. What instructions do you have for me next? Do not worry. Troops have already been dispatched to take control from the rear. I will first cleanse the remaining pirate soldiers within, replied Shun Fei, who naturally would not let them escape. With that, Shun Fei ascended into the sky, leaving the coastal city. The deputy city lord watched in disbelief. While terrestrial immortals merely hovered in midair, the Blood Sea Sovereign could actually fly. This only reinforced his belief that Shun Fei was indeed the reincarnation of a god of slaughter, and he thought he must manage the coastal city well to demonstrate his capabilities and ensure his survival. In the East China Sea city, with the absence of Lu Shengchuni Lang, the defending pirate soldiers no longer adhered to the previous agreements with the city lord. They surged into the streets, forcefully seizing women and plundering valuables. Governance of the city was a matter for the elites. These lowly soldiers could only seize whatever they could and enjoy life, for who knew if they would see the morrow? The inhabitants of the East China Sea city could only lock their doors and hide swiftly. The noble families, upon learning of this, did not intervene, for they knew those soldiers had some restraint and would not provoke the grand residences. They also understood that should they act recklessly, the warriors within would not be easy prey, and thus they only bullied the common folk. "Save me! Please don't kill me!" The cries of despair echoed through the streets. Yet the warriors of the Dacian nation turned a blind eye, safeguarding their own territories. Shun Fei flew through the sky, swiftly eliminating the pirate soldiers in several cities before arriving at the East China Sea city. He had expected it to be relatively unscathed, akin to the earlier cities. However, upon inspection, he discovered the pirate soldiers were indulging in rampant violence and plunder on the streets, with a cold snort. Shun Fei waved his hand, and thousands of blood swords descended from the heavens, akin to a torrential downpour, striking the pirate soldiers below with precision. The gang members and noble families, who had been watching the spectacle, were instantly taken aback by the appearance of the Blood Sea sovereign in the East China Sea city. Observing the actions of the soldiers, they pondered whether he truly cared for the lives of these ordinary citizens. Would their indifference provoke his ire? Someone bold enough dared to look up at Shun Fei, only to find his expression grave, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below like a deity indifferent to mortal affairs. Though tinged with a hint of compassion, suddenly, a tremendous blade aura surged toward Shun Fei's face. "What Blood Sea sovereign? Today, I shall see if you can withstand my strike," a warrior shouted from below. Evidently undaunted by the formidable figure that instilled fear in the hearts of many, wishing instead to defeat Shun Fei and achieve fame through battle. Faced with the 40-meter-long blade aura, Shun Fei merely scoffed, shattering it with a mere exhale that a terrestrial immortal under 50, a rare talent from the land of the rising sun. "But alas, you should not have provoked me." Shun Fei crossed his arms and countless blood swords materialized behind him, advancing toward the warrior at his command. Murakami Harushige had initially thought Shun Fei's blood swords were mere flashy tricks, but upon contact, he realized that each sword equated to a full-force strike from a mid-stage terrestrial immortal. Yet he himself was merely at the mid-stage level. Faced with such a multitude of blood swords, he could only flee desperately, unable to unleash his full martial prowess. He then shouted, "Blood Sea old demon. If you have the ability, allow me to execute my ultimate move, and I shall surely defeat you." Upon hearing this, Shun Fei found his words laughable. How could anyone utter such foolishness? However, possessing infinite life, Shun Fei was unconcerned about any means that could potentially harm him. Instead, intrigued to see what the warrior had to offer, he commanded the blood swords to halt temporarily and stated solemnly, "I grant you one strike, that if I do not perish, then it shall be you who meets your end." Others, witnessing this, could not discern whether to regard Shun Fei as confident or foolish. These noble families, paralyzed by the pirates' abuses of the common people, dared not intervene. After all, it was precisely because of the powerful terrestrial immortals safeguarding the East China Sea city that they could remain relatively unscathed. The warrior-esque blade skills were renowned, capable of severing a massive breach in the city gates with a single stroke. Murakami Harushige burst into laughter. "Watch closely. This strike will come swiftly, I assure you. You shall feel no pain before your demise." With that, he sheathed his blade, closed his eyes in concentration, and swiftly struck. The 3 blades of Abhij, 6 paths of rebirth. The blade was imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in hell, instilling a sense of dread that thwarted any thought of resistance. Humph, a display of folly. Shun Fei found it laughable that he had even allowed the warrior a chance to strike. The murderous intent was less potent than the resentment and killing aura he had harvested from slaughtering 300,000 soldiers. With a single palm, he shattered the warrior's blade aura. The blood sea surged forth, the vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts within striking at Murakami Harushige. In a mere instant, he was overwhelmed by the immense killing intent, utterly losing the will to fight, only wishing to flee. Yet Shun Fei had declared that should the warrior's strike prove futile, death would be his fate. In that moment, numerous blood hands emerged from beneath Murakami Harushige's feet, grasping him tightly and dragging him into the blood sea. Amidst the continuous wails, he perished. The populace saved from peril gazed upon this horrifying scene, their initial reverence for Shun Fei swiftly morphing into dread. Chapter 51. Crossing the East China Sea, they beheld countless souls wandering in the blood sea, forever trapped in their torment. Especially unsettling were the gazes of the deceased. Had it not been for Shun Fei's restraint, they might well have followed the blood sea's expansion, dragging every living being into the depths to drown and become one of their own. Shun Fei also noticed that his blood sea had grown increasingly sinister since consuming 300,000 soldiers. Nonetheless, it remained under his control, for no matter how dense the malice, resentment, or killing intent within, they paled in comparison to Shun Fei's boundless essence blood. Ultimately, it would be assimilated and absorbed into his being. The once vibrant red of the blood sea began to take on a darker hue. To prevent the common folk below from being horrified, Shun Fei swiftly retracted the blood as in the process. He acquired a peculiar martial arts manual made from the pelts of strange beasts from Murakami Hiroshige. The 3 blades of Abhij have been practiced to such a degree. What a waste, Shun Fei mused, recalling a legendary martial myth from 500 years ago in Deqian, known as the Blade God. The blade techniques he practiced were the very 3 blades of Abhij, reputed to be the most wicked art from hell, devoid of compassion and love. The greater the rage and hatred, the stronger the technique. Shun Fei was eager to learn it, but regrettably, he could not embody such ruthless detachment. He could only extract a fragment of its essence to integrate into his own swordsmanship as he descended from the sky. Those below dared not even breathe, fearing they might be cast into the blood sea. However, the noble families of the East China Sea city steeled themselves and approached, respectfully bowing. Zhang Wuxia of the Zhang family, in East China Sea city, pays homage to the esteemed one. In his youth, Shun Fei would have surely berated them for their inaction in the face of the pirate slaughter of innocents. Yet now, he wished to say little, with the terrestrial immortals safeguarding the East China Sea city. The imbalance of power allowed them to preserve their own lives, an enviable position indeed. Putting himself in their shoes, Shun Fei recalled moments when he too had fled in times of weakness, awaiting a future when he could exact his revenge. Rise, maintain order. Should any rogues attempt to exploit the chaos for nefarious deeds, execute them on the spot. As for your matters, we shall discuss them upon my return from the land of the rising sun. Shun Fei declared solemnly he was firm in his stance. While he could overlook their inaction amidst crisis, the act of surrendering the city could not be easily dismissed. The faces of the city lord and the heads of the noble families shifted slightly. Yet they accepted the command with respect. After all, it was a choice between a few lives lost and the complete annihilation of all, that we shall obey the esteemed one's orders and ensure East China Sea city is well managed. Awaiting your triumphant return, they pledged. Shun Fei, disinclined to engage in further discourse, turned and departed, crossing the East China Sea directly toward the land of the rising sun, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers. Sighing, the family head of the Wang family lamented, "What are we to do now?" Who could have foreseen Shun Fei's overwhelming strength, disregarding everything? What else can we do but comply? If you wish to spare your family from doom, you might consider fleeing, the East China Sea city lord remarked, understanding that they might ultimately face death, but at least they could take some action to mitigate their fates, ensuring their families could endure. Otherwise, none would find solace. Others, hearing this, could only sigh in resignation before turning away, sending their subordinates to maintain order and rebuild their homes. Did I end the skies above the East China Sea? Shun Fei gazed out at the boundless ocean, unable to suppress his admiration for its vastness. That I in comparison, his blood sea seemed rather petty, that a mere 10-mile span was but a tiny speck upon this immense ocean. Yet Shun Fei did not belittle himself. Given time to bleed, his blood sea could engulf an entire planet. That as darkness fell, Shun Fei finally spotted the islands ahead. Upon landing, he encountered the diminutive, burlap-clad inhabitants of the land of the rising sun. Upon witnessing Shun Fei descend from the heavens, they immediately knelt, bowing their heads in reverence. That we pay homage to the great deity. We know not the purpose of your divine descent, but we have already delivered our tribute. Shun Fei surveyed the individuals before him. Their gaunt faces and emaciated frames revealed them to be mere commoners. That he pondered his location and the distance to the Emperor of Hua, uncertain of his surroundings. Shun Fei could only inquire for directions, for searching on his own would be a futile waste of time. The Hua people, upon hearing this, found it peculiar that a deity would be unaware of the emperor's whereabouts, especially since he had descended from across the sea. Nevertheless, to preserve their lives, they refrained from voicing such blasphemous thoughts. Great deity, if you proceed eastward, you shall find the palace where the emperor resides. They directed him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xun Fei ascended once more into the sky. The Hua people gazed in awe as he departed, marveling at his divine stature, lamenting that they would forever toil upon this land. Yet, they could not shake the apprehension that the deity's quest for the emperor might lead to dire consequences. Within the imperial palace of Hua, the emperor was hosting a grand banquet, celebrating the recent military triumphs that had seen 5 cities captured within the span of a mere month. A veritable treasure trove of gold and silver had been transported to Hua, igniting the aspirations of many to join the military in pursuit of wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, let us raise our glasses in jubilation. The Emperor of Deqian is utterly foolish, mistaking thieves for kin. Now Deqian finds itself besieged on all sides, a harbinger of its impending doom, as we have already claimed 5 cities. But we shall not stop here. We will seize the majority of Deqian's fertile lands. The emperor's impassioned speech stirred the crowd into a fervor. They yearned to embark on ships towards Deqian, eager to acquire vast riches. Beautiful women and fertile lands. The women of Hua, being mostly short and unattractive, failed to pique their interest. Only the women of Deqian captivated their hearts. Your Majesty, allow us to accompany the main force to Deqian. We promise to return with even greater treasures and beauties, one man exclaimed, his sincerity evident as he spoke. The rigid class structure of Hua left them with little choice but to seek elevation through conquest in Deqian. Others echoed his sentiments, and the emperor, intoxicated by the festivities, was on the verge of acquiescing to their requests. Just as excitement filled the air, a figure abruptly appeared before them. It seems you are all deserving of your fate. Though I hesitate to disrupt your merriment, I must inform you that your army of over 100,000 has been utterly annihilated, and the cities have returned to Deqian. Xun Fei approached leisurely, his voice low and measured. Upon seeing Xun Fei's regal attire of purple and gold, the assembly recognized him as a figure of nobility from Deqian. Baka, you spread falsehoods. We possess the legendary military god, Yagyu Junichiro, and the sword saint, Murakami Haruuru. How could our entire army be vanquished? Guards, seize him and tear him apart. The emperor refused to accept Xun Fei's words, or perhaps he was unwilling to believe them. That army of over 100,000 was their elite force. Its loss would be a devastating blow. You wish to slay me. You may certainly attempt it, but I must forewarn you, should you fail to kill me, it will be you who meets your demise. Xun Fei replied with a chilling smile, no longer concealing his terrestrial divine aura. The crowd immediately sensed the terror emanating from Xun Fei, realizing he was indeed a terrestrial deity. Hua, being an island nation with scarce resources and weak martial traditions, had been fortunate to produce even one Murakami Haru. Within the palace, there was but one venerable elder on the brink of death. In an instant, the previously bold assembly retreated, fearful of advancing. The emperor, recognizing their cowardice, lamented the absence of Murakami Haru, who would have undoubtedly shielded him from this menace. How pitiful you all are, trembling in fear. Were you not just clamoring for gold, silver, and beautiful lands? Xun Fei taunted, yet no one dared to respond, terrified of incurring his wrath. Growing weary of their cowardice, Xun Fei summoned a sea of blood, preparing to engulf everyone within the palace in a desperate bid. The emperor swiftly retrieved a mirror from his robes, slicing his hand to let blood drip into it. A monstrous creature with 8 serpent heads materialized within the mirror. Exclaiming in panic, "Great serpent god, please save your most devoted servant." Xun Fei, intrigued by the emperor's devotion to such a creature, spared the emperor's life, permitting the monster to arrive swiftly. Meanwhile, the others could not withstand the encroaching tide of blood, succumbing to its depths. Witnessing this scene, the emperor suddenly comprehended that he faced the renowned Blood Sea sovereign from Deqian. In a desperate attempt to buy time, the emperor implored, "Blood Sea sovereign, you have already claimed many lives. Why not spare mine? I promise, as long as our Amaterasu clan rules Hua, we shall never again invade Deqian's territory." Xun Fei understood that this was a manifestation of Hua's inherent flaws. valuing minor favors while neglecting greater principles. Even if they could momentarily flourish upon their disaster-prone land, they would inevitably decline, their gaze ever fixed upon the fertile lands of the Qian. This emperor could only suppress dissent temporarily. Instances of the lower classes rising against the upper were not unheard of. Do not lower your head. Your crown will fall that I shall spare your life for now, but as a price, tell me about the great serpent you seek aid from, Shun Fei demanded, indifferent to the emperor's promises. Realizing he had no choice, the emperor divulged the details of the great serpent God. It turned out that this deity had been worshipped by the emperor's lineage for over a millennium, a pact forged by their ancestors in a fortuitous encounter. Each year, they were required to sacrifice at least 1,000 souls to ensure the safety of the emperor's clan. However, the true origins of this great serpent remained shrouded in mystery, only known to dwell in the depths of Hua's seas. Never to leave that as the emperor concluded his tale, Shun Fei noticed a vast shadow looming above point 16, enormous eyes fixated on him, and the largest serpent head spoke with human articulation. Child, so you are the one causing chaos here. How intriguing. It is rare to encounter someone capable of wielding such extensive powers. Unfortunately, you have provoked the wrong entity, and you shall serve as a delectable morsel. Employing his vision to peer through the creature's form, Shun Fei discerned that the serpent's body extended a staggering 5 miles, with a width of 300 to 400 meters. Such a colossal being was unfathomable. Little snake, do not boast. Though your form is immense, you have yet to transcend the confines of this realm. Me. A peak terrestrial deity is merely a larger target, Shun Fei retorted, sensing the creature's formidable essence. He contemplated that consuming a complete beast might grant him even greater power. With a casual motion, he dispatched the emperor, allowing the blood sea to envelop the great serpent's colossal form. Initially, the great serpent seemed unperturbed by the blood sea. Swiftly advancing toward Shun Fei, all 8 heads opened wide, attempting to engulf him in a single bite. Shun Fei raised his hand, summoning 18 blood dragons that ensnared the serpent heads, dragging them toward the blood sea. In that moment of chaos, the great serpent found itself overwhelmed. Each blood dragon possessed the strength of a peak terrestrial deity, rendering it incapable of withstanding their might, even with its 8 heads. Moreover, Shun Fei did not merely observe. He teleported behind the great serpent, delivering a crushing blow that sent it plummeting into the blood sea. Instantly, the sea of blood seethed, and while the blood could not yet dissolve the serpent's scales, it began to infiltrate through the minuscule crevices, gradually devouring the creature's form. The great serpent soon realized the dire predicament it faced. The blood sea was consuming it at an alarming rate. If this continued, it would be completely devoured in less than a day. In a moment of clarity, the 8 serpent heads reached a consensus. This was no place to linger. Summoning all their strength, they broke free from the blood dragon's grasp and hastily made their way toward the ocean, their domain where their power would be amplified several-fold. Shun Fei, unwilling to let the great serpent escape, pursued it into the depths of the sea. Upon realizing that Shun Fei continued to chase after it, the serpent heads revealed sinister smiles, exclaiming, Child, I only feared your blood sea could consume me. I never anticipated your audacity to pursue me. That it seems today, you have no choice but to perish. The great serpent god swiftly turned to bite Shun Fei, simultaneously manipulating the currents of the sea to ensnare Shun Fei's body. Shun Fei sensed something amiss, silently acknowledging the formidable prowess of this otherworldly beast, particularly its astonishing control over water. Fortunately, he had already absorbed a meager essence of blood from the mysterious tortoise shell obtained from the great Qian treasury, granting him the ability to move freely in water. Thus, the serpent god's manipulation of the ocean's depths had little effect on him. However, gazing at the colossal serpent god, a spark of inspiration ignited within Shun Fei, leading him to devise a clever solution. Chapter 53. Coexisting with the nation, the serpent god's 8 heads clamped down on Shun Fei, its razor-sharp teeth tearing his body apart in an instant. Blood and viscera painted the sea crimson. The taste was exquisite, yet the ease with which this powerful individual was vanquished puzzled the serpent god. Was this sensation merely an illusion? The serpent god's concerns were not unfounded. Once Shun Fei's corpse entered its body, an endless torrent of blood surged forth, inflating the serpent's belly to an immense size. Realizing the grave situation, the serpent god understood that this adversary was striking from within. Shun Fei's blood began to dissolve the serpent's flesh, causing it to wail in agony along the shore, awakening ordinary fishermen from their slumber. Rushing outside, they witnessed the great serpent thrashing about, yet they could not discern the enemy's whereabouts. The serpent god recognized that if this continued, it would be reduced to nothing but an empty shell, consumed by the ocean of blood within. In desperation, all 8 heads plunged into the sea, drawing in vast amounts of water to dilute the blood within. Yet, the rate at which the serpent drank seawater was outpaced by the generation of tainted blood, resulting in a torrent of dark, crimson fluid spewing forth to no spare me. If I perish, these islands will sink, and the ensuing carnage will rest upon your shoulders. You will inevitably face divine retribution and will never escape this world. The serpent god pleaded for mercy, even attempting to morally bind Shun Fei. However, the true dilemma lay in facing divine wrath and the inability to transcend space. Haha, I have taken countless lives. What difference does it make if I take a few more? Shun Fei recalled the countless slaughters committed by the Blood Sea Demon Lord, who still managed to transcend space. Even if he were to kill several dozen, or even 100 times more than the Demon Lord, it would bear no consequence. At worst, he would diligently hone his sect skills, wielding absolute power to breach the barriers of this world. Most importantly, Shun Fei despised threats directed at him. The serpent god was taken aback. Shun Fei seemed unperturbed by the prospect of divine retribution. It was well known that the 4 holy beasts had once united to seal the serpent god within the islands of Wa, preventing it from wreaking havoc elsewhere. The reason for this was that the serpent god was an ancient aberration, intrinsically linked to the earth's veins of Wa. Should it perish, it would undoubtedly trigger catastrophic earthquakes, submerging Wa entirely and leading to unimaginable suffering. Such bloodshed was something even the 4 holy beasts wished to avoid. Very well, if you possess the ability, then strike me down, but do not regret it later. The serpent god, now enraged, had long endured confinement around the islands of Wa. Perhaps death would be a release. Shun Fei ceased his words, activating the Undying Sutra, ravenously devouring the serpent god's flesh. As the night wore on, the fishermen along the shore felt exceedingly fatigued, clearly having had a restless night. The serpent god wailed throughout the night, and despite its attempts, it could not resolve the blood ocean within, ultimately reduced to a mere shriveled snake skin. Just as the fishermen approached to inspect the serpent's remains, the dawn broke over the sea, revealing a tall figure emerging from within the serpent's skin. Upon completely consuming the serpent god, Shun Fei felt his base attributes surge. Had another serpent god existed, he could have obliterated its head with a single punch. It was fortunate that he had acted decisively, feigning consumption by the serpent god. Though his body had been dismembered, he could revive in any part, thus annihilating the serpent from within. Shun Fei couldn't help but boast, for if the serpent god sought to flee, he possessed no effective means to prevent it, especially in the ocean, its domain. The fishermen, astonished to see Shun Fei emerge from the serpent's belly, were taken aback, with some bold individuals daring to inquire, "Who are you? Could it be that you are the divine being who vanquished the great serpent?" Shun Fei turned to them, coldly stating, "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you are on the brink of death." Without further elaboration, he soared into the sky, knowing that without the serpent god, this region would soon be plagued by frequent earthquakes, ultimately leading to its submersion. The fishermen, witnessing Shun Fei ascend into the heavens, discerned that he was indeed a divine being, yet the ominous proclamation of their impending demise left them bewildered. For the serpent god had been slain. Even if further dangers loomed, what could ordinary fishermen do? On the border of the Great Desert and the Great Chien, Iron Fist initially intended to feign death while investigating smuggling. Yet, the ensuing events spiraled out of control, continuously delaying his plans. What a formidable Blood Sea sovereign! First, he annihilated 300,000 troops of the North Mang, then 15,000 of Wa, leaving the Great Desert devoid of its former arrogance. The 10 cities he had seized had become proverbial hot potatoes. Iron Fist felt helpless. Had he not harbored even a trace of malice, perhaps this turmoil could have been avoided. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that Shun Fei's nature was predestined, and no actions on his part could easily alter that course. Even if he joined the Six Gates, would Shenfei not continue to cultivate that formidable heavenly refinement technique? Talent cannot be obscured, that I must find a way to perish soon, but I cannot find an opportunity. Iron Fist realized he could not simply engage in a fight and feign death without reason. That would be far too contrived. Forget about maintaining a good reputation. Iron Fist was not one to waver. Since he could not leave behind a commendable legacy, he would flee the border, escape to the Great Qian, and survive in the Great Desert. Soon, Iron Fist gathered his belongings and secretly departed the city under the cover of night, embarking alone toward the Great Desert. However, the Great Desert predominantly consisted of plains with sparse trees, rendering him conspicuous on his journey. Meanwhile, Shun Fei soared through the sky, heading directly toward the cities occupied by the Great Desert. Noticing a peaked grandmaster fleeing below, Shun Fei cast a lingering glance, feeling an inexplicable connection. Iron Fist had been dashing along unimpeded, under the impression that the heavens were aiding his escape, until an hour later when he felt the chilling gaze of something terrifying fixated upon him, seemingly emanating from the sky. Looking up, he beheld a strikingly handsome, yet cold visage illuminated by the moonlight. None other than the Blood Sea Demon Lord, the very figure that had haunted his dreams, slaying him countless times. Who would have thought we would meet here? Iron Fist, Shun Fei remarked from his lofty vantage, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Had Zhao Fian not reported the matter regarding the heavenly refinement technique, perhaps he would still be alive. Yet Shun Fei understood that eventually, Iron Fist would still meet his end at the hands of the Blood Sea Sovereign. It was merely a question of time. The heavens cannot hide his eyes, nor can the earth bury his body. The struggle for the Tao is inevitable. Chapter 54. Coexisting with the moon, to pay my respects to the Blood Sea Sovereign. Who would have imagined we would meet under such circumstances? Iron Fist mused, feeling as though it were destiny at play. Every man must face death. Perhaps dying by your hand is not such a bad outcome. Indeed, Iron Fist, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Shun Fei inquired flatly. Iron Fist shook his head, his expression calm as he prepared to embrace his fate. I have never taken a wife, nor do I have children. I am utterly alone and have no particular desires. If I must have one, then please do not show mercy to the Great Desert. The actions of the Great Desert forces, having slaughtered 3 cities, were utterly heinous. Shun Fei nodded. He had indeed received such intelligence. The border between the Great Desert and the Great Qian had long been fraught with conflict, and animosity ran deep to compel the cities of the Great Qian to surrender. The Great Desert Marshal had directly ordered the massacre of those who vowed to resist. The results were immediate, with 7 cities raising their flags and surrender shortly thereafter. Very well, I shall ensure they remain in the Great Qian. Shun Fei affirmed with a that in an instant, a blood sword descended from the heavens. An Iron Fist body collapsed to the ground, that in Dus City. The news of the annihilation of the Wa army reached the Great Desert Marshal, Yel Hongjin. His countenance darkened, for the Blood Sea Sovereign was notorious for his ruthless actions, rarely leaving survivors. Once he arrived here, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. The Northern Mang royal family had been utterly eradicated. Shun Fei's safe return from Wa indicated that the situation there was unlikely to be any better. Now, only the Great Desert remained in control of the lands of the Great Qian. The southern barbarians had been wise, avoiding this treacherous affair from the outset. I must leave. I cannot remain here any longer. Yel Hongjin understood that some would inevitably pay the price to the Grand Marshal. If he did not depart now, when would he? Yel Hongjin did not call upon anyone else, not even his favorite concubine, choosing instead to suppress the intelligence and depart from Dus City alone. Meanwhile, within Dus City, the soldiers of the desert were indulging in raucous revelry, their spirits high, should they encounter a woman of fair appearance on the streets. They would seize her without hesitation, utterly oblivious to the impending doom that awaited them. Old Han, do you think I'm drunk? Why does the moon in the sky appear to be red? It seems as though it might fall. One aged desert soldier pointed at the moon, chuckling foolishly. Others looked up and indeed saw that the moon had taken on a crimson hue. However, the women tortured and left lying on the ground nearby could clearly discern that it was not a blood moon, but rather a vast sea of blood, radiating a sanguine glow. Legends of the Blood Sea Demon Lord had long circulated along the desert-esque borders, with tales asserting that it was due to the incompetence and immorality of the great Qian emperor who dared to acknowledge a thief as his father. The forbidden city had been obliterated, and not a sound was uttered in protest. Instead, they bowed and scraped, acknowledging the Blood Sea Demon Lord as their adoptive father, thereby securing the throne. The war that spread to the U.S. city was also a consequence of this event. Three nations simultaneously mobilized forces to attack Great Xian, and prominent families fled in droves, unwilling to exert effort in resistance. Only a few enlightened individuals led the remaining populace in defiance, yet they were mercilessly slaughtered. Those who surrendered to the enemy fared no better. Men were enslaved, and women were forced into prostitution. The women thought to themselves, even if the Blood Sea Demon Lord were to massacre the entire city, as long as he took these beasts away, they would die without regret. Drip, drip. Blood rain fell upon the desert soldiers still patrolling the streets, and they instantly screamed in agony as the blood rain corroded their faces with ease, revealing their ghastly white bones. Yet before they could escape the deluge, they stumbled into their quarters, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Upon contact with the blood on the floor, they were instantly transformed into pools of crimson liquid. Soon, the higher-ups of the desert military became aware of the blood rain, and they quickly understood that the Blood Sea Sovereign had arrived. Quick, summon the Grand Marshal. In that moment, the crowd was paralyzed with fear, their minds still preoccupied with the memory of Shun Fei's slaughter of 300,000 Northern Mang troops. They were unaware that Shun Fei had already annihilated the Hua Kingdom, and now sought them out. Upon arriving at the Grand Marshal's residence, they found no trace of Yel Hongzhen, only an urgent dispatch on the table. After reading it, the others felt an overwhelming urge to kill Yel Hongzhen. How could he withhold such vital intelligence from us and slip away alone? What should we do? Shun Fei is a relentless killer, with the blood of at least 400,000 to 500,000 on his hands. He would not hesitate to slaughter our 20,000 iron cavalry. The vice commander looked to the other for their opinions. Yet, the rest were already paralyzed with terror, at a loss for what to do. It was the strategist who maintained his composure, stating, "Since escape is impossible, let us die valiantly in battle. The heavens shall accept the souls of brave warriors. We cannot allow that old demon of the Blood Sea to look down upon us." As the others pondered, they realized that since there was no path to survival, they might as well fight back. Perhaps Shun Fei was not as formidable as the rumors suggested. Their 20,000 desert soldiers were not to be trifled with. Even in death, they would make the Blood Sea demons suffer. Thus, they quickly rallied their forces, seeking to engage in a decisive battle. However, they soon discovered that even assembling their troops was beyond their capacity. The entirety of DUS City had been consumed by the Blood Sea, with numerous blood spirits wandering about, seeking the whereabouts of the desert soldiers. Some well-informed individuals quickly recognized that these blood spirits resembled the soldiers of Northern Mang and the Hua Kingdom. To their dismay, even in death, they found no peace, eternally trapped within the Blood Sea, fighting for Shun Fei. Initially, the desert soldiers attempted to confront the blood spirits with their might. Yet, they soon realized that these spirits were indestructible. Unless the Blood Sea dried up, even if the spirits were severed, they would merely reintegrate into their essence and return to their original form. Consequently, the desert soldiers only sought to flee, to escape this nightmarish place. Yet, when they miraculously evaded DUS City, they found themselves exposed in the vast plains. Unable to conceal their movements, that a blood sword descended from the skies, swiftly severing their heads. The inhabitants of DUS City were initially filled with dread, but soon discovered that as long as they did not venture into the Blood Sea, they could remain safe on the second floor, as for the blood spirits. They seemed to possess a measure of intelligence, able to distinguish between desert soldiers and the people of Great Xian. Ordinary citizens had no reason to fear harm. Some desert soldiers, in their panic, stumbled into the homes of Great Xian's populace, who immediately cried out, summoning blood spirits that swiftly dispatched the desert soldiers and discarded their corpses into the Blood Sea. This led the citizens of Great Xian to lose their fear of the blood spirits, with some even developing a sense of reverence for the Blood Sea Sovereign. Such a powerful being must surely be the adoptive father of the Great Xian Emperor, the Grand Emperor of Great Xian. After a night passed, DUS City returned to tranquility, and the once terrifying Blood Sea vanished without a trace. Yet, the people of DUS City remained unsettled, for they had witnessed the Blood Sea Demon Lord hovering in the sky, aligned with the moon, effortlessly slaying tens of thousands of desert soldiers. Chapter 55. Eternal Heaven Yel Hongjin ran at breakneck speed, fully aware that Xin Fei would not be swift due to the slaughter of soldiers within the city. Yet he dared not tarry, that he yearned only to return to the desert, then continue westward towards the vast Luo dynasty. For only there would he feel a semblance of security as for the fate of the desert royal family. It was of no concern to him. As long as he survived, it could not be deemed a complete extinction of his lineage. After a day and a night, Xin Fei had exterminated the desert soldiers in 10 cities, totaling 500,000, 300,000 infantry, and 200,000 cavalry. That it was evident that the desert harbored a fervent desire to seize a vast expanse of land from Great Xian. Seeking permanent occupation, what they had not anticipated was Xin Fei's overwhelming power on the battlefield, as hundreds of thousands of troops fell like mere straw dogs beneath his merciless blade. Historically, even the mightiest of land deities have struggled against such vast armies. Otherwise, why would the rulers of dynasties be the royal family, and not the sanctified? Soon, news of Xin Fei's rout of 3 nations and the annihilation of nearly 1 million troops reached Great Xian. Some schemers who sought to overthrow Great Xian, upon learning this, felt a cold dread at Xin Fei's extraordinary prowess. They realized that they had not provided him with a single soldier. He had accomplished this feat single-handedly, effectively subduing 3 nations. Throughout history, only one individual had instilled such fear within them, and when Xin Fei turned his attention towards them, it would herald their doom. They found themselves in a dire predicament, faced with the choice of abandoning everything they had or surrendering to seek mercy, sacrificing their lineage for survival. The prominent families hesitated. Xin Fei, after resting for a night at the border fortress, set out once more towards the desert. Meanwhile, the desert royal family was not idle. They were amassing a considerable army to execute some clandestine strategy. The royal family held absolute authority and strength in the desert. Thus, even if some among them harbored intentions akin to those of northern Mang, they could not simply cast the royal family aside. They could only secretly send a portion of their kin to the Luo dynasty, preserving their bloodline. Xin Fei soared into the air, arriving at the royal capital of the desert, where he discovered that the sky was shrouded by a massive black cloud, enveloping an area of at least several dozen miles. Xin Fei sensed that this black cloud was no mere natural phenomenon. It was undoubtedly a manifestation of the desert royal family's machinations. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, even if the world were to crumble, it would not concern him. Xin Fei descended into the palace of the desert royal capital, prepared to confront whatever schemes awaited him. The desert royal family had long been anticipating Xin Fei's arrival and had devised all manner of tactics. Should Xin Fei remain obstinate, they would be left with no choice but to perish together. Yel Hongtian, the desert king, had met the Blood Sea sovereign. Yel Hongtian exuded a regal authority, and though he spoke to Xin Fei, he maintained a straight posture, betraying no hint of fear. Observing the king's confidence, Xin Fei smiled slightly and remarked, "Not bad. You possess some spirit. But do reveal your trump cards. Do not wait until you are in the underworld to remember you had a backup plan, for then it would be too late to regret." Yel Hongtian's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated that the Blood Sea sovereign would possess such a playful demeanor. "Sovereign, is there truly no room for negotiation? The royal family of the desert is willing to offer full compensation. The deceased were merely commoners. Why must you take up their cause? Henceforth, as long as you remain in Great Xian, we shall cease hostilities and offer tribute annually." Yel Hongtian still sought to resolve the matter peacefully, deeming it neither overly significant nor trivial. Offering full compensation was intriguing, yet someone had to bear responsibility for the situation. Xin Fei let out a cold laugh. In truth, the lives of Great Xian as common folk mattered little to him, as he was but a soul transmigrated from another realm. Nevertheless, a flicker of humanity lingered within him, preventing him from enacting a complete annihilation of a nation and slaughtering its ordinary citizens. Had they simply occupied a city, Xin Fei might have, like Northern Mang, granted them a sliver of hope. However, for their cruel acts of massacre, he demanded an explanation. After a prolonged silence, Yel Hongtian finally spoke. "If I were to take responsibility and abdicate, could you spare the rest of the Yel royal family? If his death could secure the safety of his family, it was a price he was willing to pay." Yet the desert princess interjected, "Father, why must we treat him with such courtesy? We sacrificed over 100,000 citizens to confront him." Shall their deaths be in vain? Today, I am willing to sacrifice my life to awaken the celestial of eternal life. Yi Lahangshan's countenance turned ashen. Each awakening of the celestial of eternal life necessitates a substantial sacrificial offering, including the lives of the descendants of the Yi Lu clan. The deities within the celestial of eternal life are formidable. Yet they are utterly powerless against Shun Fei's undefeated legend, having slaughtered millions of soldiers without sustaining a scratch. This realization caused Yi Lahangshan's heart to race. Can the divine truly vanquish Shun Fei? He turned sharply to his daughter, reprimanding her loudly. Silence. This matter does not concern you. Respected one, we harbor no intention of enmity towards you. I am willing to bear all responsibility alone. Shun Fei crossed his arms, indifferent, and gazed calmly at the assembly. You may wish to shoulder the burden, but they do not share your sentiment. Moreover, you have already sacrificed so many. Why not reveal your trump card? Perhaps if I perish here, you will lose nothing and can seize the majority of Deqian's territory in the process. Why Yi Lahangshan glanced at the others, who were brimming with defiance. They would rather die standing than live on their knees. Father, we are all willing to sacrifice ourselves for the royal family. We shall not live in such a cowardly manner. The princes and princesses proclaimed in unison, their voices echoing through the palace. Yi Lahangshan then laughed heartily. Very well, I initially intended to spare your lives, but since you are unwilling to live in disgrace, let us offer our lives to the celestial of eternal life. Yi Lahangshan was moved by their fearless resolve and ceased to plead for mercy from Shun Fei. Shun Fei did not interrupt their actions, quietly observing as they drew curved blades and slit their own throats. The blood did not cascade downward. Instead, it surged upward toward the dark clouds above. In an instant, thunder roared, and the wind howled. An eerie and ancient aura descended from the heavens. Shun Fei focused his gaze. And a deity, with a human torso and a cloud-like lower body, regarded him. It possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding various weapons, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon seeing the celestial being, Yi Lahangshan recognized its likeness to the illustrations in the royal family's ancient texts, and promptly communicated with the deity in the language of the desert. O celestial being, I beseech you to vanquish this foe. All 3 faces of the deity turned to Shun Fei, curiosity glimmering in their eyes. Descendant of the Yi Lu clan, you have awakened me for the sake of a single individual? I presumed your capital had already fallen to the armies of other nations, as an ancient and powerful entity. The deity understood that the limits of humanity were merely the ability to break through the void and escape. Such beings would only flee when confronted with their kind. In this world, deities were nearly immortal. Yi Lahangshan hastily explained, which led to the deity regarding Shun Fei with increased gravity. The deity's gaze swept over Shun Fei, yet it was unable to discern his origins. For a moment, it hesitated, refraining from launching an immediate assault, and instead inquired in the language of Deqian. Who are you? Why do you carry the essence of sacred beasts such as the dragon and the Xian turtle, as well as that of an exotic serpent? Shun Fei observed the immense celestial being, swallowing hard. He had gained immense benefits from devouring the serpent god. Upon encountering such extraordinary beings again, he was consumed by the desire to absorb and refine them. Becoming stronger, the deity seemed to sense Shun Fei's peculiar emotions, furrowing its brow, and asked again, What is that look in your eyes? Do you intend to consume me? Shun Fei nodded, although the deity's form was composed of clouds. His blood sea was capable of devouring anything. I had little hope for the treasures of the desert. After all, the items of Bei Meng and Deqian are rather meager in their capacity to enhance me. Yet I did not anticipate additional surprises. I have already consumed the serpent god, though I failed to find any trace of the sacred beasts, only their essence. Upon hearing this, the deity was taken aback. This individual had devoured even the serpent god, a being connected to the very veins of the earth. Should it perish, vast islands would be submerged beneath the sea. You are indeed audacious. No wonder the malevolent aura surrounding you is so potent, with vengeful spirits clinging to you. However, what does it matter if you have slain the serpent god? I am no mere wretch like him. If you possess the ability, come to the heavens and battle me. The deity's ability to fly offered it a considerable advantage, rendering it nearly invincible. In the past, It had effortlessly bullied those human prodigies, even if those terrestrial immortals could momentarily soar through the air. But could they ascend to heights of 10,000 meters? At most, they could leap a mere 1,000 meters, unable to even graze it. Shun Fei nodded in agreement, conceding, "You speak the truth. Thus I shall come." In the astonished gaze of the celestial being, Shun Fei soared into the sky, exhibiting no signs of fatigue, directly ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters, meeting the deity face to face. By heavens, I have underestimated him. The deity suddenly realized, having initially misjudged Shun Fei's malevolence. The fact that he could slay the serpent god indicated that his combat prowess in the ocean was formidable. But it was unexpected that Shun Fei could ascend to battle him in the skies, whereas previously it had always been the deity who had taken pleasure in tormenting those below. Seeing the deity fleeing without even engaging, Shun Fei pursued, as if he had made a resolute decision, not daring to glance back. "That do not run. I am quite weak. Perhaps you could slay me. I have devoured the serpent god, and my flesh is exquisitely delectable. Consuming me would be no loss." Shun Fei shouted after the fleeing deity, attempting to persuade it to halt. Below, Yi Lahangshan watched this bizarre scene unfold, his worldview collapsing. "Celestial being, do not flee. If you do, how shall I survive? Some royal offspring." Lying on the ground with a flicker of life remaining, witnessed this outcome, initially holding on to life to see Shun Fei slain by the deity. Now, they could not swallow their resentment, their eyes wide open in defiance of death. Shun Fei and the deity engaged in a relentless chase, with onlookers below observing a red cloud pursuing a black one, marveling at the spectacle. They raced from dawn until dusk. The deity had employed its maximum speed. Yet Shun Fei remained steadfastly on its tail, never allowing a gap to form. Realizing the futility of its escape, the deity turned its attention back to Shun Fei and unleashed a torrent of thunderous power. Shun Fei, caught off guard, was struck by a deluge of lightning, feeling a tingling sensation throughout his body. "Goodness, you are lacking in martial ethics. What a pity. Your strength is rather feeble. Have you forgotten to eat?" Shun Fei mocked, provoking the deity's ire. "You claim I have not eaten. Did you not witness those people sacrificing themselves? Were those tens of thousands of ordinary souls not real? I have not eaten? If you possess the courage, do not evade. Witness the might of my power." The deity was incensed. "Very well. If you will not evade, I shall advance closer with each strike of lightning. How does that sound?" Shun Fei employed a tactic of provocation, knowing that the deity's speed was overwhelming, and had he not consumed the serpent god, he would have been unable to keep pace. The deity mused, pondering whether Shun Fei was feigning ignorance or genuinely foolish, believing he could withstand its onslaught. After all, the deity was a powerful entity wielding the might of thunder. "Fine, since you fear not death, let us agree upon this." The deity, not foolish enough to think Shun Fei's taunts were genuine, could not refuse the opportunity to unleash its full power. As long as circumstances turned unfavorable, it would simply flee. Thus, Shun Fei approached without evasion, step by step, toward the deity. The deity summoned all its strength, generating a torrent of lightning that struck Shun Fei. Initially, Shun Fei felt a brief, numbing sensation. However, it soon became apparent to the deity that something was amiss. Not only did Shun Fei remain unharmed by the lightning, but he also showed no signs of injury. A terrifying thought crossed the deity's mind. Shun Fei was growing stronger under its attacks. Impossible. What manner of being are you, able to disregard the might of thunder? A smile crept onto Shun Fei's lips as he benevolently explained to the deity before its demise. "Disciple of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect, I implore you to meet your end and assist me in attaining the great path." At that moment, the deity realized that Shun Fei was now less than 100 steps away from him. It desperately sought to escape, employing the art of lightning to transform into a bolt of thunder. Yet, after enduring so much lightning, how could Shun Fei allow it to flee? With a resounding explosion, Shun Fei's body erupted, showering a vast expanse with blood. The deity was severely injured by the tremendous force of the explosion. Collapsing toward the ground, bewildered as to Shun Fei's motives, having already gained the upper hand, why would he resort to self-detonation? But in the next moment, understanding dawned upon him. Shun Fei appeared and scathed before him, delivering a crushing kick that sent the deity crashing to the ground. The blood sea enveloped the deity's cloud-like form, leaving no opportunity for escape. Shun Fei, you cannot kill me. Once I perish, the land surrounding the desert capital will cease to receive rain, resulting in the death of millions. You will be the ultimate culprit, the deity cried out, though a lack of conviction lingered in its heart. After all, the malevolent aura surrounding Shun Fei was palpable. The heavens had shown mercy by not personally striking him down with heavenly tribulation. You are no different from the serpent god. Sparing you is out of the question, especially since I have already consumed him. The entire island has likely been swallowed by the EAS for the desert turning into a wasteland. So what? Do you truly believe I shall remain in this world indefinitely? Shun Fei laughed heartily as the vast sea of blood continuously seeped into the ethereal form of the celestial being. Chapter 57. The Feast of 10,000 Families. The celestial being mused that he had been rather careless. It was evident that his opponent was not one to concern himself with the plight of the common folk. Nevertheless, he continued speaking. You may disregard the welfare of the world, but should you commit too many sins and provoke the wrath of heaven and the ire of humanity, your desire to shatter the void and escape will be fraught with insurmountable challenges. 300 years is the span of a celestial life. By then, no matter how unparalleled your martial prowess, you shall meet your demise here. Shun Fei merely scoffed and chuckled. And what of it? If heaven obstructs me, I will obliterate heaven. No sooner had he uttered these words than a resounding clap of thunder echoed across the previously clear sky, seemingly in response to Shun Fei's proclamation. The celestial being, taken aback, did not anticipate that Shun Fei's words would draw the attention of the heavens. Yet the sky only produced a single rumble of thunder, with no further repercussions. Shun Fei paid it no mind, accelerating the consumption of the celestial being's cloud-like form by the sea of blood. The celestial being felt his body being relentlessly absorbed. Ordinarily, he possessed immense immunity to physical harm. Yet this blood sea was exceedingly malevolent. Entirely disregarding his cloud-like corporeality, the Dio not kill me. I possess a way that benefits us both, that if you grant me a sliver of life, the desert shall not become a barren wasteland. You need not bear such immense sin. The celestial being was desperate to preserve his life. As a creature born of heaven and earth, he was as eternal as the sky, as long as he did not perish. He could recover. The celestial being's words stirred a flicker of interest in Shun Fei. A lesser challenge was indeed preferable. Very well. In that case, I shall spare you a fragment of your essence, for I cannot allow the desert to transform into a lifeless expanse. With this pronouncement, Shun Fei compelled the celestial being to abandon his resistance, facilitating the rapid absorption until only a fist-sized purple crystal core remained. Shun Fei ceased his consumption, returning to the desert with the core, allowing the celestial being to continue absorbing the energies of heaven and earth to restore himself. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Yelhongtian was consumed with anxiety, for the celestial being of Changsheng had fled, and the outcome was all too evident. Initially, he believed Shun Fei had been somewhat swayed by his conditions, but alas, he had been distracted by others. Just as Yelhongtian raised his gaze, he spotted Shun Fei appearing alone. Signaling that the die was cast, Shun Fei, disinterested in idle chatter, recognized the celestial being's body as the most valuable asset in the desert. After consumption, Shun Fei's speed of flight increased, and he gained the power of thunder, which he forged into blood thunder. Yelhongtian still sought to wield his silver tongue to alter the fate of the desert's royal family, but he witnessed Shun Fei gesture, summoning a torrent of blood-red thunder to blanket the entire palace. Despite the clear skies that in the aftermath, the palace of the desert had become a desolate ruin. Shun Fei then established a puppet regime in the desert to aid in gathering rare treasures and martial texts. Even the smallest morsel is still meat, and Shun Fei had discerned that his desire to shatter the void and depart had grown considerably more arduous, that a formidable being in the later stages could typically sense the sensation of transcending. Yet now Shun Fei felt as though he was shackled, prompting him to intensify the enhancement of his foundational attributes that in the grand capital of Dakian. Emperor Qianlong was elated as he reviewed the incessant battle reports. His adoptive father was indeed worthy. The desert, Beimeng, and Wokaku had all been subdued by Shun Fei alone. Moreover, Wokoku had inexplicably experienced a powerful earthquake, causing its islands to submerge beneath the waves. Regrettably, he could only rely on Shun Fei's strength to maintain his power. In times past, he would have seized the opportunity to claim territory from Beimeng and the desert. That Su Feng was indeed fortunate, for he had somehow gained Shun Fei's trust, transforming into the ruler of Beimeng and Baoyang. Now defying commands yet adhering to proclamations. Should Shun Fei depart, he would undoubtedly declare independence immediately. Qianlong sighed, acknowledging the situation. Safeguarding the Dacian imperial family was already a considerable achievement, especially when he gazed upon the obliterated royal families of Beimeng. The desert and Wokoku. Should he persist in his obstinacy, he too might fall victim to their fates. An edict was drafted, proclaiming a welcome celebration throughout the capital. He would personally venture forth to greet his adoptive father upon his triumphant return. Yet, Qianlong's expression shifted as he donned a visage of utmost respect for Shun Fei. The eunuch beside him could only remark on the emperor's remarkable humility that a day later, Shun Fei returned to Dacian's capital. As he soared above, he beheld the enormous banners adorning the city gates and the welcoming procession. Initially intending to enter directly, Shun Fei found it necessary to descend. The onlookers, curious about the black that descending from the sky, soon realized it was the long-awaited Lord of the Blood. In an instant, a senior eunuch bellowed, "We welcome the esteemed Lord of the Blood Sea back from his great victory, having suppressed the three nations, benefiting the present and securing a legacy for the ages." Others eagerly echoed his proclamation. Meanwhile, Qianlong hastened through the crowd to Shun Fei's side, bowing deeply. "I pay my respects, adoptive father. Congratulations on averting disaster and returning victorious after suppressing the three nations. The people of Dacian are immensely grateful." Shun Fei nodded, his expression unchanging, offering a semblance of acknowledgement. Qianlong thoughtfully arranged a fine steed for Shun Fei, allowing him to ride and survey the capital. Shun Fei mused that Qianlong possessed a certain acumen. The streets were filled with well-wishers, and the specially crafted banners satisfied his vanity. Shun Fei waved to the throng, who reciprocated the gesture. Under Qianlong's influence, Shun Fei became an omnipotent deity, single-handedly vanquishing a million-strong army. Thus, the populace held a genuine sense of gratitude and admiration for Shun Fei. This heartfelt reverence resonated with Shun Fei, reinforcing his belief that his actions held significance. Observing Shun Fei's smile, Qianlong recognized that he had succeeded in his endeavor, that he realized that the support and acknowledgement of the Dacian people would instill in Shun Fei a sense of responsibility. For someone as powerful as Shun Fei, winning his favor required genuine admiration and support from the populace, rather than superficial charm. Indeed, upon returning to the palace, Shun Fei felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. The palace had undergone hasty renovations at Qianlong's behest. At least the main hall was now presentable. Qianlong invited Shun Fei to the dragon throne while he seated himself on a lower platform beside it. The ministers below exchanged glances, internally remarking on Qianlong's audacity. Even his biological father would not have received such treatment if alive. Soon, the banquet commenced, with singers and dancers presenting their performances. Qianlong pointed to a bowl of white rice on the table, stating, "Adoptive father, the grateful people of Dacian have gathered grains from myriad families to prepare this bowl of feast of 10,000 families in your honor. They have also voluntarily set up longevity tablets in their homes to pray for your well-being." Chapter 58. The Confidence of the Sacred Land. Shun Fei listened to the words of his host and quickly discerned his intention. This was an attempt to elevate Shun Fei to a moral high ground, hoping he would act with caution and consider his reputation. Shun Fei smiled faintly and replied, "I shall certainly taste this feast of 10,000 families, but there is no need for them to worship longevity tablets." Qianlong nodded. "I shall convey your wishes," that he added. "By the way, the rebellious princes and families have sent their heads of households to the capital to confess. I wonder how adoptive father wishes to handle them." Shun Fei lightly tapped his fingers on the table before responding, "You shall manage this matter." After some contemplation, Shun Fei decided to pass the burden to Qianlong. Whether these individuals lived or died was of little consequence, for it was Qianlong who would deal with the aftermath. Understanding Shun Fei had shifted the responsibility back to him, Qianlong awkwardly suggested, "Then, adoptive father, I propose we punish only the instigator, sparing their families from guilt. This way, we can placate them, for Dakian cannot endure significant turmoil at present. Xunfei nodded in agreement. I have no objections, but remember to confiscate their cherished martial texts and rare treasures. With Xunfei's approval. Qianlong exhaled in relief. He too harbored a desire to execute those individuals. Yet the ramifications were too extensive, as nearly 70 to 80% of the noble families and princes were involved. For the sake of stability in Dakian, he could only impose severe penalties on a select few, while lightly punishing the rest, that I shall convey their gratitude for your mercy, adoptive father. The two then shifted topics. And Xunfei became intrigued by the performances below. Yet, it was evident that the ambience was restrained, as the entertainment was tailored for nobility and thus retained an air of elegance, finding it rather dull. Xunfei chose to depart. He did not reside within the palace, but instead retreated to the top floor of the first building of the world, a lavish abode adorned with white jade and gilded decorations. This had been specifically constructed for Xunfei by Qianlong, exclusively accessible to him. Meanwhile, Chunluo, the leader of the Qinglong society, awaited Xunfei's arrival in a room below. Master, the Dakian underworld, upon hearing of your great deeds, has become considerably more subdued than before. They have finally settled down. Chunluo had enjoyed several peaceful nights lately, knowing that once Xunfei unleashed his might, he would undoubtedly target them. Now, they were all acting submissively. However, a few individuals from the sacred land had not fled and remained in their original locations, having sent representatives to discuss matters with you. Upon hearing the words, Xunfei found the situation quite amusing. Their audacity was indeed remarkable. As he had granted them ample time to flee, it seemed they were perhaps akin to the royal family of the desert, possessing unique methods to safeguard their mountain gates. He was curious to discover which sects were involved and what their sources of confidence were. Chunluo promptly replied, the Dragon and Tiger Sacred Land, the Tao Inquiry Sect, the Thousand Buddha Temple, and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Xunfei mused inwardly that these were indeed venerable martial arts sanctuaries, having existed for at least several millennia, and thus possessed considerable depth. Interesting to go inform those individuals that I shall personally pay them a visit in a few days. Chunluo instantly comprehended Xunfei's intent to forcibly suppress them, that it was not uncommon for terrestrial immortals to pay visits in the past. However, many had remained within the sacred lands, leading to a consensus that, barring necessity, one should refrain from provoking trouble at these sanctuaries. Chunluo initially wished to offer a word of caution, but given Xunfei's formidable strength, he believed that even if those sanctuaries possessed methods, Xunfei would handle them with ease. Master, I shall convey your message, Chunluo said, turning to leave, only to spot several beautiful women waiting outside, that he inwardly mused that Qianlong had truly gone to great lengths to curry favor with Xunfei. As these were the daughters of noble lords, that it seemed he too must seek out some enchanting women in the martial world. For these ladies, lacking martial prowess, were far too delicate compared to the rugged sons and daughters of the martial realm. How could they hope to satisfy Xunfei? It was likely they would not endure long before succumbing to exhaustion. Upon seeing these women, Xunfei furrowed his brow. It was not that he disliked women, but rather their status. Were they ordinary women, he would not mind a fleeting dalliance. Yet they were all daughters of nobles, and among them was even Princess Anyang, daughter of the old Emperor Qianlong, whose intentions were questionable and who represented other factions. Such influences could easily sway one's thoughts. You may take your leave. I wish to continue my training without disturbance, Xunfei declared. Dismissing them, he mused that no wonder Ru Yin happened to be experiencing her monthly cycle today. It was to clear the way for these women. The carefully chosen ladies turned their gazes towards Princess Anyang, seeking her decision. Their families were well aware that Xunfei was but a youth, not yet 20, and his future was long, with the potential to maintain his status for a century or two. To align themselves with him would be akin to soaring to great heights, and their maternal clans would reap considerable benefits. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Princess Anyang quickly interjected, Grandfather, we merely wish to serve you and offer our modest assistance. Since you do not wish for them to remain, I shall send them away, but I hope you will allow your granddaughter to express her filial piety. Xunfei chuckled, recognizing her cleverness. No wonder Qianlong had sent her. She was adept at strategizing. Very well. If you wish to stay, then stay. After all, I shall be departing tomorrow, and when I shall return to the capital remains uncertain. Princess Anyang was strikingly beautiful, especially with her captivating peach blossom eyes and an air of grace and nobility that was hard to ignore. Even in loose robes, her slender waist and long legs were difficult to conceal. Princess Anyang silently rejoiced at having secured her place. Thankfully, she had brought others along, or she would have been sent away alone. "Thank you, grandfather, for allowing Anyang this opportunity to show her filial devotion," she said with a smile, turning to the others. "Ladies, you may return." The other women, seeing this, could only feign smiles as they bid farewell. Inwardly cursing Princess Anyang as a scheming little vixen, it was clear she had invited them merely as stepping stones. Once the others had left, Princess Anyang closed the door and approached Shenfei, who was engrossed in examining a martial arts manual. Princess Anyang softly praised, "Grandfather is truly diligent, studying the techniques even at this late hour. No wonder you are unmatched in the world. It is a pity I cannot practice martial arts myself. Otherwise, I would aspire to emulate you and achieve legendary status." Shenfei looked up at her with a playful smile. "Do you wish to learn? I can teach you, really?" Princess Anyang exclaimed, taken aback by Shenfei's willingness to impart martial knowledge to her. "It was certainly preferable to being a mere ornament. That of course it is true that I see you possess exceptional talent. You are indeed a suitable candidate for martial arts, and in the future, the world may depend on you for salvation." Chapter 59. The Illusion of the Dragon and Tiger. Princess Anyang's lips twitched as she contemplated Shenfei's jest. This infamous figure of death could also make light of the situation. "Grandfather, you jest. I am but a mere woman. How could I possibly have the strength to save the world?" Yet Shenfei was not lying. He managed to teach her the fundamentals of the Koan character technique. After a night of practice, Princess Anyang's skills had significantly improved. She had progressed from being an inconsequential body-tempering martial artist to an acquired martial artist at a remarkable pace. However, upon waking in the morning and gazing at the empty room, Princess Anyang felt a twinge of disappointment. After dressing, she approached the window to take in the expansive view of the capital. With a soft sigh, she lamented, "Though this world is vast, where is the freedom? I am merely flying from one cage to another." Meanwhile, in the Dragon and Tiger Sacred Land, Long Tianxing was diligently honing his skills that as the son of the Dragon and Tiger, he could not comprehend why Shenfei, younger than he, possessed greater strength. With access to abundant resources and personal instruction from terrestrial immortals, he, at over 20 years of age, was merely a grandmaster, with a long road ahead to reach the level of a terrestrial immortal. Long Tianxing unleashed his frustrations upon the surrounding woods, shattering sturdy trees with his formidable internal power. "I refuse to accept this. I am unwilling," he bellowed at the heavens, the force of the dragon and tiger erupting from within him. Just as he paused, a disciple hurried over, exclaiming, "Saint's son, it is dire. The Blood-Sea Old Demon has attacked the sacred land, and the ancestor requests your presence." Upon hearing that Shenfei had arrived, Long Tianxing felt a surge of both anger and fear. The ancestor had perished at Shenfei's hands, and his master had also fallen victim, had it not been for another ancestor overseeing matters. The Dragon and Tiger Sacred Land would have descended into chaos. Long Tianxing said nothing and hastened onward, eager to witness how Shenfei would breach the gates of the Dragon and Tiger Sacred Land. At this moment, back in the Dragon and Tiger Sacred Land, Shenfei returned to familiar grounds. Previously, he had not perceived anything amiss. However, with his elevated realm, he now sensed a mysterious force enveloping the sacred land. As if dragons and tigers were perched above, observing him. The terrestrial immortal Long Fiyu stood guard at the entrance, wielding a halberd, and spoke in a deep voice, "Blood-Sea Sovereign, what brings you to the Dragon and Tiger's sacred land?" Seeing Long Fiyu's demeanor, Shenfei realized he had not made his position clear. "What brings me? Surely you are aware. I simply did not anticipate your audacity to merely seal the mountain for self-preservation. I am curious as to what confidence you possess to remain in the great Qian, that it's solely the dragon and tiger aura above you." Upon hearing this, Long Feiyu's expression shifted, realizing Shenfei had discerned some of their secrets. "You see it clearly. Since you are aware, I shall speak plainly. Shenfei, regarding our grievances with the Dragon and Tiger Sacred Land, I can offer some compensation, after which we will seal the mountain for a century. What do you think?" Long Feiyu proposed, knowing Shenfei's strength was overwhelming. and he had little confidence in his ability to secure a definitive victory, at most seeking self-preservation. Shun Fei burst into laughter, causing Long Feiyu to feel a sense of foreboding. How interesting. You conspired with numerous factions to hunt me down. If I were to lose, would you spare me? In truth, he had shown considerable mercy, first addressing the troubles brought by the three kingdoms before turning to them. The time of over half a month had been ample for them to flee the great Qian. Yet clearly, they were utterly unappreciative. Since that is the case, why bother with further words? With a mere gesture, blood rain fell from the heavens, saturating the dragon and tiger sacred land. The dragon and tiger illusions, previously looming, were struck by the blood rain and appeared to writhe in distress, desperately attempting to evade. However, the blood rain blanketed the entire sacred land. Where could they possibly hide? Long Feiyu, witnessing Shun Fei's immediate aggression, thought it dire. They had presumed Shun Fei, despite his strength, was merely a terrestrial immortal. And within the sacred land, they had protective formations and the guardianship of the dragon and tiger illusions. Even if they could not detain Shun Fei, they believed they could repel him. But now, hearing the cries of the dragon and tiger illusions, Long Feiyu realized he had underestimated the situation. As the blood rain fell to the ground, it corroded the earth, creating deep pits, and the water coalesced into small pools from which blood spirits emerged. This scene left the disciples of the dragon and tiger sacred land in disbelief, questioning their very understanding of the world. What is this? Can martial arts conjure such beings? The blood rain intensified, and the blood spirits multiplied, chasing after the disciples. Initially fearful, the disciples soon mustered their courage to confront the blood spirits, only to discover their strength was not formidable. They could easily sever the heads of the blood spirits. But before long, the spirits would revive, attacking with renewed vigor, entirely unfazed by their deaths. Upon getting close, the spirits would explode, splattering blood upon the disciples of the dragon and tiger sacred land, corroding their flesh. Watching as his disciples fell one by one, Long Feiyu shouted at Shun Fei. Shun Fei, do you truly wish to annihilate the dragon and tiger sacred land? Shun Fei scoffed dismissively. I offer you a chance to flee. Yet you prove utterly ineffectual. Subsequently, 18 blood dragons surged forth, racing towards the sacred mountain gate of the Longhu Holy Land. Long Feiyu raised the Fong Tianhua halberd high towards the heavens and bellowed. Longhu, unite! Long Feiyu did not wish to leave this sacred ground, as it nurtured the essence of the dragon and tiger, while within Long Tianxing resided the power of the dragon and tiger. The fusion of the two would render Long Tianxing immensely powerful, unparalleled in the world. However, Long Tianxing had yet to fully develop before being struck at the mountain gate by Shun Fei. Shun Fei, observed as a dragon and a tiger, instantaneously merged into Long Feiyu's body. Although the compatibility was not perfect, his strength had at least multiplied 20-fold that in the realm of martial arts. Such an enhancement was astonishing. Reflecting on the fact that both were earth immortals, he realized that even a doubling of strength would render him incapable of victory, let alone a 20-fold increase. Yet, Shun Fei was no ordinary individual. Despite still being in the late stage of Earth Immortal, his physical prowess had long surpassed that of an Earth Immortal. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Long Feiyu wondered who could possibly stand against him now that the dragon and tiger had possessed him. Thus, he addressed Shun Fei with renewed hostility, exclaiming, "Blood-sea old demon, you have slain my father and uncle. Now, I shall enact the will of heaven and obliterate you here, restoring clarity to the world." With that, he lunged forward, the Fong Tianhua halberd aimed directly at Shun Fei's forehead. Shun Fei effortlessly caught the halberd, gripping it tightly, and it shattered into pieces, crafted from various top-tier metals and extraterrestrial meteors. Long Feiyu stared in disbelief, his eyes widening, but before he could react, Shun Fei's fist struck him, shattering his body into a gruesome mass of flesh that scattered across the ground. No! Long Tianxing cried out in utter despair. Had it not been for the necessity of the dragon and tiger power within him to connect with the essence of the dragon and tiger for growth, Long Feiyu would never have allowed the sect to remain here. Chapter 60. Investigation results: the ethereal forms of the dragon and tiger escaped from Long Feiyu's body, attempting to flee. Shun Fei would not allow their escape. A tremendous force emerged from his palm, forcibly pulling the ethereal forms back. Witnessing this, Long Tianqing shouted, "Dragon and Tiger, unite!" Possessing the power of the dragon and tiger, Long Tianqing was inherently suited to the ethereal forms. Yet Xun Fei also exclaimed loudly, "Dragon and tiger, unite!" In an instant, the ethereal forms fused into Xun Fei's body, a sight that shocked the disciples of the Longhu Holy Land even more than when Xun Fei had obliterated Long Feiyu with a single punch. To be able to slay Long Feiyu required strength, but to fuse with the ethereal forms demanded the power of the dragon and tiger or a robust bloodline from the Long family. How could this be? Could it be that you were a descendant of the Long family lost to the world? Long Tianqing couldn't help but question his existence. Xun Fei chuckled softly. He had only sought to test the waters, never expecting to genuinely merge with the ethereal forms. Yet it was reasonable enough, for Xun Fei had absorbed the blood of the azure dragon and the white tiger, possessing the body of the dragon and tiger, making it entirely plausible for him to incorporate the ethereal forms within himself. The Dio not presume that only your Long family can assimilate the ethereal forms. What leverage do you have left now? If you have none, then the Longhu Holy Land shall cease to exist from this day forth. Xun Fei spoke solemnly, secretly refining the ethereal forms within him, aiming to fully integrate them into his being and enhance his foundational attributes. Long Tianqing laughed maniacally, declaring, "Xun Fei, if you wish to kill me, then go ahead. I have exhausted my wits. However, those who kill are in turn killed, that I shall await you in the underworld." Xun Fei remained silent as the blood sea engulfed the entirety of the Longhu Holy Land, consuming all within it. Thus, the Longhu Holy Land met its demise within the Great Qian, though Xun Fei understood they would not entirely vanish. Despite sealing their gates, many would surely escape with a portion of their tomes and resources. They would not be completely annihilated. However, whether they could rise again or vanish entirely remained uncertain. Upon Xun Fei's departure from the Longhu Holy Land, those from the Tianji Pavilion observed him unharmed from afar. They promptly dispatched individuals to the Longhu Mountain Holy Land, only to discover it had become a desolate ruin. Not a single corpse was visible, yet the signs of battle indicated that the inhabitants of the Longhu Holy Land had not all retreated. Instead, they had all been slaughtered by Xun Fei, merged into the Blood Sea. The scouts relayed the information back to the Tianji Pavilion, which swiftly disseminated the news throughout the martial world. The fear of Xun Fei intensified among the populace. The moniker Blood Sea Demon Lord was indeed well earned. The remaining three sects, Qinfu Temple, Wendazong, and Tianji Pavilion, who had not opted to flee, began reassessing whether to maintain their strongholds. They were well aware of the foundation of the Longhu Holy Land. Once the ethereal forms united, they were nearly invincible within its confines. Yet Xun Fei had obliterated the Longhu Holy Land, indicating that his power had reached unfathomable heights in their estimation. These sects possessed similar capabilities to the Longhu Holy Land, and they did not believe they would be significantly outmatched. However, relinquishing their sacred grounds was a difficult decision, as it represented a crucial trump card, the foundation upon which they could observe the ever-changing tides of the martial world. Yet Xun Fei's emergence had diminished their confidence substantially, leading them to consider that perhaps, just perhaps, they might prevail, that if they could endure for a century or two, when Xun Fei no longer dominated the martial world, they could once more emerge and reclaim their standing. While they remained in doubt, Xun Fei had already arrived at the branch of the Tianji Pavilion that he had previously instructed an investigation into the framing incident, which had ignited the conflict in the Forbidden City. Had he not been wronged, Xun Fei would not have found himself at odds with the world. The head of the Tianji Pavilion, upon seeing Xun Fei, nearly lost control of himself in fear. Trembling, he inquired, "Respected one, what brings you here personally? If there are orders, if a subordinate could relay them." Xun Fei tossed a document towards him. It was a receipt for entrusting the Tianji Pavilion with an inquiry. The head took it, momentarily bewildered, wondering what Xun Fei intended. Wasn't he the one behind these actions? Though perplexed, he maintained his professionalism and respectfully stated, "Please wait a moment." Esteemed one, he retreated to the information room to search for the corresponding envelope. Upon opening it, he was astounded to discover that the clandestine slaughter of disciples from various sects and the bloodbath of innocent villages had indeed not been perpetrated by Xun Fei. How could this be? The head's hands trembled. If this were true, then those individuals had died in vain. He hurried back to the main hall, presenting the envelope to Xun Fei. After reviewing it, Shun Fei's expression shifted to one of curiosity. He was not entirely satisfied with the findings, as the investigators concluded that someone had imitated Shun Fei's deeds. However, they had not uncovered the true culprit, evidently encountering considerable resistance during their investigation. How intriguing did DOU know who conducted this investigation? Surely, they must have discerned some discrepancies. Shun Fei expressed his interest in the investigator. The head of the Tianji Pavilion, aware of the potential dangers, replied the task was assigned to the renowned detective Li Chang'e. But he ultimately failed to identify the real perpetrator, that I only provided him half the reward. Shun Fei nodded and inquired, "Do you know where he is? I wish to meet him." Shun Fei had no intention of allowing those who framed him to remain unpunished. Watching from the sidelines as he clashed with various factions without facing retribution, that I in truth, Shun Fei suspected the Jian sect of being involved. However, given that their interactions had been relatively amicable, confronting them directly did not align with his character. After all, many sought to cultivate the heavenly divine art. The battle in the Forbidden City had seen numerous Earth Immortals, each representing a faction, most of whom had no grievances with Shun Fei. Yet they still came. Respected one, Li Chang'e is currently within the Tianzi mansion, that I shall immediately send someone to fetch him. The head of the Tianji Pavilion knew that their relationship with Shun Fei was adversarial. Yet he could neither refuse nor dare to do so, that he had to serve him well. Otherwise, who could predict whether Shun Fei would instantly eliminate him? Soon, the indulgent Li Chang'e was dragged from his bed and brought to the Tianji Pavilion. Still somewhat inebriated, upon spotting Shun Fei seated and sipping tea, he instantly sobered up. Stammering, he greeted Li Chang'e pays respects to the Blood Sea respected one, but there is no need for excessive formalities, that I summoned you here for a specific purpose. You once accepted a bounty to investigate my alleged assassination of disciples from various factions and innocent citizens, Shun Fei stated directly. However, before he could finish, Li Chang'e interjected, pleading for mercy, respected one, spare me. I did not intend to offend you. I merely accepted the bounty in a moment of folly. Shun Fei waved his hand, signaling him to be quiet, the Do not be afraid. I called you here to continue the investigation, as those individuals were indeed not slain by me. Someone has framed me, and I require your assistance to uncover the true culprit, the Do not fear. I will provide you with a token, and both the court and the Azure Dragon Society will afford you conveniences. Chapter 61. News of the sacred beast Li Chang'e was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated being tasked by Shun Fei. What a tremendous honor! Everyone knew the formidable strength of the Blood Sea respected one. Garnering his attention meant a bright future ahead. Rest assured, respected one, I shall see this matter through, Li Chang'e declared, receiving a token from Shun Fei. However, you must exercise caution. They are likely all associated with the sacred lands. Li Zuola felt a twinge of fear. However, having already made a promise, he could not turn back. After the matter concluded, Shun Fei departed from the branch of the Tianji Pavilion, while the hall master watched him leave, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Subsequently, the news was relayed to the headquarters of the Tianji Pavilion. The venerable Tianji, the ancestor of the pavilion, gazed at the messages received and felt a sudden darkness cloud his vision. The Tianji Pavilion usually maintained neutrality, refraining from participating in the conflicts of the martial world, focusing solely on intelligence work. Yet, Shun Fei's emergence, which involved the slaughter of martial comrades and the massacre of innocent civilians, had indeed stirred the ire of many. Thus, the Tianji Pavilion resolved to take action against Shun Fei, the bane of the martial realm. Although they faced defeat in the battle at the Forbidden City, the Tianji Pavilion did not believe they had erred, merely feeling that the righteous were met with formidable opposition. However, upon receiving the latest news, they suddenly realized that they had seemingly made a grave mistake from the outset. Shun Fei was a victim of others' machinations. Why had Shun Fei not explained this earlier? One of the members of the Tianji Pavilion slammed the intelligence report onto the table, frustration boiling within him. Is an explanation of any use? How many desire to seize the heavenly refinement technique from him? Others sighed in resignation, acknowledging the nature of humanity. Shun Fei understood that proving his innocence was less effective than confronting the world. Enough of dwelling on what has transpired. The dragon and tiger sacred land has been obliterated. We may very well be next. At it is time to decide. Shall we flee or remain? The venerable Tianji was compelled to contemplate an escape route. The methods left by the ancestors of the Tianji Pavilion were indeed formidable, But could they truly withstand Shen Fei? This left him deeply skeptical. Ancestor, let us prepare for both outcomes. We must not allow the Tianji Pavilion to lose its legacy. The Hall Master naturally would not permit the pavilion's demise so easily. Very well. You take a portion of the people and leave quietly, that I shall remain to defend the sect and confront this blood sea monarch. The venerable Tianji was unwilling to abandon his homeland, preferring to perish within the sanctum of the Tianji Pavilion. Upon realizing the ancestor's resolve, others ceased to dissuade him. At this moment, Shen Fei was not heading towards the Tianji Pavilion, but rather to the Wendazong. After annihilating the dragon and tiger sacred land, he had uncovered some secret intel regarding the sacred beasts, the azure dragon and the white tiger. The azure dragon resided in the eastern skies, occasionally shedding drops of blood that would fall to earth, encased within meteorites. The white tiger dwelled within the western lands, occasionally mating with formidable tigresses, producing offspring imbued with its bloodline, though few tigresses could bear its progeny. Shen Fei murmured to himself, As for the vermilion bird and the black tortoise, the dragon and tiger sacred land had not procured specific information, only speculating that the vermilion bird resided somewhere in the south and the black tortoise in the north. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Wendazong encountered a phoenix during his travels, obtaining a drop of its blood, which significantly enhanced his strength and longevity. Most importantly, that individual had not shattered the void to depart, but had instead been interred within the Wendazong. Now, with his strength greatly augmented and a plethora of treasures acquired, Shen Fei's replication multiplier had reached a staggering 100 times. Even if the withered bones possessed but a remnant of the phoenix's blood, Shen Fei could replicate it, coalescing it into a complete essence of phoenix blood. Thus, Shen Fei set his sights on the Wendazong, intrigued by the means they had employed during the battle at the Forbidden City. This group might possess unique techniques distinct from martial arts, and Shen Fei was eager to learn. Within the Wendazong, a bell tolled 9 times, signaling to the disciples that the sect faced an existential crisis. The new sect leader, Kong Xiang, personally approached and greeted Shen Fei with a smile. Kong Xiang of the Wendazong pays respects to the Blood Sea Monarch, that we were aware of your arrival today and have prepared a feast. Please. Shen Fei found it peculiar that they knew of his return and had arranged a banquet. Could it possibly be a trap? However, Shen Fei, bold and skilled, thought that even if it were a trap, what of it? Since the Wendazong had extended their hospitality, how could he refuse? Accompanying Kong Xiang, they entered the Wendazong, and Shen Fei noted the exceptionally fresh air within the sect, imbued with an indescribable essence that brought him great comfort. Sect leader Kong, your Wendazong is truly extraordinary. No wonder its members all exude an ethereal grace that in response to Shen Fei's jest. Kong Xiang explained, Indeed, Wendation is unlike any other place. It gathers the pure essence of heaven and earth, fostering tranquility and longevity for those who dwell here. Thus, we hope the monarch might show mercy, allowing us to continue our cultivation here, though we will certainly provide a satisfactory account for our past misdeeds. Kong Xiang seized the moment to express the Wendazong's intentions. No wonder you are reluctant to leave. I might consider sparing you, but can you afford the price? Shen Fei recognized that slaying them would merely serve to vent his frustrations. As the valuable items had long been relocated, that it would be more prudent to demand something tangible to further enhance his strength. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Kong Xiang felt a weight lift from his heart. Wendation was a unique place discovered by their ancestor during his travels. Abandoning it was simply inconceivable. Thus, Kong Xiang readily replied, Monarch, feel free to voice your desires. We shall provide whatever we can. Shen Fei regarded Kong Xiang with some surprise. Was this man, merely at the pinnacle of his cultivation, truly in a position to make such promises? Are you certain you can deliver? What I seek is no trifling matter. Kong Xiang nodded affirmatively. Naturally, the most invaluable treasures within our sect are not merely martial arts manuals or rare herbs, but this blessed land itself. Seeing this, Shen Fei ceased his preamble and stated directly, In that case, I shall be frank. I demand access to the Wendazong's Taoist scriptures, martial techniques, rare herbs, and the essence of phoenix blood, as well as methods to commune with the forces of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Kong Xiang's expression soured. While the initial demands were manageable, the request for phoenix blood and the methods were the Wendazong's most guarded treasures. Monarch, we have no more phoenix blood left. However, everything else is available to you. Kong Xiang was not deceiving Xin Fei. The phoenix blood had been interred with their ancestor, and only through certain special methods could it be refined again. Yet he still hesitated to reveal this, for that blood could extend one's life and increase the chances of transcending to the realm of the earthly immortals, a true treasure of the sect. Akin to Wendaishan itself. However, Xin Fei's next words caused Kong Xiang's complexion to shift to no matter. I know the phoenix blood resides within your ancestors' remains that I can extract it. Chapter 62. Phoenix blood, the monarch possesses such capabilities? In that case, I must consult the Grand Elder to see if we can retrieve our ancestors' remains. Kong Xiang felt he could not make this decision unilaterally and preferred to defer to the Grand Elder, unwilling to shoulder the burden alone. Xin Fei understood that the other party was not in a position to decide and replied, "Very well, I shall wait for you here." At this point, the two had arrived at the conference hall of the Wendazong. "Please wait a moment, monarch. I will summon other disciples to attend to you." Kong Xiang soon departed, and a beautiful young woman approached Xin Fei with tea, her gaze averted in fear. She softly said, "Monarch, please enjoy your tea." Xin Fei glanced at her, finding her somewhat familiar. Was this not Su Wenxin, the saintess of the Wendazong, whom he had encountered at a tavern in the capital? It seemed she had survived the battle at the Forbidden City. What good fortune indeed! Su Wenxin felt uneasy under Xin Fei's scrutiny, yet her sect leader had instructed her to serve him. The memory of that battle still haunted her, often appearing in her dreams, leaving her in a state of perpetual dread. Observing her trembling form, Xin Fei decided to tease her. "What is your name? Are you unwell? Why do you tremble so?" Struggling against her fear, Su Wenxin replied softly. "My name is Su Wenxin, the saintess of the Wendazong. I am merely feeling a bit unwell. If I have neglected the monarch, I shall summon others to serve you." Xin Fei waved his hand dismissively. "No need. You are just fine." Su Wenxin was at a loss as to whether being praised by this formidable figure was a good or bad thing, that he was so young and handsome, yet had slaughtered countless people. It was truly terrifying. Not daring to continue the conversation, Su Wenxin quietly stood by, refilling Xin Fei's cup as soon as it emptied. The extended absence of Kong Xiang made Su Wenxin feel as though time had stretched into an eternity. Thankfully, it was merely a quarter of an hour before Kong Xiang returned. "Monarch, I apologize for the wait. The Grand Elder has consented, but he requests that you leave some portion behind, since the other party was so agreeable." Xin Fei did not mind acquiescing to this minor request at no problem. "Lead me there at the peak of Wendaishan." The Grand Elder gazed into the distance, letting out a long sigh. "Ancestor, it is my fault for making a poor decision. Had we remained patient like the Sword Sect, we would not have needed to exchange the phoenix blood for the continuation of our sect. I can only hope that Xin Fei does not take all the phoenix blood." The esteemed elder was engulfed in profound self-reproach, having once been deceived by the allure of the celestial refinement art, believing that a mere youth could possess no formidable power to protect himself. Now, with Xin Fei's renown echoing across distant lands, he dared not wager that the sect's hidden cards could vanquish Xin Fei in this encounter. Moreover, Xin Fei was an enigma to him. His aura was intertwined with resentment, malevolence, and ominous energy. Yet paradoxically, he also bore an extraordinary fortune, a rarity in the world, creating a delicate equilibrium. It seemed even the heavens were bewildered by the existence of such a being, that in the forbidden grounds of the Wendazong's rear mountains lay the remains of its ancestors. Xin Fei and Kong Xiang soon found themselves before a peculiar tomb. Upon entering, Xin Fei discovered a coffin that had not been buried, but rather displayed openly. Observing the surroundings, he deduced that this place was not perpetually sealed, but rather visited periodically. Xin Fei mused that these adept practitioners likely possessed methods to absorb the essence of the phoenix's blood, though they had not been forthright with him. However, he chose not to linger on this matter. As Kong Xiang opened the coffin, an incorruptible corpse emerged before them. Xin Fei sensed a faint flicker of life within, sustaining the body from total decay. "Please proceed, revered one. I only hope to preserve our master's complete form." Kong Xiang sighed, turning away from the tomb, unable to bear the thought of his master's body being desecrated. Observing this, Xin Fei thought it best that he departed. He reached out, pressing his hand against the corpse's chest, allowing the sea of blood to permeate into its being. Soon, he connected with the nearly exhausted essence of the phoenix's blood. Shun Fei estimated that even if he refrained from taking it, Wendazong would only manage to extract it 2 or 3 more times before it completely dissipated. After duplicating the phoenix's blood, Shun Fei withdrew the sea of blood into the casual observer. The corpse appeared unchanged, thus granting Wendazong a modicum of dignity. Kong Xiang stood outside the tomb, lost in thought, wondering what torment awaited his master's remains and if they would ultimately be reduced to a pool of blood. The Sea of Blood demon was notorious for leaving no corpses behind, and with the emergence of the blood spirit, many speculated that those who fell to Shun Fei would have their souls ensnared by the sea, unable to reincarnate. This was one of the reasons why Wendazong dared not confront Shun Fei. They could genuinely sense the presence of souls and understood that reincarnation existed. Should one truly be cast into the Sea of Blood, it would entail eternal suffering. Kong Zhongzhu, I have acquired the phoenix's blood. Let us depart to procure rare treasures and martial scriptures. Shun Fei spoke without reservation. Kong Xiang had no opportunity to return to the tomb for a final inspection. Merely hoping Shun Fei would extend them some courtesy, no problem. I shall escort you immediately a day later. Shun Fei replicated all the items belonging to Wendazong, and Kong Xiang could only watch in agony as Shun Fei took away their most precious possessions. Observing Kong Xiang's expression of despair, Shun Fei inquired, Kong Zhongzhu, can you now reveal the method to communicate with the forces of heaven and earth? Kong Xiang's demeanor darkened further as he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. Revered one, this is the method you seek. But to communicate with the forces of heaven and earth, one must possess merit or great fortune. You must be prepared for the possibility of futility. Kong Xiang issued a precautionary warning, fearing Shun Fei might suspect he had provided a false method. Shun Fei nodded, glancing at the method, which essentially stated that one could connect with the heavenly way through merit or great fortune. As the heavenly way tends to pay more attention to such individuals. Those who were steeped in sin, however, would only attract punishment from the heavens, which would not intervene directly, should one dance before them and plead for assistance. It would be akin to lighting a lantern in a lavatory, an invitation to demise. After storing the method away, Shun Fei acknowledged that while it might not be applicable in this world, at least he had grasped the concept, which could prove useful in other realms in the future. Thus, Kong Zhongzhu, should fate allow, we shall meet again. Upon stating this, Shun Fei prepared to leave. Yet Kong Xiang interjected. Revered one, please do not rush. Allow me to arrange an escort for you. Shun Fei, somewhat perplexed, thought to himself, why would I need someone to see me off? I can simply fly away. Nonetheless, he halted, soon noticing Su Wenxin being brought over by Kong Xiang. Revered one, this is my disciple, Su Wenxin, who holds you in high regard and wishes to engage in discussions regarding martial arts. Kong Xiang had heard of Shun Fei's earlier interaction with Su Wenxin in the hall. Despite Shun Fei's formidable reputation, he was still a youth under 20 in the prime of his vitality. Su Wenxin possessed both attractive looks and notable talent that if she could capture Shun Fei's attention, it would be a boon for Wendazong, even if only a fleeting connection. Shun Fei politely declined Kong Xiang's good intentions, recognizing the fear and reluctance in Su Wenxin's eyes. It was evident she did not wish to accompany him, but was merely putting on a brave front for the sake of her sect. A woman devoid of initiative held little appeal. She paled in comparison to the industrious and devoted Ru Yin or the filial princess in Yang, who would go to great lengths to ensure Shun Fei's happiness. As Shun Fei ascended into the skies, Kong Xiang could not help but feel a tinge of envy. Riding the winds and harnessing the energies of the world was a dream of his. Stop staring. He has already left, that if you are unwilling, why continue to gaze? Kong Xiang lamented, frustrated that he had thought Shun Fei would be easily enamored by anyone. Su Wenxin sighed softly. He is too terrifying. I will never forget the day when the sea of blood engulfed the land, leaving everyone to flee in panic, those who lagged behind reduced to mere nothingness. Kong Xiang shook his head, recognizing that opportunities are fleeting. If one fails to seize them, they have no one to blame. The Divine Machine Manor, the sanctuary of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, was situated here. Shun Fei had chosen this location for a singular purpose, to bring the Heavenly Machine Pavilion under his banner and seek information regarding the 4 holy beasts. Their intelligence network surpassed even that of the Deqian's Jin Yi Wei, the Beggar Sect, and the Qinglong Society. This was achieved because the Heavenly Machine Pavilion engaged in the buying and selling of intelligence, allowing anyone to earn a quick profit. Even those within the court and various factions conducted covert transactions, for both the court and the Qinglong society ultimately served their own interests. Their spies were compensated with fixed salaries. Whereas the Heavenly Machine Pavilion differed. As long as the information held value, the rewards could be substantial. Thus, many were willing to sell various pieces of information to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Naturally, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion quickly became aware of Xin Fei's presence, realizing he was their target. Consequently, the pavilion entered a state of heightened alert, preparing for battle at any moment. However, when news of the agreement between Wendezong and Xin Fei reached the pavilion, that their grievances had been resolved, the elder of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion believed they could emulate Wendezong and negotiate a settlement. Therefore, rather than waiting at the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the elder took the initiative to visit the Divine Machine Manor, seeking an audience with Xin Fei at the first building of the world. Not long after Xin Fei arrived at the first building of the world, the elder of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion made his entrance. Young Master Xin, the elder of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, seeks an audience. Xin Fei had just begun perusing the scriptures of Wendezong when the elder arrived, indicating his urgency. Let him in. Xin Fei was curious to see what this reputed figure in the martial world had to propose. The elder had anticipated an entourage of beauties surrounding Xin Fei, yet was taken aback to find him engrossed in a tome. That I pay my respects to the revered one. Please, take a seat. I have heard tales of your legendary exploits since my youth. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. That I am curious to know the purpose of your visit. Xin Fei gently set aside the scripture, fixing his gaze upon the elder. The piercing intensity of his stare instilled a sense of trepidation in the elder. Despite being at least 2 centuries younger, Xin Fei's spiritual prowess far surpassed his own. Indeed, the title of Sea of Blood Revered One was well-deserved. Revered One, I come seeking a favorable future for the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. That I hope you will show mercy. We are willing to offer ample compensation. The elder spoke candidly, wishing to emulate Wendezong's fate and extricate themselves unscathed. You aspire to follow Wendezong's example, but do you know what they sacrificed? Xin Fei chuckled, for Wendezong had laid bare their entire treasury. Possessions that even if he had slain them, he could never claim. Should they choose to reject the offer, they could easily obliterate the Phoenix's blood. The elder instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. It appeared Wendezong had indeed made significant sacrifices. However, he pressed on. I would like to hear more details. Simply put, Wendezong expended all their rare treasures, scriptures, the Phoenix's blood, and hidden techniques, among other things. Xin Fei replied without hesitation, unafraid of any potential verification from the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder was left dumbfounded. Wendezong had truly been ruthless, essentially relinquishing their entire fortune to Xin Fei. This revelation caused the elder to feel a pang of sympathy. Realizing that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion was not endowed with the extraordinary abilities possessed by the sacred land of Wendezong, in truth, it would be better to forsake the sacred land altogether. Yet after nearly a millennium of operation into Qian, opposing Xin Fei would render their efforts futile. Thus, the elder sought to negotiate. Revered one, might we consider a reduction in the terms? To dare bargain with me. It seems you truly cherish those possessions. That in truth, I am not a merciless individual. Should the Heavenly Machine Pavilion be willing to serve my interests, a lesser quantity would suffice. Xin Fei did not engage in any circumlocution. He was indifferent to those resources, for it was the intelligence network that held paramount importance. Upon hearing that he was to serve Xin Fei, the elder of Tianji was unfazed, as it was not a matter of great consequence. The Tianji Pavilion, after all, dealt in the trade of information, and what was a slight reduction in profit. It sufficed to dutifully fulfill Xin Fei's requests. As for any potential tarnishing of reputation, given Xin Fei's formidable strength, a momentary capitulation was hardly significant. Should the esteemed one have any needs, do not hesitate to command us. The Tianji Pavilion shall certainly render its utmost assistance. Without a trace of hesitation, the elder of Tianji readily acquiesced. In that case, I shall assign you a task. Locate the individual who wronged me in the past. Should you succeed, I shall forego claiming any treasures from your pavilion and merely peruse your esteemed collection of techniques. Xin Fei stated with a smile, As he was not particularly concerned about those trivial matters to elevate his power, he would need to seek out the four holy beasts or other extraordinary beings. The elder of Tianji, being a miser, was immediately invigorated by these words, promptly assuring, "Rest assured, esteemed one, the Tianji Pavilion shall complete this task within 10 days." Xinfei nodded and allowed him to depart. Confident that with Li Zuola and the Tianji Pavilion collaborating, results would soon materialize. With the Tianji Pavilion smoothly under his control, Xinfei turned his gaze toward the western Qianfu Temple, which, like the Longhu sacred land, constituted a principal force intent on his demise. The sect had dispatched numerous disciples back then. Unless they presented conditions that Xinfei could not refuse, there was no longer any justification for the existence of Qianfu Temple. Meanwhile, Qianfu Temple trembled with trepidation. As an external force that had established itself a millennium ago in the Great Qian dynasty, they understood that departing would render all their efforts futile. Thus, upon hearing of the destruction of the Longhu sacred land, they were gripped by fear that they would be next. Yet upon learning that the Wendazong and Tianji Pavilion had not been annihilated, they succumbed to a sense of false hope, believing they could preserve Qianfu Temple as well. However, when Xinfei finally stood before them, they realized they had underestimated his terrifying prowess. Chapter 64. The golden body of the Arhat, the radiant light of Buddha, emanated from Qianfu Temple, and the ethereal figure of the golden Arhat materialized. Clearly, Xinfei's arrival had instilled a sense of unease even in the phantoms of the Arhats. The overwhelming aura of slaughter, boundless resentment, and thick calamity made onlookers shudder in fear. The abbot Huikong stood at the temple's entrance, greeting the Blood Sea sovereign. He was unwilling to permit Xinfei's entry into Qianfu Temple, fearing that such malevolence would taint the sanctity of their sacred ground. Observing this, Xinfei was not angered, but merely smiled at the elder, "Old bald donkey, spare me the pleasantries. You know well why I am here. You have two choices. Either face the utter annihilation of Qianfu Temple today, or surrender to me henceforth." The countenance of the Qianfu Temple disciples shifted dramatically, for they had indeed heard of the fates that befell the Wendazong and Tianji Pavilion. Huikong was resolute in his refusal to let Qianfu Temple yield to this nefarious figure, for doing so would mean the utter extinction of their sect. Even if Xinfei were to perish in the future, this would remain an indelible stain. Blood Sea Sovereign, we are willing to emulate the Wendazong and offer you substantial compensation. But surrender is absolutely out of the question. Huikong had initially planned to offer a modest benefit, yet the formidable aura emanating from Xinfei made it clear that such trivial measures would not suffice. Compensation? What valuable offerings does Qianfu Temple possess? If they cannot rival those of the Wendazong, you surely know the consequences. Xinfei was uncertain of the extent of Qianfu Temple's treasures, but it was commonly said that a fat monk and a thin Taoist would not yield less than the Wendazong. Upon hearing the comparison to the Wendazong, Huikong felt a pang of pain. Phoenix blood, martial arts manuals, sect secrets, and rare materials were indeed plentiful. However, when weighed against annihilation and subjugation, parting with some treasures seemed acceptable. As for confronting Xinfei, witnessing the Arhat's phantom being forced back by Xinfei's menacing presence, it was evident that even with their utmost efforts, they could inflict no harm upon him. Esteemed one, we shall provide you with satisfactory compensation. But please, temper your murderous aura, Huikong conceded, feeling defeated. Xinfei ceased to exude his murderous intent, drawing it back into himself. Since merging with the Longhu Phantom, he had discovered this particular application of his aura, which not only had a vast reach, but also proved exceptionally effective against these unique beings. The disciples of Qianfu Temple, witnessing their abbot capitulate to the demon, were filled with righteous indignation. Yet their senior brothers restrained them, urging caution not to let a moment of impulse plunge the entire Qianfu Temple into jeopardy. Unexpectedly, however, the Holy Son, Liao Chun, emerged wielding a demon-slaying staff. "Blood Sea old demon, you have slain my ancestors and brethren. Today, I vow to slay you here." Xinfei's gaze shifted to Huikong, whose expression changed drastically, for everything had been proceeding favorably until now. What was Liao Chun thinking? Did he truly believe that having broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm, he could best Xinfei? Liao Chun, cease this madness. Apologize to the Blood Sea Sovereign, Huikong bellowed. Yet Liao Chun would not relent. He had gained the recognition of the golden body of the Arhat, and, confident in his newfound strength, believed he could vanquish the demon. Abbot, you are too timid. He is merely a rogue cultivator without the foundation to contend with Chinfwa Temple. Since you have stepped into Chinfwa Temple, let me show you what it means to embody the wrathful visage of the Vajra. Liao Chen struck the ground fiercely with his demon-slaying staff, golden light radiating from his form as the ethereal Arhut merged with his being. Shen Fei's keen eyesight revealed Liao Chen's bones to be entirely golden. Whether they were truly made of gold remained to be seen. As Liao Chen beheld his body transformed into a golden shell, he laughed heartily. Old Demon Shen, this is the golden body of Chinfwa Temple, unyielding and immensely powerful. It is beyond the capacity of you mere mortals to withstand. Prepare to meet your end. Liao Chen raised his demon-slaying staff and swung it swiftly toward Shen Fei, the speed so great that even Huikong, an advanced earth immortal, could only perceive a fleeting shadow that in his heart. He mused whether Liao Chen might actually slay this great demon. Yet, in the next moment, Liao Chen's confident strike was caught effortlessly by Shen Fei, who wrenched the demon-slaying staff from his grasp. Immensely powerful, Shen Fei chuckled derisively, snapping the staff in two, then swiftly seizing Liao Chen's hand. With a crack, he broke it cleanly. Unyielding, Shen Fei followed with a punch, creating a gaping hole in Liao Chen's golden body. Golden blood gushed forth. The onlookers were incredulous. Tales had circulated that Chinfwa Temple had encountered numerous calamities, yet the existence of the golden body had seen many a demon perish by its might. Yet now, Shen Fei had shattered the myth of the golden body's invulnerability with a single blow. Shen Fei himself was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Liao Chen would bleed gold, indicating that the origins of the golden body were indeed extraordinary. However, it was fortuitous, for Shen Fei intended to absorb it, yielding tremendous benefits. Thus, he unleashed the blood sea, submerging Liao Chen's golden body within its depths. Huikong, witnessing Liao Chen's dissolution in the blood sea, immediately pleaded, "Blood Sea's sovereign, I beseech you, spare him." Shen Fei laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, how foolish of you to plead for him now. You ought to beseech me not to take out my wrath on Chinfwa Temple. Yet I have already given you an opportunity, and since you have failed to cherish it, let Chinfwa Temple be utterly destroyed today." Shen Fei perceived clearly that the old bald donkey had hesitated, contemplating whether Liao Chen might succeed, that if he did, all would be well. If he failed, they would simply continue to submit. Thus, Shen Fei had resolved not to let them off the hook, for the greatest boon lay in the golden body beneath his feet. As for the other treasures, he held no interest. Huikong's face paled drastically. Shen Fei was indeed intent on complete annihilation, but he then erupted in fury. "Old Demon Shen, if you seek to obliterate Chinfwa Temple, we shall ensure you suffer as well." Tension escalated, and the other disciples swiftly formed a defensive formation. In the face of such a display, Shen Fei merely scoffed, unleashing a torrent of blood swords from the blood sea that pierced through their bodies. These mere ants could not withstand even a second. The blood sea knows no bounds. Turning back is a way out. Old bald donkey, why can you not comprehend this? Shen Fei's gaze settled on Huikong, laced with derision. Huikong, overwhelmed with regret, lamented why he had not intercepted Liao Chen earlier. Now, it seemed Chinfwa Temple was destined for ruin by his own hand. Shen Fei, when will this cycle of vengeance cease? Lay down your blade and become a Buddha. You have wrought immeasurable slaughter. Both your martial path and the fortunes of your descendants shall inevitably face retribution. If you cease your actions, Chinfwa Temple shall commit to reciting scriptures day and night on your behalf, absolving you of your grievances and cleansing your malevolence. Only then might there be a path to survival. Huikong cried out, hoping to awaken Shen Fei to reason. Shen Fei found his pleas amusing, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, old bald donkey, you truly have a knack for humor. Do you think I care for such things? The heavens themselves cannot hinder me. What is retribution to me?" Chapter 65. The golden light of the Buddha. Huikong was struck with astonishment. Shen Fei appeared unafraid even of the heavenly Tao. Such audacity made him believe that mere martial prowess could grant him immunity from consequence. Yet Huikong understood that no further words would sway Shen Fei. He had already succumbed to madness. In his final moments, he shouted a curse. "Shen Fei, savor your triumph today. As you annihilate Chinfwa Temple, upon your death, your power shall likewise be eradicated by the righteous of the martial world." Shun Fei contemptuously trampled it underfoot, sneering, "What do their lives or deaths have to do with me? I have no need to leave behind a legacy to AS for future generations. I simply want to have any." Shun Fei, indestructible and immortal, saw no issue in not having children. Having offspring only invites a myriad of troublesome complications and exposes one to potential threats from others. Furthermore, old bald donkey, aren't you also without descendants? Don't tell me a venerable monk like you is secretly harboring an illegitimate child. Hui Kong was infuriated by Shun Fei's words. Truly, this was a case of brazen obstinacy. Noticing Hui Kong's silence, Shun Fei realized that Hui Kong indeed had a hidden, illegitimate child. With a swift motion, he crushed Hui Kong's head beneath his foot, then turned his gaze towards the other powerful figures of the Thousand Buddha Temple. With Hui Kong so easily dispatched, the others naturally dared not continue the fight and hastily fled. Shun Fei, disinterested in pursuit, merely commanded his blood sword to eliminate these individuals. Subsequently, Shun Fei entered the Mahavira Hall, a sacred space within the Thousand Buddha Temple, where countless statues of Buddhas stood tall, exuding an overwhelming aura of spirituality. Shun Fei felt his own malevolent energy significantly suppressed as his gaze fell upon the Buddha. A beam of golden light erupted from its eyes, striking Shun Fei's head and causing it to explode, blood splattering across the ground. A young monk, hiding behind a statue, witnessed Shun Fei's head being obliterated by the Buddha's divine power and immediately shouted, "The Buddha has manifested. Old demon, you are truly seeking your own demise." As he spoke, the young monk began to weep, lamenting, "Master, your death is so unjust. Had I known this would happen, I should have lured that old demon to the temple first." However, the young monk failed to notice that Shun Fei's body had already returned to its original state. "Little monk, cease your weeping. It is quite unbecoming for a grown man to cry," Shun Fei remarked. Finding the boy's noise irksome, the young monk looked up in disbelief, realizing that Shun Fei had resurrected despite having witnessed the Buddha's punishment. "How can you be alive? Your head was blown apart." Shun Fei, uninterested in responding, dispatched several blood swords to reduce the monk to mere fragments, venting his frustration over the earlier ambush by the Buddha's golden form. "How intriguing. My body has absorbed the essence of the great serpent god, the celestial deity, and just now, the Arhat's golden form. The strength of my body must have reached an unfathomable level, and yet I was still vulnerable to a mere beam of golden light. With a mighty strike, Shun Fei obliterated the Buddha's head, only to find nothing extraordinary within, merely ordinary stone. Frustrated, Shun Fei scanned the surrounding statues, only to discover that they seemed to have lost all spiritual resonance after the recent display of golden light. Even his own malevolent energy was no longer suppressed. It appeared that this phenomenon was indeed a one-time occurrence. But if it displeased me, then I shall destroy them all, ascending into the sky. A colossal bloodied hand descended, annihilating every statue in its path. A day later, Shun Fei had thoroughly ransacked the treasures of the Thousand Buddha Temple and departed with a sense of fulfillment. Though he was aware that many items were surely missing, Shun Fei was a man easily satisfied. If the Thousand Buddha Temple had preemptively relocated items, so be it. Upon arriving in a nearby city, he took residence in the renowned Tianxia First Tower, perusing the martial arts texts he had pilfered from the four great sacred grounds. News of Shun Fei's annihilation of the Thousand Buddha Temple swiftly spread throughout the Deqian realm. This time, the martial world had grown numb. The sacred grounds, once objects of their reverence, could now be extinguished at Shun Fei's whim, and he had done so single-handedly. They even began to speculate on which sacred ground would be next to fall. Consequently, many sects that had chosen to remain hidden, rather than fleeing, no longer hesitated and made their exit from Deqian. They could not afford the steep price demanded by the sacred grounds and could only temporarily avoid Shun Fei's wrath. However, the Sword Sect, seemingly aloof and independent, was gripped by fear. Sect Master Meng Zi and the venerable ancestor Wu Xin sat across from each other in a room, their expressions grave. "Ancestor, our plan has failed. I never anticipated that Shun Fei, so young, would possess such unimaginable strength. Now he has even tasked the Tianji Pavilion with uncovering the truth behind our actions, that if they discover that it was the Sword Sect behind this." Then, Meng Zi left his words hanging, yet the implication was clear. Historically, Even when sacred grounds were obliterated, it was due to collective outrage and required the combined might of several sacred grounds to achieve such a feat. Moreover, those with profound heritage, like the four great sacred grounds, had never faced annihilation, as they were nearly impossible to eradicate. Yet Xin Fei had accomplished the unthinkable. Wu Xin sighed, unwilling to dwell on this issue any further, and instead inquired Zi, "Have you made any progress in your cultivation of the heavenly refinement technique?" They had pursued this technique, and now that they had it in hand, some time had passed since they began their training. Meng Zi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "The heavenly refinement technique is profoundly elusive. Despite my efforts over this duration, I've only grasped the surface. Achieving a transcendence akin to Shun Fei's seems unattainable." Wu Xin nodded, acknowledging that he too had studied the technique. It had granted him a slight extension to his lifespan, yet the required celestial and earthly treasures were quite substantial. Even a sacred ground would find it challenging to gather enough data for the deeper aspects of the technique. He found them obscure and difficult to comprehend. Unbeknownst to them, the heavenly refinement demon Lord of Ur was an exceptional talent, a prodigy born once in a millennium. Only due to his inferior roots did he fall behind in his early martial cultivation. The heavenly refinement technique was never meant to be easily understood by an ordinary individual. Xin Fei had painstakingly examined numerous martial texts and delved deep into martial concepts before ultimately integrating the heavenly refinement technique into his own undying scripture. Alas, had I known this earlier, we wouldn't have had to commit such irreparable acts. Wu Xin lamented. He continued, "Zi, do you think that if I were to go to Shun Fei and confess our wrongdoing, he might spare the sword sect?" Seeing the venerable ancestor in such a state, Meng Zi hastily interjected, "Ancestor, do not act rashly. We've covered our tracks well. All traces have been erased. Even those disciples who acted have been discreetly dealt with. No matter how powerful the Tianji Pavilion may be, they will surely not trace it back to us." Furthermore, Xin Fei was not only fueled by a desire for bloodshed, but was also inherently greedy. Even if he spared our lives, all resources within the sect would belong to him, and the sect would ultimately fall under his command. Wu Xin gazed at the disciple he had nurtured, his expression clouded in silence. Indeed, based on the reports, Xin Fei had never been one to suffer losses. They had no prior connection to him, nor any face to plead for mercy, making it exceedingly difficult for the sword sect to extricate itself. In that case, Zi, you should lead the core disciples of the sword sect to flee overseas, Wu Xin declared solemnly, having made up his mind. The location of the sword sect held no extraordinary significance. If it were to vanish, so be it. Ancestor, what will you do? Meng Zi exclaimed in alarm, his face pale. Wu Xin was his master, treated with the same regard as a father. Wu Xin chuckled bitterly. I shall await his arrival here. It is but a means to understand the consequences of our actions that I hope that my death will allow you to escape safely from Deqian. Meng Zi felt a pang of sorrow. Had it not been for his own misguided schemes, believing them flawless, the situation might have been different. Xin Fei did not bother to explain anything, resolving all matters with his fists, trampling the various factions of the martial world beneath him. Master, I have wronged you. Meng Zi could no longer contain his emotions, feeling immense grief at the thought of his master suffering for his errors. Child, do not grieve that I the sect master. You have acted rightly. It is merely that Xin Fei has surpassed our expectations, and thus we must pay the corresponding price point 3 days later. Xin Fei had thoroughly perused all the martial arts manuals and Buddhist scriptures he had gathered, only to feel that this world still held vast potential for him to enhance his power. However, after breaking through to the realm of terrestrial immortals, the path to further elevation became exceedingly arduous. The ordinary elixirs offered little to no effect on his internal energy. Yet Xin Fei was different. He possessed boundless essence of terrestrial immortals within him, far more potent than even a millennium-old ginseng or spiritual mushrooms. It could be said that if Xin Fei chose to remain, he could ascend to a level beyond the world's capacity to accommodate. This realm, which he termed the exploding star realm, was characterized by the ability to shatter stars with a single punch. However, his understanding of this realm was still merely a concept, and he needed to validate it through practical experience. Suppressing his lofty thoughts, Xin Fei opened the panel displaying his sect's abilities: cultivation, peak terrestrial immortal; life, infinite; physique, primary sacred beast body; comprehension, Unique in the world, lower realm. Fortune, child of destiny, lower realm. Defense, 100-fold. Speed, 100-fold. Strength, 100-fold. Perception, 60-fold. Magic power, 60-fold. Stealth, 60-fold. Spatial backpack, 10,000 square meters. Material duplication, 110-fold. Abnormal resistance, 100-fold. After absorbing the essence of the four sacred beasts, his physique transformed into that of a sacred beast, granting him enhanced abilities without bestowing new ones. Particularly, the essence of the phoenix resonated profoundly with Shun Fei's boundless essence, significantly increasing his life force cap. Yet he found no control over fire, indicating that the sacred beast bloodlines in this world were not entirely pure. They were not true descendants of sacred beasts, but rather exotic creatures possessing fragments of their bloodlines. Nevertheless, even so, they had garnered the favor of the heavenly Tao, becoming the sacred beasts of this realm. To Shun Fei's delight, after reaching 100-fold enhancement, he finally activated a new characteristic, the 100-fold strength trait. Life force field. It allowed him to leverage his own strength to lift his body for free movement, such as flying or accelerating, though it appeared similar to the control of wind and clouds that the dragon and tiger possessed. There were significant differences. The dragon and tiger's ability resembled an ordinary martial arts manual, while the life force field was akin to an unparalleled tome. The former's utility in Shun Fei's future cultivation would diminish, whereas the latter would grow stronger as Shun Fei himself grew. Moreover, the 100-fold speed trait, world teleportation. It enabled him to capture the nearest world for teleportation, with the cooldown period lengthening as the distance between worlds increased. Shun Fei had initially pondered how to escape if the heavenly Tao obstructed him from breaking through the void. He did not expect that the 100-fold speed trait would provide him such a delightful surprise. Yet, he soon realized that the closest world was likely another lower realm, as lower realms existed on one plane and medium realms on another, making the latter far more distant. However, Shun Fei was not overly concerned. After all, it was unlikely that the heavenly Tao of another world would impede his ascension to the medium realm. The 100-fold defense trait, invincible golden body, it granted him temporary invincibility for 3 seconds, with an additional 3 seconds for every 100-fold increase in defense, and a cooldown of 1 minute after the invincibility ended. As for perception, magic power, and stealth, they had yet to exceed 100-fold, and no new traits had appeared. Shun Fei had originally thought that the lack of traits in duplication and abnormal resistance would persist, but at 100-fold, new traits emerged. The 100-fold duplication trait. Remote duplication. It allowed him to duplicate items within 100 meters, with every additional 100-fold doubling the duplication range. The 100-fold abnormal resistance trait, purification. It enabled instant removal of all abnormal states. With a cooldown of 10 minutes, I simply wish to inquire, who in this world can rival me? Shun Fei smirked, aware that all of this was the fruit of his labor. After all, I, Shun Fei, have never hesitated to invest effort. The time spent in diligence far outweighed that of leisure. Having toiled for so long, it was time to indulge in a life of luxury and decadence. Shun Fei remarked with a smile. Yet, just as he stepped out of his door, he encountered Li Zuolu and the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms approaching. "Do we pay our respects, esteemed one?" They spoke in unison. Shun Fei realized that his plans for enjoyment today were doomed. "It seemed you already know who has framed me." The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms interjected. "Indeed, we at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion have acquired accurate information." Li Zuolu disregarded the Elder's status as a terrestrial immortal, interrupting him. "Elder, I discovered this first. How can it be attributed to your Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion?" This is a significant achievement, and Li Zuolu's success in this matter left a favorable impression on Shun Fei, ensuring that in the future, no one would dare to bully him. Seeing their exchange, Shun Fei's expression darkened, and he admonished in a low voice, "Cease your bickering. I shall reward merit, so speak one at a time." "Li Zuolu, you go first." Li Zuolu smirked at the Elder, clearly pleased that the esteemed one favored him more. "Esteemed one, it is as follows. I have been investigating and discovered several clues, and based on my deductions, I found all evidence pointing to the Sword Sect. However, I do not understand why they would do this, given the significant risk involved in assassinating disciples from various factions, including the major Holy Lands, while they ultimately did not partake in the battle at the Purple Forbidden City. This perplexes me. Could it be that you have some deep-seated enmity with them? Shen Fei was not surprised to hear it was the sword sect, that he then explained. We harbor no profound hatred. It was merely a transaction between us that I exchanged the heavenly refinement divine art for their sect's martial arts manuals and some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Upon hearing this, both men had their confusion swiftly resolved. It turned out the sword sect's actions were motivated by a desire to prevent other factions from acquiring the heavenly refinement divine art. Wishing to monopolize it for themselves, since Shun Fei could trade with the sword sect, he could naturally engage with other sects, a scenario the sword sect would wish to avoid. Yet what if Shun Fei became an enemy to the numerous holy lands? Even if he were to falter, he still possessed a substantial opportunity to destroy the heavenly refinement divine art. Chapter 67. The fall of the sword sect, however, Shun Fei, with overwhelming strength, resolved the predicament. Esteemed one, they seek to monopolize the technique. Li Zuolu exclaimed urgently. Shun Fei nodded in agreement. If that is the case, Elder, do you have any interest in the sword sect, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms? Somewhat perplexed, replied. Esteemed one, what do you wish for this old servant to do? Haha, it's simple. Since the sword sect enjoys framing others, I shall employ the same tactics against them, informing the martial world that the sword sect's actions warrant retaliation from all factions, be they righteous or sinister. Shun Fei intended for the sword sect to experience the sensation of being universally targeted and besieged. The elder had not anticipated Shun Fei's ruthlessness. Killing was merely a matter of striking the ground. Though the Dragon and Tiger Holy Land and the Thousand Buddha Temple had perished, their reputations remained intact. The sword sect would not only face annihilation but also suffer a tarnished name, becoming a pariah. Esteemed one, I shall ensure this matter is executed flawlessly. The elder understood that the sword sect, as a holy land, possessed considerable martial resources, not to mention the secrets of swordsmanship. News swiftly spread through the intelligence network of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and in an instant, the reputation of the sword sect crumbled. The once revered holy land of swordsmanship in the eyes of swordsmen transformed into a notorious faction known for framing others. Moreover, the call to arms initiated by Shun Fei stirred excitement among the various factions in the martial world, as it presented an excellent opportunity to showcase their worth before Shun Fei. Not to mention, Shun Fei promised that all spoils from the sword sect would be distributed among them, providing ample chances to strike it rich. They would have the opportunity to seize the precious swordsmanship tomes and martial resources hoarded by the sword sect. Yet, just as the various factions gathered near the sword sect, they discovered that the Holy Land had long been abandoned. Only a few elderly, weak, or sickly members remained, unwilling to leave their sect and willing to share its fate. The sword sect's ancestor, Wu Xine, wielding the shadowless sword, coldly gazed upon the encroaching martial world. Regrettably not finding the one he most wished to see, the Blood Sea Sovereign, Shun Fei. Haha, I did not expect that my sword sect would not warrant the personal involvement of the Blood Sea Sovereign. Instead, you have sent mere pawns. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Path-Seeking Sect, and the Azure Dragon Society gathered below as Wu Xine understood Shun Fei's intent. He aimed to render the sword sect a common target. You old thief, Wu Xine, had it not been for your framing of the esteemed one, our fellow martial practitioners would not have perished in vain. Today marks the day of your sword sect's downfall. Chun Luo shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Xine. Had it not been for him, Chun Luo would not have become another servant. President of the Azure Dragon Society, if you claim others were deceived by me, you certainly cannot include yourself among them. That Wu Xine offered no courtesy to Chun Luo. The Azure Dragon Society's reputation was no better than the sword sect's in this matter. It was merely that the sword sect had encountered a formidable opponent in Shun Fei. Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess that most of my sword sect's disciples have already fled overseas, taking with them a substantial amount of martial resources and swordsmanship tomes. However, I shall not allow you to leave empty-handed. Here are 10 volumes of swordsmanship, all of which are of unparalleled excellence, that if you kill me, they shall be yours. The multitude fails to comprehend the actions of Wuxin, having had the means to escape. Why does he choose to remain? The elder of the Heavenly Mechanism astutely unveils the intentions of his adversary, stating, Wuxin, do not delude yourself into thinking that your demise will absolve us from pursuing the other members of the sword sect. The heavenly mechanism pavilion shall relentlessly seek their hiding places. The sword sect owes us a debt that cannot be repaid so easily. The elders' evident disdain for being deceived is palpable. The heavenly mechanism pavilion, once a neutral force, suffered grievously in the battle at the Purple Forbidden City, emerging with nothing to show for their losses. Now required to submit to Shin Fei.it is a lamentable situation, akin to losing both the lady and the army, a profound misfortune indeed. Wu Xin, witnessing this, ceases to argue, his expression devoid of emotion as he faces the onslaught of his attackers, that in a moment, several terrestrial immortals, having endured their own indignities at Shen Fei's hands, unleash their pent-up frustrations upon Wu Xin. The remaining disciples of the sword sect find themselves similarly besieged. Within the span of less than an hour, Wu Xin stands alone, utterly exhausted, while those who confront him are no less formidable. His prolonged resistance is merely a consequence of fighting on his home ground. Master, it is Wu Xin who has brought ruin upon the sword sect. Yet our lineage remains unbroken. We shall rise again in the future, he murmurs, kneeling on one knee, his sword propping him up. Rise again. A scornful voice booms from above, and a severed head drops from the sky, rolling to rest before him. Upon seeing it, Wu Xin feels his sanity teetering on the brink. Z, he cries out, clutching the head in anguish. His most beloved disciple lies dead, and Wu Xin gazes up at Shen Fei with fury. Shen Fei, your vengeance against me suffices. Why must you take his life? This was my decision alone. Shen Fei, looking down with contempt, coolly replies, Do you truly believe it absurd to think that one's misdeeds do not affect their family? Wu Xin, since you have acted, you must accept the corresponding consequences. That Wu Xin's bitter smile reflects his utter depletion. He no longer wishes to utter a word, for if Shen Fei could locate Meng Zi, it stands to reason that the others have no hope of escape. Centuries of effort by the sword sect have been obliterated in an instant. With a resounding crash, Wu Xin self-destructs, catching everyone off guard. Fortunately, his exhaustion has diminished the potency of the explosion, leaving only disheveled appearances in its wake. Thus, he meets his end, a fate that feels almost too lenient. The elder of the heavenly mechanism remains somewhat displeased. Shen Fei, however, is unfazed, reflecting on whether he has any remaining enemies that if not, perhaps it is time to indulge in the pleasures of life. Well, the remnants of the sword sect have been eradicated. This matter is concluded. Shen Fei pays no heed to those below, turning to depart. The onlookers watch him leave with an air of nonchalance, envy evident in their expressions. The elder of the heavenly mechanism boldly states, Do you truly believe the esteemed one is merely at the terrestrial immortal level? I feel such a disparity. Kong Xiang from the Tao sect speculates. In our Taoist lore, terrestrial immortals, or Di Xian, precede the celestial immortals, who traverse the heavens at will. Could it be that the esteemed one has attained the realm of celestial immortality? Others nod in agreement with Kong Xiang's reasoning. Though the absence of celestial immortals for millennia leaves them uncertain, in truth, those who shatter the void are still considered pinnacle terrestrial immortals. Instead of speculating, why not simply ask? The old beggar, having a good rapport with Shen Fei, interjects among the terrestrial immortals. Chen Luo, seeing this, quickly flatters, Why not ask the esteemed one yourself? The others echo the sentiment, eager to discern the nature of celestial immortality. After all, terrestrial immortals possess a lifespan of 300 years, and many among them are nearing the brink of their existence. Chapter 68 Shinta, the old beggar, buoyed by the flattery from the terrestrial immortals, agrees to inquire, though he adds, if the esteemed one chooses not to disclose. It shall be of no concern to me. His curiosity is piqued. Unfortunately, when he approaches Shen Fei to ask, Shen Fei informs him that he has not attained celestial immortality, as the sword sect falls into ruin. The world gradually returns to tranquility. Shen Fei, savoring rare moments of leisure, finds himself growing weary of the mundane. The cliché is devoid of novelty, far less engaging than fishing, that he soon departs from the first tower of the world and makes his way to Gaoyang, the place of his original birth and upbringing. Pushing open the gate of his family's courtyard, he is met with a blend of familiarity and strangeness. The familiarity arises from the instinctive reactions of his former self, while the strangeness stems from Shen Fei's brief time spent here. Young master, this was your residence. It is quite cozy. Ru Yin smiles, curiously surveying the surroundings. Meanwhile, Ru Ming has already begun tidying the room, which has accumulated considerable dust from disuse. The twin sisters, Ru Yin and Ru Ming, have only recently turned 18. Ru Yin, the more mischievous younger sister, contrasts with her elder sister Ru Ming, who acts with composure. Shun Fei nods, reminiscing, "Indeed, yet it is a pity that I was left alone afterwards." This is where it all began. Sitting on the chair now cleaned by Ru Ming, he suddenly recalls a troubling thought. After the death of his original father's corpse, it seemed no one had come to claim it, buried hastily in the ground. Suddenly, his keen eyes detect signs that someone had recently visited the room. Was it a thief? Shun Fei wonders, for the place has been uninhabited. Yet the furniture and porcelain still hold some value. One could easily fetch a few dozen copper coins for them. However, nothing appears to be missing, merely as if someone had come to have a look. Could it be Zhang Kai? That rascal, whatever became of him? Shun Fei recalls the odd friend who seemed genuinely concerned for him, yet harbored ulterior motives. However, before the other could act, Shun Fei's power had surged, allowing him to leave Gaoyang behind. As Shun Fei ponders, he hears a throng approaching outside. The magistrate of Gaoyang quietly inquires of Ru Yin, "My lady, the esteemed one has arrived. We apologize for the lack of proper welcome. May we announce his presence, so we may pay our respects?" Ru Yin feels displeased at the sight of so many, yet responds, "I shall inform my master." She quickly approaches Shun Fei, but before she can speak, he interjects, "Let the magistrate enter." Remembering the county magistrate Zhou, who sought to harm him, only to be easily dealt with by Shun Fei, he feels a mixture of curiosity and caution upon hearing Shun Fei's willingness to meet him. The magistrate beams as he steps inside. "Did I, Liang Fangyuan, pay my respects to the esteemed one?" Shun Fei waves his hand dismissively. "Rise. What brings you here? Surely it cannot be just to pay me a visit." Liang Fangyuan instantly feels the weight of pressure upon him. If he cannot articulate a sufficient reason, punishment will surely follow. He inwardly curses his decision to come, as Shun Fei is no court official and does not adhere to their bureaucratic norms. Nevertheless, Liang Fangyuan responds promptly, "Esteemed one, half a month ago, we sighted your father's figure. Hence I have come to inform you." Shun Fei's brows furrow at this news. Could it be that his original father did not perish? Who then was the corpse that lay in the city fortress? Liang Fangyuan steals a glance at Shun Fei, noting the sudden darkening of his expression, devoid of any hint of joy. This perplexes him, as the rumors suggest a close bond between father and son, reliant on one another. Why does Shun Fei not express happiness at the prospect of his father's survival? Might there be some hidden truth? "I understand that I shall remember this deed. Let us keep this matter discreet." Shun Fei, piecing together the room's condition alongside the magistrate's report, contemplates the possibility that his original father may indeed be alive. After Liang Fangyuan takes his leave, he muses that he may have achieved some merit. Yet he realizes that seeking promotion and wealth from this incident is perhaps overly ambitious. That are Yu Yin and Ru Ming, overhearing the magistrate's words, had assumed Shun Fei would eagerly seek out his father. But it appears matters are far more complex than as mere ornaments. They are no more than maidservants, hardly daring to interject. In truth, Shun Fei is uncertain how to confront the father of his original self. Perhaps confessing that his son has perished and that he has taken his place is the best course of action. After all, playing the role of another son is a performance Shun Fei cannot convincingly enact, nor does he see the necessity. Thus, he maintains a nonchalant attitude towards seeking out his original father. Yet he remains somewhat troubled, turning to Ru Yin and Ru Ming, softly instructing, "Ru Ming, prepare a meal. Ru Yin, come give me a massage." After dining, Shun Fei takes the two on a leisurely stroll through Gaoyang, where the gazes of passers-by towards him are filled with complexity. Some with fear, others with admiration. It is only when he reaches the riverbank that he halts, turning to a large tree and declaring, "Sir, please reveal yourself." That a figure emerges from behind the tree. Bowing respectfully, Commoner Shinto pays his respects to the esteemed one. That upon hearing the name Shinto, Ru Yin and Ru Ming are instantly stunned. Is this not Shun Fei's father? Why do they seem so unfamiliar? Since you have chosen to reveal yourself, there must be much to discuss. Shun Fei gazed calmly at the individual before him, a middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to Shun Fei, possessing the prowess of a martial arts master. Shinto nodded and stated, Indeed, I hope the esteemed one can enlighten me. Very well, in consideration of your being the biological father of this body, I shall answer your inquiries. Shenfei had no intention of withholding the truth, while Ru Yin and Ru Ming beside him sensed that a monumental secret was about to be unveiled. However, both Ru Yin and Ru Ming felt a tinge of fear. Was this knowledge meant for them? Would the young master resort to silencing them? After all, tales often depicted such grim fates, and as mere maidservants. They had witnessed numerous women in brothels meet untimely ends for various reasons. Accustomed to the callousness of men, they harbored no illusions that the bloodthirsty Shenfei would harbor any affection for them. "Young master, should we take our leave?" Ru Ming inquired, forcing herself to suppress her trepidation, fearful of inciting Shenfei's ire. Observing their unease, Shenfei merely waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. With the unrelated individuals gone, Shen Tuo wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. "Esteemed one, did you kill my son? If it was indeed you, then I, Shen Tuo, shall never have the chance for vengeance." Shenfei's strength was overwhelming, instilling a sense of despair that stifled any thoughts of resistance. Chapter 69. Past grievances. Shenfei shook his head and clarified, "Your son was not slain by my hand, but rather by Captain Zhao. I merely borrowed his corpse after his demise." Upon hearing the term borrowed corpse, Shen Tuo was taken aback. Was this not merely a fabrication from ghostly tales? To his astonishment, it appeared to have a basis in reality. "Then, esteemed one, has my son's spirit descended to the underworld, reborn anew?" Knowing that Shenfei would not easily deceive him, Shen Tuo sought confirmation. Shenfei nodded, stating, "Indeed, he has been reincarnated. However, I cannot ascertain where he has taken birth." Shen Tuo was not overly concerned with the specifics, expressing instead a hint of regret. "It matters not. Knowing he has been reborn is sufficient, and my son suffered greatly from a young age, following me and enduring hardships, that I hope he finds a better life in his next incarnation." Shenfei felt a stirring of empathy. Shen Tuo was a good father, his affection for his son undeniable. "I am curious about the events that transpired in the mountain stronghold," Shenfei expressed, intrigued. "Alas, it is the result of my youthful indiscretions. During my travels through the Jianghu, I encountered Kaer, my wife. Regrettably, I was merely a postnatal martial artist at the time, while she was the daughter of a minor clan. Eventually, we eloped, pursued by her family, that I in her advanced pregnancy. She was forced into premature labor, leading to our son's frail condition at birth, that I returned to my hometown with my son, believing that after so many years, we could finally live in peace. Yet they eventually discovered my whereabouts, laying the blame for Kaer's death squarely on my shoulders. In the battle at Black Wind Stronghold, I intended to feign death to escape, but I never anticipated the subsequent events." Shen Tuo recounted his tale in earnest. After listening, Shenfei suggested, "In that case, allow me to assist you in annihilating that clan, as retribution for the mother of this body." Shen Tuo immediately refused, stating, "There is no need. They are Kaer's parents and siblings. When will the cycle of vengeance ever cease? Let it end with me." Shenfei, recognizing the man's unwillingness to pursue the matter, refrained from pressing further. "Do you have any other wishes? I am able to grant you anything within reason, having occupied another son's body." Shenfei felt it necessary to offer some form of compensation. Yet, Shen Tuo shook his head again, saying, "There is no need. You have already spread Shenfei's name throughout the world, ensuring he will be remembered in history. I seek no greater reward than I thank you for your enlightenment today, and I shall take my leave." Seeing Shen Tuo prepare to depart, Shenfei felt it unwise to impede him. Perhaps this would be their final encounter. Watching the man's forlorn figure retreat, he let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, Ru Yin and Ru Ming, witnessing Shen Tuo's departure, were utterly perplexed. Were they not father and son? Why did Shen Tuo still leave, appearing so sorrowful? Yet, as mere maidservants, they dared not voice their confusion. Upon returning to Shenfei's side, one fetched fishing gear, while the other kindled a fire to brew tea. Shenfei held the fishing rod, gazing out over the lake's surface, lost in his thoughts. 3 days later, as Shenfei basked in the sun in the courtyard, he received the news. Shen Tuo had died and was buried alongside his wife. Shenfei felt no surprise. He could sense that Shen Tuo's eyes had long since lost their desire for life, that a sudden, Urgent knocking echoed at the door, causing Shen Fei to raise an eyebrow in astonishment. Who dared to be so brazen? Ru Yin, noticing Shen Fei's displeasure, hurried to open the door, revealing a group of 7 or 8 men and women. At the forefront stood an elderly woman, who haughtily declared, "Summon Shen Fei, and tell him his grandmother has arrived." Inside, Shen Fei overheard their words, and an immense pressure emanated from him, instantly overwhelming the intruders, causing them to collapse to the ground. The young master's name one you may utter so freely. Now that the young master is angered, you shall remain prostrate until his mood improves. That Yu Yin initially thought these individuals were kin of the young master, enduring their disdainful treatment out of obligation, only to realize the young master shared no fondness for them. The Zhu family members suddenly recalled that Shen Tuo's son, Shen Fei, bore the same name as the infamous Blood Sea Demon Sovereign. Initially believing there to be no connection, they now realized with dawning horror that Shen Tuo's son was the renowned Blood Sea Sovereign. Their faces paled, glancing at the matriarch, who had intended to confront Shen Tuo. Now deceased, they had tracked down Shen Fei's residence, hoping to vent their frustrations upon him without considering the consequences. The group remained kneeling until dusk, drawing curious glances from passers-by, yet none dared to inquire, fully aware that a god of slaughter resided here. Finally, Ru Yin emerged, lifting her chin proudly, proclaiming, "The young master has permitted your entry." This. The group helped one another to their feet, trembling as they entered the courtyard. Shen Fei regarded them, his voice low and commanding. "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" The elderly matriarch responded with utmost respect. "Esteemed one, we merely sought the wrong person and arrived at the incorrect place. We were unaware this was the residence of the esteemed one. We humbly request your forgiveness." Shen Fei scoffed lightly, saying, "You sought the wrong person and arrived at the wrong place. That I have resided here for over a decade. Do enlighten me. Perhaps I might know his whereabouts." Someone began to speak the truth. The matriarch interrupted. "This trivial matter need not trouble the esteemed one. Disturbing you has left us at a loss for how to earn your forgiveness." The matriarch had entirely shed her initial arrogance, eager to extricate herself from the situation. Even if Shen Fei were truly her grandson, his bloodlust was far too great. He had taken the lives of countless individuals. Such a person would hardly concern himself with familial ties. Shen Tuo was dead. Perhaps this young man had been the one to end his life. Shen Fei surveyed them, since they were kin to his predecessor, and Shen Tuo had declared the grievances settled. He, as an outsider, saw no need to meddle further. "You may leave. Next time, keep your eyes open and refrain from seeking the wrong person, lest you find yourselves without such fortune." That he allowed them to depart. The matriarch could scarcely believe that Shen Fei would let them go so easily, yet she hastily gathered her family and fled the courtyard, fearful of his change of heart. Observing their hasty retreat, Shen Fei mused that had it not been for Shen Tuo's dying wish, they would have been slain at their first utterance. "This place is no longer suitable for lingering." Shen Fei sighed. He turned to Ru Ming and instructed, "Pack our belongings. We shall depart tomorrow." Shen Fei is currently unable to traverse the void, although he possesses the ability to depart directly using his speed attributes. However, having only just conquered this world, he is unlikely to leave so easily. Moreover, the 4 hidden sacred beasts remain undiscovered. That if possible, it would be prudent to first devour them to enhance his strength before venturing into other realms. Chapter 70. The human Tao body. 3 years have swiftly passed. Shen Fei has traversed the vast expanse of the Dakian Jianghu, taking the time to appreciate the places he had previously visited but never lingered. His state of mind and martial arts have matured considerably. He has long since shattered the bottleneck of the terrestrial immortals and ascended to an unknown realm. Furthermore, Shen Fei's physical form has become extraordinarily formidable, capable of effortlessly shattering a small mountain with a single punch. Cultivation level: Tier 3, Life, Infinite, Constitution, Human Tao Body, Comprehension, Unique in the World, Lower Realm, Fortune, Child of Destiny, Lower Realm, Defense, 500 times, Speed, 500 times, Strength, 500 times, Perception, 500 times, Magical Power, 500 times, Stealth, 500 times, Spatial Backpack, 1 million square meters, Resource Duplication, 500 times, Anomaly Resistance, 200 times. During his travels in the Jianghu, Shen Fei did not cease his cultivation. Instead, he focused intently on his shortcomings, amplifying their multiplicative effects. His physique has strengthened, surpassing even that of the sacred beasts, which he has now absorbed, transforming into a new human Tao body that he can elevate his cultivation level by either slaying or healing numerous beings. Additionally, new attributes have emerged. Perception hundredfold attribute, item tracking, enables precise tracking of individuals within a 10,000-meter radius through personal items, blood, or hair, with each hundredfold increase expanding the range by twofold. Magical power hundredfold attribute. Overclock state. Upon entering overclock for 1 minute, all martial techniques experience a 100-point increase in damage and speed, while simultaneously raising the physical load limit by 100, with each hundredfold increase enhancing the effect by another 100. Stealth hundredfold attribute, heavenly concealment. Passive ability that obscures heavenly secrets, preventing enemies from employing curses and tracking through causality or items, though it loses its effect during combat. However, Xun Fei has made little progress in his pursuit of information regarding the sacred beasts. It seems as though the 4 sacred beasts have completely vanished from this world. Very well, I shall embark on the search myself. With determination, Xun Fei surveyed the 4 cardinal directions, contemplating from which direction to commence his quest. Upon communicating with the sacred beast blood within him, he was astonished to discover that all 4 pointed towards a singular direction. Looking up, he noted that their focus was directed towards the heavens, though the precise distance eluded him, leaving only a vague sense of perception. Could it be that they are deliberately evading me? Xun Fei pondered, considering it not entirely implausible, as beings favored by the heavenly way. It was conceivable that they had received a warning from the heavens. Surely, I cannot be expected to soar into the cosmos to locate them. The starry expanse is far too vast. Xun Fei hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately took flight, ascending to the skies above this planet, contemplating that perhaps they were merely hiding not far from the heavens. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he realized he had been overly optimistic, detecting their presence still further among the distant stars. Among the stars on a desolate planet, the phoenix, azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise rested. The place was truly barren. Aside from their home star, there was not a single living being in sight, and it was uncertain when the god of death would depart from their home star. The black tortoise remarked, "Never did I imagine that one day, as sacred beasts, we would be exiled from our homeland." The azure dragon laughed heartily. "Do not fret. Our lifespans are exceedingly long. What does it matter to avoid the limelight? In at most 300 years, we shall return to our home star." Yet, in the next moment, the expressions of the 4 sacred beasts shifted dramatically to, "Oh no, that fellow seems intent on leaving us no escape. He has actually pursued us. Run!" The white tiger exclaimed. The other sacred beasts sprang to their feet, hastening towards the edge of the world. Meanwhile, Xun Fei, still hovering in the planet's atmosphere, suddenly sensed that the distance between them was inexplicably increasing, as if they had accelerated. Could it be that they are aware of my pursuit and are attempting to flee? Xun Fei felt a surge of frustration, certain that the heavens had sent word to them. Yet, he found himself at an impasse. He could not possibly squander endless hours in the boundless cosmos in pursuit of these 4 sacred beasts. It would be far too tedious and monotonous. Thus, he resigned himself to the notion that not all matters in life are destined to reach fruition, that if fate has deemed me incompatible with these sacred beasts, then so be it. Xun Fei reluctantly abandoned his quest for the 4 sacred beasts and returned to the capital. Another 2 months passed, and Xun Fei found himself somewhat weary of this world. Yet he hesitated to leave so swiftly, for it was a hard-won dominion of his OWN. To this end, Xun Fei devoted considerable effort to matters concerning world transportation. Ultimately, after a month of diligence, he successfully established the ability for pinpoint world teleportation, by leaving behind a blood clone as a coordinate. He could return at will. However, this would result in a doubling of the teleportation time. Yet, this was a trivial matter. A longer cooldown period was an acceptable trade-off. Having conquered this world with great effort, Xun Fei felt a twinge of reluctance to abandon it. Though the opportunity for future return may be rare, it nonetheless remained a cherished thought. Thus, Xun Fei summoned the leaders of various factions: Emperor Qianlong of the court, Chen Luo of the Azure Dragon Society, and the Elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. They constituted Xun Fei's direct subordinates. The 3 were somewhat taken aback by Xun Fei's sudden summons. After all, It had been over 3 years since he had bothered to seek them out. Especially after he had thoroughly amassed the world's martial arts and valuable resources, he had lost all interest in meeting them, behaving as though he were a hands-off manager. Qianlong, as the adopted son of the revered one. "Do you have any news? Is there not some grand event unfolding?" Chen Luo inquired bluntly. The two had grown increasingly at odds over the years, each desiring to seize more power. Were it not for Shun Fei's presence, they would have likely clashed long ago. "Umph. Why the haste? You shall soon find out," replied Qianlong, who held Chen Luo in disdain, viewing him as a self-made individual who, through mere fortune, had ascended to the status of a terrestrial immortal. Had it not been for his allegiance to Shun Fei, the position of martial arts leader would hardly belong to him. The elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion remained indifferent to the feud between the two, as his sole interests lay in profit and the legacy of the pavilion. The squabbles of others were of no concern to him. Soon, the three arrived at Shun Fei's palace, where they collectively bowed and greeted. "We pay our respects to the revered one," that seeing them gathered, Shun Fei got straight to the point. "Rise, that I summoned you to convey an important matter, the TO break through to a higher realm. I shall retreat to the outer heavens for quiet cultivation. Unless there are pressing matters, do not disturb me." Upon hearing of Shun Fei's intention to cultivate in the outer heavens, the three were taken aback. How would they locate Shun Fei then? "Revered one, how shall we find you?" asked the elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, concerned that Shun Fei's complete withdrawal would lead to future chaos. The other two, initially pleased by the news of his seclusion, now feigned concern upon witnessing the elder's anxious demeanor. Shun Fei, well aware of their true intentions, stated, "Princess Anyang shall assume the role of High Priestess here. Should you require anything, you may communicate with her, that if she deems it necessary to inform me, I shall make an appearance." Being a person of filial piety, Shun Fei naturally wished to grant her some measure of benefit. Chapter 71. The Mysterious World. Upon hearing Princess Anyang's name, Chen Luo's expression darkened. Entrusting such an important matter to her would undoubtedly allow the court to overshadow him. "Revered one, our martial world also boasts capable women," he interjected. Shun Fei promptly interrupted, "Rest assured, Princess Anyang knows how to handle the situation." Qianlong was exceedingly pleased by this, sensing that the revered one still harbored loyalty towards the court. Yet, how could he be certain that Princess Anyang did not possess her own ambitions? Shun Fei seeks stability, while Princess Anyang, an ambitious individual, naturally would not allow a complete conflict to erupt. Instead, she would strive to maintain a delicate balance, as for her aspiration to become the empress unifying both the court and the martial world. Shun Fei harbors doubts about her capabilities. Lacking sufficient strength and relying solely on Shun Fei's prestige, her ambitions appear implausible. Regarding the question of why he would not support Princess Anyang's ascension to the throne and the consolidation of power, Shun Fei's disdain for her is evident. He has no intention of making sacrifices on her behalf, merely wishing to prevent chaos from engulfing both the court and the martial realm. Once everything was arranged, Shun Fei activated the world transfer. The heavenly Tao had been closely monitoring him, and upon witnessing Shun Fei's abrupt disappearance from this world, it could hardly contain its joy. That peculiar entity had finally departed. As a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, it was not that it lacked the desire to confront Shun Fei openly, but rather it had come to realize that Shun Fei was virtually invulnerable and evolving at an alarming rate. There was no need for it to intervene personally. Doing so might provoke Shun Fei's rebellious tendencies, leading to unending destruction and chaos, which would be counterproductive. It was far wiser to observe his actions from a distance, especially since Shun Fei had yet to attain the capability of stellar explosion, thus posing no immediate threat to the heavenly Tao. Tick-tock. The sound of dripping echoed continuously, yet upon closer inspection, it was not mere water droplets, but rather blood trickling down. A man clad in a white coat wielded a sharp scalpel, methodically slicing through the wrists of several individuals bound before him. Their limbs were tightly restrained, and their mouths gagged with cloth, forcing them to emit muffled sounds of despair. "You are my 562nd and 565th artworks. Do not be afraid. It won't hurt. Soon, you will only experience slight dizziness, followed by the gradual loss of blood leading to your demise. Compared to other grotesqueries, I am quite merciful." The doctor grinned, his mouth stretched wide in a sinister smile. However, the captives, upon hearing his words, struggled even more fervently, their muffled cries betraying either curses or pleas for mercy. Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly in the room, capturing the attention of all, including the grotesque doctor. Although the abnormal physician was taken aback, he could not resist the allure of an unexpected prey. Heh, yet another new artwork has presented itself. New chairs materialized beside the captives, and a strange force surged towards the newly arrived man, attempting to seize him. Shun Fei, undergoing the world transfer, felt as though he were being tossed about in a washing machine, relentlessly tumbling and churning forward. Fortunately, Shun Fei's robust physical attributes shielded him from significant harm even as he transitioned to this new world. Yet before he could acclimate to his surroundings, a mysterious force ensnared him to a chair. When he regained his senses, he discovered himself firmly bound that a pale-faced man leaned in closer, exclaiming in astonishment, "Your vital energy is so rich, so fragrant." Startled, Shun Fei delivered a swift kick, sending the man crashing against the wall. The grotesque doctor's body shattered into pieces, yet not a drop of blood spilled in mere moments. The aberrant physician reformed, albeit appearing somewhat diminished. Observing this, Shun Fei furrowed his brow. His strength was considerable, capable of easily shattering walls with a casual kick, suggesting that this world was no ordinary place. The grotesque doctor regarded Shun Fei with newfound seriousness, realizing that he had been injured solely by Shun Fei's formidable physique and vital energy, rather than any supernatural force. "Kid, you possess some strength, but this world belongs to the grotesque. Humans are merely our sustenance," the doctor screeched at Shun Fei. Finding the noise intolerable, Shun Fei obliterated the chair restraining him and swiftly seized the grotesque doctor's head, forcefully smashing it into the ground. The doctor's head rang with a dull thud. How could this human be so powerful, subduing him with mere vital energy? Yet before he could plead for mercy, Shun Fei crushed his head with a decisive grip. The doctor's form dissolved into grotesque energy, attempting to recombine, but Shun Fei would not grant him that opportunity. Having encountered this phenomenon for the first time, Shun Fei was initially unaware of the doctor's ability to regenerate. However, now, he began to refine and absorb the grotesque energy. The grotesque doctor gasped in horror. Unless a human became a ghost master, it was nearly impossible to harm the grotesque, that he attempted to manifest a mouth from the swirling mist to beg for mercy. But Shun Fei's hand acted as a colossal vortex, swiftly consuming the entirety of the grotesque essence. Muffled whimpers echoed from the bound individuals, who, witnessing Shun Fei's defeat of the grotesque doctor, immediately began to struggle to rise. Blood continued to flow from their wrists. If left untreated, they would succumb to excessive blood loss. Shun Fei turned to them, using his energy to release their bindings. They hastily retrieved cloth strips to apply makeshift bandages to their wrists. Once their wounds were tended to, Shun Fei inquired, "Where are we?" The individuals exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that he, having appeared in this place, seemed unaware of its identity. Nonetheless, one of them spoke up to clarify, "My lord, this is Heishan Hospital." Shun Fei frowned, pressing further. "And where is Heishan Hospital? What was that creature I just encountered? And what is a ghost master?" The others regarded Shun Fei's questions with confusion. Surely, these were common knowledge following the arrival of the grotesque. Could it be that he had been sequestered in the wilderness until now? "My lord, this is the grotesque world. 3 years ago, it suddenly descended upon us, enveloping the human realm. The entity you just vanquished was a grotesque. That a ghost master is a title given to humans who have mastered the grotesque. Such individuals can confront the grotesque, while ordinary people like us can only struggle to survive in this world. Each month, we must complete a grotesque task to earn a chance to continue living," explained a resolute-looking man. Upon hearing this, Shun Fei mused that this was precisely the world often depicted in the grotesque novels he had read, that he had not anticipated its actual existence. How intriguing. "What is your grotesque task?" Shun Fei inquired, regarding the man with newfound respect for his bravery. "Our task is to survive 3 days within Heishan Hospital. Unfortunately, as patients, we inadvertently violated taboos and were captured by that grotesque doctor, who subjects us to his so-called bloodletting therapy." Zhao Kong lamented, expressing frustration at their misfortune. They had been exceedingly cautious, yet the grotesque doctor had deliberately misled them into error. Given this, how much longer do you have to complete your task? Shun Fei asked that my lord. We have only just arrived and were captured shortly thereafter. Zhao Kong admitted awkwardly, struggling to articulate their predicament. Shun Fei found their situation somewhat amusing. These individuals appeared rather helpless. Upon completing your task, where do you intend to go? Back to the human realm? Zhao Kong nodded, responding, indeed. The human realm has not entirely succumbed. Even amidst the grotesque, it remains more bearable than this world. Shun Fei internally lamented the misfortune of humanity in this world. Even upon completing grotesque tasks, returning to the human realm offered no guarantee of safety. That my lord, you are so formidable. Could you lead us in completing the task? Ma Lin from the corner implored, loosening the buttons of her blouse to reveal a generous expanse of skin that in the past, her assets had shielded her from numerous grotesque threats. Shun Fei cast a glance at her. Considering that calling her mere embellishment would be an overstatement, that I have little interest in rescuing others. You shall have to fend for yourselves, he declared, having gathered sufficient information. They were of no further use to him. In truth, Shun Fei had initially felt a surge of joy upon encountering modern architecture and fellow humans as a modern individual. All of this felt so familiar. Yet, the advent of the grotesque rendered this world akin to a mire. Difficult to endure. The others watched as Shun Fei turned to exit the operating room, feeling a sense of disappointment. Such a powerful ghost master had slipped through their fingers without their grasping his coattails for salvation. Unwilling to accept defeat, Ma Lin pursued him, valuing her life above all else. However, by the time she reached the door, Shun Fei had already vanished without a trace. That moment, Shun Fei wandered through the hospital. Perhaps due to his status as an outsider, he noted that this grotesque world had not assigned him any tasks. Today, as he strolled through the corridor, he felt the unsettling gaze of the grotesque beings upon him. Some even openly drooling in anticipation. The human smells delightful. I long to take a bite. One grotesque patient, missing half its head, licked its tongue, savoring the aroma in the air. Then why don't you? If you dawdle, you'll miss out on the warmth, taunted another grotesque patient, its body hollowed out. If you have the guts, go ahead. I fear that the moment you approach, his vital energy will obliterate you. The grotesque retorted. They were not foolish. Shun Fei's vital energy was overwhelmingly potent. Even without wielding grotesque power, he was not something they could confront. However, such a substantial prize would undoubtedly attract the attention of the hospital's director. Trailing behind him might still yield a taste of warmth. Irritated by their stares, Shun Fei casually grasped one grotesque being that had lost its arm and yanked it toward him. The creature, still oblivious to the impending danger, growled, "Let go of me. Patients should support one another. Otherwise, we'll face the hospital as punishment." Shun Fei scoffed disdainfully, delivering a sharp slap to the peculiar forehead, causing it to spin a full 360 degrees in an instant. Punishment. Do enlighten me as to what constitutes punishment. The other peculiar beings were taken aback by Shun Fei's audacity, exhibiting no concern for transgressing their enigmatic rules. However, their excitement only grew. It seemed that Shun Fei was doomed. Punishment entails being flayed and having one's limbs and organs harvested for our treatment. That I shall express my gratitude to you in advance. Your strength is considerable, and I shall reserve the privilege of utilizing it. How delightful that will be. The dismembered peculiar being was utterly unafraid, viewing humans merely as lambs awaiting slaughter, mere materials for bodily restoration. Shun Fei cast a sweeping glance around, observing the gleeful expressions in the peculiar being's eyes. Some even deliberating how to divide Shun Fei's remains. That there's no need for such complexities. I can make you quite comfortable right now. Shun Fei immediately siphoned the opponent's peculiar power, unleashing a surge of blood lightning for a therapeutic shock. The peculiar body trembled violently, akin to a convulsion. The other peculiar beings found the spectacle amusing. However, the dismembered being struggled to utter, "Someone save me. This human intends to kill me." Yet the others dismissed this claim, viewing him merely as a plump lamb, devoid of any peculiar power, incapable of harming them. Nevertheless, the dismembered being was swiftly absorbed and refined by Shun Fei, vanishing from their sight. This elicited screams from the crowd, shouting, "Security! Where is security? Someone is killing the peculiar." Doctors, nurses hastened to apprehend this murderer. Shun Fei, hearing their clamor, found them bothersome. You, a horde of flesh-eating peculiar beings, should charge forth without hesitation instead of whining. Come forth, all of you. Shun Fei bellowed at the doctors, pulling the entire floor's peculiar patients before him in an instant that did not approach. The peculiar beings were bewildered as to why they found themselves before Shun Fei. Only now sensing the overwhelming vitality radiating from him, it was akin to a sanguine sun, and they were perilously close to that sun. Shun Fei had not even exerted effort, and the peculiar patients were evaporated by the heat emanating from his sanguine energy. Naturally, Shun Fei would not squander such abundant peculiar power. He inhaled deeply, drawing the dissipating energy into his being. This power would aid in enhancing his soul's strength, and Shun Fei would never allow it to dissipate in vain. Soon, the wails of the peculiar patients attracted the attention of the attending nurse. Their strength surpassed that of the dismembered patients, wielding scalpels and massive syringes as they surrounded Shun Fei. The head nurse, eyeing Shun Fei, couldn't help but lick her lips. Human, you have violated the peculiar rules, and now you must pay the price. Shun Fei chuckled lightly, retorting, Pray tell, what rule have I transgressed? The head nurse, sensing Shun Fei's intent to argue, replied, As a volunteer in this hospital, you have slain a patient, thus violating the rules. Your duty is to assist the patients within 3 days, not to kill them. Shun Fei shrugged, saying, Apologies, but I am not a volunteer and thus have no obligation to assist your patients. The head nurse scrutinized Shun Fei closely, realizing that there had indeed been no volunteer by his name today. How then had he arrived here? Humans cannot wander freely in the realm of the peculiar. Regardless, you have killed my patient, and for that you must compensate. Your body shall suffice as the most fitting tribute. The head nurse, disinterested in further discourse with the corpse, resolved to consume him while the director was away. He was now hers alone that a multitude of faceless nurses approached Shun Fei with enormous syringes, their figures exaggeratedly voluptuous, clad in scandalously revealing attire that barely covered them. Shun Fei was reminded of the seductive nurses from Silent Hill, drawing a curious parallel. With a flick of his wrist, several blood swords shot forth, striking the balloons with precision. The resounding pops echoed throughout the corridor. Before long, only the head nurse remained. You are a master of the peculiar? No, you possess no peculiar power. The head nurse was perplexed. Shun Fei smiled slightly, converting his vitality into peculiar powered in an instant. His peculiar energy surged, rapidly reaching the level of a peculiar king. Impossible. You are a peculiar king. The head nurse gasped, astonished that a peculiar king resides in the city center. How could one appear in this remote black mountain hospital? Shun Fei, slightly surprised, remarked, Is this meager power truly what defines a peculiar king? It is merely commensurate with an extraordinary powerhouse, and to an extraordinary powerhouse, I could crush it with a mere finger. Who are you? I have encountered the peculiar kings of Black City. This establishment is a joint venture of 3 peculiar kings. You would do well to leave at once, lest you face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. The head nurse remained unperturbed by Shun Fei's status as a peculiar king, maintaining her composure. Impressive, you remain calm. But what of now? Shun Fei's peculiar power surged once more, reaching the level of a peculiar emperor. The head nurse, sensing the aura of a peculiar emperor, collapsed to the ground, kneeling and pleading. Peculiar emperor, spare my life. Spare your life? I grant you the opportunity to live. Answer my questions truthfully. Shun Fei spoke softly, and the head nurse nodded eagerly, desperate to avoid death. What is the origin of this peculiar world? Why does it exist within the realm of humanity? Shun Fei was intrigued, pondering how the 2 worlds intersected. However, the head nurse, being a lowly peculiar being, could hardly possess knowledge of such significant matters. Awkwardly, she replied, Peculiar emperor, I do not know. Over 10,000 years ago, every 3,000 years, we enter a new world. Upon hearing this, Shun Fei realized that this peculiar world had likely consumed several others, indicating that its overseers possessed formidable strength. Fascinating. They have devoured multiple worlds. Who is the mightiest in your realm? Surely you must know that. The head nurse, processing Shun Fei's inquiry, understood that he was undoubtedly not a denizen of the peculiar world. Even with his power at the level of a peculiar emperor, he was not one of them. However, due to his overwhelming strength, she dared not speak too freely. Our strongest is undoubtedly the peculiar deity. who governs the entire peculiar world, the peculiar deity. Shun Fei contemplated this revelation that it seemed the peculiar deity was a rank above the peculiar emperor, a unique existence in this lower realm, akin to himself as a breakthrough to the third tier. It appeared the days ahead would be intriguing, to be why the way. How does one traverse to the human realm? Shun Fei inquired, as his world transfer was still on cooldown and thus unavailable. He had little desire to linger in such a dismal realm. Preferring to return to the familiar human world, did I apologize, my lord? I do not know. Those humans appear randomly, and after completing their tasks, they automatically depart from the peculiar world. Clearly, the head nurse was also unaware. To her, those humans were akin to NPCs that refreshed daily, merely serving as sustenance and resources. Shun Fei furrowed his brow. Must he return to observe how those few individuals escaped the peculiar world? If a considerable number of humans could traverse between the peculiar and human realms, understanding the principle would surely facilitate his journey back to the human world. Well then, I shall keep my word. Today I shall spare your peculiar life. Shun Fei casually tossed the head nurse aside and descended the elevator to the hospital lobby. The individuals he sought would not complete their tasks for another 3 days, and he had no intention of waiting for them. Just as Shun Fei was about to exit the hospital, a breathless voice called from behind, "Great One, wait for me." Turning to look, he found not Zhao Kong or Ma Lin, but rather the young boy who had hidden among the group. "What do you want, kid?" Shun Fei inquired, intrigued by the intentions of this 12 or 13-year-old boy. "Sir, I wish to accompany you to ANU." Feeling somewhat shy, understood that as a child in his first encounter with the peculiar game, his only chance of survival lay in being unabashed. "Kid, you must realize there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you follow me, what can you possibly offer?" Shun Fei admired the boy's courage. "Great One, I can do anything within my means, even serve as bait or scout ahead." And you declared resolutely, recognizing that aligning with those weak companions would only lead to abandonment. He would rather stick with Shun Fei, even if it meant playing the part of bait, for his chances of survival would increase. "But isn't your task to survive in the hospital for 3 days? Wouldn't following me violate the peculiar rules?" Shun Fei countered. "Yet, are not the strong born to break the rules? Since those nurses cannot contend with you, what does it matter if I contravene the rules? They cannot harm you." And you remarked enviously, wishing to become a powerful being like Shun Fei. Shun Fei erupted into laughter, finding the situation amusing. "Very well, you may accompany me, but let me make it clear. I cannot guarantee your survival." As the two individuals exited the Black Mountain Hospital, the security guard stationed at the entrance observed them with trepidation, daring not to impede their departure, even bowing respectfully, walking along the peculiar street. Shun Fei gazed at the bizarre figures around him, reflecting on the truly unique fates that befell these individuals. Moreover, the strangeness was not confined to humans. Numerous creatures with animal heads and human bodies also roamed about. Scanning the surroundings, Shun Fei sought signs of humanity, hoping to spot someone nearing the completion of their task. However, no sooner had they left the hospital than the eerie beings began to converge towards Shun Fei. Drawn by the scent of humanity, this intoxicating aroma was truly delightful that a pack of dog-headed creatures rushed toward Shun Fei. Upon sighting Shun Fei and Yu, they immediately shouted, "How unexpected to find 2 humans who have violated the rules of the eerie realm. It seems we shall feast well today." For a group of idle, street-dwelling dog-headed creatures like them, it was exceedingly difficult to find fresh human prey. Most often, they could only scavenge leftovers that others had discarded or consume the excrement of other eerie beings. Upon seeing dozens of dog-headed creatures, Yu instinctively clutched Shun Fei's thigh. However, after a quick glance from Shun Fei, he let go, steeling himself with the resolve that a young man must never show fear. A pack of wild dogs dared to bark at him. With a cold smirk, Shun Fei unleashed a blood sword, swiftly severing the heads of the dog-headed creatures, absorbing their eerie energy into his palm. He then transferred a portion of this energy into Yu's body, declaring, "Prove your courage and strength to me to douc that remaining small dog creature. Kill it, and you shall be my little follower. Fail to do so, and you will become its lunch today." Chapter 74. And Yu looked at the dog-headed creature of similar size following him, feeling a pang of fear, though he masked it. Yet, with Shun Fei's recent assistance in augmenting his eerie power, he entertained the possibility of overcoming the creature before him. gripping the scalpel he had surreptitiously acquired in the hospital, and Yu charged at the dog-headed creature. The two engaged in a brutal melee, with the creature sinking its teeth into Yu's arm as his blade repeatedly pierced its flesh. After a fierce struggle, bolstered by his superior eerie energy, Yu ultimately emerged victorious. Gazing at the dissipating form of the dog-headed creature, Yu felt a rush of exhilaration, his earlier fears vanishing, even wishing for another 300 rounds of combat with the eerie beings. Turning to Xin Fei, he smiled through his wounds, proclaiming, "Master, I did it." Xin Fei applauded, commending, "Well done. You fought bravely and with spirit that I can make you my little follower. But be warned, should you ever disappoint me, I shall unceremoniously cast you aside." Subsequently, a drop of his essence merged within Yu's body, instantly healing his injuries. "Master, no problem. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I shall never venture west." And Yu replied with a determined smile, realizing that he must cling tightly to Xin Fei, for he might survive until the eerie realm's demise and humanity's triumph. Xin Fei chuckled. Human interests can never remain aligned forever. Go find out if there are any humans preparing to conclude their tasks nearby. Yu, somewhat puzzled, wondered about Xin Fei's intentions but complied, surveying the eerie surroundings that in a nearby eerie convenience store. A woman was at the checkout counter, thinking that if she could endure just one more hour, she would safely return to the real world. Suddenly, a creature burst into the store, approaching the woman and slamming its hand on the counter. Enraged, it bellowed, "How dare you sell me counterfeit goods? As compensation, I shall feast upon you." The woman, taken aback, quickly replied, "Sir, how could our convenience store sell fakes? All our products are meticulously selected by the owner, and they are guaranteed authentic, not counterfeit, you say? Look at this human meat noodle. It contains rat meat. Don't think I can't tell the difference. After 10 years of eating, I know what's genuine and what's not." The creature brandished a half-empty package of noodles, clearly not merely slandering the store. The woman felt a chill run down her spine. If the owner were indeed selling fakes, she was entirely unaware. Thus, she hastily apologized, "Sir, I'm just the cashier. The inventory is managed by the owner, and it's not my fault." But the creature would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Human meat noodles were merely noodles mixed with a bit of human flesh. There was nothing like a fresh human to savor. Creatures like it, without stable jobs, could only do odd jobs to earn eerie currency for a taste of human meat noodles. To feast on a human, one needed either a thriving business or a formal job. Hence, the creature obstinately declared, according to the rules, by selling counterfeit goods, you must either compensate tenfold or offer yourself as my meal. The female cashier, hearing this, immediately produced 10 packets of human meat noodles, placing them on the counter before the creature. "Sir, here are 10 packets of human meat noodles as compensation." Yet the creature merely smirked mysteriously, accepting the 10 packets of noodles without departing, instead stating, "Now you've given me 10 packets of counterfeit goods. Surely, you owe me 100 packets of human meat noodles. Can you afford that on your salary? Ultimately, you will have to offer yourself as compensation." The female cashier was taken aback by the creature's audacity. It was as if it was intent on digging her grave, in a fit of rage. She retorted, "You are being ridiculous." "Well, what if I am? Human, you came to this eerie world. Don't think that merely adhering to the rules will allow you to live easily. Remember, in this realm, strength is the ultimate rule." The creature snarled, its gaze fixated on the cashier as if contemplating how to devour this delicacy. "You speak the truth. Strength is indeed the greatest rule in this world." Xin Fei stepped into the convenience store, having overheard the creature's words, and could not help but agree. The creature turned, spotting yet another human, one who did not belong to any of the eerie places. What a delightful treat it was. It seemed today would be a feast. The creature was even disinclined to harm the female cashier, as it merely intended to intimidate her. The convenience store would never allow its employees to be taken by a vagrant. It merely wished to watch the cashier get extorted, anticipating the owner to emerge and reprimand the creature for deceiving them, demanding compensation for the store's losses. However, before the creature could reach Xin Fei, Yu had already lunged at it, his eyes filled with bloodlust. "If you want to deal with my brother, you must first get past me." The creature attempted to resist but was firmly pinned down by Yu, who relentlessly sliced away at its flesh with the sharp scalpel. Yu consumed a piece of the creature, It finally realized that these two humans were no ordinary prey, but formidable controllers of the Eerie. Don't kill me. In Black City, indiscriminately slaughtering Eerie beings incurs the wrath of the rules, the creature shrieked, hoping to invoke the Eerie laws for its protection. Shen Fei, however, dismissed its pleas, replying, "Is that so? Yet I just slew so many Eerie beings without facing any repercussions." Just as Shen Fei finished speaking, the sound of eerie flutes filled the air outside. Hearing this, the creature burst into laughter, declaring, "The law enforcers are coming. You'd best release me quickly, or it won't just be a fine you'll be facing." Shen Fei scoffed and exchanged a knowing glance within you. And you instantly understood, decisively severing the creature's life, completely absorbing its eerie essence. The female cashier watched as the seemingly younger boy swiftly dealt with the creature, feeling both joy and concern. The Eerie law enforcers were notoriously powerful and often biased towards Eerie beings. Unless one was a formidable controller of the Eerie, they would hardly regard ordinary humans, disregarding the Eerie law enforcers. Shen Fei turned his attention to the cashier, inquiring, "Is your task concluding today?" The female cashier nodded, replying, "Indeed, I finish in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Shen Fei mused, satisfied. "Excellent. I shall protect you until your shift ends." This would allow Shen Fei to uncover how humans traverse between the Eerie realm and the human world. The female cashier was puzzled, wondering why this stranger, whom she had never met, would go to such lengths for her, especially since she hardly considered herself beautiful, merely average in appearance. Yet he was undeniably handsome and possessed impressive strength. Could it be that she had stumbled upon a stroke of luck? Chapter 75. The Human World. The female cashier shyly said, "Thank you, handsome." Shen Fei, disinterested in providing explanations, merely wished to observe the process of transfer, knowing they would likely not cross paths again, that an Eerie vehicle came to a halt in front of the convenience store. And 4 or 5 law enforcers disembarked, striding towards Shen Fei. Upon closer inspection, Shen Fei noted that these Eerie law enforcers appeared no different from humans, yet they were anything but human. "Human, you have violated the Eerie rules of Black City. Surrender at once, or I shall be compelled to eliminate you here." An Eerie law enforcer barked at Shen Fei. Shen Fei scoffed, challenging, "If you have the ability, then strike. Show me what you all are truly capable of." The enigmatic lawmen are certainly no fools. Those grotesque creatures were swiftly vanquished, indicating that this human possesses formidable strength. They are all at the level of ghost generals, their prowess neither clearly superior nor inferior. It would be most advantageous to escort Shen Fei to the prison without any conflict. The peculiar beings exchanged glances, realizing that since they had arrived, retreat was not an option. Armed with a large cleaver, they lunged at Shen Fei in an instant. However, the cleaver could not reach him, halted by an overwhelming force. The bizarre peacekeepers immediately recognized the vast disparity in strength and attempted to flee. A smirk crept onto Shen Fei's lips as he effortlessly pulled the peculiar officers back, their forms shrinking until they were confined within his palm. The female cashier, witnessing this spectacle, widened her eyes in awe. Gazing dreamily at Shen Fei, it seemed the fortune teller was indeed correct. Even at 40, when I thought I was beyond hope, I would encounter my true soulmate with a dowry of 8,888,000. And live a life of luxury in a grand villa with opulent cars. Shen Fei, feeling discomfort under her gaze, turned and shot her a glare. In that moment, the cashier envisioned a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Nearly paralyzed by the horror of it, warmth flooding beneath her. Had Shen Fei not wished to prevent her from becoming a fool, her mind would have been reduced to a muddled mess. Once she regained her composure, she dared not meet Shen Fei's eyes again, fearing re-entry into that terrifying vision. Meanwhile, the convenience store owner, initially biding his time to let the grotesque thugs extort the staff before devouring them whole, now hesitated to emerge, terrified of being struck down by Shen Fei's hand and absorbing the Eerie energy. The news of the bizarre lawman's demise swiftly reached the Bureau of Peculiarities. As they scrutinized the vehicle's location data, IT was astonishingly within Black Mountain City, indicating that the perpetrator regarded them with utter disdain. The bureau chief, Nyotu Gue Wang, promptly commanded the 4 great ghost marshals, "Go apprehend the criminal. We cannot allow our subordinates to have died in vain." Upon witnessing the chief's fury, the four great ghost marshals hastily departed the bureau, heading to the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, 10 minutes passed quickly. Shunfei turned his gaze towards the female cashier, who suddenly heard a voice from the eerie world system whispering in her ear. Congratulations on completing the task of surviving 3 days in the bizarre convenience store. Reward: 10 points of eerie power. Return to the human world for 30 days. Without a moment's hesitation, the cashier began her transmission back to the human realm, eager to leave, fearing that the next moment might lead to her demise at the hands of the grotesque. A black vortex materialized, engulfing the cashier before she vanished entirely. So that is how it works. Shunfei comprehended the principles of the transmission, that he then called to Inu. Little Lin, take my hand. Let us return to the human world. That Inu, puzzled, replied, Big brother, I haven't completed my task yet. I can't go back. Nevertheless, he grasped Shunfei's hand, curious to see what Shunfei would do next. Shunfei did not immediately explain. As he held Inu's hand, eerie power flowed into him, pinpointing the coordinates of the human realm. Soon, a transmission vortex appeared, and Inu gazed in disbelief at the swirling portal, questioning if humans could actively activate such a phenomenon. Did this mean humans could launch a counteroffensive against the bizarre world? Shunfei stepped into the vortex first, followed closely by Inu. Eager to discover whether the other side was indeed the human world, as they traversed the vortex, Inu scrutinized his surroundings, realizing it was none other than his own rental apartment. When he had been transported to the bizarre world, he had been sleeping in his home. Shunfei surveyed the area, noting the absence of the decaying aura pervasive in the eerie realm, confirming that the transmission had been a successful venture. It seemed my suspicions were correct. The bizarre world and the human world had, in fact, overlapped over half of their territories, allowing for seamless transit between the two realms. Most importantly, this collaboration was supported by the collective will of both worlds' divine consciousnesses. Shunfei never believed the bizarre world could overpower the human realm. Otherwise, it would have simply reduced the human world to ruins, without needing to lure humans into the bizarre world to complete various tasks. The bizarre world even offered humans various rewards, clearly a result of mutual accord between the two realms. The Anu exclaimed, Big brother Shin, you truly are remarkable. You can directly open the passage between the bizarre world and the human world. Does that mean you can come and go as you please, rendering the bizarre world powerless against you? Even if you defy the so-called bizarre rules, they would be unable to do anything to you. Shunfei chuckled. Even if I lacked this ability, they would still be unable to touch me. He then added, Enough of this. Do you have any money, little brother? Let us treat big brother to a good meal. Shunfei felt a deep nostalgia for the culinary delights of modern society. Anu, upon hearing this, quickly dashed to his room to retrieve a piggy bank, although he felt a twinge of regret. He smashed it open and extracted all the money inside. Big brother, I've saved for a long time, and I have a total of 365 yuan and 50 cents. How about I treat you to fried chicken? The last time my sister took me, it was absolutely delicious. Shunfei looked at him, somewhat helpless. Fine, fried chicken it is. Fried chicken paired with cola sounds delightful. Shunfei decided not to press the matter further, as it was evident that this young lad was not well off. Before long, Anu led Shunfei to a fried chicken shop. They ordered several pieces of fried chicken and, without exchanging much conversation, began to feast heartily. After finishing, Anu wore a satisfied smile, exclaiming, Fried chicken is simply divine. But now that I've treated Big Brother Shin, I'll have to wait a long time before I can invite my sister out again. Anu, tell me about your situation, Shunfei inquired, intrigued by the boy's background. Big brother, I'm an orphan, surviving with my sister. Our lives were manageable until the bizarre world suddenly descended, completely disrupting our existence. Chapter 76. The bizarre red fruit. 3 years ago, the bizarre world made its sudden appearance, resulting in over 2 billion human casualties. Although there emerged some exorcists, their numbers were scarce, akin to a rare gem in a vast desert. In order to combat the bizarre entities, humanity invented numerous specialized weapons designed specifically for them. Ultimately, this forced the bizarre beings to retreat into their world, with only a handful of fearless ones daring to manifest in the human realm. However, humans have always been unable to freely enter the bizarre world, and those specialized weapons cannot be brought into it either, leading to a stalemate. Listening to an US account, Shunfei felt somewhat surprised. Having assumed that humanity was utterly powerless against the bizarre world, that it was clear that one must never underestimate the power of human technology. After all, the bizarre entities are energy beings, capable of both life and death. Interesting, Shin Fei mused, according to your assertion. If we could open the door to the bizarre world, with humanity's current technology, wouldn't it be possible to obliterate the bizarre realm entirely? And you affirmed with confidence. Absolutely. The bizarre will undoubtedly be eradicated by us humans. So, Big Brother, if possible, could you assist us? Shin Fei looked at him in confusion, as if he were not human himself. But humans aren't as powerful as you. I've watched the Exorcist broadcasts, and even the strongest among them cannot effortlessly slay the bizarre beings, as you do. And you viewed Shin Fei as exceptionally strong, unlike any human he had encountered. Yet Shin Fei was not a bizarre being, leaving you uncertain about his true nature. Haha, little one, I am indeed human, merely a practitioner of martial arts, making me stronger than the average person, Shin Fei clarified. And you appeared puzzled, but there are also practitioners of ancient martial arts in our world, and they merely meet their demise when facing the bizarre. Even those monks and Taoists, their supposed spiritual practices are ineffective against the bizarre. Shin Fei shook his head. That simply indicates they have not mastered martial arts. What they practice is merely ordinary martial skill and belief. And you had many more questions, but Shin Fei had already risen to leave. So he followed suit. Shin Fei arrived at an internet cafe, eager to explore what games this world had to offer. Please present your identification card. The attendant smiled. That it was then that Shin Fei remembered he had no identification in this world. Beside him, and you sighed, having an ID but being underage. Apologies, I forgot to bring it, Shin Fei said, and he and you exited the CF. Once outside, and you remarked, Big Brother, you claim to be human. Yet you lack an ID. That don't tell me you were raised by 7 beautiful masters on a mountain. Shin Fei shot him a disapproving glance and tapped his forehead. What on earth are you thinking with that little head of yours? Shin Fei found himself unable to indulge in gaming at an internet CAF. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to purchase a computer outright. Shortly thereafter, after selling several gold bars at a jewelry store, he acquired a substantial sum of cash that he then proceeded to a computer market, where he invested in a high-end machine, fully maximizing its specifications. That night fell, and Sheen returned home, weary and drained, despite the encroaching strangeness of the world. The plight of the working class remained unchanged. Survival necessitated continued labor, as long as one drew breath. The only escape from this relentless cycle lay in becoming a Yugwis, a member of the official organization dedicated to combating the bizarre, which promised a life of comfort. Yet, the mere act of surviving in this uncanny world was a feat in itself, and the path to becoming a Yugwis was fraught with insurmountable challenges. On a brighter note, the pressure to compete had lessened. With a dwindling population, companies had begun to offer improved conditions for their employees. Arriving at the entrance of her rented accommodation, and Ching paused, her hand poised to open the door, as unfamiliar male voices drifted from within. They had no relatives here. Could it be that a thief had entered their abode? With urgency, she swung the door open, only to find a tall and handsome man engrossed in a video game with her younger brother. And you, upon hearing the door, and you sat down his controller and explained to his sister. Sister, this is Shin Fei, the one who saved me in the bizarre world. He currently has no place to stay, so he is here with us for a few days. That Qing regarded Shin Fei with caution. While he was indeed handsome and conformed to her standards of attractiveness, her foremost concern was the safety of herself and her brother, compelling her to remain vigilant. Greetings. I am Qing, and Yu's sister. I am truly grateful for your assistance in saving my brother, she stated with a smile. Shin Fei returned her smile with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. And you, please procure some chicken, duck, fish, and meat that I shall prepare a grand feast for us, and Qing instructed, handing her brother a few hundred yuan for groceries. That Yu, delighted, took the money and left, leaving Qing alone with Shin Fei. Once Yu was out of earshot, and Qing's expression darkened. Who exactly are you? And how did you find my home? She demanded. Shin Fei chuckled lightly at her serious demeanor, finding it somewhat amusing. I am merely an ordinary person, and did not intentionally seek you out. As for who you are, I remain unaware. Qing retorted with a cold laugh. Do not feign ignorance. My instincts tell me that you possess formidable strength. You are far from an ordinary individual. There is no need to conceal your identity any longer. Since you've located my presence in the human realm, why not reveal your intentions? Shun Fei observed her striking features and thought to himself that her beauty was matched only by her lack of wit. He crossed his arms, disdain evident in his tone. Had you not been in use, sister, speaking to me in such a manner would have already cost you your life. Yan Qing's brow furrowed, and the shadow beneath her feet elongated, manifesting a strange figure that sought to sever Shun Fei's head from his shoulders. Yet with a mere stamp of his foot, Shun Fei caused the figure to recoil in pain. And Qing staggered back, nearly losing her balance, and grasped the wall for support, baffled by how her elite shadow had been so effortlessly subdued without Shun Fei exerting any discernible power. Just how potent was the strangeness he commanded. If you desire the items belonging to your organization, I can relinquish them to you, but please spare my brother. I am prepared to sacrifice myself. And Qing declared, evidently resolved to protecting you at all costs. Shun Fei regarded her with a bemused expression, sensing that her intellect was somewhat lacking, or perhaps she was simply overreacting. Very well, bring forth the items, he replied, too weary to provide any explanations, for her mind was running wild with assumptions. Upon realizing the truth, and Qing thought to herself that Shun Fei was indeed a representative of the organization. However, she had not anticipated his overwhelming strength. Even the leader of her group would not possess such extraordinary abilities that could subdue an elite shadow with a single blow. Producing a red fruit from her pocket, she extended it towards Shun Fei. He swiftly accepted it, his gaze sweeping over the fruit, recognizing it as an item capable of enhancing one's strange powers. Its primary benefit was to bestow upon the consumer a peculiar ability, transforming them into a yugwis. This fruit holds no value for me. You must have gone to great lengths to acquire it. Yet it seems your intent is for your brother to become a yugwis, Shun Fei remarked, tossing the red fruit back to Yan Qing, incredulous, clutched the fruit in disbelief. This was the fruit born of the strange human head tree, which bore flowers once every 100 years, yielded fruit after another century, and matured only after yet another century had passed, culminating in the creation of a single human head fruit. Indeed, only by becoming a yugwis can one hope to survive in this world. Even those of high status may find themselves dragged into the bizarre realm, facing death. Do you truly wish to deny this fruit? Are you unwilling to spare my brother? And Qing's voice was grave, her resolve steeling as she prepared to confront Shun Fei, determined to show him her strength, even if it cost her life. You are quite the foolish woman. If I had the desire to kill you, I would have no need to allow your brother to leave. Had he not acknowledged me as his elder brother, you would already be dead. However, your reckless provocation of me necessitates a price to be paid. Shun Fei retorted coldly, realizing that Shun Fei was not indeed pursuing her life, and Qing quickly offered her apologies. I am sorry. I have been on edge since I stole this human head fruit from the organization. I am anxious and will comply with whatever you require. She lowered her gaze, too embarrassed to meet his eyes. Shun Fei lifted her chin with a steady hand, stating plainly, I am feeling somewhat agitated. You know what you must do. Half an hour later, and you returned home with a large bag of provisions in tow.